Hello guys, like this video now, for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. National Report. There are monsters attacking the city around Tiger City. The enemy has used dark gold level props, and the defense tower in the city is paralyzed. The situation is in critical condition. At present, the Dragon City troops have sent troops to attack. National announcement. Today is the third day of this year's senior high school students entering the war. Among the students this time, 80 million students in our country have activated their talents and passed the novice test. National announcement. Sakura Country 10th Order City Lord Sakura once again provokes our country, threatening to occupy our Diaohu Whale Island within 3 hours. Hearing a sound from the system in his ear, Qin Feng suddenly woke up. Cold sweat soaked his body instantly. What happened? He looked up at his surroundings, and soon his eyes shrank. Rebirth, such a thing, can actually happen to me. If I remember correctly, today is the third day that high school students enter the war, and because of my poor family, the school has not issued game helmets until now. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes also flashed a dangerous light. Countless memories became extremely clear in the brain. 100 years ago, the war game was born, and all human beings cheered, and the whole people entered the era of games. 90 years ago, human beings brought the items, equipment, and troops in war into reality for the first time, which shocked the world. 80 years ago, the first human territory landed on Blue Star, and Blue Star fell into a scuffle from then on. 70 years ago, the 4 major natural disasters, demons, Zerg, machines, and undead, attacked Blue Star, causing the human population to drop by 80%. 50 years ago, the human race finally got rid of the 4 major natural disasters and achieved independence. 40 years ago, the Human Federation was formally established. By now, the human race has its own place in the entire universe. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also sneered. The so-called Human Federation is nothing but a plaything for the major guilds. 5 years later, the so-called Great Guild will secretly contact the 4 major natural disasters. And Blue Star will also be completely reduced to their colony, and there is no hope of making a comeback. Qin Feng was in the war against the invasion of the devil. The city was destroyed. His eyes shone brightly. Since I have been reborn, with my memory, I will never repeat the same mistakes. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate and put on the gaming helmet. Next moment, the ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, humans from Blue Star, welcome to war. Ding dong, please name your beauty. Qin Feng blurted out, Tyrant. Ding dong, Tyrant has been named successfully, please choose your occupation. Qin Feng hesitated for a while. War is a game with the theme of arms, and its own strength is not very useful. The player's level follows the territory, and the territory cap will limit the character's level cap. Unless it becomes extremely powerful, personal strength is not as important as military strength. He said casually, Mage. Ding dong, please name your territory. Demon Realm. Ding dong, your domain Devil Domain has been sent to Breeze Plain. Coordinates 557,123, 897,129. Ding dong, your talent is being activated, please be patient. All players who enter war for the first time have the opportunity to activate their talents. The talent is divided into 9 levels, ranging from F to SSS. There is a huge gap in any level, especially when it reaches the S level. It is almost incomparably powerful. Therefore, major schools will directly give up a group of poor students, and give top students priority to enter the game to activate their talents. Qin Feng was obviously the one who was abandoned, which also caused him to fall behind others in his previous life. However, until now, no one in the human race has been able to extract SSS level talent. After a few seconds, the sound of the system sounded again. Ding dong, you have activated the talent Rapid Fire, D level. Sure enough. Qin Feng is also slightly disappointed. His talent cannot be said to be very high, and his D-level talent can only be said to be average. He remembered that this D-rank rapid fire increased the attack speed of all troops by 10%. The value is so low that it can be completely ignored. But there was also a firm light in his eyes, and he murmured, with the memory of my previous life, I can definitely reach the forefront of all players, and even become the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. Right now. A series of system sounds suddenly sounded. Ding dong warning. The system has been hacked. Ding dong warning. The system has been hacked. Qin Feng was also shocked. System hacked? And this kind of thing? You must know that war is completely run by the will of the heavens. Not to mention the technology of human beings, even the mechanical family known for their technology cannot analyze the system of the brain. After a few seconds. Ding dong, your Wangsu Halo system has been activated. Ding dong, you have obtained the SSS level talent Halo extraction. The system sound fell. Qin Feng's breathing was also stagnant. Is it an SSSS talent? What exactly is this 10,000-fold Halo system? At this time, he has entered the war world. Birds chirping and flowers fragrant, the breeze blows. As a birthplace, it's not bad, at least not in an extreme environment. In front of him, a simple bonfire appeared. Ding dong, welcome to the war continent, where strength is king. Here, war is the main theme. Ding dong, your novice task threats in the vicinity has been issued, please complete it as soon as possible. Ding dong, I wish you a happy game. Qin Feng did not check the task, but hurriedly opened his skill bar to check. Aura extraction. Description, a special talent from an unknown world, powerful enough to move the world. Grade, SSS. Effect, the aura can be extracted from the potion, and it can be randomly increased by 1000 to 10,000 times. The aura can be turned off/on at any time, and cannot be discovered or viewed by any unit. Reminder, potions of the same grade and attributes can only be extracted once. This. Seeing the talent of this SSS, Qin Feng can only sigh with emotion, a little too strong. It doesn't matter if you can extract the halo, but it can still increase by a maximum of 10,000 times? Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly opened his backpack. Inside, was lying a gift bag. Newbie package. Description, the system gives everyone a gift, cherish it, rookie. Grade, ordinary. Grade 1. Effect, obtain certain basic resources, basic arms, and basic equipment. The newbie package, every player who initially enters the game has it. It is a system to help players through the early stage. The novice gift pack can open up to tier 3 arms, a certain amount of basic resources, and some common items and equipment. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and opened it directly. Ding dong, you successfully opened the newbie gift pack and obtained the items: Human Archers Class Transfer Certificate, Tier 2, Basic Resources *1000, Low-Level Experience Potion, Dark Iron. Chapter 2. The items that are opened can only be said to be general. Human archers are very common second-tier troops, their attack is not high, but the value is quite satisfactory, and it can be used in the early stage. The amount of 1000 basic resources is not too much. If you change careers, you can only build 10 second-tier arms. It can be said to be very stretched. I am afraid that even the novice task cannot be completed. The only thing that's okay is the bottle of experience potion. Qin Feng opened the backpack to check. Low-level experience potion. Description, it is loaded with extremely turbid liquid, which is absolutely refreshing to take a sip. Grade, Dark Iron. Grade 1. Effect, within 1 hour, all units gain double experience points, extractable. In war, all units have levels. Low-level arms, 1 to 3 levels, the highest level is 50. Intermediate arms, 4 to 6 levels, the highest level is 100. Advanced arms, 7th to 9th orders, the highest level is 150. Super arms, 10 to 12 orders, the highest level is 200. The crown arms, the 13th level and above, the highest level is 300. As for the crown arms, it is rumored that there will be higher level arms, but the current human race does not know much. The higher the level, the higher the attributes will naturally be. The higher the rank of the unit, the higher the growth attribute. The full level crown arms are definitely the most powerful existences. So, experience is still useful. Level 1 and full level, the gap is almost bigger than humans and dogs. What Qin Feng cares about is that the 3 words extractable are written in the description of the medicine. At this time, Qin Feng did not hesitate to start extracting the halo directly. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level EXP halo, LV1, from the low-level EXP potion. Ding Dong Yu have successfully triggered a 10,000-fold increase and obtained the Aura Supreme Experience Aura, LV10000. Triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And a 10,000 level aura? Qin Feng was also stunned, and quickly opened the skill bar to check. Supreme Experience Aura, LV10000. Explanation: a halo that is too powerful to exist. As long as it is enveloped by the halo, your level will soar like riding a rocket. Level: 10,000. Effect: all friendly units within 100 yards around will gain 10,000 times more experience. Current status: closed. Qin Feng. Seeing the attributes of the Supreme Experience Halo, Qin Feng also widened his eyes. This is also a bit outrageous. War in the game, whether it is a hero or a unit, you need to go to the liver level. Low-level high-level arms can't even beat high-level low-level arms. Therefore, it is difficult for troops to form in an instant, even those well-known powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom cannot do it. But Qin Feng's side is different, his troops. Under the effect of 10,000 times of experience, even if it is a crowned unit, it will still be fully leveled in minutes. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also took a deep breath. This halo system. How terrifying! Even if the time-limited active effect is turned into an unlimited passive effect, it can still trigger the boost. Simply outrageously strong. At this time, he suppressed his excitement and opened the interface of his territory. Magic Domain. Grade 1. Population, 100/100, humans. Transferable population, 976, humans. Combat units, none. Building, Lord's Hall, LV1. Guild affiliation, none. City wall, none. Defensive buildings, none. Resources, 1000 wood, 1000 stone, 1000 iron ore, 1000 food. The situation in the territory is very miserable. There is only one thatched hut, which is the Lord's Hall. And the population is only 100 people. Qin Feng looked at his newly obtained job transfer certificate. Human Archer. Grade, 2nd grade. Consumption, 100 basic resources/piece. Food consumption, 20/day. In war, wood, iron ore, stone, and food are called basic resources. And the current resources are just enough for 10 people to be transferred to the second-tier arms. He didn't hesitate and immediately started to change jobs. Ding Dong, you are about to consume wood, iron ore, and stone x1000 to transfer 10 human populations to human archers, tier 2, do you want to confirm? Confirm. Accompanied by the press of the confirm key. 10 troops who looked like garbage with their quiver of advice on their backs walked out of the Lord's Hall. The population of the territory has also dropped by 10, but the combat unit has become 10. Qin Feng looked at their properties. Human Archer. Explanation: humans with bows and arrows, maybe look like archers? Grade, 2nd grade. Grade 1. Physical/magic damage, 22. Defense, 8. Health, 200. Skill. Precision shot, LV1, increases shooting accuracy by 5%. Morale, 80. Loyalty points, 80. Food consumption, 20/day. Very rubbish attribute, there is only one rubbish skill, and it is completely made up. The full value of morale and loyalty points are both 200, and they are only 80 points, which is already very low. However, Qin Feng did not dislike it either. Even the most rubbish first-tier troops, after the level is full, the attributes are still good. At this time, Qin Feng was ready to complete his novice task threats to the neighborhood. The novice task is also the initial test of the system for players. No other systems can be turned on until this is done. Building system, forging system, trading system. Can't turn on at all. That is to say, players cannot receive any foreign aid at this stage. Even if you have the number 1 dad in the world, it won't help you a little. If the mission fails, you will directly lose the qualification to enter the game. It can be said to be cruel. Qin Feng did not hesitate, and directly led 10 troops towards the red dot in the east of the territory. 10 minutes later. Ouch! In the distance, Qin Feng heard a few wolf howls. Not far away, dozens of big bad wolves with blood-red eyes were wandering aimlessly. Qin Feng lost a reconnaissance technique. Wolf camp. Description: countless wild wolves live here, they will eat any passers-by, and the weak will deter. Monster, timber wolves, Tier 2, Tier 5, *42. 42 second order big bad wolves, still level 5. With Qin Feng's current strength, it stands to reason that it is absolutely unbeatable. This is the dilemma faced by ordinary people. Without a good talent, even the novice task can't be passed. I can only retire sadly, say goodbye to the game, and be a low-class person for a lifetime. But Qin Feng was not worried either. He suddenly opened the aura of 10,000 times of experience. Ding dong, you have activated the experience aura, LV10000. The sound of the system fell, and immediately, a golden circle of light disappeared under the feet of all units. Qin Feng waved to the troops to keep quiet, and then waited for the fighter plane. After a few minutes. Got it. At this time, the big bad wolf wandered a little further away and separated from the group. He directly asked 10 archers to aim at the single big bad wolf. SHHHHHH. Countless arrows shot out in an instant. -21. -20. Miss. -22. Countless injuries jumped out of the big bad wolf's head. Although its level is relatively high, under the concentrated fire of 10 archers, the blood bar is still emptied in an instant. At the same time, a series of sounds from the system sounded. Ding dong, your troops killed Big Bad Wolf, Tier 2, *1, and your troops gained 7 experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Experience Aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 7 W experience points. Ding dong, one of your human archers, Tier 2, has been upgraded, and it is currently Tier 2. Ding dong, one of your human archers, Tier 2, has been upgraded, and it is currently level 3. Ding dong. Ding dong, one of your human archers, Tier 2, has been upgraded to level 50, which is already full. Chapter 3. A series of system sounds fell. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. With 10,000 times the experience bonus, 10 second-order human archers are directly full. This efficiency is simply not too outrageous. And at this time 10 second-order human archers. Each one is full of energy and in high spirits. A faint murderous aura was released. Compared to level 1, he is undoubtedly an elite soldier. Qin Feng is also checking their full level attributes. Human archer. Explanation: humans with bows and arrows, maybe look like archers? Grade, 2nd grade. Level, 50. Physical/magic damage, 120, plus 2/level. Defense, 81.5, plus 1.5/level. Health, 2160, plus 40/level. Skill. Precision shot, LV1, increases shooting accuracy by 5%. Morale, 200. Loyalty points, 200. Food consumption, 20/day. The human archer after the full level is completely different from level 1. Whether it is attack, defense, or blood volume, the difference is several times. But the growth of the second order arms is here. When the level reaches the full level, it is difficult to break through. To break through, you also need extremely rare level breakthrough stones. This kind of stone, a single piece can sell for a sky-high price. No one will waste on low-level units. Low-level arms, their own growth is still too low. After closing the arms panel, Qin Feng's eyes were also filled with joy. On the fallen corpse of the big bad wolf, a little bit of bright light flickered. This means that the spoils of war have exploded. He didn't hesitate and went forward to pick it up. Ding dong, you got the loot basic life group recovery potion. Ding dong, you got the loot basic magic group recovery potion. Qin Feng was also slightly disappointed. Basic life group recovery potion and basic magic group recovery potion correspond to the red medicine and blue medicine in ordinary online games. And the level is still the lowest, it can be said to be very garbage. Qin Feng also opened his backpack to check. In the backpack, there were 2 more worn-out scrolls exuding red and blue light. Basic life group recovery potion. Explanation: a life potion like fresh water, maybe it's useful. Grade, ordinary. Grade 1. Effect: within 15s, all units within 200 yards restore a total of 150 HP, extractable. Basic magic group recovery potion. Explanation: a magic potion like fresh water, may be useful. Grade, ordinary. Grade 1. Effect: within 15s, all units within 200 yards restore a total of 150 magic points, extractable. Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes also shrank. Red medicine and blue medicine can also be extracted. He didn't hesitate, and immediately started the operation. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level life aura, LV1, from the basic life group recovery potion. Ding dong, you have successfully triggered a 6,000-fold increase and obtained the aura advanced life aura, LV6000. Ding dong, you used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level magic aura, LV1, from the basic magic group recovery potion. Ding dong, you have successfully triggered a 4,000-fold increase and obtained the aura advanced magic aura, LV4000. The sound of the system fell. Qin Feng thought it was okay. One triggers a 6,000-fold increase, and the other triggers a 4,000-fold increase. It seems that he is not special, but he is not special either. He opened the skill bar to check the 2 new auras. Advanced Life Aura, LV6000. Explanation: a halo that is too powerful to exist. As long as it is shrouded in the halo, your health bar will return. Level, 6000. Effect: all friendly units around 60W yards continue to recover health. Every 60s, a total of 90W points of health are recovered. Current status, closed. Advanced Magic Aura, LV4000. Explanation: a halo that is too powerful and should not exist. As long as it is enveloped by the halo, your blue bar will rub back. Level, 4000. Effect: all friendly units around 40W yards continue to restore mana, and every 60s, a total of 60W mana is restored. Current status, closed. Hiss. At this time, Qin Feng also saw the attributes of the two halos. He also sucked in a sharp breath. It's also a bit outrageous. Within 15s, a total of 90W of HP and 60W of mana will be recovered. That is to say, it restores an average of 1.5W health and 1W magic value per second. After a bit of calculation, Qin Feng's eyes widened as well. This effect? Is it too strong? You know, even if it is a full-level mid-level unit, the total blood volume is not that much. And the healing effects of these two auras will not be interrupted. That is to say, as long as the opponent cannot kill their own troops in seconds, they are almost invincible. At this time, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and waved his hand. Immediately. Ding dong, you have activated the Halo Advanced Life Halo, LV6000. Ding dong, you have activated the Halo Advanced Magic Halo, LV4000. There were 2 more halos at the feet of all the archers. However, they are all full of blood now, and no recovery effect is triggered. With 2 halos, Qin Feng was no longer cautious, and directly pushed 10 archers to pass. Next moment. SHHHHHH. Countless arrows shot out of the sky. Compared to level 1, the arrows shot by the archers are faster and more accurate. A series of arrows hit the big bad wolves in the face. Next moment. Countless damage numbers popped up. -248, crit. -118. -126. They are all second-tier arms, but Qin Feng's troops are already at full level at this time. It is easy to deal with wolves. For a while, a series of sounds from the system sounded. Ding dong, your troops killed Big Bad Wolf, Tier 2, *10, and your troops gained 70 experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Experience Aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 70W experience points. Ding dong, it is detected that all your units have reached full level, the current experience value has been converted into proficiency, the current proficiency, 70W/1000W. More than a dozen big bad wolves fell down, and with the addition of the halo, the experience points were naturally bursting. However, the experience value of human archers has long been full. The experience points they gained have overflowed and accumulated into proficiency. Proficiency is actually an experience pool. The lowest level of experience pools will accumulate 1/10 of the overflowing experience in the pool. These proficiencies can provide corresponding experience for newly generated troops, heroes, and lords themselves in the future. However, the cost-effectiveness of proficiency is still very low, and no matter how high the efficiency is, it is not as good as pulling directly to fight monsters. Because of this, all the powerhouses agree that proficiency is a very tasteless function. But on Qin Feng's side, it was different. For him, experience points were as easy as drinking water. Accumulation of proficiency is quite easy. After a few minutes, as the last big bad wolf fell to the ground, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you have successfully cleared a wild wolf camp, and you have obtained a total of resources: wood 108, stone 126, iron ore 125, food 590. Ding dong, your troops found the simple treasure chest, dark iron grade. Chapter 4. As a beast camp, the biggest resource produced is naturally food. But Qin Feng was also slightly surprised that the treasure chest was actually exploded. You know, things like treasure chests, the explosion rate is still quite low. Although it is only a black iron grade, it would be good if the black iron grade equipment can be opened in the early stage. He came to the treasure chest and opened it directly. Ding dong, you have successfully opened the simple treasure chest, black iron grade, and obtained the items: quenching long sword, black iron grade, the lowest level of splitting potion, black iron grade. Oh? Did you get the equipment out? Qin Feng is also slightly surprised, it seems, his luck is not bad. In war, equipment is generally divided into two types. One is hero equipment, which, as the name suggests, is worn by heroes and players. The other is military equipment. Put into the equipment slot of a class, all units of that class can get the buff, no matter the number. Therefore, the equipment of arms will be more cost-effective than hero equipment. At the same time, it should be rare, and the probability of explosion is lower. At this time, Qin Feng also checked the attributes of the quenching longsword. Quenching longsword. Explanation: I don't know that the huge longsword that the blacksmith forged after quenching seems to be made of scrap iron by him. Grade 1. Grade, dark iron. Type, arms equipment. Attribute, troop damage plus 5%. Durability, 100/100. Forehead. Qin Feng also shook his head. The attributes of this quenching longsword can only be said to be very general. 5% damage is the same as nothing. However, with black iron equipment, he didn't expect it to be very powerful. He threw it into the equipment slot of the human archer. Soon, his eyes were focused on a bottle of orange potion. He checked the properties of the potion. The lowest level of splitting potion. Explanation: the potion made by a low-level alchemist. After drinking it, I feel that I have 8 more hands, and my urine is split. Grade, dark iron. Grade 1. Effect: within 300s, the designated unit temporarily obtains the skill minimum split, LV1, extractable. At this time, Qin Feng's eyes lit up again. Another bottle of medicine. Your own European temperament is really not covered. Fragmentation potion. In the game war, it is also extremely rare. AoE ability, in this game mainly based on arms combat, is always a highly profitable attribute. And the lowest level splitting potion. The attributes can only be said to be very rubbish, better than nothing. The lowest level splitting skill of level 1. When attacking, it will cause an additional 5% damage to a nearby target. Splash damage is extremely low, almost negligible. But, can it be extracted? This halo. If it can be extracted, it will be terrifying. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and immediately started to use skills to extract. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level sputtering halo, LV1, from the lowest level splitting potion, dark iron level. Ding Dong Yu have successfully triggered a 1000-fold increase and obtained the aura splash aura, LVMAX. This time, with average luck, it only triggered a 1000-fold increase. But for the sputtering halo, it seems to have been temporarily maxed out. Qin Feng opened the skill bar to check. Sputtering aura, LVMAX. Description: when the proficiency reaches the full value of the sputtering halo, after opening, everyone can have a very strong AoE ability. Level: full. Effect: when all units attack, cause 100% splash damage to all enemies within 180 degrees, effective for up to 1000 units at the same time. Current status: closed. Tips: extract the sputtering halo from higher level potions of the same type to unlock stronger attributes. Seeing the attributes of this halo, Qin Feng's eyes widened. It's too strong. In the game war, AoE units are very short. I remember that the first AoE unit in my previous life was obtained during the Kuei-Yu exam. With a slight murmur, Qin Feng also took a deep breath. Arms with AoE capabilities are very popular. Whether it is in the trading house or the black market, it can be sold for a sky-high price. This halo directly endowed him with extremely strong AoE abilities for all arms. One arrow down, directly covering all units in front of you. One unit can attack 1000 enemies at the same time. As long as the attack of one's own units is high enough, one level A goes down, and the other's troops fall in pieces. It's like cutting straw. Just thinking about it is cool. But obviously, the halo is also limited, and it can only be effective against enemies that are 180 degrees in front of it. Of course, it must also be within the range of the arms. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also blinked. When will it become 360-degree no dead AoE damage? That would be great. Seeing the last system prompt, Qin Feng was also thoughtful. It seems that the halo system cannot be increased endlessly, and will be affected by the level of the medicine. But for now, it seems to be extremely powerful. Chapter 5. Close the skill panel. Qin Feng used the newly obtained resources to transfer to a second-tier archer, and then directly took the troops to the next monster location. After half an hour, Qin Feng is also out of breath. There are a total of 4 wild monster points around his territory. At this point, the 3 strongholds around the territory have been cleared. Totally obtained wood 768, stone 340, iron ore 267, food 1380. Clearing out the resources of the monsters also depends on the type of camp. These wild monsters around Qin Feng are all beasts, so there are more foods that explode. Enough for 70 tier 2 units to eat for a day. With these newly obtained resources, Qin Feng naturally recruited new troops. Now, he has a total of 14 second-order arms. The level is still full, and the proficiency has also accumulated to 62W. It's a pity that the treasure chest didn't explode again. At this time, Qin Feng brought his troops to the last wild monster stronghold. Not far away, there are countless tall behemoths wandering around. They held mace made of thick branches in their hands, their fat bodies were like hills, and their eyes were shining with bloodthirsty light. Qin Feng lost a reconnaissance technique. Ogre Stronghold. Description: this group of ogres like to eat human beings, be careful of your life. Monster, Ogre, Tier 3, Tier 7, *59. Compared with the wolf stronghold, the ogre is undoubtedly much stronger. Here, it is also the strongest of the 4 strongholds. Tier 3 monsters are level 7. Such wild monsters, even if they are placed in the novice tasks of the entire Dragon Kingdom, are definitely a difficult group. Not to mention an F-level talent like Qin Feng, even a B-level talent might not pass. But with these auras, these ogres are nothing but experience babies. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to let all the troops attack. Next moment, shhhhhh. Countless arrows shot out of the sky. In an instant, it slammed into the huge body of the ogre. Then, -252. Crit. -124. -125. After a volley, a terrifying scene suddenly appeared. Countless huge damage numbers popped up on the heads of 59 ogres at the same time. As if they were attacked at the same time, terrifying wounds suddenly appeared on the bodies of all the ogres. Bleeding. In just one round of focus fire, the health bars of 59 ogres were emptied at the same time. A series of sounds from the system sounded again. Ding dong, your troops killed ogre, tier 3, *59, and your troops gained 590 experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the highest experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 590W experience points. Ding dong, it is detected that all your units have reached full level, and the current experience value has been converted into proficiency. Current proficiency, 121W/1000W. Ding dong, you have successfully cleared an ogre stronghold, and obtained a total of resources, wood 1242, stone 1068, iron ore 1130, food 3690. Qin Feng was also delighted to watch. Originally, ordinary players had to be careful when dealing with such wild monsters. As long as you focus on one ogre, with the number of ogres, you can quickly surround his troops. But with the splash halo, it directly damages all the ogres, instantly killing them. Outrageously strong. And the resources of the ogre territory are naturally much more than other wild monster territories. The exposed resources are enough for Qin Feng to recruit 10 more second-tier archers. Sudden. At this moment, the rumbling sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong warning. Since you slaughtered a large number of ogres in a short period of time, you have attracted the attention of the ogre intermediate priest Yagar, and he will send elite scouts to investigate the matter. Ding dong warning. Chapter 6. The system sound kept ringing, and Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. This kind of thing is really uncommon. Novice task. Can there still be a boss? Anyway, Qin Feng had never heard of it in his previous life, and the novice task and boss appeared. He also murmured, could it be that all the ogres must be killed at the same time to trigger this boss? He didn't think about it anymore, and squinted his eyes slightly to look ahead. Above the original ogre territory, a jet-black magic light suddenly appeared. The light falls. Suddenly, an extremely tall two-headed ogre appeared, holding 2 terrifying mace in its 2 hands. Qin Feng lost her reconnaissance technique. Two-headed ogre warrior. Explanation: an elite warrior in the ogre tribe, 2 heads, 2 gullets, so need double the food? Maybe it has double the power? Level 10. Grade Gold. Attack 320. Defense 80. Health 300W. Skills: Powerful Strike, Critical Aura, Powerful Hammer, Bloodthirsty. A level 10 gold level boss, with very good attributes, with 300W points of HP. Not to mention players who have not completed the novice tasks. Even now the senior high school students have entered the war for 3 days. Those who are proud of themselves may not be able to beat such a boss. If it is an ordinary person, in such a situation, it is already cool. If the novice task cannot be completed, it is impossible to successfully transfer to the First Order Lord. Stuck for life. But Qin Feng's eyes were filled with joy. This gold level boss. Are you sure you're not here to send warmth? Its attack. Only 320 points, this value is actually very high. But can't kill Qin Feng's troops in seconds. At this time, he didn't hesitate to let all the troops start attacking directly. Shhhhhh. The arrow shot out of the air and landed on the ogre's body accurately. A series of numbers floated out. -126. -125. -250. Crit. The blood volume of the ogre boss is still quite thick. The second order arms. It is indeed a bit difficult to fight. 14 archers under a round of concentrated fire, its blood bar is not very much. At this time, the 2-headed ogre boss rushed over with a roar and a mace. Boom! -480. The mace in his hand hit a human archer in the head hard. A huge number suddenly appeared. This damage number, it naturally released the skill. The human archer was immediately beaten with blood, and his nose was blue and his face was swollen. The blood bar has also dropped to a small part. Then, plus 15,000. A huge green number popped out of his head. The archer's health bar was immediately full. The bruises on his face disappeared instantly, and he became full of energy again. The ogre boss was also taken aback. Nima. What's the situation? Is this human, so resistant to beating? Is this a special archer? Said that the long-range soldiers are all crispy? In this regard, Qin Feng also smiled. Feel sorry. There is a halo of life recovery, as long as you don't kill it in seconds, you will be harmless. He was too lazy to operate, and with a wave of his hand, the 14 second-order archers directly surrounded the ogre boss. Then, stand up straight. Countless numbers popped out of its head. Although the damage is low, but scraping all the time can kill you. The ogre boss is also a bit stunned. Is there such a thing as bullying? Its two heads are also roaring, and the mace in both hands is waving desperately. But the 14 human archers didn't move at all, just stuffed their bows and arrows into its mouth. After attacking again and again, its health bar is also slowly dropping. After half an hour, boom! With the last trace of blood emptied, the huge body of the ogre boss fell heavily to the ground, causing a burst of dust. At the same time, a series of system sounds suddenly sounded. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the double-headed ogre, gold level boss, and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the supreme experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 100 million experience points. Ding dong, it has been detected that all your units have reached full level, and the current experience value has been converted into proficiency. Current proficiency, 1210W/1000W. Ding dong, it is detected that your proficiency is full, your proficiency pool has been upgraded, and the efficiency has increased to 20%. The current proficiency, 1210W/100 million. Ding dong, map notice, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom Tyrant successfully killed the double-headed ogre, gold level boss, as the first player in this class to kill the gold level boss, hereby rewarded, Exquisite S treasure chest, gold level, reputation value +10. Ding dong, you have cleared all the surrounding threats, successfully passed the novice task neighboring threats, and the territory function has been unlocked. Ding dong, congratulations on becoming an official First Order Lord, and I wish your territory a smooth development. The sound of the system fell, and Qin Feng was also taken aback. The first kill among the students this year? It's been almost 3 days since I entered the game. How watery are the other students? At this time, with the completion of the novice task, the interface in front of Qin Feng has changed suddenly. The originally very quiet territory was also instantly filled with countless noisy sounds. After completing the novice task, countless interfaces in the territory are unlocked. The first thing that caught his attention was chat interface. The one here already has a 99+ red exclamation mark. He opened it up. I'm rubbing it. At Tyrant, is the boss from Longguo? Which school? Get to know him. Geeky, the boss is probably an S-level talent, right? The trade system has not been activated yet, this is indeed hard power. My Dragon Kingdom has another talent. At Tyrant, hello, I'm the admissions director of Longcheng University, are you interested in coming to our school to study? At Tyrant, hello classmate, I'm a senior level of the Peerless Guild, and now I sincerely invite you to join our Peerless Guild, all kinds of resources are directly full, and help you become a god all the way. Qin Feng also scratched his ears. The University? Guild? Haha. After a few years, the natural disaster invaded again, the population of Blue Star dropped by 90%, and all the remaining people became slaves of other races. Are these things useful? Thinking of these, he also directly set the chat channels to receive but not remind. At this moment, Qin Feng looked at the corpse of the ogre boss in front of him. There are countless colorful lights on the huge body. As the world's first kill among this year's students, there will naturally be a lot of good things. Chapter 7. Qin Feng also rubbed his hands and scooped up the boss's body. Ding dong, you got the loot fine iron armor, gold level. Ding dong, you got the trophy wolf teeth, gold level. Ding dong, you got the loot low level explosive potion, gold level. 3 gold level loot. Qin Feng was also overjoyed. It's a lot of good stuff. This probability is already considered European. Generally speaking, it is not bad to be able to obtain equipment of the same rank as the boss. Qin Feng looked at their properties in turn. Refined iron armor. Description: the battle armor made by a senior blacksmith using fine iron was captured by the two-headed ogre warrior at some point and used as his gauntlet. Level: 10. Grade: Gold. Type: Hero equipment. Requirements to use, warrior or knight class. Defense, 52. Attribute, stamina plus 20, physical damage received minus 10%. Durability, 1000/1000. The first piece of equipment is a very good piece of armor. War in this game, the most common types of damage are physical damage and magic damage. Physical damage is linked to defense. Magic resistance, which reduces magic damage taken. And this piece of equipment, the added defense can be said to be very high, and it also directly reduces the physical damage received. But this is a piece of hero equipment, which can only be equipped by warriors or knights. Qin Feng naturally does not need it. He temporarily threw it into the backpack and continued to check. The second piece of equipment is a huge mace with terrifying serrations. Wolf Tooth Sawtooth, Gold level. Description: the weapon forged by the ogre tribe may bleed from the wound after being wounded. Grade 1. Grade, Gold. Type, Arms equipment. Requirements for use, Tier 3 and above arms. Attributes, 1 arms attack plus 10%. 2 when units attack, there is a 5% chance to inflict severe injury, LV1, to the enemy. Durability, 1000/1000. This piece of equipment is not bad, and the plus 10% attack is not too low. What Qin Feng cares about is, there is a 5% chance of causing serious injury to the enemy. Severely wounded enemies will receive less healing. You know, in the game War, there are quite a lot of types of arms. The meat shield type arms that are specially responsible for anti-damage, the melee fighters that deal damage, the long-range output, and so on. Naturally, there are also some arms that specialize in assisting, the most common of which is the arms that add blood. To deal with such a unit, if there is a serious injury, it will be twice the result with half the effort. So, this device is quite useful. The only problem is, the use of troops above Tier 3 is restricted, and Tier 2 human archers are naturally unable to equip them. He threw it into the backpack again. It's a pain in the A, none of the 2 pieces of equipment can be used. And the last one, is what caught Qin Feng's attention. At this stage, even if it is legendary equipment, in Qin Feng's eyes, it is not as good as a bottle of medicine. He is also checking the properties of the potion. Low-level blasting agent, Gold level. Explanation: it is rumored that it is a potion made by a certain alchemist. The potion is extremely unstable. It may explode without being thrown out. Does anyone really dare to drink it? Grade, Gold. Grade 1. Effect: within 1 hour, when all units attack, there is a 2% chance to deal 200% of the attack's fire damage. Extractable. Hint: this medicine is extremely unstable and has a great probability of hurting yourself. Seeing the description of the potion, Qin Feng's eyelids jumped. This thing. His impression was very deep. Because it's too stupid. Gold-level potions are indeed quite powerful, and all units have a 2% chance of causing 200% damage. The damage is directly doubled. It looks beautiful. But the problem is, after using it, every time the unit attacks, it may explode. Then blow yourself up in minutes. I don't know how many players have been trapped by this potion in the past life. But Qin Feng's eyes lit up, he could actually extract it. I don't know, what will be the effect? Thinking of this, Qin Feng also started to extract directly. Ding dong, you used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level explosion aura, LV1, from the low-level explosion potion, Gold level. Ding dong, you have successfully triggered a 2000-fold increase and obtained the aura advanced burst aura, LV2000. Qin Feng also nodded. This time, my luck can only be said to be average, only triggering a 2,000-fold increase. He opened the skill bar to check the attributes of the halo. Advanced burst aura, LV2000. Explanation: Art is a blast. Boom boom boom. Level: 2000. Effect: when all units attack, there is a 100% chance to cause 2000% fire explosion damage to the enemy. Current status: closed. Rao is Qin Feng, and he also sucked in a breath of cold air. Direct 100% chance to cause 2000% fire damage. This number is too outrageous, isn't it? Directly increased to 20 times the damage value. This ratio of damage bonus is also the first time Qin Feng has seen. Even some divine level props would never increase by so much. At this time, Qin Feng once again saw the power of the halo system. Another terrifying thing is that this halo is proportionally enhanced, that is to say, the stronger Qin Feng's arms are, the more the halo will be added. If there is a crowned troop, isn't it directly invincible? And the level of this halo is obviously not over. If there are more advanced potions, how strong will it be? Finally, it is the exquisite treasure chest, gold level, issued by the system. Qin Feng also wiped his face and took out a large golden treasure chest from his backpack. This kind of thing about opening a treasure chest. It's still very face-to-face, even if it's a gold level treasure chest, with the system's pitiful nature, there is a high probability of opening silver level things. He also took a deep breath and opened it directly. Ding dong, you have opened the exquisite treasure chest, gold level, and obtained sharp broken blade, gold level, low level injury relieving potion, gold level. Chapter 8. Actually opened 2 gold level items. Qin Feng was also slightly surprised. This probability is actually quite high. He also checked quickly. Sharp broken blade, gold level. Explanation: it was originally an extremely sharp long sword, but it has been broken for some reason. There seems to be an unknown story behind it. Grade 1. Grade: Gold. Type: Arms equipment. Requirements for use: Arms attack 200. Attribute: the damage dealt by the unit's attack is fixed at 5% as the real damage. Durability: 1000/1000. At this time, Qin Feng also saw the attributes of this gold level equipment. His eyes narrowed too. Is it real damage? True damage, as the name suggests, directly ignores any armor and magic resistance of the enemy. You must know that in the game war, there are many meat shield troops. Some units have high defense and scary. The top is in the front, and the player's troops can't hurt the back row at all. However, for Qin Feng, there is no such problem. Although it is only 5% of the true damage is really too rare. This is a special mechanism that can directly break the final boss defense. But the same problem as Legacy Sawtooth, Qin Feng's second-order human archer is too stretched and can't be equipped at all. He also shook his head. Anyway, there are a few perverted halos, and he is not afraid that there are no powerful troops. At this moment, he looked at a pitch-black potion in his backpack. Potion, that's what Qin Feng wants. He also directly opened the backpack to check. A bottle of pale grey eerie potion was lying quietly in the backpack. Low-level injury-free medicine. Description: the turbid liquid like lime water, after drinking, the skin will become extremely hard, and the resistance to beating will be greatly improved. Grade: Gold. Grade 1. Effect: for 300s, all units ignore the damage of low-level units. Extractable. Cooldown: 1 day. Injury-free medicine. Qin Feng was also slightly surprised. This potion, he has only heard the name in his previous life, it is too rare. It is rumored that the alchemy formula has been lost, and now the entire universe uses 1 bottle less than 1 bottle. As for the invincible potions that often appear in ordinary online games, in the game war, it has been lost for a long time. At this time, he also checked the injury-free medicine in his hand. Although it was only at the gold level, its attributes were already very buggy. Directly immune to damage from low-level units. Now the senior high school students have just entered the map for less than 3 days, and it is absolutely rare that there are intermediate arms. And can it be extracted? Qin Feng was overjoyed, he didn't hesitate, and immediately started the operation. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level injury avoidance halo, LV1, from the low-level injury-free potion. Ding Dong Yu have successfully triggered a 1000-fold increase and obtained the aura intermediate damage avoidance aura, LV1000. 1000 times? Qin Feng also frowned slightly, it seems, his luck is not particularly good this time. He quickly opened the backpack to check. Intermediate damage-free aura, LV1000. Description: as long as this aura is on, your troops will not be damaged by ants. Level: 1000. Effect: all friendly units around 10W yards are immune to damage, including true damage, of mid-level and lower units. Current status: closed. Tips: extract the damage-free aura from higher-level potions to unlock stronger attributes. This. At this time, Qin Feng also saw the properties of this halo. He just felt that it was a little too outrageous. Direct immunity to damage from low and mid-level units. He was also stunned. Isn't this directly invincible? Players at this stage have no advanced arms at all after starting the server for less than 3 days. That is to say, players can't do any damage to Qin Feng's troops at all. He can completely ignore all players' troops. And the damage-free aura is directly immune to true damage. Could it be that the Halo system is above the will of the heavens? With a slight murmur, Qin Feng was also startled. You must know that real damage, as the name suggests, is already a very special mechanism in the game war. Anyway, Qin Feng has never seen a skill that is immune to the true damage mechanism. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it anymore, and waited to explore slowly in the future. When he saw the last prompt from the system, his heart suddenly became hot. If you have more advanced potions, you can naturally upgrade the aura. So, what is the effect of the most advanced injury-free aura? Directly immune to super-class damage? Even, find the invincible potion that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng closed the backpack with satisfaction. He began to check other interfaces of the territory. Now, 3 new interfaces building defense chat have been unlocked in the system. Chat, of course, is used to talk about the mountains with the players. However, it can only receive messages within a certain range around it. No matter how far, such as world channels, national channels, and regional channels, they all need to consume a certain amount of gold coins. At present, the currency exchange system of the novice map has not been opened, and the students naturally cannot afford it, and these channels are also empty. In the building, there are 4 more buildings: Basic Barracks, Hero Hall, Basic Canteen, Warehouse. Chapter 9. Basic Barracks. It is a place for the production of arms. In the future, if there is a new class transfer certificate, it will be used here. And as long as it is built, the system will present the transfer certificates of the 2 arms. Basic Militia, Basic Shooter. 2 Rubbish Tier 1 units, one for melee combat and one for long-range combat, are considered gifts from the system. But Qin Feng was naturally too lazy to build it. Not as good as his second-order human archer. Although the basic militia is regarded as a frontline unit, but there is a halo of injury-free, Qin Feng currently does not need to consider safety issues. In the basic canteen, raw food can be made into various foods. Units in war need food. Some high-level foods can even improve the morale of troops and provide various attributes. However, advanced food also requires corresponding recipes. Qin Feng also didn't build it. It takes 500 basic resources to build a canteen. Now his resources are still quite scarce, so let's keep building troops. It would be nice to let them grill their own meat too. As for the hero hall, it is naturally used to recruit heroes. After the hero dies, it can be resurrected here only by consuming resources. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't plan to summon heroes now. There is a limit to the number of heroes you can have. 1 first-tier lord, 2 second-tier lords, and so on. Through the hero hall summoning, only the most basic garbage heroes can be summoned. The rank will never exceed the B rank. Higher level heroes have to find them by themselves. Either get a high-grade summoning ticket and summon it directly, or it is a powerful wild NPC, and then draws to join your own territory. If you have the ability, you can even recruit some hostile NPCs. As a rebirth, Qin Feng naturally knows how to recruit many powerful heroes. The last warehouse is a place to store various resources. Food, in particular, is perishable if not properly stored. Qin Feng's resources are not many, and there is no need for long-term storage for the time being. The defense interface is a very important part of the game of war. Here, there will be many defensive buildings and defense facilities, such as city walls, defensive towers, and defensive props. You must know that in this world, the Lord's Hall is everything. If the Lord's Hall is broken, the player's territory will be broken directly. However, Qin Feng's territory is now under the one-day novice protection period, and there will be no monster siege. Other players also cannot declare war. For the time being, there is no need to consider territorial security issues. Just then, all of a sudden, the rumbling sound of the system sounded. Ding dong, national announcement, Raging Bear King, Purple Gold World Boss, is coming to Scorched Earth Plain, which has been marked on all player maps. Please go to the crusade. After successful killing, all players will get certain rewards. Ding dong. The rumbling system sound rang 3 times. When the voice fell, the students of Long Country were also excited. Ha ha ha, after a few days of waiting, a world boss finally appeared. This is the world's first world boss. We Long Kingdom must fight for the first place. Before the tyrant took away the first kill of the gold level boss, this time the first kill of the purple gold level boss, I will accept it politely. You can pull it down upstairs. Such a boss, when was it not taken away by the major guilds? It's your turn. Rush Duck. Purple gold level boss, can definitely explode a lot of good things. The appearance of the Zygen level boss instantly attracted the attention of the entire Dragon Kingdom. As the first world boss in the entire server, it is absolutely capable of bursting purple gold equipment. Just get one. The novice map that has not yet been launched in the trading system can definitely go to the forefront of everyone. As a result, the entire Dragon Kingdom was undercurrent for a while. Countless great guilds and great clans' favored sons came to the Scorched Earth Plain with their troops in an instant. At this time, Qin Feng was also thoughtful. There is no exploration around him, and there are still many resources that can be obtained, but it is not in a hurry. But this boss is the first world boss on the novice map. The rewards that burst out must not be bad. And Qin Feng also knew that this time the world boss was created by every country at the same time. In fact, it is a kind of racing in disguise. The first country to kill will receive a certain reward. How could he let go of such a boss? He began to act decisively. The first is to put all resources into production, and instantly produce 10 human archers. Then, the proficiency is directly extracted. Qin Feng didn't bother to calculate how much experience a human archer would need to reach the full level, so he directly extracted 100W. Ding dong, you are about to extract 100W proficiency from the experience pool. The current experience pool is 1200W/100 million, do you want to confirm? Confirm. Ding dong, you have extracted a total of 100W of experience points this time, and human archer, tier 2, *10 is already full. As the sound of the system fell, a burst of golden light flickered. 10 archers are directly maxed out. If other players saw it, they would definitely be stunned. Early in the game, experience points are still hard to deal with. 10 Tier 2 arms. Is this the full level? This Nima, people are really mad at people. Qin Feng looked at the imposing archers and nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand, the whole army set off, the target, the scorched earth plain. Chapter 10. Scorched earth plains. The vast land stretched as far as the eye could see, and the entire ground was pitch black, as if it had been burned by a fire. This is where it got its name. At this time, the scorched earth plain was already crowded with various players. The Battle Soul Guild is reserved. The others are going to go to the Lord. The Domineering Guild is the first to refuse. What kind of rubbish are your battle spirits? Has your father found a way to continue his life? Hehe, stop arguing with the two stupid guilds, this is the site of our Maple Leaf Guild. The little princess of the Yan family is on her way, I advise you not to approach the boss. In any case, the scattered people take 100 steps back for the Lord, whoever dares to approach, kill them directly. The major guilds naturally expelled the loose people in an instant. Countless stragglers could only stay far away, watching the boss's health bar slowly drop. At this time, Qin Feng also rushed over with his troops. He also has a long breath. He has no mounts and acceleration props, so he runs really slow. Looks like it's time to grab a mount. He didn't hesitate, and walked directly towards the boss with the troops. And this time, a group of domineering players also noticed Qin Feng. What the heck, boy, you want to touch the boss with a garbage second-order soldier? Haha, it looks like a waste at first glance. There are only a few dozen second-order arms. Now, if you learn a little better, there are hundreds of thousands. I really don't know how high the sky is. Give me a second. For a time, various attacks came towards Qin Feng's troops. Whoosh whoosh. Immunity. 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 Countless arrows and fireballs roared, and grey-white numbers appeared above Qin Feng's troops. The sound of the system in his ear also rang. Ding dong, the player domineering / has launched a malicious attack on your troops. You can already launch a counterattack. After the opponent dies, you will plunder 50% of their resources. Ding dong, the player domineering Ziza launched a malicious attack on your troops. You can already launch a counterattack. After the opponent dies, you will plunder 50% of their resources. Qin Feng also narrowed his eyes slightly. The Domineering Guild, but one of the 8 major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, and now it is headed by a 10th Order Lord. There are countless elite soldiers and generals in the territory, and I am also the highest committee member of the Dragon Kingdom branch of the Human Federation. He has a very high status in the Dragon Kingdom and has a high right to speak. But Qin Feng did not panic at all. Since the other party came to send resources, he accepted it without hesitation. Such a good thing, more trouble. The uniqueness of the novice map is that it is difficult for anyone other than high school seniors to get in. And the people of this domineering guild, in Qin Feng's memory, they seem to be quite cerebral palsy. The domineering guild's turn from prosperity to decline also started from this class of students. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate, and immediately started to fight back. Shhhhhh. Countless arrows shot out of the sky, and the full-level human archers shot arrows quickly and accurately. The arrow accurately hit the head of the troops of the players in the vertical and horizontal guild. Then, boom, boom, boom. -2,400. -2,403. -4,802. Countless terrifying explosions occurred in an instant. Next moment, in Qin Feng's entire line of sight, countless fiery red fireballs suddenly burst. Like countless gorgeous fireworks. The troops of countless players were instantly blown into powder. All kinds of bloody limbs danced in the sky. At the same time, the sound of the system rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you killed the players domineering Crispy Quaba's troops human warriors, tier 2, asterisk 300, and gained 600 killing points. Ding dong, you killed the players domineering Peerless Sun's troop human shield guard, tier 2, asterisk 300, and gained 600 killing points. Ding dong, you killed the player domineering Little Mariko, you plundered 50% of the player's resources, and obtained a total of resources, wood 6780, stone 12640, iron ore 9752, food 7814. Ding dong, you killed the player Light of Domineering, you plundered 50% of the player's resources, and obtained a total of resources, wood asterisk 13,940, stone asterisk 3,684, iron ore asterisk 4,580, food asterisk 12690. Qin Feng also sucked in a breath of cold air. This effect is indeed a bit exaggerated. With the attack bonus of the Halo Advanced Burst Halo, the output of the second-tier archers is now seriously exceeding the standard. One person can do 2,400 damage. 24 sets of fire, that is 5.7 W damage value. It has definitely far exceeded the total life value of the current player's arms. And then with the AoE effect of Sputtering Aura. With one round of focus fire, one unit can kill 1,000 enemies in seconds. 24 archers directly kill more than 20,000 enemies. At this time, the players of the Domineering Guild were instantly stunned. I'm rubbing it. What's the situation? Is the boss releasing skills? Why did my troops receive 25 W AoE damage? Impossible, the boss doesn't have such high damage. Hey, this is the damage done by Tyrant. I said. This person is actually a Tyrant. Is the Tyrant a loose person? I'm afraid this damage and AoE must be an S-level talent, right? In any case, offending our Domineering Guild, he has to die here today. For a time, the formation of the entire Domineering Guild was in chaos, and everyone was blasted with a wave of chrysanthemums. They quickly adjusted the formation of the troops. Suddenly there was a rush. As for Qin Feng, naturally, he would not give them any time to breathe, so he led the troops all the way forward. Before they could react, a violent explosion enveloped all their troops. Suddenly, a series of sounds from the system sounded. Ding dong, the player Tyrant has maliciously attacked your troops, and you can already counterattack. Ding dong, your human shield guard, tier 2, asterisk 250 has been killed. Ding dong, you are dead, level -1. The members of the Domineering Guild are all jumping for a while. Mom! Is this Tyrant a human or a ghost? What kind of AoE damage is this? I'm rubbing it. Lao Tzu's meat shields have been smashed. He also has a black iron rank on his body, which can improve the fleshiness of the arms. I'm rubbing it, I've lost my level, and said oh. Help me. Run. War in this game, players themselves also have levels. This is also one of the purposes of human beings entering the game, that is, to become stronger and achieve immortality. Every time the player's level increases, it will be reflected in reality. And the player's level does not exceed the territory level, and at the same time, it is extremely difficult to level up each time. Allocated to the player's head is 1% of the troops' experience in killing enemies. So, it's still quite difficult to level up. In war, every time the player dies, the level will drop by 1 level. It can be said that the loss was heavy. After a minute, the entire scorched earth plain was instantly quiet a lot. In front of Qin Feng, a large empty space suddenly vacated. The corpses of countless troops fell to the ground. In his ears, the sound of the system kept ringing. Ding dong, you have turned on the malicious vendetta mode. In this mode, death will drop 50% of the resources, please be vigilant. Ding dong, you killed the player's Domineering Nail Clipper's troop human shield guard, tier 2, asterisk 250, and gained 500 killing points. Ding dong, you killed the player domineering Little Crisp S troops human warriors, tier 2, asterisk 250, and gained 500 kill points. Ding dong, your vendetta mode has been extended to 1 hour. Ding dong, your vendetta mode has been extended to 2 hours. Ding dong. Ding dong, your vendetta mode has been extended to 72 hours, the limit has been reached. Chapter 11. There is no experience value for killing players' troops. However, correspondingly, a data called kill value can be obtained. The amount of kill value can directly affect the attitude of the NPC. However, the most important thing is to go to the shrine of the god of death to buy various equipment, props, and arms. In this wave, Qin Feng also made a lot of money directly. Just the basic resources, they have obtained nearly 100,000. I have to say that the players of the Domineering Guild are still quite rich. In the early stage of the game, various farming buildings have not been unlocked, and the player's source of resources is various resource points, in addition to capturing wild monster camps. They probably occupied a lot of large-scale resource points. The kill value is even more exaggerated, directly reaching the 22W point. This number can already be said to be a murderous maniac. At this time, Qin Feng didn't say much, and continued to move forward with the troops. Immediately. Boom! 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 The violent explosion kept ringing. Qin Feng directly turned on the whole vendetta mode, which is the so-called six-parent no-father mode. As long as it is within the attack range, no matter what guild you are, just kill them all. This time, before the boss. Across the guild formation, the troops of countless players are fighting a terrifying giant bear that is more than 5 meters high. In the front row are countless elite human soldiers holding shields. They were fully armored, holding thick and sturdy shields in their hands, and their expressions were determined and their morale high. The fourth order arms are not low in level, they are all around level 15. At the time of opening the server for 3 days, it is definitely very powerful. At this moment, the giant bear boss vented his anger angrily, waving his thick bear paw like a hill frantically. With a slap, the shield soldier staggered back a few steps. The blood bar is almost empty. But the green healing energy instantly fell on their heads. The blood bar instantly filled up. In a vertical and horizontal formation. A girl with a beautiful face also smiled slightly. This smile. The surrounding guild players were shocked for a while. This girl is truly indescribably beautiful. Her ID is Zongheng Piaoxiu, and she is the proud daughter of the Zongheng Guild among the current students. She was also very proud at this time. She used a little network of contacts, and other families sold her a face and gave up the crusade against the boss. Only the Domineering Guild, the enemy of the world, is still fighting. But, the Domineering Guild, she has never put it in her eyes. The corners of her mouth turned into a beautiful smile again. Thus, the Zygen world boss is here. And right now. Boom! 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 A violent explosion suddenly came from behind the formation. Xuedai frowned vertically and horizontally. What's the situation? She just turned around. Haven't seen anything yet. Boom. Minus 2,400. Minus 2,400. Minus 4,800, crit. The violent explosion covered her directly. At the same time, the sound of the system suddenly rang in her ears. Ding dong, the player tyrant has maliciously attacked your troops, and you can already counterattack. Ding dong, your human reloaded shield guard, tier 4, asterisk 300 has been killed. Ding dong, you are dead, level -1. Ding dong, your hero knight Shinina, A level, has been killed, level -1, loyalty value -50. A series of voices fell from the system in her ears, and she was also stunned. Then, accompanied by bursts of white light, he was directly resurrected in the territory. In the territory. Unbelievable was written all over her beautiful cheeks. How could anyone dare to touch her? Several major guilds, obviously have already agreed not to interfere. And how could someone kill her tier 4 meat shield in seconds? How is this possible? At this time, Qin Feng also saw this kill prompt. He was also slightly taken aback. Snow falling. This ID is somewhat familiar. Isn't that the school flower of his school, Zhao Zioxiu? Across the guild, in reality, the Zhao family is in power. The patriarch is also an extremely powerful 10th order city lord. And Zhao Zioxiu is the little princess of the Zhao family. It can be said to be a collection of thousands of pets. Qin Feng remembered that in addition to being a school girl, she was quite strong. S-level talent, under the family's full training, has successfully become one of the strongest newcomers in the Dragon Kingdom. In the future world-class rookie competition, it will shine brightly. One-handed auxiliary ability will instantly feed millions of troops, so that the enemy can only be amazed. Certainly. Qin Feng didn't feel anything about it. School flower? Beauty? Little princess? FK him. The most important thing is to get the boss first. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also rushed forward with his troops. SHHHHHH. Countless arrows rushed forward desperately. Under the splendid explosion and fire, the player's troops could not be seen clearly. Anyway, immediately it will turn into piles of corpses. After a few minutes, Qin Feng also blinked, and he saw the boss not far away, an extremely tall and terrifying giant bear. The body of the giant bear was like a hill, and the purple gold hair stood upright, reflecting the faint cold light, and under the pain, the two eyes shone with bloodthirsty light. He lost an investigative technique. Raging Bear King. Description: the huge grizzly bear has giant blood flowing in its body. It unified the entire grizzly bear tribe a few years ago and is the king of the grizzly bears. Level: 15. Grade: Purple Gold. Attack: 1250. Defense: 405. Health: 1000W. Skills: Rage Sweep, Bloodthirsty Rage, Tear Wound, Elementary Crusty. Chapter 12. At this time, Qin Feng also saw the attributes of the Furious Bear King. I have to say that, as a Zijin level world boss, the attributes of the Furious Bear King are pretty good. Only the blood volume has 1000W, and the defense value is as high as 400 points. With the player's current troops, it is quite difficult to deal with such a boss. Physical troops are difficult to break defenses, and only by relying on auxiliary troops to lower the boss's defenses can they cause damage. This is why, after playing for so long, the boss only lost 9% of his health. However, Qin Feng also smiled. This game does not issue rewards based on the contribution ratio. But whoever kills the boss will get all the rewards directly. So, this kind of thing is still very common. He didn't hesitate, and let the troops start focusing fire directly. Next moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! Boom! -685. -690. Miss. -703. Countless terrifying damage numbers popped up on the boss's head. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. If it is panel damage, a full-level human archer can deal 2400 damage. However, only around 700 have been played now. It seems that the fire attribute magic resistance of this boss is ridiculously high. At the same time, opposite the boss, the troops of some players who stayed to watch the play were also instantly swallowed up by the dazzling explosions. Nima. This person is dead. He is obviously fighting the boss. Why is my unit dead? Could it be that his troops attacked the units behind him? This is too outrageous, isn't it? Help me. I just took a look, don't kill me, tyrant boss. Hey, is this really a second-order human archer? Even if it is full level, does it have this damage? Yet. What kind of AoE ability is this? All of Lao Tzu's soldiers are dead. There are a lot of kill tips popping up in my ears. Qin Feng simply chose to ignore it. Haha. Still staying to watch the show? Having experienced the ravages of the 4 major natural disasters and witnessed too much darkness and evil, Qin Feng's character has already become extremely vigilant. How could he not know the thoughts of these people? Just wondering if I can grab the boss. At this time, with several waves of salvos from the archers, the boss lost 260W of blood directly. Just dropped a quarter. The eyes of the surrounding players also shrank. One by one, like seeing a ghost. Nima. Hundreds of thousands of players had been surrounded and fought for more than 10 minutes before, and the boss had lost 9% of his health. Now drop more than a quarter in a second. What kind of damage is this? Roar. At this time, under the pain, the giant bear king also let out a roar that shook the sky. A blood-red light suddenly appeared between its huge bear paws. Next moment. Whoosh! The giant bear king's body turned into a blood-red streamline, rushing towards Qin Feng's troops at an incredible speed. The players all shrank their eyes, and then they were all very happy. Hey, this is the boss's skill Bloody Rend, which can cause huge damage to 2W surrounding enemies. Haha, who made this tyrant like to grab boss so much? Is this the end? Tisk tisk, the tyrant is going to be unlucky now. Just a fool, is the boss so easy to grab? Yes, at first glance, it looks like a stunner. If you have good talent in the early stage, you feel that you are very powerful. Under the watchful eyes of countless players, the giant bear boss's body blinked close to Qin Feng's troops. Then, brush! The huge bear paw drew a blood-red streamline in the air. -1580. -1375. -1699. Numerous damage numbers popped up over Qin Feng's troops. Their health bar also dropped to almost empty in an instant. The players around were also relieved to see it. Let you pretend. Still want to beat the world boss alone? Do you really think that you are Long Aotian? Then. Plus 15,000. Plus 15,000. Plus 15,000. Countless green rays of light fell from the sky in an instant. All Qin Feng's troops were instantly full of HP. The players around them all widened their eyes. I'm rubbing it. Is this tyrant hanging up? Why is this full of blood? My Wang Long's real name report system, this is not cheating me to eat shit. However, it's been 100 years since war came to Blue Star, how can there be any cheating? Is it a high-grade consumable that can improve combat power in a short time? Tisk tisk, anyway, the tyrant is at the end of the shot, everyone is ready to grab the boss. The end of the crossbow? Hearing the students' discussion, Qin Feng also sneered. He simply stopped fighting the boss, and directly stopped all the troops, but looked at the players who were gradually approaching with a cold expression. Everyone, including the boss, was stunned. This is too much to look down on the boss, right? The dignified purple gold boss was directly ignored. As a result, the boss was completely angry. It said that it has never suffered such grievances. Roar! There were a few more terrifying roars from the big mouth of the boss. Ding dong warning! Raging Bear King, Purple Gold, has launched a hidden skill Bloodthirsty Rage, attack speed plus 200%, lasting 5 minutes. The roar fell, and the furious Bear King was enveloped in violent red energy. The huge bear's paw turned into an afterimage, calling towards Qin Feng's troops desperately. -680. -1250, crit. -720. Countless damage numbers popped up. But. Next moment. Plus 15,000. Plus 15,000. Plus 15,000. Countless holy green rays fell. Every time Qin Feng's troops were attacked, their health bar would drop a lot. But it only takes a second to fill up instantly. Qin Feng also laughed. The halo's blood returning effect was one jump every second. That is to say, as long as the enemy can't kill Qin Feng's troops in 1 second, he is invincible. At this time, he also directly and completely ignored the boss's attack, but looked at the surrounding students. While being swept by Qin Feng's icy gaze, the students who wanted to pick up the leak instantly felt their scalp tingle. They also quickly backed away. That tyrant boss, I just took a look, really? I'll step back now, don't kill me. My army is half dead, boss, please let me go. Ye Fan, were the first to disagree. You are a wall hanger, and you are actually hanging out with a Zijin level boss. Hearing this, Qin Feng also sneered. Want to step back? Haha. Now you know you are scared, right? Late. Chapter 13. A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he directly ordered all the troops to start focusing on fire. Next moment, countless arrows shot out of the air and hit a player's infantry fiercely. Then, boom, boom, boom. Ding dong, you killed the player's Liquid Widow Gate's troops human spearmen, tier 3, asterisk 250, and gained 750 kill points. Ding dong, you killed the player's I Love White PRSTU troop human warriors, tier 2, asterisk 250, and gained 500 killing points. The violent explosion sounded again. Qin Feng's ears also suddenly sounded the reminder of countless kills. After a few seconds, the whole space is calm again. Countless students took a deep breath. Within a few hundred yards of the boss, the ground is densely packed with the corpses of various troops. There is no one alive at all. All the students felt their scalps go numb. This tyrant is too cruel. At this time, Qin Feng looked around in satisfaction. Within sight, not a single student dared to approach. The resources in the early stage of the game are very tight, and the troops are still very precious. At present, no one dares to make the first bird. Qin Feng sneered, and then looked at the already furious boss. He snapped a finger. Immediately, countless arrows were shot towards the head of the giant bear boss. In this game of war, attacking the enemy's weakness will definitely trigger the critical strike effect. As for Qin Feng's archers, they were about to face the giant bear in the face, and if they couldn't hit the head again, it would be unreasonable. Countless terrifying figures also appeared in an instant. -1168. -1172. -1170. After a few seconds. Boom! With a violent explosion, the blood bar of the giant bear boss was also instantly cleared. Pfft! The huge body of the giant bear boss fell directly to the ground, setting off countless dust. At the same time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the Raging Bear King, Purple Gold Boss, and gained 50W experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Experience Aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 5 billion experience points. Ding dong, it has been detected that all your units have reached full level, and the current experience value has been converted into proficiency. Current proficiency, 1.05 billion/100 million. Ding dong, it is detected that your proficiency is full, your proficiency pool has been upgraded, and the efficiency has increased to 30%. The current proficiency, 1.05 billion/10 billion. Ding dong, world announcement. The Lord of the Dragon Kingdom tyrant successfully killed the Raging Bear King, Purple Gold Boss. As the first player in this class to kill the Purple Gold Boss, hereby reward, the glowing treasure chest, Purple Gold Grade, Prestige plus 100. Ding dong, world announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully defeating the world boss Raging Bear King, Purple Gold Boss. as the first country in this year's students to successfully defeat the world boss, hereby reward, in the novice map, all Dragons Hyuxia player troops, attack plus 10%, defense plus 10%. This buff will last for 7 days. The rumbling world announcement fell, and the players in the entire world were shaken. I rub it, isn't this a new world boss? Why was it killed by the tyrant again? I heard that a big guild has taken action. Could it be that the tyrant is a member of which big guild? I said. Look at the video in the forum, there is definitely something wrong with this tyrant. Hey, why do so many troops focus on fire, and he doesn't lose blood at all? Besides, he can actually fight with the boss. Excuse me, what level of talent does this have? My Dragon Kingdom has another talent. Besides, it's still loose people, and the major guilds are probably going to pull people. It's over, although the 10% attack and defense value is not much, but the population base of Longguo is large. In a few days, they will far surpass us. This game has special protection for the novice map, that is, the map where the senior 3 students are located. Any unit of other lords, it is difficult to enter the novice map. And now, less than 3 days after the service was opened. The trading market is not open at all, except for talent, all students are on the same starting line. Lords all over the world naturally attributed Qin Feng's strength to his talent. And the death of the world boss, the students of the entire Dragon Kingdom have received some benefits. Students from other countries can only be jealous for a while. Chapter 14. The far side of the novice map. A burly man is commanding his numerous troops, besieging the world boss in an orderly manner. His name is Adam, and he is a student of the strongest school in the United States, the Garden of Eden. Garden of Eden is a legendary existence in the entire Blue Star. Unlike ordinary schools, Eden only admits 10 students each year. Without exception, in the talent test, all 10 students can obtain at least S-level talent. This is also the most terrifying place in the Garden of Eden. On Adam's side, there was a girl with a blindfold and long flowing silver hair. Her name is Eve. Adam and Eve are naturally well-known names in the United States. Of course it's not their name, but the nickname given by the school. It also means, they both have terrifying power and potential that the students of Eden never had. At this time, Adam's face was also full of pride. In this way, the world boss is still won by our beautiful country first. The Garden of Eden must be the strongest. Eve's delicate face was expressionless, but she also recognized Adam's words in her heart. Right now. The rumbling system announcement suddenly sounded. Ding dong world announcement, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom tyrant successfully killed the Raging Bear King, Purple Gold Boss. As the first player in this class to kill the Purple Gold Boss, hereby reward, the glowing treasure chest, Purple Gold Grade, Prestige plus 100. Ding dong. The rumbling sound of the system continued for more than 10 times before it stopped. Adam and Eve were also stunned. World boss, killed? It's only a few minutes. Even if they were to deal with the world bosses now, they could only slowly grind to death by relying on their meat shields. This tyrant, who is he? Adam's face was as gloomy as iron. Go ahead and investigate, I want all the information on the tyrant. The corners of Eve's delicate mouth also set off a sneer, interesting. At the same time, the world announcement once again attracted the attention of the entire Blue Star. If the first kill to get the gold level boss is luck, the first kill of the world boss cannot be explained by luck. If nothing else, the world boss will definitely attract countless people to fight for it. Almost at the same time, the major forces that originally sneered at Qin Feng paid attention to it. They mobilized their most powerful intelligence agencies and began to collect all the information about Qin Feng. In the black market, one piece of information about Qin Feng can be sold for a sky-high price. At the same time, the video of Qin Feng killing the boss quickly spread to the forum. There was another earthquake, and countless people who saw it were stunned. Nima. Is this really fighting a world boss? Are you sure it's not a wall mount? Qin Feng was naturally too lazy to pay attention to what other people thought. At this time, he was happily touching the boss's body. The Zijin world boss is still the first kill, and naturally there will be countless good things. He took it out, and all of the colorful loot on the boss's corpse disappeared in an instant. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you got the booty bearskin gloves, purple gold. Ding dong, you got the loot giant bear's nest, population building. Ding dong, you got the loot intermediate fire resistance potion, purple gold level. Ding dong, you have obtained the trophy Zijin certificate, purple gold grade. 4 trophies are a big hit. But Qin Feng hadn't had time to open his backpack to check it out. Immediately, countless dark troops surrounded him again. A man with countless troops with a gloomy face. Boy, hand over the boss equipment. Otherwise, in the Dragon Country, I will let you live tomorrow. Seeing this scene, countless players gathered again with their troops. Of course they are watching the play. Tisk tisk, the tyrant was too arrogant before, but now he is famous. If he dies, half of his resources will be released. The tyrant must have used some special consumable before. All troops are directly immune to damage. I am afraid it is the legendary injury-free medicine. The effect should be over now. Look, this man is domineering in the world. Domineering world is an A-level talent, and the physical damage of all troops is increased by 40%. Absolutely powerful. I am afraid that the tyrant will suffer this time. Domineering world is the second place in our school, second only to Zhao Zioxiu, the little princess of the Zongheng family. And after the troops of the domineering guild. Zhao Zioxiu was also reborn again, and she quickly rushed over with the players from the vertical and horizontal guild. The subordinates reported, "Miss, the domineering guild and the tyrant have fought." Zhao Miao's pitch-black eyes sparkled. "Let's just watch the play, let's take a look, how capable this tyrant is." At this time, Qin Feng also frowned slightly, looking at the man in front of him. Domineering world? He also blinked. Domineering world, his name is Li Bassian, the son of the domineering guild is also a direct line. It seems to be an A-level talent, and coincidentally, and he is also from the same school. In the future, under the inclination of countless resources of the domineering guild, he will also be on the list of new students of the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also sneered. Freshman list? WTF? However, it was something that the Federation of the Dragon Country only came up with at the request of some big guilds. The purpose is to find a legitimate reason, and justifiably give these young masters and eldest misses various resources. The ethos of the Dragon Kingdom was corrupted by these great guilds. Wild enclosure turf to grab monsters. Grab resource points. Don't even let loose people play in the secret realm. When it comes to large-scale events, they directly organize the scattered troops as cannon fodder. Qin Feng was also a loose person in his previous life, and he naturally hated the major guilds. He directly gave the middle finger to the domineering world. "Silly batch, get out!" As soon as the words came out. Except for the sound of the breeze blowing, the entire scorched earth plain was quiet. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel relieved. Simple mouth odor, the ultimate enjoyment. Chapter 15. Qin Feng is more comfortable here. But the domineering world here blushed instantly. He is a direct descendant of the domineering guild. Ever since I was a child, I have always been the protagonist of the protagonists, no matter where I am. When have I ever been abused like this? The players onlookers also secretly called the wonderful. The loose people who dare to attack the major guilds like this, but there are not many. Domineering World waved his hand and said angrily, "Kill him for me, kill a unit, and reward 10,000 dragon coins. Kill me, reward 1 million. The words fall. The players of the domineering guild also fought like chicken blood, and they rushed up with the troops in an instant. 1 million dragon coins. Ordinary people can't earn it in a lifetime. In the blink of an eye, various attacks arrived. Flying arrows. Howling fireball. There are also countless infantry and cavalry who suddenly launched a charge. Thousands of horses galloping. Seeing this scene, the onlookers all felt their scalps go numb. It's over, it needs millions of troops. With such a scale, no matter how strong the tyrant is, it's over. I hope his props are still effective, otherwise, he will be given around by the domineering guild forever. Oh, we still can't be scattered. And Qin Feng? It was motionless, silently waiting for their attack to fall on his troops. Immediately, countless Huxia characters floated out of Qin Feng and the troops' heads. Immunity. 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 And a series of sounds from the system sounded in his ears. Ding dong, the player domineering long legs launched a malicious attack on your troops. You can already launch a counterattack, and after the opponent dies, you will loot 50% of their resources. Ding dong, the player domineering explosion launched a malicious attack on your troops. You can already launch a counterattack, and after the opponent dies, you will loot 50% of their resources. Qin Feng smiled. This is what he wants. For the current student's troops, he directly killed them. And you can kill them all in seconds. But in that case, there is no gain other than kill value. If they took the initiative to attack, it would be different. Qin Feng can directly reveal half of their resources. Isn't it beautiful? Continue to wait a few seconds. Qin Feng himself and his troops were surrounded by players from the domineering guild. But the blood volume is not lost at all. The players of the domineering guild also found that something was wrong. They can still understand the word immunity. However, you must know that the duration of the injury-free medicine is only a few minutes. There is still a CD, it is impossible to eat it all the time. Now the boss's body is cold, and a few minutes have passed. How could this be an injury-free medicine? But it's too late. Qin Feng also sneered, and directly let the troops start to fight back. The troops neatly set up bows and shot arrows. Immediately. Shhhhhhh. Fei Xiao's arrows hit the surrounding troops fiercely. Immediately. A violent explosion enveloped the entire line of sight. Boom. 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 -1220. -1212. -2400, crit. With just a wave of attacks, the domineering guild's formation instantly collapsed. The players' troops fell in pieces. All kinds of limbs and residual limbs exude a strong burnt smell, flying all over the sky. In Qin Feng's ears, a series of system voices also sounded. Ding dong, you killed the player domineering Gum's troops human archers, tier 2, *300, and gain 600 kill points. Ding dong, you killed the player domineering Legs S troops human warriors, tier 2, *300, and gain 600 kill points. Ding dong, you killed the player domineering Sky Card, you plundered 50% of the player's resources, and obtained a total of resources, wood *3780, stone *2130, iron ore *3710, food *2615. Ding dong, you killed the player domineering Light, you plundered 50% of the player's resources, and obtained a total of resources, wood *4580, stone *3492, iron ore *1473, food *6120. Beautiful. There are simply not too many rewards. Robbery is always the fastest way to get money. At this stage, the players have developed for nearly 3 days, and the average territory level is about 3. And the people of the domineering guild are used to being arrogant and domineering on weekdays, and they use their privileges to develop well. Qin Feng opened his backpack and took a look. This wave, he got millions of basic resources. This figure is definitely a huge sum of money in the early stage. It is enough to upgrade the territory to level 10, and then receive the second order Lord quest. The killing value also kept skyrocketing directly to 503W. When he finds the NPC of the Temple of Slaughter in the future, he will be able to exchange a lot of good things directly. And this time, the players haven't reacted yet. A few seconds later, they too were screaming. I rub it. It appears again, and the damage is immune. Who can explain what's going on? This AoE effect is a stone hammer hanging on the wall. Nima. Is this really a tier 2 soldier? Why doesn't my soldier have this effect? What about the domineering world? What about teaching the tyrant? It seems that he was the first to be second. This tyrant is definitely going to rise. This year's freshman list is worth seeing. Chapter 16. The students were discussing. They were all a little scared, and no one dared to go forward. Qin Feng. It's really not playing according to the rules, who knows if this guy will suddenly go wild. At this time, a slender figure appeared in front of Qin Feng. It was the vertical and horizontal Piaoxiu who had been killed by him before, the little princess of the Zhao family, Zhao Zioxiu. Zhao Zioxiu wore a pink mask on her face, but her bright eyes were full of anger, and she said coquettishly, "Tyrant, why are you attacking our guild?" Qin Feng also frowned slightly. How can there be so many reasons? Just want to grab the boss. He said, because I want to rob the boss. The words fall. The air is suffocating again. Zhao Zioxiu's fullness also fluctuated. This man, actually talking to her like this. But there was a glitter in her beautiful eyes. Qin Feng's strength, she also personally experienced. Since she was a child, she has seen all kinds of so-called geniuses. She has also seen countless proud sons of the major families. But it was the first time she had seen such a powerful person. She smiled slightly and said, "Tyrant, are you interested in joining us? I swear in the name of my family that you will definitely be recommended to a prestigious university in the future." Hiss. The words fall. Countless players all fell down in unison. In this world, the admission rate of the college entrance examination is extremely low. Only 10% of people can pass the college entrance examination and enter the university campus. Entering a university will be given various resources by the Human Federation. What kind of rare arms, high-grade equipment, skill books? It can be said that they have everything. In the current Blue Star policy, most players will be forced to return to Blue Star after graduation. According to the Human Race Alliance, it is to return to the home planet and guard one side. But in fact, everybody knows. It was thrown to the frontier by the Human Federation to defend those monsters. The results for most people are miserable, and it is difficult to survive in the tide of monsters without the support of their families. And another advantage of going to college is, you don't have to be sent to the front line. At the same time, among the many universities, the proportion of famous universities is extremely low. Only the top 1% of universities are eligible to call themselves prestigious universities. And the students who graduated from famous universities, which one is not all-powerful? No matter how bad it is, you can go to the Alliance to eat royal food. Thinking of this, countless students are all envious, jealous, and hateful, just like lemons. Recommended for a famous university. It can be said that you have reached the pinnacle of your life. And this time, Qin Feng was a little confused. Is this woman sick? In a few years, the 4 major natural disasters will reinvade Blue Star. Famous university? There's a fart. This woman, it looks like you are honored to join us. Who gave you a face? Therefore, Qin Feng's answer was still very short. Roll. Not interested in. When the words fell, Qin Feng stopped paying attention to her and left with the troops. Zhao Zioxia was left with a confused look. She was indeed a little unresponsive. Roll. How many years? How could a man talk to her like that? With her beauty and wisdom, her growth has always been smooth sailing. Now being ruthlessly rejected by a man? For a time, she even wondered. Is she not attractive anymore? On Qin Feng's side, he didn't bother to care what Zhao Zioxia was thinking. At this time, he quickly rushed back to the territory with the troops, and opened his backpack to check his harvest. Bearskin gloves, purple gold. Beast's nest, population building. Intermediate fire resistance potion, purple gold. Purple gold certificate, purple gold grade. Glowing treasure chest, purple gold level. His eyes also lit up. This wave, the harvest is quite good. The first is a piece of purple gold equipment. A huge glove like a bear's paw, the smooth fur exudes a faint purple light, and it is full of weight in the hand. Qin Feng is also checking its properties. Bearskin gloves, purple gold. Description: gloves that can only be released by giant bears at the level of the Bear King. They are made of the hardest bear skin. As long as you wear them, it will hurt to scratch your ears. Grade 1. Grade, purple gold. Type, arms equipment. Requirements for use, Tier 4 and above arms. Attributes, 1 arms attack plus 20%. 2 arms crit chance plus 10%. 3 arms crit damage plus 30%. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Seeing the attributes of this piece of equipment, Qin Feng felt that it was not bad. Compared with the gold level equipment, the purple gold level equipment is only one rank higher, but the attributes of the equipment are greatly improved. This equipment can be said to be an increase in all aspects of damage. The first is the attack power of the arms, which is directly increased by 20%, which is equivalent to an increase of 1/5 of the attack power. It also increases the critical strike chance by 10%. This probability is not low. If 10 units attack at the same time, an average of 1 unit will trigger a critical strike. Already very good. And crit damage is also a very powerful attribute. Player's initial critical damage is 200%. 30%, that's a very high number. The only pity is that there are still restrictions on the use of equipment. Qin Feng only needs to temporarily throw it into the backpack to eat ashes. Now do the math. He already has several pieces of gear in his backpack. Immediately after that, there is a new building, the Beast's Nest, LV1 population building. Qin Feng was also slightly surprised that a population structure was revealed. War in this game, the population is also divided into categories. After the humans of Blue Star enter the game, the population automatically produced by the territory is naturally human. But the arms of other races, like beasts, elements, elves, orcs, undead. Even the powerful dragons, Protoss, and angels need the population of the corresponding race to complete the job transfer. Population buildings, like farms in some strategy games, are constructed and the territory will spawn daily populations. These populations are independent of the territory. In other words, it provides additional population that can exceed the population cap of the territory itself. With the population, can produce troops. Therefore, the value of population buildings is still quite high. At this time, Qin Feng temporarily put away the building, and his eyes fell on a bottle of dark red potion in his backpack. Intermediate fire resistance potion, purple gold. Description: dark red medicine, the whole body heats up after use, and it may be able to adapt to the heat. Grade, purple gold. Grade 1. Effect, for 30 minutes, fire magic resistance plus 30%, extractable. Cooldown time, 10 hours. Qin Feng is no stranger to potions that increase magic resistance. In later generations, before reclaiming the wasteland, it is always right to take a few magic resistance potions. To his surprise, Can you extract the halo again? He didn't hesitate to start extracting directly. Ding dong, you used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level fire resistance aura, LV1, from the intermediate fire resistance potion, purple gold level. Ding dong, you successfully triggered a 5,000-fold increase and obtained the aura advanced fire attribute resistance aura, LVMAX. Chapter 17. The system sound fell. Qin Feng also opened the skill bar to check. Advanced fire resistance aura, LVMAX. Description: a halo that is too powerful to exist. As long as it is enveloped by the halo, you are not afraid of any flames. Level: Max. Effect: all friendly units fire magic resistance plus 100%. Current status: closed. Seeing this halo, Qin Feng was also taken aback. Originally, it only increased the resistance by 30% and lasted for half an hour. Advanced fire attribute magic resistance halo, directly fill up the fire attribute. Qin Feng also felt that it was a bit outrageous. This means, as long as it is fire attribute damage, he is completely immune. Even if it is the strongest fire attribute powerhouse in the whole world, such as the fire monarch born from the flame, and the flame goddess who specializes in the power of fire, it will definitely not hurt him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes also flashed a dangerous light. Full level fire resistance. Naturally, I have to find fire monsters to play with. As a rebirth, how could he not know such a place? Qin Feng temporarily put away his thoughts and continued to check the next trophy Zijin certificate, purple gold grade. Purple gold certificate, purple gold grade. Description: a crystal card of unknown function, with a big purple written on it. Grade: purple gold. Grade 1. Attribute: unknown. Oh! Qin Feng was also stunned for a moment, but soon, related memories appeared in his mind. These certificates are a unique mechanism in this novice map. The proof of Zijin can only be revealed by the first kill of the Zijin level boss. And above the Zijin level, there will also be epic proofs, legend proofs, mystical proofs, and holy glory proofs. Collect all 5 cards, and it is rumored that you can synthesize void level props that exceed the level of Shenjiao. Of course, Qin Feng didn't know if it was true or not. In the previous life, the first kill of the boss was naturally divided by the major forces of Blue Star. They are intriguing with each other, wishing each other to die sooner, let alone handing over the certificate to others. Of course, Qin Feng currently only has a proof of the first kill of the Zijin boss, which is useless for the time being. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes fell on the last trophy in the backpack. Glowing treasure chest, purple gold level. As the first kill of a purple gold level boss, the rewards of the system are still acceptable. A large treasure chest, and 500 reputation points. The usefulness of the reputation value is still very high, and the biggest effect is the trigger conditions of some hidden tasks and props. As for the purple gold treasure chest, the probability of opening a purple gold item is at most 30% due to the system's ability to urinate. Qin Feng rubbed his hands and opened it directly. Immediately, a dazzling purple light was released from the treasure box, and the surrounding students were envious. At the same time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you opened the glowing treasure chest, purple gold rank, and got the spoils, wind speed shooter transfer certificate, tier 5, wind speed technique, A rank, light speed recruitment card *10. Oh! Tier 5 arms already belong to the intermediate arms. At this point in time, less than 3 days after the server was opened, it is definitely a very powerful existence. And the wind speed shooter, Qin Feng is also impressed, very powerful output arms, both skills are related to attack speed. What Qin Feng cares about is the Zijin level skill book at the back. He took it out from the backpack, and suddenly, there was an ancient book covered by the green breeze in his hand. He checked the properties. Wind speed technique, A grade. Explanation: an ancient parchment that records special skills. I don't know who wrote it, but it should be some years old. Grade, purple gold. Grade 1. Type, Hero Skill Book. Effect, learn the skill wind speed. Requirements, any occupation above level 10. Is it actually a skill book? Qin Feng also blinked his eyes, this time he was quite European. The skill books in war are also divided into hero skill books and arm skill books. The hero skill book, which can be learned by players themselves, or for their own heroes. And the arm skill book, after use, the entire arm unit will learn the skill. Of the two skill books, the latter is naturally rarer and more valuable. After all, in war, the arms are the most important. However, at this stage, the A-level skill book can be released, which is already very good. Qin Feng remembered his first A-level skill book in his previous life, and exchanged it with the Federation after the second month's monthly test. The learning requirements of the skill book require players to reach level 10. War in this game, the player's level cap is consistent with the territory. With his current resources, Qin Feng can instantly increase his level with his proficiency as long as he returns to the territory. Thinking of this, he also closed the panel. He looked at the final reward, 10 shiny cards. Lightspeed Recruitment Card. Description, a card from the Will of the Heavens, which can forcefully change the class transfer time. Grade, none. Grade 1. Effect, immediately complete the transfer of 500 units, 1 for giant beasts and magical arms. Restrictions, this card cannot be traded, cannot be discarded. It's definitely this card. In Rebirth Qin Feng has seen the Lightspeed Recruitment Card. During the war, the Will of the Heavens will occasionally issue some special cards. These cards do not have any rank, but the attributes are extremely terrifying. Just like this Lightspeed Recruiting Card, you can instantly complete the job transfer with a population of 500. You must know that it takes a certain amount of time for the population to be converted into combat units in war. The low-level arms are the most rubbish, and the job transfer is also completed in an instant. But for intermediate level and above, you need to wait a long time. When it comes to the super class, a unit, it even takes a few weeks to complete the transfer. Therefore, it is useless to have resources alone. Even a 10th order lord cannot summon a troop in an instant. And these cards are directly issued by the Will of the Heavens, and they also limit the inability to trade and discard. There is no such thing in the market, no amount of money can buy it. Close the backpack. Qin Feng opened the map easily, and soon, his eyes focused on an area in the south of the mainland. If I remember correctly, there is an extremely terrifying boss there, not to mention the current players. Even if the entire novice continent is integrated into the main world later, it is definitely a powerful boss. The novice map where high school seniors are located is actually independent of the main world of war. There are only high school students here. Others, if there are no special items and props, absolutely cannot enter the novice map. After the college entrance examination, the mainland will be completely merged into the main world and compete with other lords. That's when it all begins. The current novice map can be said to be playing at home. But this does not mean that there are only some low-level monsters in the novice continent. War is not really a game, and the Will of the Heavens will not play cards according to common sense. On the contrary, there are some extremely terrifying creatures hidden here. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also walked towards the territory with his own troops. I just got a new job transfer certificate, so naturally I have to go back and recruit a wave. He just moved. Countless players naturally followed suit. Not attacking, just following him from a distance. Qin Feng is now a famous person, as long as he kills him, he can get a huge amount of resources. Players naturally do not want to give up this opportunity. And Qin Feng, naturally didn't bother to pay attention to them. Anyway, with his arrogant behavior, his territorial coordinates will be exposed sooner or later. But exposed. What can they do? Chapter 18. After half an hour, Qin Feng returned to his territory with the troops. He opened the interface of the territory. With his current resources, he can directly fill up the level. War in the game, every 10 levels of the territory is a threshold. Every 10th level, also known as the first level. Qin Feng is now the First Order Lord. And at each level, the difference is huge. The most intuitive is the population cap. Every time you break through the first tier, the upper limit of the population of the territory will be 100 times that of the previous tier. And so on. Wait until the 10th tier lord, the population is already an extremely terrifying number. Generally speaking, ordinary people may be 3rd or 4th order lords all their lives, and it is difficult to improve. Only those who are truly strong, or those from a big family, can continue their path of being strong. Thinking of these, Qin Feng also started to operate directly. Suddenly, the sound of the system sounded. Ding dong, you spent basic resources *1000 to successfully upgrade the level of Lord Hall, and it is currently level 2. Ding dong, you spent basic resources *2000 to successfully upgrade the level of Lord Hall, and it is currently level 3. Ding dong, you spent basic resources *9000 to successfully upgrade the level of Lord Hall, and it is currently level 10. Ding dong, your Lord Hall level has reached the upper limit, and the second level Lord task has been issued, please complete it in time. After a series of operations, his territory instantly reached level 10. That is, the highest level of a First Order Lord. Going up, you need to complete the Second Order Lord quest. He opened various pages to check. Magic Domain. Level, 10. Total population, 1000/1000, humans. Transferable population, 976, humans. Combat units, 24 human archers, Tier 2. Building, Lord's Hall, LV10. Guild affiliation, none. City wall, none. Defensive buildings, none. Resources, 128W wood, 164W stone, 106W iron ore, 35W magic crystal, 1360W stone. Lord Quest Tier 2. Mission description: your territory has reached a bottleneck. If you want to go further, you need to be approved by the will of the heavens. Type of quest: Lord Quest. Mission difficulty: 2000. Mission content: kill black iron level and above bosses, 0/10. Task duration: 10 days. Mission reward: unlock the territory level cap. Hint: the Second Order Lord task period is 10 days. After failure, it will enter a 30-day cooling period. The data of the 10th level territory is exactly the same as Qin Feng's memory. It's just that the resources are still a bit full. When he had so many resources in his previous life, it was already a few months later. The Second Order Lord task is actually an open task. The minimum requirement is to kill 10 black iron bosses within 10 days. This request, it's enough to stun a lot of players. Boss is still relatively difficult to beat. If the mission fails, it will enter a certain cooling off period. This is hard. So, students usually stick their territory levels at 9, 19, 29. This way you don't have to issue Lord quests. This is also the basic knowledge in school textbooks, card grades. After all, if the Lord mission fails, he will face punishment. The Lord mission in the early stage failed, and at most it entered the CD. In the later stage, it may be stuck forever. However, there are various big and small secret realms in war, which can be brushed repeatedly. A school, as long as the territory is not too far away, will go to the secret realm in groups. But Qin Feng knows a hidden mechanism: this task can get excess rewards. The more bosses you kill, the higher the rank, and the more rewards you get. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, there was a buddy from Mao Xiang Kingdom, who was extremely talented in his own right. He was bored and played hundreds of Black Iron level bosses. When I finally submitted the mission, I got the legendary equipment directly. Therefore, Qin Feng naturally wants to hit a wave of excess rewards. At this point, he began to use his newly obtained transfer certificate. Wind Speed Shooter. Grade, 5th grade. Consumption, 500 basic resources/piece. Food consumption, 100/day. The units below the super, that is, the units below the 10th rank, are recruited in the basic barracks. Arms above the 10th rank need to build specific recruiting buildings. Qin Feng also pondered for a while. At present, his population is only 1,000 humans, and at most 1,000 wind speed archers will be transferred. So, second-tier human archers are useless. He was about to disband all the Tier 2 arms. Ding dong, you are about to disband human archer, Tier 2, *24, are you sure? Hint, after disbanding, the transferred units will return to the general population, and will not return any experience points. Qin Feng did not hesitate, confirm. Ding dong, your human archer, Tier 2, *24 has been disbanded and returned to the ordinary population. In war, it is still very important to plan the population rationally. Disbanding low-level units is also a routine operation. However, disbanding the troops will not return anything. The upgraded level, the breakthrough of arms boundaries, and the skill book will all be eaten. Of course, Qin Feng lost a little experience. And with the halo, experience points are the least valuable. He didn't feel bad at all. At this time, he also used all the 1,000 population to produce Wind Speed Shooter, Tier 5. Ding dong, you are about to consume wood, iron ore, and stone *50W, and transfer 1,000 human population to Wind Speed Shooter, Tier 5, are you sure? Confirm. Ding dong, your Wind Speed Shooter, Tier 5, *1000 is in training, the current countdown, 83 minutes. Chapter 19. Intermediate and above arms, it does not take long to explode troops. Tier 5 arms, 1 takes 5 seconds. 1000. Qin Feng had to wait for more than 80 minutes. And 5 seconds later, an agile archer who seemed to be enveloped by the breeze completed the training. Qin Feng did not hesitate, and directly retrieved experience points from the proficiency pool. Ding dong, you are about to extract 10W proficiency from the experience pool, the current experience pool, 1.05 billion/10 billion, confirm? Confirm. Ding dong, you have extracted a total of 10W of experience points this time, and Wind Speed Shooter, Tier 5, has reached full level. One after another bright golden light fell, and the level of the Wind Speed Shooter instantly reached level 100. Compared to level 1, his aura was even more ferocious, and his whole body was surrounded by an undetectable breeze. Qin Feng checked his attributes. Wind Speed Shooter. Description: Rangers who are good at taking advantage of the breeze to fight, they have become extremely fast in the long-term battle. Grade: 5th grade. Level: 100. Physical/magic damage: 676. +4/level. Defense, 380, +3/level. Health, 13,340, +80/level. Skill. Bow of Swiftness, LV1, years of training, coupled with the strength of the breeze, the attack of the Wind Speed Shooter will be faster. Effect, attack speed increased by 12%. Power of the breeze, LV1, blessing from the breeze, the attack of the Wind Speed Shooter will be related to the attack speed. Effect, for every 10% increase in attack speed, Wind Speed Archer's attack also increases by 10%. Morale, 200. Loyalty points, 200. Food consumption, 100/day. At the beginning of the game, the remote output units are the most fragrant. When monsters are generally not moving fast, kite flying tactics are still very useful. And the wind speed shooter can be said to be very powerful. As an intermediate class, it already has 2 skills. The first skill can directly increase attack speed by 12%. This number is still good. The second skill is quite unique. Your own damage is linked to attack speed. Such troops are rare. With the current attribute of the shooter at wind speed, a total of 10% attack power can be increased. When the skill level of the arms is improved, I believe the value will be higher. It is a pity that there is only one way to upgrade the skills of troops, and that is to use scientific research buildings for research. For scientific research buildings, Tier 2 lords will unlock them. Overall, the wind speed shooter is still a relatively good intermediate class. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and directly put a few pieces of equipment into the wind speed shooter equipment slot. In war, there is only one equipment slot for low-level arms, 2 for intermediate arms, 3 for high-level arms, and 4 for super arms. But when it comes to the crowned arms, it will directly have 8 equipment slots. This is also one of the reasons why the crowned arms are so powerful. Breeze Archer is an intermediate class, so Qin Feng packed 2 pieces of equipment, bearskin gloves and wolf teeth. In this way, including the bonus of killing the world boss reward, Qin Feng's troops' attack directly increased by 40%. Wind speed shooter is just attack power, and it will reach 946 points after full level. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also took a breath. Coupled with the 20-fold damage increase of the halo, if you focus on fire, in just 1 second, 1000 wind speed shooters can deal close to 20 million damage. And this time, as the level of his territory hall increased, Qin Feng's own level cap also reached level 10. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and directly used the proficiency to pour it into himself. When the proficiency is used on the Lord, it can only get a 1% benefit. This is why everyone agrees that the proficiency is relatively tasteless, and the income is too low. But for Qin Feng, the accumulation of proficiency should not be too easy. At this time, a bright golden light also fell on Qin Feng's body. The sound of the system also rang. Ding dong, your level has increased, and it is currently level 2. Ding dong, your level has increased, and it is currently level 3. Ding dong, your level has increased, and it is currently level 10. Ding dong, you have already comprehended the new skill Frost Art. Ding dong, your level has reached the upper limit, please complete the Lord task as soon as possible to unlock the upper limit. Leveling up is not only an increase in attributes, but also an increase in the degree of integration with war. If Qin Feng is offline now, he will find that his physical fitness has exceeded the limit of human beings. Lifespan was also increased by at least 10 years. Qin Feng's profession is a mage, and his level 10 skill is Frost, which can slow down enemies within a certain range. It's a small control skill, but not much use. At this time, Qin Feng has already met the learning requirements of wind speed technique. He didn't hesitate, and after taking it out of his backpack, he directly crushed the skill book in his hand. The pale green light fell, and the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you have successfully learned the skill wind speed technique, A grade. Qin Feng also opened the skill bar to check. Wind speed technique. Description: master the power of the breeze. After using it, you can increase the movement speed and evasion of yourself and your troops. Grade 1. Grade A. Effect: self and all troops, move speed plus 20%, dodge rate plus 20%. Consumes 200 mana per second. Cooldown: none. Proficiency: 0/1000. Qin Feng also nodded. This A-level skill is still very good. At the same time, the skills that improve the movement speed and the evasion probability are still practical. War is a game of recruiting and fighting after all. Throughout history, the importance of the mobility of troops is self-evident. The high movement speed means higher mobility, and it is very useful to fly kites against the enemy, or even to steal the butt from behind. Dodge this mechanism, only effective for physical damage. But the probability of 20% is already considered very good. This means that the enemy's 5 attacks fall, and on average 1 is directly dodged. However, this skill consumes 200 mana per second, which is not a small number. If it is an ordinary person, the blue power will be exhausted in a few seconds. It can only be opened for a few seconds in an emergency, including life-saving skills. But on Qin Feng's side, there is no such problem. With the advanced magic aura, LV4000, aura, he should not recover too much magic value per second. In other words, this skill, he can always open. All troops will permanently enjoy 20% movement speed and dodge rate. This is only the effect of level 1. When the skill level is pulled up, the value will be even higher. Chapter 20. At this moment, countless students quietly followed Qin Feng to his territory. They all saw a striking buff below Qin Feng's territory novice protection period. This is the benefit of the will of the heavens to the novices who have just entered the war continent. They were also amazed. The novice protection period will only last for 1 day. According to the regulations of the Dragon Kingdom Federation, the game helmets of major schools are issued in 3 batches according to the school results. That is to say, Qin Feng's usual grades are definitely in the last batch. They can't accept this. Ah, I didn't expect such a fierce boss to be a poor student. I'm not convinced, why is a poor student so fierce? Unfortunately, his territory is under protection. Even if the major guilds come, there is no way. Hey, I have already told the news to the major guilds. The domineering guild is rich and directly transferred 100,000 dragon coins to me. I'm rubbing it. It's a step slower, and I missed hundreds of millions. Dog thief. Hand over Laozi's 100,000 yuan. Hey, the tyrant is too careless in his actions, and he actually revealed the coordinates of the territory. Can the domineering guild let him go? Right now. The Lord's Hall suddenly shook. The original humble Lord's Hall was instantly transformed into a magnificent building made of pure white marble. And on Qin Feng's head, countless bright golden lights flashed in succession. Hey! This is, directly raising the Lord's Hall to level 10. This tyrant is too ruthless. The territory has reached level 10, but he has received the 2nd level Lord quest. Tisk tisk, all the masters control the level at level 9. 10 black iron level bosses, but it is very difficult to kill. Is this tyrant so confident? Nima. Is he leveling up? But, how can he be level 9 in a row? This is definitely a wall. I have long felt that something is wrong. How can his troops, the damage be so high? The students were all surprised by the changes in Qin Feng's territory. The territory instantly rose to level 10, and they could still understand. It's not difficult, as long as there are enough resources, it's very easy for the young masters of the big guild. But the lord level has also risen to level 10, which is somewhat incomprehensible. You must know that even Zhao Zioxiu, the little princess of the vertical and horizontal guild, is only level 6 now. No, after being killed once by Qin Feng, it is now only level 5. So, Qin Feng, what's going on? Qin Feng also saw this group of players. He was naturally too lazy to pay attention to them. With his high-profile acting style, it is a matter of time before the territorial coordinates are exposed. He is confident that within the 1-day novice protection period, he can completely solve the security problems of the territory. At this time, he directly started to use the Lightspeed recruitment card. Ding dong, you are about to use Lightspeed recruitment card *2 to transfer 998 human populations to win speed shooter. Do you want to confirm? Confirm. Ding dong, your troop transfer is complete. With the mysterious light released by the 2 cards, countless populations who were training in the basic barracks instantly became well-trained marksmen. Next moment, the 1000 wind speed shooters came to Qin Feng in unison. War in this game, troops appear in the form of squares. Otherwise, in the later stage, there will always be a war of tens of thousands of trillions of people, and the war continent will not be able to let go. 1000 units, the area occupied by the superposition is not very large. But, plus his 2 horror auras, the AoE capabilities of the wind speed shooters are simply outstanding. He simply calculated that all units, each time they set fire, could kill a maximum of 100W units. Of course, the range of the wind speed shooter is also limited. Qin Feng's AoE ability can only attack the enemy within the range, and it is not so easy to fill up the AoE ability at one time. At this time, Qin Feng put down the beast's nest. Ding dong, you have successfully placed the building nest of beasts. Suddenly, the territory shook for a while. Next moment, in the northwest of the territory, there is a dense forest, which is shrouded in thick fog. Qin Feng looked at its properties. List of beasts. Description: the place where countless beasts inhabit and live can generate a beast population. Grade 1. Grade: Purple Gold. Effect: Daily Beast Pop, 0/1000. Generation Time, 2 minutes/PC. Durability, 1000/1000. Upgrade required: Dense Tree 20, Living Shrub 20, Timber 1000, Stone 1000, Iron Ore *1000. Chapter 21. Qin Feng also pondered. Seeing the attributes of Nest of Beasts, Qin Feng also nodded. Purple gold level buildings provide a lot of population for novices. Nest of Beasts can provide an additional 1000 beast population per day, which is quite useful for the early stage when the population is scarce. The only problem is, he doesn't have any beasts. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also felt a little pain in the A. However, Nest of Beasts obviously has growth attributes, and as the level increases, it is absolutely not a problem to use it in the later stage. Qin Feng closed the building panel without hesitation, and was ready to go. The security of the territory does not need to be considered for the time being. During the novice protection period, although it is not completely invincible, it is equivalent to a free gold medal, and other players cannot declare war. Qin Feng took the troops directly to the south. Run all the way. Qin Feng took the troops and ran for more than an hour. Behind him, of course, countless students followed. Although wind speed was activated, it still couldn't get rid of all players. Qin Feng's red name lasted for 3 full days, and many people were still wondering if they could find a chance to kill Qin Feng. If you can grab Qin Feng's head, it will take off. At this time, they were also running out of breath. Damn it! Is the tyrant sick? Why are you running so far? How can this be run like this? Lao Tzu's talent is to increase his movement speed, and he can hardly catch up. The tyrant is in a panic, right? The monsters here are all mid-level monsters, and they can't beat them now. They overturn in minutes. I saw that the tyrant recruited a new batch of troops. There is no record in the map of the Dragon Kingdom. It should be the first time that the novice map appeared this time, but it is at least intermediate. I dumped the reconnaissance technique, it's a 5th order unit. Tier 5 troops. Nima, if this thief hadn't robbed the boss, it would be mine now. In any case, the large force of the domineering guild is already on its way, and I heard that the snow is coming too. Hehe, another good show. Listening to the players, Qin Feng also sighed helplessly. This group of people, just like flies, they're annoying. But he also sneered. Come over to kill him? He'll give them a great gift right away. At this time, Qin Feng also ignored the players around him, but was going to kill some monsters to raise the level of the wind speed shooters. There is still a huge gap between the attributes of full level and level 1. Qin Feng didn't plan to use all proficiency to raise their level. He also wanted to see what the upper limit of the proficiency pool was. In the previous life, no one in the universe could fill the proficiency pool. Thinking of this, Qin Feng took the troops to the hillside not far away. After the hillside, he suddenly saw countless fiery red strange creatures wandering in the plain. They were like clumps of walking flames, slithering eerily across the ground, leaving trails of charred black. Qin Feng lost a reconnaissance technique. Rage element. Description: elemental bodies from the plane of fire, their structure is extremely unstable, without any sanity, will attack all units encountered. Grade: 5th grade. Level: 20. Health: 26,000. Defense: 160. Attack: 190. Skills: elemental body fire creatures flame eruption rain of fire. Level 5 monsters are still level 20, although they are more straddling among the intermediate arms. But it is still many times stronger than the low-level troops. What's more, the elements of rage here are densely packed. I am afraid there must be tens of millions. Players at this stage can't deal with it at all. Of course, to Qin Feng, they are nothing more than experience babies. At this time, Qin Feng did not hesitate, and directly let the troops start to focus fire. Next moment. Shhhhhh. A terrifying arrow with a faint green wind element burst out of the sky in an instant. After a stream of lines, it hit the head of the furious element accurately. Seeing this scene, the players were stunned. Damn it, how dare the tyrant dare to attack these violent elements? It seems that this tyrant is just lucky. In fact, he is a rookie. He is an element of rage, but he is called the most unprovoked monster in the early stage. He directly opened a large film. I didn't study well at school, and I didn't pay attention to the class at school. Ask the boss why. Several skills of the rage element: the body of the element can reduce physical damage by 80%, and fire creatures can reduce all magic damage except the ice attribute by 80%. Who do you think can be moved? Ah, how perverted. That's why I said that this tyrant is just a stunned young man. Let's take a good look at him. He will be killed by the mobs soon. The voices of the players' discussions have not fallen. Next moment. A violent explosion suddenly sounded. Boom. 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 Countless terrifying damage numbers emerged from the heads of the rage elementals. Qin Feng didn't bother to read the dense damage numbers. As long as it is within the range of wind speed shooter, the health bar will be cleared instantly. At the same time, the sound of the system rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, your troops killed rage element, tier 5, *10W, and your troops gained 50W experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the supreme experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 5 billion experience points. Ding dong, one of your wind speed shooter, tier 5, has been upgraded, and it is currently level 2. Ding dong, one of your wind speed shooter, tier 5, level has been increased, and it is currently level 3. Ding dong. Ding dong, all your wind speed shooter, tier 5, levels have been increased, and they are currently level 100, which is full. Ding dong, it has been detected that all your units have reached full level, and the current experience value has been converted into proficiency. Current proficiency, 2.52 billion/10 billion. A series of sounds from the system fell. Qin Feng also scratched his ears. 1000 wind speed shooter. Instantly full. It's that simple. Chapter 22. Qin Feng's expression was understated, but the students were different. Their mouths were wide open, enough to swallow an egg. Hey! I said. The 26,000 HP of this rage element was instantly smashed. Every 1000 episodes fires one, and it's normal to be killed for a second. The question is, What kind of AoE effect is this? Why did it die? He has at least a few million rage elements in seconds. Tyrants are too scary, aren't they? Gooey, this person. Could it be an SS level talent? Qin Feng naturally didn't care what the students thought. He picked up the spoils of war on the ground. Ding dong, you got the loot fire element fragment, small. Ding dong, you got the loot low level fire resistance potion, common level. Ding dong, you got the loot low level fire resistance potion, silver level. Ding dong, you got the loot low level fire attribute resistance potion, dark iron level. Hey! Fire element fragments are just ordinary shards, the materials used for alchemy, not very useful. But the medicine in the back is very fragrant. Qin Feng also killed a lot of rage elements in his previous life, so he naturally knew that they would drop potions that increase fire magic resistance. Normal level increases fire resistance by 10%, black iron level increases by 15%, and silver level increases by 20%. However, the effects cannot be superimposed, and high-grade potions will overwrite the attributes of low-grade potions. But what he cares about is the magic resistance has been piled up to 100%, and then extract, what effect will it be? He didn't hesitate to start extracting directly. Ding dong, you used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level fire attribute resistance halo, LV1, from the low-level fire attribute resistance potion, silver rank. Ding dong, you have successfully triggered a 2600-fold increase and obtained the aura advanced fire attribute resistance aura, LV2600. Ding dong, your aura advanced fire resistance aura, LV max, has been upgraded, and the current level is super fire resistance aura, LV max. Ding dong. Ding dong, your halo super fire attribute resistance halo has been upgraded, and the current level is the highest fire attribute resistance halo, LV max. The halo of the max level can still be upgraded? Qin Feng also quickly opened the skill panel to check. The highest fire resistance aura, LVMAX. Explanation: a halo that is too powerful to exist, as long as the halo is turned on, even the most powerful flame in the world cannot hurt you at all. Level, max. Effect: all friendly units fire magic resistance plus 13,000%. Current status, closed. 13,000% fire resistance. Qin Feng was also surprised. Magic resistance can still exceed 100%? He also said that it was unheard of. At least in the previous life until his fall, no player has ever seen a player with more than 90% magic resistance. So, what is the effect of this value of magic resistance? Qin Feng also took a deep breath, opened the halo, and slowly closed the skill panel. He was ready to start his own action. Following his memory, he directly took the troops and continued to go south. After a few minutes, an altar-like building suddenly appeared in front of him. Around the altar are 4 large pillars more than 10 meters long, and some incomprehensible characters and patterns are also engraved on the pillars. In the altar, there was a human man who was dying against the wall. When he saw Qin Feng, the man's eyes also lit up, and he quickly said, "Brave lord of another world, can you help me heal my injury? Help me collect some fire origin fruit, and I will give you a very generous reward." The words fell, and the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding dong, Night Ender has initiated a hidden quest gathering fire origin fruit, S, for you, do you accept it? S-class hidden mission. As long as it is a player at this stage, it is natural to take it without thinking. After all, compared to ordinary tasks, the rewards of hidden tasks are definitely much richer. But Qin Feng knew it. This man is not human. He is actually a legendary fire element from the plane of fire. The fire elements, led by several powerful fire monarchs, tried to invade this continent many years ago. However, it seems that he was beaten by other strong men. Now, it has been sealed somewhere by the goddess of flames. Collecting fire origin fruit is naturally for him to heal. Fire origin fruit is a great supplement to the fire element. And behind him, is also the portal leading to the seal. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly gave him a middle finger, climb. Ender. Ender was also confused. Is it exposed? He looked at his state, no. He is very confident that the humans in front of him will never see through his disguise. But in this case, Ender's expression turned cold in an instant. Boy, it seems that you are courting death. Next moment, his skin suddenly turned a dazzling fiery red, as if a person had been cooked in an instant. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. The ground shook. Countless huge and rolling terrifying flames burst out from the ground of the altar in an instant. The rumbling sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong state announcement, there is a very dangerous boss in Liahuo Plain, and high-grade monsters are about to appear nearby, please don't approach them for the time being. Ding dong state announcement. Chapter 23. The booming state announcement rang 3 times. The students of Longguo were stunned for a while. Liaoning Plains are full of high-level monsters. Who went there for nothing? Not far. The Domineering Guild, the Vertical and Horizontal Guild, the Unparalleled Guild, and countless players who followed Qin Feng all the way, ready to watch the show. All faces changed. Nima. Next moment, their eyes widened. In the entire line of sight, a fiery red. Countless fiery red streamlines fell from the sky and turned into surging terrifying flames. The entire Liahuo plain has almost become a sea of Wang Yang composed of flame energy. Just for a moment, countless flame energies suddenly gathered and turned into super large fire elements wriggling on the ground. It's like a bunch of moving hot flames. Compared with ordinary fire elements, they are larger in size, the inscriptions on the wrists flicker, and the whole body releases a terrifying aura that almost makes the whole air scorching hot. The students are also crazy about investigative skills. Supreme Fire Element, Super Arms. Explanation: the powerful fire elements from the depths of the purgatory, the plane of fire, are themselves composed of extremely hot flames and are very powerful. Grade, 10th grade. Level, 200. Physical/magic attack. Defense. Life value. Skill. Seeing the attributes of these fire elements, all the players shrank their eyes. Then, it broke in an instant. Nima. It's actually a super class. It's a full level. Run. My arms are all low-level arms, who can beat this? The secret realm of the college entrance examination is not so difficult. At Tyrant, UBD. Help me. The students naturally wailed for a while, and ran away with the troops. At this stage, it has been less than 3 days since the server was launched, and very few can have intermediate arms. As for the super class, just wash up and sleep. But before they took a few steps, the supreme fire elements swept in almost instantly from all directions. Densely packed, there are hundreds of millions. Then, the raging flames engulfed everything in an instant. Almost just for a moment. All the students didn't have time to run away, and they were melted by the supreme fire element. In the territory, with a flash of white light, the domineering figure slowly resurrected in front of the Lord's Hall. His face was gloomy, almost dripping with water. The sound of the system also sounded. Ding dong, your human shield guard, Tier 2, * 250 has been killed. Ding dong, your human elite warrior, Tier 4, * 550 has been killed. Ding dong, you are dead, level -1. This wave, he gathered all the domineering guild members nearby. But, they are all dead. You must know that it takes time for the Lord Hall to recover the population. Even if there are resources to transfer careers, there is no way to produce a combat unit without population. That is to say, In the next period of time, the domineering guild will temporarily shrink and develop. This will undoubtedly lag a lot of progress. For a large guild, it is very deadly. What made him even more angry was, in one day, he had actually been killed 3 times. The level went straight back to level 1. Domineering world angrily voices spread throughout the territory. Tyrant! You wait for me. Across the guild. Ding dong, you are dead, level -1. Listening to the sound of the system in the ear, Zhao Zioxu's beautiful cheeks were also confused. You, actually got scammed again. Died twice in one day, this arrogant girl was extremely angry. Soon. There was also a coquettish voice in her territory. Tyrant! And this time, Qin Feng didn't bother to care about the situation of the students. As long as there is one super class with full level, it can destroy the player's troops. What's more, the Sea of Fire is endless, and there are probably billions of supreme fire elements derived from it. Even in the main world, it can be regarded as a small-scale disaster. In the novice map, even if all NPCs are counted, they cannot be cleaned up in a short time. He also sneered. Like to follow behind him, right? Are you cool now? At this time, in front of Qin Feng, the man who was dying on the ground before has instantly turned into a terrifying fire element with a height of more than 10 meters. The huge figure blocked part of the sun, but the light released by the flames illuminated the entire space. He also lost his investigative skills. Crimson Fire Elemental Monarch, Legendary Boss. Explanation: the powerful fire element produced by the division of the Lord of Fire is tens of thousands of times hotter than the ordinary fire element. Thousands of years ago, he followed the Lord of Fire to attack the War Continent. After being defeated, he was dormant for thousands of years, always looking for an opportunity to awaken the Lord of Fire. Level: 50. Grade: Legendary 2nd grade. Attack? Defense? Life value? Skill? Chapter 24. Level 50 Legendary Boss. Qin Feng also narrowed his eyes. Such a boss. The strength gap is too large, and no attributes can be seen. Even if it is placed in the main world, it will alarm the major forces. If it appeared in Blue Star, it would be even more catastrophic, and it would be necessary to dispatch a real powerhouse to defend against the enemy. At this time, the Crimson Fire Element Monarch also laughed loudly. Humble human beings, prepare to die. No one can stand in the footsteps of the Lord of Fire. The continent of war will eventually be swallowed up by endless flames. After speaking, it just waved. Immediately, a terrifying fireball with a width of dozens of meters whizzed towards Qin Feng's troops. The speed is extremely fast, and at the speed of wind speed shooter, there is no time to dodge. In an instant. Boom! Boom! The fireball hit the ground hard. The whole ground trembled, and the rock and soil cracked open instantly, shrouded in dark flames. Then, plus 999,999. Plus 999,999. Plus 999,999. Countless huge green numbers emerged from the heads of Qin Feng's troops. The entire space suddenly fell silent. The movement of the Crimson Fire Element Monarch also suddenly stagnates. If he was still in human form, his eyes would definitely have widened. The flames dissipated. Qin Feng scratched his ears boredly. Turn out to be 13,000% fire resistance is what it means. Directly converts overflow damage into healing. In this case, when there is no blood in the future, let someone else throw a pyroblast over it. Isn't it instantly full of blood? Qin Feng is very happy here. But the Crimson Fire Element Monarch's side is as uncomfortable as eating shit. Own full blow. Did you call someone to get blood back? He also roared, and instantly gathered countless terrifying flame energy again. A time. The entire space became a raging sea of fire. The sea of fire slowly gathered, and instantly roared towards Qin Feng's troops. Then, plus 999,999. Plus 999,999. Plus 999,999. Countless green numbers popped up. Qin Feng also scratched his face. There is a reason why he came to fire the element. These fire elements are themselves composed of flames, and the damage they cause is only the magic damage of the fire attribute. No physical damage at all. Even if the monarch of fire at the Shenxian level came in person, there was nothing he could do to Qin Feng. Instead, it will keep returning blood to his troops. At this time, Qin Feng looked at the somewhat confused crimson element and asked, "Are you finished with your skills? If it's over, it'll be me." The words fall. He suddenly let all the troops start attacking. All wind speed shooters shoot arrows with a bow. A time. Countless pale green streamlines roared and flew out. Shhhhhh. The arrow hit the crimson fire element's head accurately. Then, boom, boom, boom. Minus 947, 18928 5%. Minus 946. Minus 946. Countless three-digit damage jumped out of the head of the crimson fire elemental monarch. It was also stunned. How is this possible? He could clearly feel it. These archers, they hit fire attribute damage. As a very high-grade fire element, its fire resistance is 99.999%. The kind that swims in lava all year round. Now it's actually hurt by the fire attribute? Qin Feng also smiled. If it is normal, he can't even break through the defense of such a boss. But he casually put the sharp broken blade into the wind speed shooter's backpack slot and replaced the wolf teeth. 5% of all damage dealt is true damage. No matter what your resistance is. In front of real damage, it's all air. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and immediately stood up with the crimson fire element. Countless arrows slammed into its huge body. And the crimson fire element monarch is obviously a little panic. With a furious roar, it frantically threw various skills and attacks. The flames in the sky were almost uninterrupted. But plus 999,999. Plus 999,999. Plus 999,999. All its attacks are just adding blood to Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng's attack is very low, for the legendary boss, it is like scraping. But scraping too much can kill people. Qin Feng's station licked for a full 2 hours. The blood bar of the crimson fire element monarch has bottomed out. Compared with the initial state, its body has become dilapidated. Impossible. I am a crimson fire element derived from the great Lord of Flame. How could I be defeated by a human? I don't agree. In the desperate roar, the last trace of blood of the crimson fire element monarch was completely emptied. At the same time, the sound of the system in Qin Feng's ear suddenly sounded. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the Scarlet Fire Elemental Monarch, legendary boss, and gained 5000 experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Experience Aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 500 billion experience points. Ding dong, it has been detected that all your units have reached the full level. The current experience value has been converted into proficiency. The current proficiency, 152.52 billion/10 billion. Ding dong, it is detected that your proficiency is full, your proficiency pool has been upgraded, and the efficiency has increased to 40%. The current proficiency, 152.52 billion/100 billion. Ding dong, it is detected that your proficiency level is full, your proficiency pool has been upgraded, and the efficiency has increased to 50%. The current proficiency level, 152.55 billion/1,000 billion. Ding Dong World Announcement, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom Tyrant successfully killed the Crimson Fire Elemental Lord, Legendary Boss. As the first player in this class to kill the Legendary Boss, hereby reward, Brilliant Boss Treasure Chest, Legendary, Prestige plus 10,000, Luck plus 100. Ding Dong, you have a high reputation value, some NPCs in the War Continent have noticed you, and there may be some hidden quests. Ding Dong, your reputation is high, the following populations are attracted by your territory and will join your territory: Human 1250, Elves 556. Chapter 25. A series of sounds from the system fell, and the players in the whole world were stunned again. Not only the novice map, but the whole world has received such a message. The human race reacted differently after being stunned for a while. Didn't the tyrant just kill the Zygen level world boss, and actually kill the legendary level boss again? It's too scary, isn't it? Hey, legendary boss, according to past experience, at least tens of thousands of people must be besieged together, and hundreds of millions of troops can be used to kill them. This tyrant, I remember being a novice, how did you do it? Ha ha ha, my dragon kingdom is about to rise. Baga. This tyrant is actually from the dragon country. The genius of my cherry blossom country is not inferior. Aziba, Longuo is another day. It's unheard of to kill a legendary boss on a novice map. I am the president of the third guild of the beautiful country Freedom Beacon, and now I have issued a lore order. As long as someone provides information on the tyrant, I will be rewarded with 10 million Eagle Yuan. If they kill me, I will directly reward 10 billion Eagle Yuan. Beautiful country, are you gone? My human race finally had a day. You were pressed to the ground by various races in the war of 10,000 races. Isn't it shameful? You actually want to assassinate. There is a lot of noise in the human race, some happy and some sad. But other races are completely unacceptable. In the dark underground abyss, there is a terrifying aura of destruction in the air. A coquettish woman with strange long horns on her head also squinted her eyes slightly, her eyes emitting a dangerous light. It is the Devil Queen in the depths of the abyss. The Demon King also snorted coldly. How can humans have such a genius? Killing a legendary boss in less than 3 days after opening the server, we demons can't do it. Go on and let Lilith speed up. If she is surpassed by humans again, there is no need for her to exist. At the same time, Zerg, Undead, Mechanical, Elf, Titan, Giant God. The powerhouses of countless races have issued various orders one after another. Either prepare to continue to wait and see, or directly issue the highest assassination order of the race. The resources of the universe are only so little. If the human race rises, their status will not be guaranteed. And Qin Feng? He just didn't care what other people thought. Other races? If you don't reach the battlefield of 10,000 races, you can't easily touch it. But no matter who it is, as long as he is still on the novice map, they will never be able to come in. At this time, he also let out a sigh of relief. This wave can kill the boss. I can only say that I am very lucky. The damage dealt by the element family will be determined by the will of the heavens as elemental damage. All the damage of the Crimson Fire Elemental Monarch is judged to be fire damage. Mainly, it is estimated that the will of the heavens did not expect that the element resistance of creatures in the universe can reach 100%. The Halo system directly broke the balance of the universe. At this time, Qin Feng didn't think much of it anymore. Looking at the Crimson Fire Element Monarch who had dissipated in the air, he rubbed his hands and picked up the spoils on the ground. Ding dong, you got the loot Flame Shell, legendary. Ding dong, you got the loot Hot Rod, legendary. Ding dong, you got the loot Advanced Fire Resistance Potion, legendary. Ding dong, you got the loot Advanced Stealth Potion, legendary. Ding dong, you got the loot Legendary Certificate, legendary. The legendary boss is definitely very powerful. Especially the first kill, there are a lot of spoils. Qin Feng looked at each in turn. First of all, it is a strange equipment like a turtle shell, the whole body is fiery red and transparent, like red glazed jade. He checked the properties. Flame shell, legendary. Explanation: a hard shell that can only be generated by the rocks near the core of the plane of fire. It has a very tough appearance and can improve its strong defense capabilities. Grade 1. Grade, legendary 2nd grade. Type, territory props. Requirements for use: territory level is greater than or equal to level 20. Attributes: 1. Flame zone. The shell of fire comes from near the core of the plane of fire and has absorbed infinite flame power. Effect: 10W yards in and around the territory, all units fire resistance plus 90%, fire damage plus 200%. The enemy's resistance to fire attribute is minus 50%. When receiving fire attribute damage, there is a chance to trigger explosion, max. 2. Purgatory shell. When the flame is extremely rich, it can block all attacks. Effect: all buildings in the territory gain a fire attribute shield with durability *10. Shield physical damage minus 90%, ice damage plus 50%, other magic damage minus 50%. After the shield is broken, a new shield is generated after 24 hours. 3. Wind of the flame domain. Part of the environment of the plane of fire has been transformed by the goddess of flames, which will be particularly suitable for plant growth. Effect: the growth cycle of all plants and medicinal materials in the territory is minus 50%. Durability: 1000W/1000W. Seeing the attributes, Qin Feng also shrank his eyes. Is it actually a territorial prop? War in this game, some equipment directly affects the entire territory. As long as the territory item is placed in the Lord's Hall, it will take effect. Tier 1 Lords can only use one territory item. Tier 2 Lord, 2 can be used. And so on. The grade and quantity of the Lord's props are usually a sign of whether the Lord is powerful or not. Of course, the price of Lord props is also extremely high. A silver level 1 can be regarded as a family heirloom by ordinary people and passed on from generation to generation. And the legendary. It can already be sold for a sky-high price, and usually only some big guild families have the capital to use. And Fire Shell, legendary, is indeed a legendary territorial item, and the 3 skills are extremely powerful. Flame Zone acts on the entire territory. As long as it is a fire attribute attack, it can be greatly increased. Directly increased by 200%, plus 50% of the enemy reduction. 1 increase and 1 decrease, the increased damage can be said to be extremely strong. The Purgatory Shell provides a shield with a high value for all buildings. This shield is fire attribute, and also inherits the characteristics of fire attribute. Almost immune to physical damage, except for ice attribute magic damage. Other magic damage is halved. It can be said that the defense is full. And the 3rd skill is biased towards development. In war, farming is also a very important part. All kinds of food, plants, and medicinal materials can be obtained through farming. Especially in the later stages of the game, when large-scale battles are fought, the population is always in the trillions, and the fight is to reserve various resources. Therefore, this property is very useful. Growth cycle minus 50%, save half the time directly. Chapter 26. Temporarily put the flame shell into the backpack, Qin Feng continued to check other loot. Immediately afterwards, there was a fiery red staff exuding hot rays of light. The whole body of the staff was smooth, and the top position exuded a dazzling red light. Qin Feng threw it away with an investigative technique. Hot rod. Explanation: the staff made of the hot flame of the plane of fire contains extremely terrifying flame energy, but correspondingly, if it cannot withstand the hot flame, it will be instantly swallowed up. Level: 100. Grade, Legendary 2nd grade. Type, Hero Equipment. Physical/Magic Attack, 1.2W 1.36W. Attributes. 1 Intelligence plus 2000, Spirit plus 2000. 2 Magic Attack Power plus 30%, Skill CD 30%. 3 The chanting time of fire skills below the 7th rank is minus 100%, and the casting time of the 7th rank fire skills is minus 50%. 4 Set, burning the sky and destroying it, 1/4. Effect, set attributes, not collected, cannot be viewed. 5 This equipment can be forcibly worn regardless of the restricted level. When the level is lower than level 100, it will take difference level *1000 ignition attribute damage every second. Durability, 1000W/1000W. Hiss. This scorching rod is a bit too strong, isn't it? Besides, it's actually a set of equipment. Rao is Qin Feng, and he was also amazed by the attributes of the hot rod. Set equipment, as the name suggests, will have set skills after collecting them. Generally speaking, it is very difficult to collect a set, so these set skills are also quite powerful. Of course, Qin Feng only has one piece now, so he can't see the attributes of this suit. However, the attributes of Hot Rod are already very good. The first is the extremely terrifying attribute value, and his own magical attack power has reached 5 digits. You must know that the highest level of players at this stage is no more than level 9, and even a meat shield knight with full physical strength cannot exceed 1000 health points. Of course, in the game war, arms are still the most important, and it is difficult for players to directly touch other players. But even an S-rank meat shield hero, Qin Feng is sure that he can't stand a flat A. What's more, also added a lot of intelligence and spirit. In this way, even if it is a garbage with F-rank talent, as long as you wear it, you can deal extremely terrifying damage with a flat A. And the percentage increase in damage makes this piece of equipment useful in the later stages. The attribute of reducing CD is also very useful for mages. What Qin Feng was even more surprised about was that the chanting time of fire-type skills below the 7th rank was directly reduced by 100%. In war, the skills of mages are also divided into classes. Level 7 or above is a high-level skill, and most people can't touch it in the early stage of the game. This means that all of Qin Feng's fire damage skills are instant cast. You know, the mage profession is not short of damage, but one of the shortcomings that everyone recognizes is that you need to read articles. During the reading, you can only stand there and count the seconds, during which it is easy to be attacked by the enemy. But for Qin Feng, there is no such problem, and fire-type skills are instantly cast. The only pity is that the wearing level of this equipment is quite high, and it actually requires a full level of 100. This level. But it is a 10th order lord, and the entire blue star does not exceed 2 digits. But seeing the last skill, Qin Feng also blinked. Does this work too? This skill, if it is someone else, is completely useless. Burn yourself to death in minutes. But for Qin Feng. But it's magic. This equipment is simply tailor-made for him. His fire attribute damage is completely overflowing, and fire attribute damage, no matter what the value is, can only give him back blood. Not to mention the difference in damage value of level *1000. Please make it 100 million times higher, thank you. End. Qin Feng's magic resistance aura is effective for all units, that is to say, if a hero is summoned in the future, this equipment can also be used by the hero. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and put the hot rod directly into his equipment slot. The sound of the system jumped out immediately. Ding dong, your level is too low, forcibly equipping hot staff will cause a lot of fire attribute damage backlash, are you sure? Confirm. Immediately. In Qin Feng's hand, there was a fiery long staff, with a slender body, like a water-like transparent and invisible flame flowing on it. The top is inlaid with a fiery red gem that contains terrifying energy. At the same time, countless green numbers appeared on his head. Plus 99999. Plus 99999. Plus 99999. Qin Feng's current level is level 10, which is a full 90 level difference from the wearing level of the Rod of Flame. That is to say, he takes 9 W points of fire damage every second. But I don't know how much his fire attribute resistance is, so it's converted. The health value he recovers per second has exceeded 7 figures. Chapter 27. At this time, Qin Feng's eyes were also on the 2 newly obtained potions. Advanced Fire Resistance Potion, Legendary. Description: Dark red medicine, the whole body heats up after use, and it may be able to adapt to the heat. Rank: Legend. Grade 1. Effect: for 24 hours, Fire Magic Resistance plus 60%, extractable. Cooldown time: 48 hours. Advanced Stealth Potion, Legendary. Note: the special potions directly generated by the will of the heavens cannot be refined using alchemy formulas. After use, you can hide your information. Rank: Legend. Grade 1. Effect: within 30 days, units below the Shenxian level cannot view all your information, extractable. Cooldown: none. 2 bottles of medicine. The first bottle is still Fire Magic Resistance Potion. The Legendary Resistance Potion is undoubtedly much stronger than the low-level ones, lasts longer, and the acquired resistance directly reaches 60%. For some secret realms that require fire attribute magic resistance, it is still very useful. Just such a bottle of medicine can sell for a sky-high price. The second bottle is a very special medicine, which can directly hide all his information. Qin Feng pondered for a while. Crimson Fire Elemental Monarch has been dormant in the War Continent for so long, I am afraid that he is constantly drinking hidden potions. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and started to withdraw directly. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill Aura Extraction, and successfully extracted the Advanced Fire Attribute Resistance Halo, LV1, from the Advanced Fire Attribute Resistance Potion, Legendary. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill Aura Extraction, and successfully extracted the Advanced Stealth Halo, LV1, from the Advanced Stealth Potion, Legendary. Ding Dong Yu have successfully triggered a 3,000-fold increase and obtained the Aura Supreme Hidden Aura, LVMAX. Ding Dong. The 2 increases were triggered by 8,000 times and 3,000 times respectively. The fire resistance aura has been upgraded again, and it has now accumulated to a full 21,000%. Of course, at the moment, it doesn't matter how high the numbers are. What he cares about is the second halo. Supreme Hidden Aura, LVMAX. Explanation: a halo that is too powerful to exist, as long as it is enveloped by the halo, no one will be able to know your information. Level: Max. Effect: below the Holy Glory level, all units cannot view any information about your units and buildings. Current status: closed. The effect of this halo is still quite large. It's not so much a halo, but there is no distance limit, it's a permanent buff. Like all players, they have the reconnaissance technique issued by the system. With Qin Feng's current popularity, I'm afraid there will be people squatting next to his territory every day. Being watched by others all the time is very uncomfortable. But with this aura, there is no problem. As long as it is below the Holy Glory level, don't even think about getting a little bit of information from him. Finally, it is a special certificate that emits a dazzling golden light, like a sun that emits light. Evidence of legend. It is also the first kill of the legendary boss among the current students, and it is the only one in the world. However, there are still no properties. At this time, Qin Feng also took a deep breath and took out the last trophy. As the world's first kill, the system gave Qin Feng a legendary treasure chest. With the system's stingy urine, legendary treasure chests are rare. He also took a deep breath, rubbed his hands, and chose to open it directly. After a burst of dazzling light, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you have opened the bright treasure chest, legendary level, and obtained the loot, certificate of transfer of the ancient elf archer, level 11, territory steward Eliza, SSS level hero, Lightspeed recruiting card 1000, Nightingale Chamber of Commerce 5-star VIP card 1. Ding dong, you have unlocked a new building, ancient tree, recruitment building. Ding dong, territory steward Eliza, SSS hero, is already on standby in your territory. Ding dong, announcement from the universe, the human lord tyrant has successfully summoned an SSS level hero. As the first player to summon an SS level hero among human players, hereby reward, certificate of heroes *100, prestige plus 10W. Ding dong, as the first student in this class to trigger the Cosmos announcement, hereby reward, reputation point plus 100W. Ding dong, you have a high reputation value, and you can get the characteristic skill sound chi chi. Chapter 28. The rumbling cosmic announcement rang 3 times before it stopped. The whole universe became silent again. Hey! SSS level hero! Nima, isn't this too fierce? Is it the reward for the first kill of a legendary boss? Wow, crying out, it's too sour. The development of the tyrant has been unstoppable. I blow up the tyrant. My human race finally has SSS level heroes. Throughout the entire universe, there are only 2 races of gods and demons. At Human Federation, hurry up and change the textbook, my human race also has SSS level heroes. Ghost, am I witnessing history? The tyrant, how terrifying is that? How many times did he trigger announcements in a day? SSS level heroes. According to rumors, as long as there is one SSS level hero, the fate of a race can be rewritten. In war, the world announcement is limited to one's own race, and it is not particularly difficult to trigger it. But the Cosmos announcement, which can be received by all races in the entire cosmos, increases the difficulty of triggering. And the content of the announcement shocked the entire universe. SSS class heroes. But they haven't been born for thousands of years. Even among the self-proclaimed powerful races such as the Demon race and the Protoss, the number of SSS level heroes is very small. The last lord who got an SSS level hero seems to be the second head of the Protoss, right? For a while, the races that were originally neutral and were still watching were all about to move. You must know that the skills and arms in this game war are varied. Some units, heroes, and skills have plundering attributes. After breaking the enemy's territory, in addition to plundering all resources, there is a chance to plunder the enemy's population, troops, and heroes. Of course, everything is a probabilistic event. But SSS level heroes, no matter what, are worth a try. Soon. Countless racial intelligence organizations have issued urgent missions in unison, using all means to find the true identity of the tyrant. And Qin Feng. He was also surprised by the power of this big treasure chest. Actually opened the SSS level hero. It is very clearly written in human textbooks, as of now, only the 2 races of gods and demons have SSS level heroes. In other words, the Terran became the 3rd race with SSS level heroes. But this SSS level hero is obviously not a fighting type. Territorial steward. He sounds like a farming hero. As a hero issued by the system, it also appeared directly in the hero hall. Therefore, Qin Feng also suppressed the excitement in his heart, and was ready to settle the matter in front of him first, and then return to the territory. In addition, there is a special recruitment building attached to the classification of the ancient elf archer, Tier 11. 11th tier troops. Arms of this rank are already super arms. Second only to the most powerful crown arms, even if you look at the entire universe, it is definitely in the upper middle class. In the novice stage, it is absolutely invincible. The only unfortunate thing is, this kind of arm, it sounds like the arm of the elves. And Qin Feng, there is no building that produces the elf population. Some are just 556 elves who joined the territory because of their high reputation. Qin Feng also sighed, it seems that an elf population building is needed. Shaking his head, Qin Feng didn't think much about it, but continued to check. In his backpack, there is an extra rectangular card that emits a faint purple light. Nightingale Chamber of Commerce 5-star VIP card. Description: a VIP card from the Purple Rose Guild, inlaid with 5 purple 5-pointed star-shaped gems. Grade 1. Durability, 1000W/1000W. Is it the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce? The history of War Continent is countless times longer than that of Blue Star, and naturally it also has its own powerful forces. In fact, there are human beings in the War Continent, but Blue Star has no information about the origin of this group of humans. Is it the indigenous people of War Continent itself, or, like Blue Star, is the result of the fusion of humans from other planets and Samsara continent? But anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. The indigenous humans in the War Continent have already left the category of players. As long as it is the human player mentioned by the will of the heavens, it must be referring to the humans of the Blue Star. And the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce is an extremely powerful force in the War Continent. Although they are a chamber of commerce, the strong ones among them are such as forests, and even the demons maintain business relations with them. You must know that ordinary chambers of commerce dare to enter the territory of the demon race, but there are no bones left that are directly eaten. Nightingale's slogan is also very loud: as long as you have money, you can buy anything. And this VIP card in Qin Feng's hand can only be said to be very precious. The VIP of the Nightingale Guild is enough to shock a large number of people. The most common 1-star VIP is enough to make a large guild throw a rat's guard and dare not make a move. If they offend the Nightingale Guild, they may not take action directly, but many businesses cannot be done directly. Losing money is more painful than dying. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also put away his membership card. As a rebirth, he still knows a lot of the secrets of the Nightingale Guild. However, that was also after reaching the War Continent. In addition to these, the system also rewards a lot of practical things. The first is still the Lightspeed recruiting card. This card is extremely useful, and this time, the system directly issued 1000 cards. For a period of time, Qin Feng did not need to wait for training. Secondly, it is a full 100 certificate of heroes. The hero itself also has its own growth, and there is also a level bottleneck. Every time a breakthrough occurs, a certain amount of material needs to be consumed. When you reach S rank or above, you need to consume heroic certificate. There are very few ways to drop certificate of heroes. Generally, only the system can directly issue it, so the price is also extremely high. And these 100 pieces are enough to sell billions of dragon coins. Finally, it is a title. Qin Feng also opened the title book. Sound galloping for thousands of miles. Description: every year in the War Continent, heroes are born in large numbers. Your name has been spread throughout the universe as a representative of the new generation. Grade 1. Rank: Epic. Effect: 1 prestige gain plus 50%. 2 When recruiting heroes, the probability of obtaining high-level heroes is increased. Epic title: the effect is quite good. The attribute of prestige may not have much effect in normal times, but it becomes particularly important when it comes to critical periods. The trigger conditions of some tasks have prestige requirements. And the acquisition of prestige points can only be said to be very difficult. Either get the first kill, or discover a new map, or trigger a cosmic announcement. No matter which one it is difficult for ordinary students. The title is strong. The first attribute directly increases the gain of half of the reputation value, which can be said to be quite a lot. The second, directly increases the rank when summoning heroes. Heroes are still very important to the game war. The main reason is that the arms in the game do not have their own thoughts and must be commanded by someone. And with heroes, you can lead the arms and form a new army, and the selectivity of tactics is also much higher. Closing the title book, everything is counted. When Qin Feng returns to the territory, his strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. At this time, he was squinting slightly, looking at the altar at this time. After the huge body of the Crimson Fire Elemental Monarch dissipated, the center of the altar was empty. Amidst the broken walls, there is a faint fiery red light. He looked at the altar in front of him. Unknown altar. Explanation: I don't know when the altar existed and who built it, but the ancient and mysterious inscriptions seem to tell a very ancient story. Grade 1. Durability, 524 trillion/1000 trillion. Chapter 29. Really? Seeing the description of the altar, Qin Feng's eyes also lit up, which matched the memory in his mind. The Crimson Fire Elemental Monarch has been looking for a way to unseal the Flame Monarch. This altar is the key. That's why, it would rather die than retreat but also guard this altar, and was killed by Qin Feng alive. At this time, Qin Feng circled around the altar a few times, and soon found 3 inconspicuous protrusions. He pressed all. Next moment, the mountain shook for a while. The altar, which was already somewhat incomplete, sank down in an instant, and fiery red energy waves erupted along the surroundings, and the dust scattered. Plus 99999. Plus 99999. Qin Feng was instantly swallowed by the hot flames. At the same time, the rumbling sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong world announcement, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom has discovered a special map Purgatory of Flames, and the large-scale world event Flame Doomsday is about to start. Ding dong world announcement, this large-scale event is only for the human race. All human novice students can enter the event map through the portal in the territory. The event will start in 2 hours, please wait patiently. The rumbling world announcement fell, and the whole world was silent. Ah, this is the start of the world event? The class teachers haven't focused on the key points yet. No, according to past experience, large-scale events are at least 1 month after the server is opened. Students at this stage don't even have a mid-level unit. What a world activity! Lord of the Dragon Country. It was definitely the tyrant who triggered the world event in advance. He just killed the legendary boss and the world event started. This is definitely not a coincidence. Baga. The arena will open in a few days. It's really not the right time for the world event to open. The students have a fart unit now. Large-scale world events, of course the whole world is involved. However, not the entire universe will participate. Events like that are called mega events, and mega events only involve one race. And this time, it was already meal time, but after Qin Feng did this, the whole world couldn't eat anymore. The first people who were shocked were the people of the Dragon Kingdom. For a time, the Cao group of countless students instantly boiled over. Damn it, the big event is on. I just want to know, which school does the tyrant belong to? First rule out the domineering world. Ah, is this class of students about to take off? Little big brothers, who knew that the tyrant was single? Hehe, what about being single? People even kill Zhao Zioxiu, so they like you. Puxin Nan, are you gone? The students of Long Country naturally cheered. War. This game has already decided the fate of a country and race. Therefore, whether it is the will of the gods in the country or the game, there is a certain reward mechanism. At this time, it has been determined that the tyrant is from the Dragon Kingdom. If Qin Feng can lead Longguo to the world rankings. Under normal circumstances, all Dragon Kingdom people will have resource rewards. Each of them is naturally beautiful. One person gets it. Chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. and the leaders and teachers of the Dragon Kingdom. One by one is also anxious. Countless schools' internal staff deduction group. At everyone, find out who is the tyrant's student. Anyway, I'm not such a good student. Alas, the student's information is completely protected by the will of the heavens, and we can't view it at all. Anyway, our students of the Dragon Kingdom are about to take off. Haha, can this year's year-end awards be improved by a few grades? America. In the splendid hall, countless elites in suits and ties are gathering together. They were also discussing. The identity of the tyrant cannot be ascertained, and the Dragon Country Federation is doing its best to stop it. The world event has started too fast, and our students are not prepared for anything. The tyrant's strength is too terrifying, we can't let him continue to develop. The tyrant has threatened the hegemony of our beautiful country, and he must be contained in the cradle. A middle-aged man who was not angry and arrogant waved his hand gently, and the whole room suddenly became quiet. Don't worry everyone, our Adam and Eve are absolutely invincible, and it's not just us who don't want the Dragon Kingdom to rise. In the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Federation, a grey-haired old man looked at the document in his hand with piercing eyes. Go and tell Zioxu that you must win over this tyrant. Hey, with his current approach, he may have opinions on us, and he must not be lured away by other guilds. And Zhao Zioxu. The bright and beautiful eyes were also lost for a while. The tyrant actually killed the legendary boss. Killing such a powerful boss within 3 days of starting the server, but it has never happened before. But, such a strong opponent, why hasn't she heard of it? As the proud daughter of the family, she has never put her peers in the eye. What domineering world, in her opinion, is nothing but a clown. And now, she was easily killed by Qin Feng several times, and her self-confidence was also hit a lot. Suddenly, she received a communication from the family. Miss, the family has sent a message asking you to try to win Qin Feng. Don't let him go to another guild. Even if the win is unsuccessful, at least, you can't be evil. Hearing this, Zhao Zioxu's beautiful eyes instantly widened. Win over. As the little princess of the Zongheng family, do you want to win over a stinky man? Or the iron straight man who killed himself several times? A time. Zhao Zioxu's expression was sluggish, and her fingers kept tugging at Rumo's hair, which was also a little messy. Chapter 30. The rumbling world announcement fell, and Qin Feng was also out of breath. Sure enough, there is a large world event hidden here. In the previous life, this large-scale event was triggered on the war continent after the novice continent was merged into the main world. The main world is a group of demons dancing wildly, with countless old monsters that have been developing for decades. Today's senior high school students can only be regarded as playing a family. At that time, Qin Feng was busy defending against the army of natural disasters in the Blue Star Frontier, and did not participate in this activity. I can't remember the specific details, but I still remember the general plot. Large-scale world events, all Blue Star students will gather together and compete together. During the event, completing tasks and killing monsters will earn corresponding event points. As long as you are killed in the map, all the points will be exploded. Also based on this rule, every large-scale world event must be a bloodbath. After the event, the points can be exchanged for various materials and equipment. It's a great way to get rich. Every large-scale event, there will be a group of people get rich instantly. At this time, Qin Feng's interface also added a countdown. 1 hour 59 minutes. In 2 hours, the large-scale event will start, and at that time, a portal will appear in everyone's territory. But his eyes fell on the center of the altar. Here, a fiery red portal is constantly spinning. Qin Feng lost her reconnaissance technique. Unknown portal. Explanation: a portal leading to nowhere. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Really? That's one of his big advantages. This portal is clearly to enter the event map. He clearly remembered that the player who discovered the large-scale event back then entered the event map 2 hours in advance, and then made a lot of blood. And at present, there are countless full-level super arms wandering in the flaming plane. With the current strength of the students, they simply can't make it through. That is to say, only Qin Feng can pass through this portal and enter the event map in advance. And get in early. The advantage is too great. Countless tasks. Countless stores. All can be completed and redeemed in advance by one person. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate and walked in with all the troops. Ding dong, your troops are about to be teleported to unknown coordinates through the unknown portal, do you want to confirm? Confirm. The teleportation radiance falls. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you have entered the special map Purgatory of Flames. Since you are the first player to discover this map in the world, hereby reward, plus 1000 reputation value. Ding dong, large scale event flame? Doomsday. All tasks have been issued, you can choose to receive the appropriate task. Ding dong, complete event tasks and kill monsters to get event points, which can be exchanged for rewards through special NPCs. Ding dong, the current map does not have any legal restrictions, you can fight at will, and all activity points will be dropped after death, please be vigilant. Ding dong, due to unknown reasons, all your troops have obtained the buff Scorched Earth, LV1, and this buff can be cleared at the Templar stronghold. The system sound fell, Qin Feng also looked at the scene in front of him. A fiery piece. A few dozen meters above the head is a fiery red rock, obviously in the ground. The strange rocks on the ground are also flaming red. It spread all the way to the end of the line of sight. And all Qin Feng's troops have an extra Scorched Earth buff. He opened the status bar to check. Scorched Earth. Explanation: the soil of the Purgatory of Fire is filled with extremely rich fire energy. Grade 1. Effect: 1. All troops receive 10 fire damage per second. 2. Every hour, Scorched Earth buff level +1. 3. Every time the Scorched Earth level increases, the damage is doubled. Under the buff, all Qin Feng's troops, all had green numbers on their heads. Plus 9,999. Plus 9,999. Plus 9,999. Qin Feng was also taken aback. And this kind of debuff? Please give him a level 10,000 directly, thank you. Scorched Earth buff. For other players, it is naturally a headache. He lost blood every second, and it would be very difficult if there were no healing units. Moreover, the longer you stay, the more blood you lose exponentially. They have to go to the nearest Templar stronghold every once in a while to clean up the buff. But for Qin Feng, this is a buff that continues to restore blood. He can't wait to come directly to tens of thousands of levels. At this time, Qin Feng opened his task panel to check. There are many more activities in it. Collect fire rocks, D level. Collecting fire flowers, level D. Looking for the lost little meow meow, class C. The task is naturally a long list. As a large-scale world event, there are also various tasks in the event. The simplest, of course, is the D-level and C-level tasks. Generally, it is to collect some resources and clean up some mobs by the way. This kind of task, while completing well, can also be brushed repeatedly. Every time it is completed, there will be activity points. Some civilian players, if their own strength is not enough, can repeatedly play this low-level task. If you have more liver during the activity, you can also gain a lot. Qin Feng has entered the map ahead of time, and naturally he will not go to these low-level tasks again. He looked at the task list and pulled it directly to the bottom. Break the Core of Flame, first stage public task. Rescue the Sealed Priestess, the second stage of public tasks, not unlocked. Reinforced Seal, Third stage public task, not unlocked. 3 tasks, all public tasks. This kind of task means that all players need to complete it together. Generally speaking, it is absolutely impossible to complete it with individual strength. Of course, such a task will be rewarded immensely upon completion. It will be distributed according to the contributions of all players on the server. If you can do it alone. Did you get all the rewards yourself? Thinking of this, Qin Feng is also checking the details of the first phase of the task. Breaking the Core of Flame, public quest. Explanation: the Purgatory of Flame is the place where the Monarch of Flames is sealed. With the spread of the divine power of the Monarch of Flames, countless evil cores of flame have grown to connect with the plane of fire. Destroying these cores can interrupt its energy supply, and the more cores that are destroyed, the weaker its power will be. Task Nature, SSS, Public Task. Mission Difficulty, 500W. Quest Content, Destroy the Core of Flames, 0/3. Mission Rewards, Various Materials, Activity Points, Temporary Bonuses. Chapter 31. Public tasks will naturally be the most difficult. It is directly at the SSS level, and the difficulty has reached an astonishing 500W. Such a task, the reward must be very good. At the same time, the subsequent public missions can only be unlocked by completing the first stage. At this time, Qin Feng also received the public task, then closed the panel and opened the activity map. In the map, there is naturally a large black fog. Without a map to explore, there will be fog of war. But in the dark fog, there are 3 striking signs like 3 skulls. It is the core of the 3 flames. Qin Feng did not hesitate, and took the troops directly to prepare to go to the first core. 20 minutes later. All kinds of monsters are already in front of Qin Feng. The first is a strange wolf-shaped creature crawling on the ground with a fierce roar in its mouth. Their bodies are entirely made of flames, but their eyes are abnormally blood red. He threw away a reconnaissance technique. Wolf of Fire, Tier 6. Explanation: the fire element wolf that survived on the plane of fire has been immersed in the power of fire for a long time, and has brought a strong power of flame. Grade, 6th grade. Level, 20. Health, 38,500. Defense, 160. Attack, 306. Skills: Fatal Bite, Flame Claw, Call Companion, Slow Healing. Intermediate monsters of Tier 6, Level 20. At this stage, it is definitely extremely powerful. With the students' trash arms, if they don't have equipment and special talents, they probably won't be able to break through the defense at all. But for Qin Feng, it was all about giving experience, and he directly let the troops start attacking. Countless arrows shot out in an instant. Boom! 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 -11,337. -10,985. -12,036. Countless terrifying damage numbers popped up. Although the fire resistance of the flame wolf is obviously not low, it is still much worse than the previous legendary boss. The fire damage of Qin Feng's troops directly hit about 60% of the damage value. Their blood bars were also emptied instantly, turning into ashes in pieces. At the same time, a series of voices sounded. Ding dong, your troops killed Wolf of Fire, Tier 6, *1000, and gained 6,000 experience points and 6,000 activity points. Ding dong, you triggered the highest experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 6,000W experience points. The monsters fell in pieces. But Qin Feng shook his head. If he just killed monsters, his points would increase too slowly. One monster can only get 6 points. It seems that it still depends on the task. With a murmur, Qin Feng killed monsters all the way and walked towards the skull sign on the map. 10 minutes later. After cleaning up a wave of monsters again, Qin Feng finally came not far from the core of the first flame. The first thing that catches your eye is the countless gigantic fire elements wandering around. He lost an investigative technique. Advanced Fire Element, Tier 7 Arms. Explanation: the more advanced fire elements are undoubtedly much hotter than ordinary flames. Grade: 7th grade. Level: 35. Health: 123,900. Defense: 385. Attack: 720. Skills: Fatal Bite, Flame Claw, Call Companion, Slow Healing. The 7th order fire element, the level is 35. The monsters of this rank are already advanced arms, and their attributes have been greatly improved compared to intermediate arms. What is outrageous is that there are 2 gold level equipment in the equipment column of these monsters. One piece increases fire damage by 30%, the other adds 120 defense points and 20% physical reduction. Moreover, the number is extremely large, and it is impossible to see the head at a glance. Qin Feng made a slight estimate, and I'm afraid there must be tens of millions. It can be said to be difficult to deal with. Normally, to clear a monster group of this size, even Qin Feng would have to fight for a while. But these monsters are still fire elements. So Qin Feng ignored them directly and walked towards the core. As Qin Feng's troops approached, the fire elements instantly discovered Qin Feng and started attacking directly. With angry roars in their mouths, they attacked Qin Feng's troops desperately with their skills and attacks. A fiery red light instantly illuminated the entire space. Then, plus 99,999. Plus 99,999. Suddenly, a series of green numbers appeared on the heads of Qin Feng's troops. In this regard, he is naturally ignorant. The fire element can't do any damage to him. The only problem is, now they are coming all over the place, and it's a problem to travel. Another 10 minutes later, he ran all the way, and finally brought his troops to the front of the core of fire successfully. This is a huge and ugly object that is more than 20 meters high, with a fiery red body, similar to a human heart. Is constantly agitating. The exterior is surrounded by dark rocks, while the interior is fiery red. Qin Feng lost a reconnaissance technique. Core of Flame. Description: the Inferno of Fire is connected to the core of the Plane of Fire. It was created by the Monarch of Flames and contains extremely terrifying hot energy. Level: 120. Rank: Legend. Attack: Life value. Defense. Skills: Rhythm of Flame, Flame Shell, Flame Summoning, Advanced Fire Resistance. Chapter 32. Level 120 Legendary Boss. Qin Feng's eyelids jumped. Really? This activity simply cannot be completed by players at this stage. I am afraid. All the Blue Star High School students' troops came, but they couldn't defeat such a level 120 legendary boss. And this the core of flame. Qin Feng can't see the specific attribute value, but as a public boss, its skills can still be seen. Qin Feng can only say, very perverted. The effect of Rhythm of Flame can only be described as a rogue. As long as it is attacked, extremely strong magma will erupt. The AoE damage is almost a clear screen. At this stage, the player's troops are absolutely unbearable. Although there is a CD, but it is only a few minutes. Just a few minutes to clear the screen AoE. Who can stand this? You must know that the regeneration of the population also takes a certain amount of time, especially since the students are currently at a low level of territory. The replenishment speed of the troops is very slow, and a wave of death is still very hurt. And several other skills are also outrageous, adding a lot of defensive capabilities. This boss. Totally out of disgusting people. Qin Feng also remembered that in his previous life, it seemed that the first stage of the public mission was indeed complained by the players. Certainly. That's for ordinary people. For Qin Feng. Just take a hot shower. He let the troops start to focus fire instantly. Shhhhhhh. Light green streamlines swept through the air, hitting the jet-black outer shell of the core of the flame without error. Countless numbers emerged above the core of fire. -947, 18928 *5%. -946. -946. At the same time, the core of flame suddenly made a distorted and sharp sound, resounding through the entire underground space. It was like fingernails rubbing against the blackboard. Qin Feng was worried. In an instant, countless terrifying fiery red magma erupted from the heart. Then, the fiery red flames, like the ocean, instantly filled the entire underground space. Plus 999,999. Plus 999,999. Another series of terrifying green numbers appeared. Qin Feng also took a deep breath. This core of flame is really disgusting. As long as it is beaten, there will be a clear screen AoE. Who can resist this? But he was also relieved. Fortunately, I have sharp broken blade, gold level, which provides 5% of the true damage, otherwise it really can't break the defense. As a strange creature born from the plane of fire, all the attacks of the core of flame are naturally all fire attribute damage. Qin Feng stood up and slapped it. 10 minutes later, with the last trace of blood strips emptied, a shrill cry suddenly erupted from the core of flames. The mountain shook for a while. The core of flame suddenly burst open, and the hot magma swept the entire space again. At the same time, the rumbling sound of the system suddenly came out. Ding dong world announcement. With the efforts of all players, the first stage of the public task break the core of inflammation has made new progress, and the stage rewards have been issued. Please continue to work hard. Hearing the rumbling sound of the system, players from all over the world are naturally stunned. They are all looking at the countdown at the top of their interface. 1 hour and 32 minutes. Nima. Isn't this more than an hour away? The students naturally broke their defenses. I wipe. What's the situation? Why did the public task suddenly progress? The will of the heavens is exhausted. Impossible. The will of the heavens has been running for millions of years, and there has never been a mistake. Could it be that someone entered the map ahead of time? Fake, right? War has been in service for so many years, and it has never happened. Then it can't be someone opening it, right? Yet. It's so uncomfortable, I'm going to get a lot less reward. A face upstairs. At this time, all students are of course extremely uncomfortable. One by one, they are still gearing up, eagerly waiting to enter the event map. How could someone secretly do a public task? Public tasks. Even civilian players can participate more or less, and then get some rewards. But now, the rewards were all distributed by Qin Feng alone. This Nima is too unhappy. Chapter 33. At this time, Qin Feng, the sound of the system was still ringing in his ears. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the core of flame, legendary boss, and gained 120 million experience points and 1000 event points. Ding dong, you triggered the supreme experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 1.2 trillion experience points. Ding dong, it has been detected that all your units have reached full level, and the current experience value has been converted into proficiency. Current proficiency, 754 billion/1000 billion. Ding dong, you performed well in the first stage of public tasks and received stage rewards, activity points *1000W, flame points potion, legend. Ding dong, your successful single-player killing of the core of flame has been noticed by the Templar Legion, and your Templar Legion reputation value plus 10,000. The core of fire is naturally a boss. However, the same legendary boss, now the first kill is gone, and the world announcement has not been triggered. For large-scale public tasks, rewards are issued according to stages. Every time you defeat a boss, there will be a certain reward. The final reward can only be obtained after all 3 hearts are killed. These rewards are naturally issued according to the contribution value every time. On Qin Feng's side, the current contribution value is 100%, and if the reward is obtained, it will be filled directly. Qin Feng also doesn't know, what will he finally get with a 100% contribution rate. And now, after defeating a boss, the system also issued a stage reward. The first is a full 10 million activity points. Even Qin Feng felt that this number was quite a lot. In the previous life, Qin Feng was just an ordinary player, and it was very difficult to earn 100W points for every large event. Of course, what he cares more about than points is, the system actually rewarded a bottle of legendary potion. It seems that another wave of halo can be extracted. He also quickly opened the backpack to check. Flame Point Potion. Description: the strange potion born from the plane of fire seems to be extremely effective in an event map. Rank: Legend. Grade 1. Effect: within 24 hours, the points gained in Purgatory of Fire will increase by 200%, extractable. Qin Feng's eyes are also happy. Is it actually a potion to increase the amount of points earned? This kind of medicine is still very common in various large-scale events. Otherwise, all kinds of powerful items require hundreds of millions of points at every turn. Even if everyone's points are gathered together, it may not be enough. And this kind of medicine is usually the target of the major forces and masters. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate, and immediately started to extract. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level integral halo, LV1, from the Flame Point Potion, legendary. Ding Dong Yu successfully triggered an 8,000-fold increase and obtained the Halo Supreme Points Halo, LV8000. Supreme Integral Halo, LV8000. Explanation: a halo that is too powerful and should not exist. As long as it is enveloped by the halo, your points will rise like a rocket. Level: 8000. Effect: when getting bonus points, the increase is 8000 times. Current status: closed. This. Seeing the effect of this halo, Qin Feng also took a breath. This wave of luck is considered overwhelming, directly triggering an 8,000-fold increase. And, most outrageous of all, there is no active map restriction this time. Could it be that is valid for all large events? This means that he gets 1 point, and the reward directly gets 8,000 points. How could anyone else compete with him? Thinking of this, Qin Feng also felt a little outrageous. Originally, it was just a potion that lasted for an hour and was only effective on the map of Flame Purgatory. But after being extracted by the Halo system, it is directly effective for all active maps. This means that for all future activities, he can get 8,000 times the points reward. The Halo system, so terrifying. In addition, Qin Feng's single-person killing of the Core of Flame seems to be known by the Templar Legion. Qin Feng also pondered for a while. The so-called Templar Legion is actually a righteous army composed of many good camp troops in the good camp. However, this is an organization formed by the indigenous people of the war continent. Even if there are humans in it, they are not very friendly to the players of Blue Star. At this time, Qin Feng was also out of breath, too lazy to think about it. After he opened all the halos, he looked at the fragment of the Core of Flames that had collapsed on the ground in front of him. The Core of Fire has been shattered. But this did not prevent Qin Feng from touching a wave of corpses. He took it out. Ding Dong, you got the loot heart fragment, legendary. Forehead. Qin Feng also scratched his face. The Core of Fire is obviously not a boss in a broad sense, but more like a building, so the equipment that explodes is also very special. There is only a large piece of the heart of flames that is dark and red. Heart fragments. Explanation: the strange fragments that do not know where they came from and what they do, contain extremely strong fire energy. Qin Feng also murmured, it seems that you need to collect all three to be effective. I have never heard of this thing in my previous life. It seems that it was divided up by several different countries. In his previous life, he had never heard of this item, and the few countries he obtained were probably all silent. That being the case, of course he won't let it go. I just don't know what the effect will be if all three are collected. Maybe, put together a core of flame? After closing the backpack, Qin Feng was ready to leave with the troops for the next core. Hey? Qin Feng was about to leave with the troops when he was suddenly stunned. He suddenly discovered. After the core of flame was destroyed, a large hole suddenly appeared on the wall behind him. It was pitch black inside. But from the outside, you can see that the space inside is very open. He didn't hesitate and walked in suddenly with the troops. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you found the hidden map mysterious cave, reputation value plus 100. Ding dong world announcement, a player has discovered the hidden map mysterious cave, located at the coordinates of Purgatory of Flames 42,157, 68,540, players can buy hidden items on this map. The world announcement falls. The players were all stunned. Yet. Stone hammer. Someone must have entered the event map in advance. Dog thief. Put down Lao Tzu's hidden objects. Why do I want to report it? Why is this not hanging on the wall? But war has been running for so many years, and there has never been a plug-in. What's the matter? How do other people play? At Human Federation, please investigate this person. Other players. Naturally, they can only stare in their own territory. One by one in a hurry. Then. I can only pray that Qin Feng doesn't take all the rewards away. Chapter 34. And Qin Feng. Naturally, he doesn't care what the players think. After passing through the big hole, Qin Feng was surprised to find that there is still a vast area here. The fiery red land is bare, very open, without any objects. Qin Feng also frowned slightly and continued to move forward with the troops. Next moment. Boom! The ground in the middle of the space suddenly burst open. A strange creature like a lamp god suddenly appeared. Its flame-built eyes looked at Qin Feng and said, "Humble mortal, pray, let me see your devout heart, the great flame goddess will give you strength." At the same time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you found a hidden NPC, the goddess of flame, you can buy hidden items from this NPC. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Hidden items. Generally speaking, they are quite powerful. He opened the other party's store interface. Immediately, a page of merchandise appeared in front of him. 1 low-level flame shield buff price, 10 W points, remaining quantity, 1. 2 low-level fire attack buff selling price, 10 W points, remaining quantity, 1. 3 low-level movement speed increase buff selling price, 10 W points, remaining quantity, 1. 4 low-level fire magic resistance buff selling price, 10 W points, remaining quantity, 1. 5 flame gate design drawing price, 100 W points, remaining quantity, 1. 6 flaming stone ring, event limited time equipment, price, 100 W points, remaining quantity, 1. 7 hot pendant price, 1000 W points, remaining quantity, 1. Tips 1. All products sold in this store are unique products, and will disappear permanently after being exchanged by players. Tips 2. The Firestone Ring is prepared for the event for a limited time, and it will disappear automatically after the event ends. At this time, Qin Feng also finished browsing the store. There are a total of 7 products, each of which is limited to 1 for the full server. Qin Feng looked at his points. Activity points, 33.15 million. All can be redeemed. He didn't hesitate to start the exchange directly. Ding dong, you have consumed activity points *10W, and successfully redeemed low-level flame shield buff. Ding dong, you have consumed activity points *10W, and successfully redeemed low-level flame attack buff. Ding dong, you have consumed activity points *10W, and successfully redeemed low-level movement speed increase buff. Ding dong, you have consumed activity points *1000W and successfully redeemed hot pendant. Ding dong, world announcement, all hidden goods in mysterious cave have been sold out, and the special NPC is about to leave. The rumbling world announcement fell again. The players are stuck again. Then, all stunned. I wipe. Dog thief. Why did you just empty the store? Please be yourself. Don't let me know who it is. Woohoo, my hidden store is gone. It's so irritating, this is what people do. I can't accept it. The players were naturally mourning. All the arrogant sons of heaven and the arrogant women of heaven are also livid. Hidden stores used to be a hot spot for contention. The things sold inside are the only hidden ones, which often greatly improve the activity. But now, it has been preempted. Their hearts are usually higher than the sky, and it is naturally unacceptable at this time. One by one, they were heartbroken with anger. I can't wait to enter the event map now and rub Qin Feng on the ground. And Qin Feng just didn't bother to care what they were thinking. Cannot accept? FK him. At this time, he was browsing the products he had purchased. The first is the 4 buffs. Qin Feng opened the status bar to check. Low-level fire shield buff. Description: the shield formed by fire can resist some damage. Grade 1. Effect: all troops form a shield equal to 30% of their health. When taking damage, the shield will be consumed first. After the shield is broken, it regenerates after a minute. Low-level fire attack buff. Description: the power of flame, while hot, can also burn people. Grade 1. Effect: all units increase fire damage by 30%. Low-level fire magic resistance buff. Description: as long as there is this buff, everyone will become extremely heat resistant. Grade 1. Effect: all units increase fire resistance by 30%. Low-level movement speed increase buff. Instructions: apply oil to the soles of your feet and run fast. Grade 1. Effect: all units increase their movement speed by 10%. The attributes of the 4 buffs. Qin Feng thinks it's okay. The shield buff provides a decent shield and is regenerable. It is equivalent to that all Qin Feng's troops have 30% more HP out of thin air. Still pretty strong. The attack buff is the most intuitive, directly adding the damage of the troops. 30% attack power, this number is not low. And the magic resistance buff is the most useless to Qin Feng among the 4 buffs. 30% resistance to fire attribute, if it is other players, I am afraid it will already bloom. But Qin Feng's words, it's just a drizzle, not even a fraction of his magic resistance. And the final movement speed buff, the value is too low, only 10%. Qin Feng can only say that talking is better than nothing. It's a little bit useful, but it's not very useful. At this time, Qin Feng focused his attention on the last 3 items. Design drawing of the fire gate. Description: special commodities from the plane of fire, special traps laid in the ground, people who step on them will fall directly into the lava, a must for Yin people. Rank: epic. Type: trap. Grade 1. Effect: unlock the trap fire gate. Learning requirements: territory level 20. Epic trap. Even Qin Feng was a little moved. Epic rank. This rank is really not low. When the trading line is opened, items of this level can be sold for a sky-high price. Especially for special defense structures like traps, the price is dozens of times more expensive than ordinary epic equipment. And the trap of the Flame Gate. Qin Feng had never heard of it before. However, the only pity is that his territory level is now level 10, which does not meet the learning conditions. He threw it into the backpack. Next, there are 2 pieces of equipment. Flaming Stone Ring, limited time event equipment. Description: the special ring from the plane of fire, when worn, can judge the creatures on the plane of fire. Rank: Epic. Level: 10. Requirements for use: any occupation. Attributes: 1 normal attack damage is fixed to fire attribute. 2 for creatures on the plane of fire, damage plus 100%, fixed as true damage. 3 flame burning, burns life, causing extremely terrifying damage to the enemy. Effect: the HP is reduced to 1 point, causing reduce HP x 100 fire damage to up to 100 enemies. Cooling: 1 hour. Chapter 35. The properties of this equipment are quite good. The most important of these is the second one. To the creatures on the plane of fire, it is directly true damage. This attribute, for Qin Feng, can be said to come at the right time. Most of the creatures on the plane of fire are fire attributes, and Qin Feng is directly immune. His only scruple is, his attack is too weak. Qin Feng currently only has 1,000 troops, and the attacking ability is very insufficient. But if it's all turned into real damage, the damage will undoubtedly increase several times. And the third skill, Qin Feng thinks it's not bad. Directly burn yourself to 1 drop of blood. Then deal fire damage equal to 100 times the reduced HP to up to 100 enemies. The thicker the blood, the better the effect of getting this equipment. Although Qin Feng is a mage, and his health bar is very fragile, it is also a good fit for him. He has a very strong responsibility. After burning himself to a drop of blood, the next second is full of blood, and there is almost no sequelae. It's a small burst skill. The last piece is a fiery red necklace that emits a hot breath. Qin Feng also took a breath. This is legendary equipment. It is absolutely sold at a sky-high price in the market. Equipment of this rank, even if it is low level, can still be used in the later stage. He is also checking the properties. Hot pendant. Description: the pendant once used by the goddess of flame is rumored to be made of raw flame stone. After being eroded by her divine power, it incorporates powerful flame power. But correspondingly, if it cannot withstand the hot flames, it will be swallowed instantly. Grade: Legendary 2nd grade. Level: 100. Type: Hero equipment. Attributes: 1. The consumption of fire skills below level 7 is fixed to 0. For fire attribute skills of tier 7 or above, the consumption is halved. 2. Magic attack power plus 100%. 3. Set: burning the sky and destroying, 2/4. Effect: set attributes, not collected, cannot be viewed. 4. This equipment can be forcibly worn regardless of the restricted level. When the level is lower than level 100, it will receive fire damage value of level difference *1000 every second. Durability: 1000 W/1000 W. Another set of burning the sky and destroying the extinction. Qin Feng also shrank his eyes. I have to say, my luck is pretty good. Set equipment, but it is difficult to burst out. And this hot pendant has very strong properties. The first is to directly reduce the consumption value of fire spells below the 7th rank. Even if it is above the 7th rank, the consumption is halved. One of the big problems with mages is that they consume a lot of mana. Especially some powerful spells can't even be used if you don't add spirit when adding points. This property is very useful. With the hot rod, wouldn't it be possible to call skills without CD? The second one is very unpretentious, directly increasing the magic damage by 100%. The only pity is that the attributes of the suit still cannot be viewed, so it seems, it may take all 4 pieces to be collected before it is possible to see it. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to wear it directly. Seeing Qin Feng's action, the flame lamp god also widened his eyes. You can directly use the goddess's hot pendant, it seems that you are very adaptable to flames. It was also shocked in its heart. Scorching pendant, but it requires level 100 to wear. If the level is not enough, I will burn myself to death in minutes. If it weren't for the lack of levels, it would have worn it by itself. It nodded with satisfaction. Humble mortal, it seems that you have seen the supreme power of the goddess. Now, there is a task to serve the goddess, enjoy this glory. The words fall. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, flaming lamp god has launched the only hidden task for you, capturing the source of fire, SSS, do you accept it? Qin Feng also shrank his eyes. SSS level tasks. But very rare, often means a great opportunity. The higher the rank, the higher the difficulty. If it was normal, Qin Feng would also take it. But the problem is, what's up with this lamp god? You are just a little angel of the goddess of flames, what are you crazy about here? Are you worthy? He also sneered, I refuse. The sound fell. The eyes of the flame lamp god also swayed. It was also stunned, a little confused, and didn't respond for a while. Reject. Immortal. Actually refused. It instantly became angry. Mortal, have you thought about it? This is a SSS level task, a gift from the goddess. Mortal, don't be ignorant. Deng Shen is obviously a little broken. Qin Feng picked his ears out indifferently, and said with a sneer, hee, I won't answer, the goddess of flames, a goddess who is extremely weak, where do you get your sense of superiority? The words fall. Boom. 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 The raging flames of dozens of meters suddenly rose into the sky. A surging and terrifying flame energy has been gathered in the huge body of the flame lamp god. Its roar resounded throughout the space. Mortal! How dare you blaspheme the goddess? Suffer to death! Chapter 36. Ding dong, warning, your behavior has angered the goddess of the flame goddess, and it is about to attack you. Ding dong, warning. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the flame lamp god has become extremely terrifying. As a divine envoy, or a legendary divine envoy, its attribute value is undoubtedly very high. And this time, a raging flame spewed out of its body. Almost fills the entire space. Boy, hand over the pendant of the goddess, and I will spare you. Heard. Qin Feng also smiled. Sure enough. This pendant is definitely from the goddess of flames. The player in the previous life, I am afraid that he will soar into the sky only after receiving the blessing of the goddess of flames. But, is it your own business? Why should I give you back the equipment I exchanged with the points? Qin Feng didn't panic at all. As an envoy transformed from the divine power of the fire goddess, all its attacks are still regarded as fire attribute damage. As for why? Don't ask, asking is the setting of the will of the heavens. At this time, the flaming lamp god didn't talk nonsense, and directly launched a violent attack on Qin Feng. The hot flames almost filled the entire space, shining brightly. The sound of the system kept ringing. Ding dong, flaming lamp god is releasing the skill low-level divine art flaming fire C. This skill is extremely dangerous, please be vigilant. Next second, the endless flames roared and hit the wind speed shooters instantly. Plus 99,999. Plus 99,999. Plus 99,999. Countless green numbers suddenly appeared. The flame envoy was also stunned for a moment, obviously a little stunned. Qin Feng also smiled and let all the troops start attacking. And the flame lamp god was obviously frightened. His own wave of attacks, with part of the divine power of the flame goddess, actually had no effect at all? Looking at the disdainful smile on Qin Feng's face, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. Qin Feng also waved his hand. Immediately. Whoosh whoosh. Countless arrows shot out of the sky and slammed into the forehead of the flaming lamp god. Then. 5.4 W. 10.8 W. 5.4 W. Countless terrifying 5-digit numbers emerged from the forehead of the flaming lamp god. Qin Feng also smiled. With the fire shining stone ring, Qin Feng's troops deal real damage to creatures on the plane of fire. It doesn't matter what resistance you have, how much defense you have, arrows and arrows. And the blood bar of the flaming lamp god also fell straight off. Qin Feng also blinked. This lamp god is too fragile, isn't it? You know, 1,000 wind speed shooters volley. In 1 second, they can deal more than 50 million damage. However, it knocked out nearly 2% of its health. As a divine envoy of a mysterious powerhouse, he is logically stronger than an ordinary legendary boss. But the flaming lamp god in front of him can only be said to be weak and pitiful. After dozens of seconds, the battle is drawing to a close. The body of the flame lamp god made of flames has been shattered, as if it will be extinguished at any time. It growled. Humble human being, I am the envoy of the fire goddess, you dare to kill me. Kill me, your clan will be cursed by the goddess. Qin Feng also took out his ears and smiled. Is this divine envoy sick? They are all so dying, and begging for mercy, but still so bullshit? Then die. He didn't mean to stop at all, and all the troops continued to attack. Another few seconds later. With the last trace of blood emptied, the body built by the energy of the flame lamp suddenly burst open. At the same time, the rumbling system sound suddenly sounded. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the goddess of flames envoy, legendary, and gained 140 million experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the supreme experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 1.4 trillion experience points. Ding dong, it has been detected that all your troops' experience points are full and have been converted into proficiency. Current proficiency, 1454 billion/1000 billion. Ding dong, it is detected that your proficiency is full, your proficiency pool has been upgraded, and the efficiency has increased to 60%. The current proficiency, 1454 billion/10,000 billion. Ding dong, your behavior has completely angered Goddess of Flame. She has -200 favor with you, and may attack your territory at any time, please be vigilant. Ding dong, Goddess of Flame has imposed divine punishment on you, and all units' fire resistance will be permanently -100%. Ding dong, God of Frost seems to be very interested in you, you can go to Church of Frost to receive a hidden quest. Ding dong, the God of Wind seems to be very interested in you, you can go to the Church of the Wind to receive a hidden mission. Ding dong, God of Thunderstorm seems to be very interested in you, you can go to Thunderstorm Church to receive a hidden mission. Ding dong, God of Earth and Rock seems to be very interested in you, you can go to God of Earth and Rock to receive a hidden quest. Ding dong, announcement from the universe, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom Tyrant killed the envoy of Goddess of Flame, completely angering Goddess of Flame, and she is ready to impose divine punishment on all human players. Ding dong, announcement from the universe. Chapter 37. War. Another feature is that all players are already tightly bound to their own country and race. The actions of one person can affect the fate of an entire country. In this wave, Qin Feng killed an envoy of the Goddess of Flames, and her old man was naturally extremely angry, immediately preparing to impose divine punishment on the human race. And this time, all the Blue Star players were also taken aback. I rub it, I knew it was a tyrant, and the world activity he triggered was originally suspect. Yet, the tyrant, this dog thief, even if we take away our rewards, he actually provokes the powerhouses of the mysterious level. YYSY, a tyrant, a novice, can actually kill a divine envoy of a god-level powerhouse? It's too scary, isn't it? It's over, what should I do if I offend a god-level powerhouse and give down divine punishment? I demand that the tyrant be dealt with directly. Zeba. The Dragon Kingdom Federation must give us an explanation, either the tyrant commits suicide to apologize, or wait to be besieged by us. Why are you still worried about large-scale events? Let's just pray that the tyrant doesn't take the reward for nothing. At tyrant, 1 yard is 1 yard, the boss will leave us a mouthful of soup. What the students saw was only the first floor, and the leaders of the school, and even the Human Federation, all widened their eyes at this time. The tyrant actually offended the Shangxuan-level powerhouse. A sign of a god-level powerhouse is that they are more or less able to use divine power. There has always been a saying in war that under the level of Shenxian, dogs are inferior. The goddess of flame, although she is recognized as a weak chicken, she has also mastered part of the divine power of flames. If nothing else, it is still possible to reduce the fire resistance of players in the Dragon Kingdom. And the prohibition of attacking god-level powerhouses is the most basic prohibition of the Human Federation. Not to mention school students, even 3-year-olds who have just entered kindergarten know it. This tyrant. So arrogant. The Human Federation is also completely unable to sit still. Check it out for me, who is this tyrant's student? Notify the Dragon Kingdom Federation that the crit attack must be brought to justice, otherwise, see you in the military court. And Qin Feng, of course, doesn't bother to care what other people think. God's punishment? FK him. What kind of savior is he? Why should he seek welfare for the human race? And now humans. Haha. He just sneered. Qin Feng was also a staunch racist in his previous life. He went to his mission for the future of the human race and did not hesitate to die generously. But when he later found out that their civilians were working hard at the front, while the group of officials were enjoying themselves in the rear, and even gave them unwarranted charges, his heart changed. Reborn again. Qin Feng will naturally make people stronger. But not the current human race. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes also flashed a dangerous light. All kinds of past lives must be recovered in the future. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng quickly calmed down his chilling killing pressure. For him anyway. The divine punishment of the flame goddess has come down. Directly reduces the fire resistance of all his troops by 100%. This value can only be said to be very strong. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that I will not dare to touch the fire element in my life. But for Qin Feng, his fire resistance has accumulated to tens of thousands, it can only be said to be scratching the itch. And he highly doubted that the weak chicken, the goddess of flame, had the divine power to impose divine punishment on the huge human race. What surprised Qin Feng was that the other 4 elemental gods seemed to be very interested in him. He also recalled, in his memory, there are 5 elemental gods, and they have not dealt with each other for many years. Wish the other party died tragically. Now, Qin Feng killed the goddess of the flame goddess, and they naturally wanted to win over Qin Feng. But Qin Feng also sneered. These old guys are all old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years. If they really take over their tasks, I am afraid that there will be no skin left after every minute. The only pity is, the flaming lamp god is obviously not a monster in this event. After killing it, there is no event point. At this time, he also rubbed his hands and looked at the corpse of the flame angel in front of him. Although there are no event points, there are countless colorful loot on it. He grabbed it at will. Ding dong, you got the loot lamp of the angel, legendary. Ding dong, you got the loot small godhead fragment, flame. Qin Feng also opened his backpack to check. The first thing was a strange magic lamp that emitted a faint light of fire. Qin Feng looked at its properties. Lamp of the Angel, legendary. Description: the magic lamp made by the fire goddess, rumored to have spent a lot of money on the astral elf blacksmith to make it, can maintain communication with the fire goddess, and the effective distance spans the entire universe. Grade 1. Grade, Legend 9. Type, Special Equipment. Attributes. 1 Magic Lamp Space. The core of the magic lamp is made of a legendary space seed from a space split mirror, which enjoys an almost infinite space. Effect: when Lamp of the Angel exists, the backpack space is 9999W. 2 Low-level magic, Sea of Flames and Flames. Part of the divine power of the Goddess of Flames is stored in the Lamp of the Gods, and some of the supreme divine powers of the Goddess of Flames can be used by using the divine power. Effect: consume divine power, causing fire damage to the target. Each point of divine power can cause 1000W fire damage to all enemies within 10,000 yards. Current stored power, 0. 3 You can communicate directly with the Goddess of Flames. This skill will only be interfered with by divine power skills, ignoring any ordinary skills. Durability, 1000W/1000W. Chapter 38. Qin Feng also blinked. This magic lamp. It's really time to come. Each person's backpack is naturally limited, with only 20 cells initially. Qin Feng got so much equipment, most of which were temporarily unavailable, and the backpack was already full. The props to expand the backpack are extremely rare, and one can sell for a sky-high price, usually starting from tens of millions of dragon coins. And this kind of props is generally only expanded by 10 grids. However, Qin Feng's side was directly full. The backpack space of 9999W is close to infinity. When he arrived in the main world, Qin Feng only used an almost infinite backpack to run business, and he also became a local tyrant in minutes. Of course, Qin Feng was too lazy to do that kind of thing. As for the second skill, Qin Feng also blinked. As an envoy, the loot of the flame lamp god will naturally bring the characteristics of the flame goddess. If this skill can be released, the effect should be good. Certainly. The goddess of flames is really too weak. She doesn't have much divine power herself, and she has almost nothing left for her divine envoy. No wonder the flaming lamp god is so weak, except that he started to release a magic spell. He has no resistance at all. And Qin Feng naturally does not have the divine power of the flame goddess, and this skill cannot be released. The third skill. Before Qin Feng thought about anything, an angry female voice sounded in his soul. Damn human, who gave you the guts to actually kill my angel? I advise you to return my magic lamp and fragments of Godhead as soon as possible, otherwise, the price of offending the gods, you can't afford it. Did you hear that? Hey! Qin Feng also scratched his ears. This voice, of course, came from the goddess of flames. I have to say, even if she is angry, the voice of the flame goddess is quite nice. But, a bit noisy. Still can't afford it. Haha. The flame goddess has been weakened to the extreme, and she has no strength to retaliate against him. He carefully checked the attributes of the third skill. Found it. Qin Feng's eyes also brightened. Ding dong, you are about to turn off the communication skills of God's lamp, do you want to confirm? Confirm. With the press of the confirmation button, the world is finally clean. Qin Feng also let out a long breath, and then threw the magic lamp into his backpack. He went on to count another trophy. Small Godhead Fragment, Flame. Explanation: a red shard that contains a strange power, I don't know what it does. Grade 1. Grade, Shen Xian. Effect, unknown. Seeing the fiery red glass-like fragments, Rao Shi Qin Feng was also a little shocked. A legendary divine envoy actually exploded a Godhead fragment? It seems that making an angel will require a certain amount of Godhead fragments. There is very little human research on things like Godhead fragments. The reason is also very simple. At present, Blue Star, no one has become a god. And no one can obtain a complete Godhead. But Godhead fragments are still priceless. One piece can sell for hundreds of billions or even trillions of dragon coins. Moreover, Qin Feng is a reborn player. He clearly remembered how terrifying the usefulness of Godhead fragments was. He still has a long way to go to become a god, so the biggest use of this Godhead fragment is to create an artifact. Divine level equipment. If you want to forge, you must have Godhead fragments. In distant space, a slender figure is releasing an extremely terrifying aura. She is the goddess of flames, an elemental spirit born in flames. At this time, her beautiful face under the flames was already full of evil spirits, and her entire slender body was ups and downs with anger. A human. Dare to kill her angel. That's fine. Did you even block her? You must know that no matter how weak she is still a strong person at the mysterious level, an existence that all human beings must look up to. To be so despised by a human being. Boom. The hot flames spread out along her slender body instantly. The flame goddess's voice full of anger came from it. Damn human, kill my angel, wait to pay the price. Naturally, she was extremely angry, and subconsciously, she would release high-level divine arts and bring down a terrifying divine punishment to the entire human race. Then, her sad discovery. His own power is simply not enough. The goddess of flame also stomped her feet in anger. Damn. Chapter 39. Qin Feng naturally didn't know that the goddess of flame had hated him to the core. At this point, he had already closed his backpack and was ready to continue his public mission. The rewards of the first stage, but let him taste the sweetness. If the next public task is completed, wouldn't it take off directly? He touched the coordinates of the second core of the flame. After a few minutes, once again, he encountered a large number of high-level fire elementals wandering aimlessly. As soon as they saw Qin Feng's troops, they naturally launched an attack. In an instant, countless green numbers appeared on Qin Feng and the troops' heads. Qin Feng also ordered the troops to be wiped out instantly. Immediately. Shhhhhh. The arrow burst out of the air and quickly hit the skulls of the fire elements. After wearing the flaming fire stone ring, Qin Feng caused real damage to the creatures on the plane of fire. Their powerful fire resistances are rendered useless. The blood bar is also instantly cleared. At the same time, a series of sounds from the system sounded. Ding dong, your troops killed high order fire element, tier 7, *1000, gained 7,000 experience points, and 7,000 activity points. Ding dong, you triggered the highest experience aura, LV1000, and your troops gained 7000W experience points. Ding dong, you have triggered the Supreme Points Halo, LV8000, and you will get 5600W of event points. Looking at the skyrocketing activity points on a rocket, Qin Feng's eyelids jumped. This is too outrageous. Just by clearing 1,000 7th order monsters, he gained a full 5,600W activity points. That number. Usually a big event ends with not that many players at number 10 on the leaderboard. And activity points are useful for more than just buying items in the store. Some special mechanisms, special missions, and special maps cannot be triggered and entered without enough points. Thinking of this, Qin Feng walked towards the skull on the map while clearing the monsters. After a few minutes, Qin Feng's activity points have reached an extremely terrifying 7.9 billion. At the same time, he also came before a heart of fire again. The beating of the heart is very rhythmic. But Qin Feng also saw a very simple temporary stronghold from a distance. He also frowned slightly and looked over. There are several large legions hidden in the stronghold. Most of these troops are wearing full body armor like knights, burly and imposing like a rainbow. Qin Feng also threw away his investigative skills. Templar Legion Guards, 8th Order, *300W. Senior Priest of the Templar Legion, 8th Order, *100W. Templar Legion Intermediate Mage, Tier 7, *200W. Troops of the Templar Legion? Qin Feng pondered for a while. The Monarch of Flames, a proper evil camp. At that time, he was also a well-known Changsuan-level powerhouse, and he had invaded the War Continent after all. With the character of the Virgin of the Templar Legion, they naturally have to take care of it. The temporary stronghold in the event map was built by them, which can purify the scorched earth buff on the player. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also walked over. Soon, his appearance attracted the attention of the Templar Legion, and a group of troops stopped him. The leader was a paladin who looked at Qin Feng vigilantly. "Who is your excellency?" Qin Feng said lightly, "I am a tyrant." "Are you a tyrant?" The paladin was naturally taken aback. Qin Feng's reputation is high enough now, and second, Qin Feng just broke a core of flame not long ago, but it shocked the Templar Legion. You know, they have paid the price of countless people to crusade the core of the three flames for some time. The results of it? Heavy casualties. In the beginning, the Templar Legion had hundreds of millions of troops. But now, only these millions of troops are left, and it is conceivable how tragic the battle is. At this moment, the paladin bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, please come in, I think Princess Dinah must really want to see you." Qin Feng led the troops into the stronghold. Suddenly, the sound of the system rang. "Ding dong, you have stepped into the territory of the Templar Legion. Malicious PK is strictly prohibited in this area, please pay attention. Ding dong, because of your high reputation in the Templar Legion, the troops can rest here for free." The Templar Legion, as an organization jointly built by the most powerful empires and organizations in the entire continent, if nothing else, it is quite rich. Qin Feng's troops were only 1,000 people, and they also expressed their generosity, and they could eat and drink here for free. Soon, Qin Feng was taken to the largest tent. The paladin said, "Princess Dinah, your excellency tyrant, please see me." "Tyrant?" A very pleasant female voice came from inside the tent. Next moment, a slender figure in close-fitting armor walked out. Forehead. Qin Feng also blinked. Princess Dinah, doesn't look very good now. His face was covered with all kinds of dark marks, and even his dark blue hair was somewhat burnt and curled up. It seems to have been a tough battle. Qin Feng is also checking her attributes. Dinah. Description: a princess from an unknown empire, with a noble status, the current commander of the 16th Legion of the Templar Legion, with a force of 100 trillion. Level: 60. Rank: Epic. Attack power. Life value. Skill. Qin Feng's eyelids jumped. Is it a regiment commander? In the Templar Legion, the Legion commander is almost still in the highest position. From the strength of the troops, it can be seen that his status is extremely noble. At this time, Dinah quickly asked, "Tyrant, tell me quickly, how did you break the core of flames?" Qin Feng was silent. "Stand and beat to death." Of course, he wouldn't say that. The Templar Legion, however, it looks like they are very rich, without a wave of extortion. Are they worthy of working for them? He said directly, "I have my own way, and I can easily break the remaining 2 cores of flames, but..." Qin Feng stopped when he counted here. And Princess Dinah's heart skipped a beat. This person does not play cards according to common sense. But being born in an imperial family, she also understood the meaning of Qin Feng's words in seconds. She said, "What do you need? There are some in the Templar Legion, which can be provided to you for free." Qin Feng's eyes also lit up. It's comfortable to deal with smart people. That's what I've been waiting for. He took a deep breath and said, I need some medicine. Chapter 40. Heard. Princess Dinah was stunned. She blinked her eyes a little silly. That's it? She thought that Qin Feng was going to come with a wave of lions. I didn't expect, that's what I asked for. She also said directly to her deputy, Siri, bring all the medicines in the legion. Yes. A female paladin hurriedly walked out. After a few minutes, she came back with a pile of bottles and jars. Report to the legion commander, this is all the potions we are carrying now. Princess Dinah nodded and said, okay. She counted a little and said to Qin Feng, this action is too hasty, and after another fierce battle, we don't have much medicine. Qin Feng nodded and took it. The next moment, a series of system sounds suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you have obtained the potion Intermediate Life Group Recovery Potion. Ding dong, you got the potion Advanced Life Group Recovery Potion. Ding dong, you got. Ding dong, you got the potion of Holy Light, Epic Rank. Ding dong, you got the potion Dark Resistance Potion, Epic. Ding dong, you have obtained the potion Intermediate Marching Potion, Purple Gold. Comfortable. Looking at the pile of medicines in the backpack, Qin Feng said that he was also relieved. It takes no effort to get it. Most of Qin Feng's strength comes from the Halo system. And the best source of potions is all kinds of NPC forces. He also opened the backpack and checked it carefully. Although there are many potions obtained, many of them are upgraded versions of various potions. The first is the more advanced red medicine and blue medicine. Qin Feng also took a deep breath, and went directly from the silver level to the epic level. Qin Feng also extracted directly. Ding dong, you used the SSS level skill aura extraction, successfully triggered a 4900-fold increase, and obtained the aura Advanced Life Recovery Aura, LV4900. Ding dong, you used the SSS level skill aura extraction, successfully triggered a 3,200-fold increase, and obtained the aura Advanced Magic Recovery Aura, LV3200. Ding dong, your aura Advanced Life Recovery Aura has been upgraded, and the current level is Supreme Life Aura, LV73900. Ding dong, your aura Advanced Life Recovery Aura has been upgraded, and the current level is Supreme Magic Aura, LV68200. A lot of red medicine and blue medicine came down. Qin Feng's 2 recovery aura levels are also frighteningly high. It went straight to about 70,000. He also opened the skill bar to check. Supreme Life Aura, LV73900. Explanation: a halo that is too powerful to exist, as long as it is shrouded in the halo, your health bar will return. Level: 73,900. Effect: all friendly units around 73900 yards continue to recover health, every 60s, a total of 739 million health points are recovered. Current status: closed. Supreme Magic Aura, LV68200. Explanation: a halo that is too powerful and should not exist, as long as it is enveloped by the halo, your blue bar will rub back. Level: 68,200. Effect: all friendly units around 68,200 yards continue to restore magic, and every 60s, a total of 682 million magic points are restored. Current status: closed. The values of the 2 halo responses were so high that Qin Feng couldn't understand them. This value. I am afraid that even a full-level meat shield type crowned unit will be full of blood in minutes. But the problem is, the aura still jumps every second, and if the damage overflows, it will still be blocked by seconds. Closing the panel, Qin Feng's eyes also fell on the last 3 bottles of medicine. Potion of Holy Light, Epic Rank. Evil Resist Potion, Epic. Intermediate Marching Potion, Purple Gold. The 3 potions are all that Qin Feng has never seen before, and new auras can be extracted. Among them, the Holy Light Potion and the Dark Defense Potion are unique potions made by the Templar Legion themselves. The former can increase the damage value of the light attribute, while the latter can directly immunize the dark magic below the 7th level. It can be said to be very powerful. And the last bottle of medicine is actually quite common. It can increase the mobility of the troops. In the middle and late stages of the game, March Pharmacy can be said to be a must for fighting. Qin Feng also started to extract directly. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill Aura Extraction, successfully triggered a 2400-fold increase, and obtained the Aura Advanced Holy Light Aura, LV2400. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill Aura Extraction, successfully triggered an 8,000-fold increase, and obtained the Aura Supreme Evil Resistance Aura, LV8000. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill Aura Extraction, successfully triggered an increase of 1,800 times, and obtained the Aura Supreme Marching Halo, LV1800. The system sound fell, and Qin Feng had 3 more halos in his skill bar. Advanced Holy Aura, LV2400, all troops around 240W yards, when attacking the enemy of the evil camp, the damage will add 2400% light attribute damage. Supreme Evil Resistance Halo, LV8000, all troops around 800W yards are immune to dark magic below the 8th level. Supreme Marching Halo, LV1800, all troops around 630W yards, the movement speed is increased by 1800%. Chapter 41. Seeing the effect of the 3 halos, Qin Feng also took a breath. This is too outrageous. The Holy Halo directly added a full 24 times the light attribute damage to the troops. The light attribute is a special kind of magic damage, which can cause very few troops. Generally speaking, only the characteristic units of the Holy Light Legion can be played. Correspondingly, there is very little relative magic resistance. The only limitation is only valid for the evil faction. And the Supreme Evil resists the Halo. It is directly immune to the dark magic below the 8th order. If the 2 auras are combined, when facing the evil camp, it can be said that the combat power is bursting. And the Marching Halo. Qin Feng was also surprised when he saw it. All troops directly increase the movement speed by 18 times. What does that mean? All Qin Feng's troops, even the slowest siege troops, will run as fast as a rabbit. When there is a high-speed cavalry unit, various interspersed tactics can be realized. At this time, Qin Feng also slowly closed the skill panel. He is still very satisfied with this wave of gains. At this time, Princess Dina said, "Your Excellency Tyrant, the Lord of Flame is extremely dangerous, we must not let him lift the seal." Qin Feng said casually, "Don't worry, isn't it just the 2 cores of inflammation?" Princess Dina's delicate mouth twitched. Isn't it just 2 cores of inflammation? She led hundreds of millions of troops, but returned with a feather. In Qin Feng's mouth, why is it like garbage? She also suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "Your Excellency Tyrant, the troops of the Legion can be commanded by you." Heard. Qin Feng was stunned. This woman won't want to split his boss, will she? He said directly, "No need, just have my troops." Princess Dina was instantly full of question marks. Unnecessary? Could it be that Qin Feng will use his 1,000 troops to kill 2 legendary bosses? Qin Feng's troops were pitifully small, and she naturally believed that Qin Feng had sacrificed countless troops in order to defeat the first core of flames. 1,000 troops to kill the legendary boss. Is the Arabian Nights good? Qin Feng was too lazy to talk to her, and waved directly, "Just wait for the news here." After speaking, he also walked out of the tent directly. Princess Dina and her lieutenant looked at each other. They all saw a trace of anger in each other's eyes. This man is inexplicably irritating. However, the recuperation from the royal family quickly stabilized their mentality. At this moment, the adjutant asked, "Your Highness Princess, why did you hide so many potions?" The Templar Legion, as a huge organization that dominates the entire war continent, officially set off on an expedition, how could it be possible to carry such several kinds of medicines? The adjutant did bring over all the medicines in the entire legion. She didn't count them carefully, but there were definitely more than 20 kinds. However, after Princess Dinah counted, she only gave Qin Feng a few potions, which was pitiful. There was also a hint of slyness in Princess Dinah's lavender eyes. This man is a little weird. He can completely ask us for more, but he only needs some potions, which means his talent is definitely related to potions. Although he is currently helping us complete the mission, but he also killed the goddess of the flame goddess, which shows that this man is extremely uncontrollable. Before it is determined whether it is an enemy or a friend, the Legion must have a backer, and he cannot be allowed to develop unrestrictedly. Qin Feng naturally didn't know that Princess Dinah had almost guessed his talent. But what if you guessed it? He didn't care at all about it. The NPCs in the Warland are not stupid, on the contrary, they are smarter than each other. It is only a matter of time before Qin Feng's talent is exposed. But, even if exposed, what can they do? At this time, he has come to the second core of flame. The ugly heart beat rhythmically. Every time it jumps, the whole ground vibrates. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and launched the attack directly. Shhhhh. Countless arrows shot out of the air and slammed into the heart of the core of flames. By this time, with the Huayao stone ring providing real damage, and a few halos providing additional damage, Qin Feng's speed of killing monsters should not be too fast. In just one round of focus fire, the blood strips at the core of the flames were wiped away. Boom! Boom! As a counterattack, the sky-filled flames once again swept the entire space. But well, Qin Feng is still directly immune. After a few minutes, the sound of the system sounded again. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the core of flame, legendary boss, and gained 120 million experience points and 1000 event points. Ding dong, you triggered the supreme experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 1.2 trillion experience points. Ding dong, it has been detected that all your units have reached the full level. The current experience value has been converted into proficiency. The current proficiency is 2174 billion/100,000 billion. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Points Halo, LV8000, and you got 80 billion activity points. Ding dong, you performed well in the first stage of public tasks and received stage rewards, activity points *1000W, flame points potion, legend. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Points Halo, LV8000, and you got 80 billion activity points. Ding dong, world announcement, thanks to the efforts of all players, the second core of flame has been broken, and the stage rewards have been issued. Ding dong, world announcement, the Lord of Flames has dispatched elite troops to defend the last core of flames, all players please be vigilant. Not far away. Feeling the feeling of the earth shaking from the ground, Princess Dinah's delicate face was also full of disbelief. With her strength, how could she not feel, the core of flames has been completely shattered. But she can't accept it. The boss who made them pay a terrible price, was killed by this man with 1,000 troops in a few minutes. This is too shocking, isn't it? Chapter 42. The system announcement fell again, and Qin Feng also took a deep breath. A legendary boss, he directly increased 160 billion activity points. Rao is Qin Feng, and he has never heard of anyone who can get so many points in one event. When the event store opens, there are definitely a lot of things he can exchange. At this time, Qin Feng didn't think much about it and picked up the corpse. He continued to pick up a flame heart fragment. At this time, Qin Feng also glanced at the time, and then frowned slightly. It is less than an hour before players enter the event map. Looks like we have to hurry up. With a murmur, Qin Feng also rushed towards the third skull with his troops. The world announcement that sounded again made the students' hearts tense again. At Tyrant, please don't move. The public tasks are so quickly completed by you alone. Are you still human? At Tyrant, classmate, don't be too extreme, we'll see each other in the future. Have you found it? How can there be such an awesome character in the Dragon Kingdom? The president of the First Guild in the United States, hereby issued an ultimatum to the Dragon Kingdom, warn the tyrant, don't carry out the task again, otherwise. Blue Star's students naturally jumped in a hurry. It's still more than an hour, and Qin Feng has completed 2/3 of the public task. According to this progress, Qin Feng can completely complete the public tasks of the first stage by himself. Does this give others a way to live? Eagle Country. Garden of Eden. At this time, Adam's face was ashen, and even Eve's beautiful cheeks beside him were full of evil spirits. Adam's fists clenched, and angry voices spread throughout the guild. Public tasks belong to our beautiful country. The first powerful country is definitely our beautiful country. The order of this world must also be guarded by our beautiful country. Tyrant, is he a bird? Instead, Eve had to be calmer. It seems that there are many powerful characters in the Dragon Kingdom. We have been suppressing them, but we still let them rise. The corner of her delicate mouth raised a sneer and said, we need to put some pressure on Longuo. Qin Feng is naturally too lazy to care about the students' thoughts. At this time, under the high movement speed bonus, he quickly came to the last skull. Qin Feng also frowned slightly. Before the third core of flame, he actually saw 3 extremely huge fire elements. He lost an investigative technique. Nuclear fire element, epic boss. Fire spirit, epic boss. Guardian of the Lord of Fire, epic boss. It seems that in order to protect the last core, the fire element is also in a hurry. 3 epic bosses came directly, and the level was still full. With the addition of a legendary core of flame, this lineup is already terrifying. Even in the main world, countless troops have to be sacrificed. And there are also several terrifying buffs in their skill bar. Advanced Divine Art Fire Amplification. Advanced Divine Art, Supreme Elemental Body. Advanced Divine Art Advanced Hardness. It seems that the Monarch of Flames has already cast divine magic for them. The 3 magical techniques can be said to be very powerful, respectively strengthening the fire attribute damage, magic resistance, and physical defense. It can be said to be strengthened in all aspects. At this time, the 3 epic bosses also saw Qin Feng. They looked at the troops behind Qin Feng with contempt in their eyes. Human, do you dare to offend the great Lord of Flame? Boy, hand over the loot that the flaming lamp god exploded, and then kneel down to apologize to us, we can spare your life. Apologize? Hee hee, boy, as long as you kneel and kowtow, we can spare you. Hearing this, Qin Feng sneered, and without hesitation, let the troops start focusing on fire. Immediately. Shhhhhh. Countless troops instantly enveloped the bosses. Next moment, the dazzling fire light suddenly erupted along with the holy light. The 2 god-level powerhouses in the plane of fire, the goddess of flames belonged to the neutral camp, and the monarch of flames, was the proper evil camp. Against his subordinates, the advanced holy light aura will naturally be triggered, directly adding 24 times the holy light damage. Just a round of fire. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the nuclear fire element, epic boss, and gained 600W experience points and 160W event points. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the fire spirit, epic boss, and gained 800W experience points and 200W event points. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the Guardian of the Lord of Fire, epic boss, and gained 700W experience points and 180W event points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Experience Aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 80 billion experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Points Halo, LV8000, and you got 16 billion activity points. Ding dong, world announcement, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom Tyrant successfully killed the intense nuclear fire element, Epic Boss, as the first player in this class to kill the Epic Boss, hereby reward, gorgeous treasure chest, Epic, prestige plus 1000. Chapter 43. The rumbling sound of the system fell, and the entire universe was silent again. This is too outrageous, isn't it? One person took all the first kills of gold, purple gold, epic, and legendary bosses. It's the first time in the universe that one person has won the first kill of all the bosses. Is it possible? This is a genius with SSS level talent. This tyrant is too terrifying, everyone. If the human race rises, we will not have a good time. There was another noise in the universe, but that was all. No matter how strong they are, they can't penetrate the will of the heavens, and they can't get into the novice map at all. They can only widen their eyes one by one, and then watch Qin Feng keep developing, growing up little by little. At this time, Qin Feng also took out his ears. The sound of the system rang for more than 10 seconds, which was indeed a bit long. He really didn't know, where did these 3 epic bosses have the confidence to kill him? Isn't this to send points? Just this wave, the activity points rose again by tens of billions. It can be said that the 3 of them just sent a wave of warmth to Qin Feng. At this time, he took it out. Ding dong, you got the loot flame spear, epic. Ding dong, you got the loot flaming stone, epic, asterisk 30. Ding dong, you got the loot bracelet of burning, epic rank. Ding dong, you got the loot fire element enchanting stone, epic rank. Ding dong, you got the loot advanced fire element fragment, epic, asterisk 30. Ding dong, you got the loot advanced explosive potion, epic. The first kill of an epic boss, there are still quite a lot of equipment bursting out. The first is a lot of materials, flame stones and high-level fire element fragments are very rare materials. One can sell millions of dragon coins, that is to say, Qin Feng also earned at least hundreds of millions of dragon coins in this wave. Of course, Qin Feng has not changed jobs and side jobs now, and these materials can only be put in the backpack to eat ashes. He continued to look. The first is an epic piece of equipment, a slender spear that is extremely red. Flame spear. Explanation: it was originally a delicate spear made by the elves, but for some reason it was transferred to the plane of fire. After thousands of years of lava soaking, it already contains a strong breath of fire. Rank: epic. Grade 1. Equipment type: arms equipment. Requirements for use: arms fire resistance greater than 20%. Attributes: 1 arms attack plus 30%. 2 when units attack, each attack will apply burning buff to the enemy, stacking up to 30 layers. 3 flame explosion, consume all burning buff, causing 200 damage to the enemy per layer. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Forward. This epic piece of equipment, Qin Feng's feeling is, not very useful. Of the 3 attributes, the first one increases the unit's attack power by 30%, this value is quite good. The latter 2 are skills that can be combined with each other. If the burning buff is fully stacked, use the flame explosion to cause 6,000 damage to the enemy. If the average player got it, he would be very happy. This skill can be used as the main output means to play. But for Qin Feng, 6,000 damage value? Haha. A flat A for him is 5 figures, okay? He felt ashamed that it took so much effort to hit 6,000 damage. Of course, it's fine as an over-equipment. Therefore, Qin Feng took down the sharp broken blade of wind speed shooter. With the flaming stone ring, this piece of equipment is useless for the time being. As an intermediate class, wind speed archer can equip a total of 2 arms. Next, is a fiery red bracelet engraved with a magical inscription. Bracelet of Burns, Epic Rank. Description: a bracelet from a fire elemental mage, which can enhance the power of fire spells. Rank: Epic. Level: 20. Equipment type: Hero equipment. Requirements for use: Mage occupation. Attributes: 1 magic attack plus 20%. 2 fireball becomes AoE damage, and its power is increased by 50%. 3 pyroblast becomes AoE damage, and its power is increased by 100%. The properties of this bracelet are still very good, and the effect is simple and rude. The mages in war are also divided into many genres. But in the early stage, most of them are still divided into ice method and fire method. Fire spells are naturally more violent, cost more mana, and do more damage, but have a longer CD. The ice law is more partial control. For war, the personal strength of the lord is not very important, so most mages will choose the ice method. Don't you feel bad about slowing down the troops, controlling them, and keeping the refrigerator alive? However, Qin Feng's attributes are strong enough to play with fire. If this piece of equipment were to flow into the market, it would definitely drive all fire mages crazy. Especially the last two, which directly turned Fireball Pyroblast into AoE damage. This is very powerful. However, Qin Feng's current level is stuck at level 10 and can only be thrown into the backpack to eat ashes. The two pieces of equipment were far from satisfactory. Qin Feng looked at some special items. The first is a fire-type enchanting stone. Fire enchanting stone. Description: the enchanted stone from the plane of fire, as long as it is used, has a probability to change the attributes of the equipment or add new attributes. Grade 1. Rank: Epic. In war, there are equipment enhancement and enchanting systems. Strengthening, as the name suggests, can strengthen equipment. However, there is also an upper limit to the level of reinforcement, and it is easy to break if the level is high. It can be said to be very crap. And enchanting, in general, can add new attributes without any risk. However, epic level enchanting stones also require epic level enchanting tables. You also need to transfer to the deputy enchanter. Qin Feng didn't have either, so he could only throw it in his backpack to eat ashes. The last piece is a parchment-like drawing. Qin Feng is also checking the attributes. Advanced Explosive Potion. Explanation: it is rumored that it is a potion made by a certain alchemist. The potion is extremely unstable. It may explode without being thrown out. Does anyone really dare to drink it? Rank: Epic. Grade 1. Effect: for 1 hour, when all units attack, there is a 12% chance to deal 600% of the attack's fire damage. Extractable. Hint: this medicine is extremely unstable and has a great probability of hurting yourself. Chapter 44. Advanced Explosive Potion. Qin Feng looked at the name and remembered the low-level explosive potion he got before. He extracted the extremely terrifying Advanced Burst Aura, LV2000, from the low-level explosion potion. It was also this aura that directly increased his damage dozens of times. So, if you get this high-level blasting potion, how far can the aura be upgraded? Thinking of this, Qin Feng also started to extract directly. Ding dong, you used the SSS level skill aura extraction, successfully triggered a 4900-fold increase, and obtained the aura Advanced Burst Aura, LV4900. Ding dong, your aura Advanced Burst Aura, LV2000, has been upgraded, and the current level is Super Burst Aura, LV6900. Super Burst Aura, LV6900. Explanation: art is a blast. Boom boom boom. Level: 6900. Effect: when all units attack, there is a 100% chance to deal 6900% fire attribute explosion damage to the enemy. Current status: closed. The damage increase was directly pulled to 69 times. Qin Feng felt a sense of relief in his heart. You know, there is no limit to the damage increase brought by the burst halo. At this time, Qin Feng slowly closed the backpack. I have to say that the warmth sent by the 3 epic bosses is still very good. At this time, Qin Feng looked at the third core of flame, which was still the same, with no change in attributes. He didn't say much nonsense, and let the troops start attacking directly. After a minute, along with the shattering of the third core of flame, the rumbling system sound suddenly sounded. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the core of flame, legendary boss, and gained 120 million experience points and 1000 event points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Experience Aura, LV10000. Ding dong, world announcement, with the unremitting efforts of players, the first stage of the public task Break the Core of Flames has been completed. Thank you for your dedication, and rewards will be issued according to your contribution. Ding dong, world notice, the second stage of the public task Rescue the Sealed Priestess, public task, has been unlocked, please check it out in time. Ding dong, your successful completion of the public quest Breaking the Core of Flame has been noticed by the Templar Legion, and your Templar Legion reputation value plus 20W. Ding dong, your Templar Legion has a high reputation, and you can already go to receive military rank. Ding dong, you have performed well in the first stage of public tasks, and you have received the following rewards: basic resources * 300 billion, reached the personal upper limit, magic crystal * 300 billion, reached the personal upper limit, the activity map attack and defense bonus buff. Ding dong, your territorial resources have exploded. The amount is huge, and it is very easy to cause the surrounding forces to snatch it. Please be vigilant. The rumbling system sound fell, and the players were completely silent. Nima. The public tasks of the first stage were directly completed by Qin Feng alone. You must know that there are also types of public tasks, and the first stage is often the easiest. That is, the general public can participate. In the later stages, ordinary people can't touch it. For a time, the players in the entire world were mourning. Nima. This tyrant is not a person at all. In the Sakura country Sakura Guild, the siege against the tyrant and the dragon country is launched here. Who is involved? I'm from Kangaroo country, let's get involved. I, Asan, do my part. Our beautiful country, as the most just world police of Blue Star, naturally wants to participate in a wave. For a time, the whole world was surging. Countries that were usually unfriendly to the Dragon Kingdom naturally participated in this so-called encirclement and suppression campaign. The Human Federation also exerted heavy pressure on the Dragon Country Federation. They posted directly on the official forum of the Human Federation, and then directly pinned it to the top. At Longguo Branch, this tyrant must be dealt with seriously. His behavior seriously threatens the survival of the entire human race. We will give you 24 hours, and if he is still alive, we will dispatch the emergency security team to hunt him down. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. In the past, everything was negotiated. This time, the Human Federation did not inform the Dragon Kingdom, and immediately issued an ultimatum. It's the first time it's so tough. The Dragon Kingdom players naturally sighed. Alas, it's a pity that our Dragon Kingdom finally produced a peerless genius, it seems that he will be dealt with. According to the laws of the Human Federation, he will be deprived of the Lord's authority and imprisoned for life. It's a pity, my Dragon Kingdom has lost a day of talent. Who made him so arrogant? Haha, I think it's just right. Yes, such a madman, it's better to deal with it sooner. The two upstairs are from the Great Guild? Did you move your cake? Tisk tisk, what about you? Human Federation Dragon Branch? A man with a Huxia character was smoking a cigarette, his brows furrowed. At this time, an OL hurried in and reported. Chief, the identity of the tyrant is a mystery, and we can't investigate it for the time being. All the students have been checked, and they can't be the first players to enter the game. Oh, I see. The man snuffed out the cigarette in his hand. He also sighed. Since they were not the first to enter the game, they were poor students who were voluntarily abandoned by the school. This kind of people. Always an outcast. Can it be so strong? I'm afraid this must be an SS-level talent, right? Even for him, it was a pain in his heart. If Qin Feng is willing to reveal his identity, the Dragon Kingdom Federation can still find a way to protect him. For example, hiding, developing secretly, or directly incorporating into the Dragon Group of the Dragon Kingdom branch. But Qin Feng's identity cannot be found at all now. In other words, in reality, he can't be found at all. You can only reach him through the game. The problem is, Qin Feng simply refused anyone's private chat. He could only sigh and say, "Little guy, help you luck." And Qin Feng also received several special messages at this time. Special news, Human Federation Headquarters, Tyrant, we limit you to surrender to the Dragon Country branch within 24 hours. According to the law, you can still live. Otherwise, the special guards will take action, and you will be included in the lower order by the guards. At that time, you will surely die. Chapter 45. Seeing these news, Qin Feng also scratched his ears. The so-called lower order is the most serious law issued by the Human Alliance. The Human Alliance has a standing guard. Players who are included in the lower order will be endlessly hunted down by the guards as long as the territory is still alive. Not just in games, but in reality. But Qin Feng also laughed. Killing order? Special guards? A bunch of stuff that only consumes internally. The fate of mankind in the future is so miserable, and the Federation of Humanity has contributed greatly. For the status and strength of their own country, they would not hesitate to hunt and kill the geniuses of other countries. He was born again, and naturally he would not put these things in his eyes. In fact, to put it bluntly, these privileges of the Human Alliance were fought by the older generation in the tragic war. At that time, the will of the heavens and the gods expressed their appreciation for the fearless and strong spirit of the human race, so they gave a series of rewards and privileges to the Human Alliance, in order to allow Blue Star to develop better. But now what? Human strength is getting worse and worse, and after a few years, it will be destroyed by several major natural disaster races. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. It seems I have to teach them a hard lesson. Thoughts flowed in his head. Qin Feng also temporarily put it behind him. He looked at this wave of rewards. It is very rich. Even he didn't expect to be so perverted. If the reward of a large-scale public task is obtained by one person, it will be so delicious. First of all, it is an extremely terrifying resource. 300 billion basic resources and magic crystals came directly. Rao is Qin Feng, who was also shocked by this number. 300 billion resources. Qin Feng never had so many until his fall. This number, even the 8 major families, can be used for a long time. Not to mention, there are also 300 billion magic crystals. Magic crystals are undoubtedly much more precious than basic resources. Many buildings require magic crystals for energy, such as high-grade defense towers and buildings, which require magic crystals to provide energy. At the same time, magic crystals are also extremely expensive in the market, and one magic crystal can be exchanged for 10 times the basic resources. In other words, Qin Feng's wave is equivalent to directly earning 300 billion basic resources. Until the middle of the game, Qin Feng will not waste resources anymore. In addition to resources, the system also provides a buff. He also opened the status bar to check. Offensive and defensive bonus. Description: the rewards for the first stage of public tasks. Effect: large-scale event fire, and all units attack and defense value plus 3000%, has reached the personal upper limit. Even Qin Feng took a deep breath. This buff is too outrageous, right? Directly increased the attack and defense value by 30 times. Originally, this buff is shared by the whole server. It is divided by tens of millions of people, and the value of the buff is absolutely low. It would be nice if everyone gets 5%. But now, Qin Feng has directly filled up his personal rewards. He also did a bit of calculation. In this large-scale event, if he encounters an enemy of the evil camp, there has been a full 123 times the damage. Rao is Qin Feng, and he also sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, Qin Feng is also ready to take stock of his gains. He first looked at the corpse of the third core of flame. Just grab it. The last fire core fragment is in hand. He has already met the synthesis conditions. Qin Feng didn't think much about it and started synthesizing directly. Suddenly, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you used inflammation core fragment *3 to successfully synthesize inflammation core, Shen Xian level. Oh? Is it a god level item? Qin Feng was also surprised. God level. For the human race of Blue Star, it is extremely precious. The birth of every god level equipment and item usually means the birth of a strong man. He also quickly checked the properties. Core of Flame. Explanation: one of the 5 fruits of the Holy Glory Saint artifact Heart of Elements, it is rumored to contain the power of extremely terrifying flames, but only after returning to the Heart of Elements can it exert its true power. Grade 1. Grade: Shen Xian 9th grade. Type: Special Equipment. Attribute: Unreturned Elemental Heart, cannot be viewed. After returning, please check it in Elemental Heart. Durability: 10,000 W/10,000 W. Qin Feng. Nima. His heart was also unhappy. After finally getting a Shangxuan level item, it still can't be used. This is too stupid. The ghost knows what this so-called elemental heart is. However, Holy Yao level equipment must be extremely rare. At least Qin Feng had never heard of a human being who got a Holy Glory level item in his previous life until his resurrection. Temporarily throwing the core of flame into the backpack, Qin Feng also took out the big gift bag he got before. He also opened it directly. Ding dong, you opened the glowing treasure chest, purple gold level, and got the loot, Lightspeed recruitment card *100, Senior Alchemist transfer book, epic level. Chapter 46. It's still the familiar Lightspeed recruiting card, which is definitely not too much. Immediately after, a quaint parchment book. Senior Alchemist transfer book. Description: notes from a certain alchemist. After use, you can directly transfer to an intermediate alchemist. Grade 1. Rank: Epic. Effect: changed to intermediate alchemist. Requirements: intelligence greater than 100. A deputy job transfer book. In war, there are naturally all kinds of deputies. What enchanter, alchemist, cook, gardener. As long as you can think of almost there are corresponding occupations. And an alchemist is naturally a profession that refines various potions. For Qin Feng, it can be said to be quite suitable. But well. He also frowned slightly, and did not study for the first time. The reason is also very simple: alchemists. In addition to burning money, it is a very waste of time. Often it takes several hours to refine a bottle of potion. Qin Feng didn't bother to waste that time at all. With this time, it is better to brush a few secret realms and kill a few more players. He was temporarily included in the backpack. It seems. I need a working man. At this time, the rumbling world announcement suddenly sounded. Ding dong, world announcement: Templar Legion has opened a special mechanism, and the large-scale world event Doomsday Wither has been opened in advance. All senior high school students can enter the event map through the portal in the territory. Ding dong world announcement, the leaderboard has been opened, please check it out in time. The sound of the system fell, and the students who were already in a hurry also cheered. Yet, long live the Templar Legion, it actually opened early. You're all going to kill the tyrant for me. Kill this dog thief. The tyrant takes his life. You have taken all the rewards from Lao Tzu. I rub it. Everyone, look at the personal rankings, what is the tyrant not hanging on the wall? Everyone was shocked, and quickly opened the leaderboard to check. Personal rankings. First place, Tyrant, Dragon Kingdom, personal points, 869 billion. Qin Feng was alone in the rankings. The reason is also very simple. The students have just entered the activity map, and their points are naturally 0. But this number is naturally a bit scary. 800 billion. This Nima, is it true? Countless students also said that they have never seen so many points in their life, okay? On Qin Feng's side, the sound of the system also sounded. Ding dong, you have ranked first in the personal ranking and received the following rewards, troop attack and defense value plus 100%. Ding dong, Dragon Kingdom has been ranked first in the country ranking, and all Dragon Kingdom players will receive the following rewards, troop attack and defense value plus 20%. In the large-scale event of war, there are 3 types of leaderboards. Individuals, guilds, nations. There will also be race and alliance leaderboards in the mega event. Of course, in the current novice map, no one has established a guild at all, so there are only individual and national rankings. Both rankings are ranked by points. With Qin Feng's current points, even if he stops playing, until the end of the event, he is firmly in first place. And the attack and defense bonus of the leaderboard, can only be said to be average. Compared with the 30 times bonus Qin Feng got in the first stage, it is pitifully low. After closing the ranking list, Qin Feng also murmured unhappily, Dinah, this BCH. I remember it. Originally, there was still some time before the secret realm opened, and he could still continue to complete public tasks. But who knew that this girl actually opened the secret realm in advance? Boom! In an instant, Qin Feng's whole body was instantly enveloped by a vast and terrifying aura. In front of him, a pool of fiery red magma suddenly appeared on the sword, and the next moment, the magma slowly gathered and gradually gathered into a huge strange shape. At the same time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong world announcement, a player triggered a special mechanism and discovered the hidden boss 7th Monarch of Flame. The coordinates of the boss have been marked on all player maps. Please go to the crusade. As soon as the world announced, the players cheered. I wipe it. God helps me too. The tyrant is at the coordinates of this boss. Everyone, hurry up. This is a hidden boss, kill the absolute blood to earn a wave. If you kill a tyrant, you will earn hundreds of billions of points, and it's so cool to be able to kill the boss along the way. Kill the tyrant, grab the boss. The students are naturally not stupid. Now ordinary players have just entered the event map. Except Qin Feng, who can trigger the hidden boss. The 7th Monarch of Flames. At first listen, it is a powerful boss that is difficult to deal with. But in large-scale events, as long as you kill the opponent, you can loot all the opponent's points. Everyone who looked at Qin Feng's points was stunned for a while. But no matter. As long as Qin Feng is killed, the points are theirs. Hearing the rumbling sound in his ears, Qin Feng was also taken aback. In front of him, a huge figure dozens of meters high suddenly appeared. Its body was like a raging flame, crimson to the extreme. On its wrists, there are 2 extremely bright red bracelets engraved with intricate inscriptions. There are only 2 eyes, releasing a terrifying light. He checked the attributes of the one in front of him. The 7th Monarch of Flame, legendary. Description: the extremely powerful fire element who once set foot in the Shenxian level domain was defeated by the Lord of Flames while competing for the supreme position of the fire element. Since then, he fell from the realm and surrendered to the Monarch of Flame. He followed the Monarch of Flames for thousands of years to invade the War Continent, and was defeated by 5. A legendary archmage joined forces to seal it here. Level, 190. Grade, Legend 9. Attack, Defense, Life Value, Skill. The legendary 9th Order boss. Qin Feng was also taken aback. He also did not expect that he would actually attract a legendary 9th Order boss. Legend has it that the 9th rank, but 1 foot has entered the Shenxian rank. Such a boss is undoubtedly stronger and countless times stronger. Not to mention, this 7th Monarch of the Flames was indeed a god profound level, but he was beaten back to the legendary level. At this time, the 7th Monarch's eyes were also staring at Qin Feng, and he said, "Human, hand over the inflammation core, and I will give you infinite power." The words fell, and the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Ding dong, the 7th Monarch of Flame invites you to join the Legion of Fire, and he promises that as long as you hand over the core of flame, he will give you infinite power. Ding dong tip, if you join the Fire Legion, your camp will be changed to the evil camp. Ding dong tip, the 7th Monarch of Flame is in a special state. After the blood volume is 0, it will not die, but will fall into a deep sleep." Chapter 47. Listening to the sound of the system in the ear, Qin Feng also scratched his ear. The 7th Monarch of the Flames. Although strong. But, hundreds of years ago, the goddess of light led countless races to purge the evil camp. Until now, the evil faction is still running around in the universe, unable to make any big waves at all. Although Qin Feng knows a lot of secret plots, the evil camp is just showing weakness, and a huge conspiracy is brewing in secret. But he was sure that as long as he joined the evil camp, all the bones that would be eaten would be gone in a few days. Qin Feng was about to refuse, but before he could say anything, there was a commotion next to him. "Tyrant! Take your life! Hand over the quest reward, spare you from dying! Tyrant! Myosin First Guild is here, I apologize to us and spare you! Tyrant big brother, hee, how about you get killed by someone, and they kill you at night?" Qin Feng was also taken aback. War. This game will automatically translate the language of the players. This wave. It seems that the senior high school students of Asangwo have come here. But, how did they get here so soon? Qin Feng also checked it out. Not far from the 7th Monarch of the Flames, there seemed to be an extra teleportation formation. The players of the 3 kingdoms are emerging continuously. It seems that this place is very close to Asangwo's teleportation array. He didn't say much, because the 7th Monarch next to him was already angry. "Damn bug! How dare you disturb the great 7th Monarch? Die! Bugs!" Next moment, the raging flames rose suddenly. It was like a fiery red sea that was churning, filling the entire underground space in an instant. The students of Asangwo were dumbfounded. "Nima! What the hell is this? Help! This boss is too strong. I wipe! What kind of damage is this? Lao Tzu's tier 3 meat shields have all been killed in seconds. Say oh! Help!" The players did not make any resistance at all, and countless troops were instantly swallowed by the surging flames. At the same time, countless terrifying figures appeared on their heads. 3940W 4025W 3868W. At the same time, countless terrifying green numbers appeared on the heads of Qin Feng's troops. Plus 99,999. Plus 99,999. Qin Feng also twitched the corner of his mouth. This 7th Monarch is still quite strong. as expected of an existence that once set foot on the divine profound level. He didn't think much about it, taking advantage of the chaos in the scene, he left quietly with the troops. This boss, with the seal, cannot be killed at all. Also, it doesn't come out. Qin Feng is ready to complete the second stage of public tasks. He also opened the taskbar to check. Rescue the sealed priestess, public task. Description: the 4 priestesses of the fire goddess were sealed by the Lord of Fire. They are the key to reseal the Lord of Fire. Go and save them. Task nature: SSS, public task. Mission difficulty: 1000W. Mission content: save the priestess, 0/4. Mission reward: various materials, points. Looking at the description of the task, Qin Feng was also speechless. Why do these people who play with fire like seals so much? The Lord of Flame has been sealed for thousands of years, and as a result, he has sealed the 4 priestesses of the Goddess of Flame with his backhand. He also shook his head and walked towards the coordinates of the mission marker. A few hundred meters before a seal. Zhao Zioxiu frowned slightly, anxiously instructing the surrounding guild players. The Vertical and Horizontal Guild is one of the 8 major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom. There are millions of high school students alone. She also gathered the troops of these players in an instant. At this stage, the average territory level of players is level 3, and the population cap is 300. However, the troops gathered by the Vertical and Horizontal Guild have far exceeded 10 million. This number is already huge. And she is also resolute, and directly leads the players of the guild to prepare to attack a seal point. If you can complete the task of a seal point, the entire guild will take off in one wave. But coincidentally, Zongheng directly ran into the so-called anti-tyrant alliance formed by other countries. Students from other countries, even with the Dragon Kingdom, are all ready to fight a wave together. They also know that Qin Feng's takeoff will inevitably lead to the entire Dragon Kingdom. If not all of them are defeated at once, this year's students of the Dragon Kingdom will be unstoppable. As a result, the coalition forces of various countries launched a fierce attack on the vertical and horizontal troops in an instant. At this time, one by one his subordinates reported anxiously. Miss. Our troops on the east side are nearly wiped out, please ask for support. Miss. The elite troops of Bangza country have come in, and our vanguard troops have been wiped out. Report. A flying unit has appeared in the Sakura Nation army. A thin layer of sweat also appeared on Zhao Zioxiu's white forehead. Her jade-like palms clenched tightly into fists. This wave. The vertical and horizontal directly faced the hundreds of millions of coalition forces added up by various countries. The disparity in numbers is too large, and the vertical and horizontal fronts are almost collapsed at the touch of a button. At this time, the leaders of the coalition forces of various countries also swelled one by one. Hey, I heard that the young lady of your Zongheng family is a school girl. Send us a message to Mr. Yang, take a few breaths, and we will turn around and leave immediately. Haha, that's right, as long as you stay with us for one night, let alone a small seal, it's okay even if you don't participate in large-scale events. Some women in Longguo always kneeled and licked in the face of Lord Yang. Also known as a shepherd dog. On the one hand, they said that the man in Longguo was a Puxin man, but on the other hand, they knelt down and licked at Lord Yang. This also contributed to their contempt for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. And listening to the words of players from other countries, Zhao Zioxiu's pink fist clenched. But the troops of the vertical and horizontal guild fell in pieces, the scale visibly shrinking. Zhao Zioxiu closed her eyes as if resigned, and sighed faintly. Looks like I'm the one who jumped in this time. But next time, I'll definitely call back. Right now. Boom. 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 A violent explosion sounded suddenly. The troops of the entire foreign coalition started from the rear, like rows of straws, falling in pieces. FK. What's going on? The boss is here. Baga. This is the tyrant here. Everyone hurry up and focus on him. His troops were immune to damage before, and they must have used some rare items. Now everyone hurry up and focus on fire. As long as we kill him, the points are all ours. Kill. Aziba. This tyrant's damage is too high, and Lao Tzu's meat shields have been instantly killed. Help me. Chapter 48. The formation of the coalition forces of various countries instantly became a big mess. Originally, they are the backstabs of the guild, the front row of the meat shield is naturally in the front, and the various output and healing units naturally shrink in the back. They also backstabbed a wave of chrysanthemums across the guild, which caused their front to collapse instantly. But now, they became the party who was stabbed. The crispy skin at the back is instantly dead. Certainly. From Qin Feng's point of view, it doesn't matter if you poke the chrysanthemum or not. The reason, it's pretty simple. It's all instant kills. Front row? Back row? Non-existent. Their meat shield troops, in front of him, simply couldn't survive a round of attack. It's all a wave of killing value, and the harvest is over. At the same time, a series of system voices also rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, your troops killed Plateau Shooter, Tier 3, *1000, and gained 3000 killing points. Ding dong, your troops killed the player Bai Qi in the inside, and you plundered all the player's activity points, a total of 10 points. Ding dong. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Integral Halo, LV8000, and you got 2400W killing points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Points Halo, LV8000, and you got 8W points of activity points. Ding dong, it was detected that your killing value is extremely high, and you have obtained the title Killing is Alive, Epic level. Qin Feng's AoE ability was too terrifying. In less than 2 minutes, the formation of the coalition forces of various countries completely collapsed. They all screamed and fled with the troops. Qin Feng didn't bother to chase after them either. And this time, he was also a little surprised by the system prompt. Killing value can also trigger Supreme Points Halo? He originally thought that the Supreme Points Halo was only valid for points in various large-scale events. Unexpectedly, it is also effective for kill value. Just 2 short minutes. His kill value has reached an extremely terrifying number. At the same time, Qin Feng's activity points naturally skyrocketed. Killing players will rob them of all their points. Although the points of the players are not many, after the increase of the halo, it is still very good. I don't know, if I die and take revenge, can the points trigger the halo repeatedly? With a murmur, Qin Feng also shook his head. Although you can get stuck in that way, repeatedly brushing activity points. But it's not necessary, except for the points. If he dies, he will lose resources and lose levels, but the gains outweigh the losses. And as his kill value skyrocketed, he even got an epic title directly. He also opened the title bar to check. Murder is Alive. Description: a title that can only be obtained by those who have a mind to kill. Grade 1. Rank: Epic. Type: Title. Effect: for player troops, damage plus 50%. This title still very good. For all players' troops, the damage value is directly increased by half. And there are no restrictions in the description of the title, that is to say, whether it is a future arena or a special mode, it can be triggered. In the game mechanism of war, the title is more similar to an achievement system. Once obtained, the attribute can be permanently activated without wearing it. It can be said that this bonus is permanent. Right now, ding dong, your troops killed the player Xiao Geipi, and you plundered all the player's activity points, a total of 20 points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Integral Halo, LV8000. Hey? Seeing this system prompt, Qin Feng was also taken aback. And the people of the Dragon Kingdom? Qin Feng turned on the random killing mode. As long as it was the player's army, no matter what country it was, it would attack directly. He also quickly stopped the troops temporarily, and then saw Zhao Zioxiu standing alone. At this time, her beautiful eyes were full of shock, and her slender body was enveloped by a holy and dazzling light. And beside her, there are all kinds of corpses densely packed. Obviously it is the troops of the players in the guild. Qin Feng also understood instantly. I got a wave of indiscriminate AoE down. Directly killed the troops of the players in the vertical and horizontal guilds. And Zhao Zioxiu should have used some invincible skill. Otherwise, you won't survive at all. He scratched his face, ignored her directly, and walked straight towards the seal point several hundred meters away. In such a large-scale world event, the international practice is not to do anything to the people of one's own country. He was also too lazy to be honest with Zhao Zioxiu. She doesn't have many points anyway. Zhao Zioxiu on the side. Instantly, her little head was full of question marks. This man. Kill all the troops of your own guild. If it wasn't for her gold-level equipment and 8 seconds of invincibility, she would have turned into a corpse. And, even worse, this man. To ignore her. She also stomped her feet, took a deep breath, and stopped directly in front of Qin Feng. Tyrant, stop. Qin Feng frowned slightly, turned around and looked at her. Is something wrong? Zhao Zioxiu choked for a moment. What's the matter? You killed everyone in my guild, do you think I'm okay? She was also flustered with anger. However, as a good baby, she still remembers her grandfather's words. She took a deep breath and said, Tyrant, let's join forces. Qin Feng was also taken aback. What? Did he hear it right? Qin Feng also doesn't know. This Zhao Zioxiu looks very beautiful, with fine skin and tender face. Why are you so thick-skinned? At this time, Zhao Zioxiu did not have a single soldier. A bear commander. Cooperation? Are you just a pastor? How much blood can you milk? Qin Feng is now automatically recovering 7-digit HP in 1 second, do you need her? Thinking of this, Qin Feng also refused directly, no need, I can handle it myself. Zhao Zioxiu's star eyes widened again. Her pink fists clacked. You straight guy. She is the schoolgirl of number 4 middle school, not to mention actively wanting to form a team with a male. Which of the various geniuses on weekdays is not lining up to ask her out? However, she has a very arrogant personality, but she has never agreed to it once. She also gritted her silver teeth and said, as long as you team up with me to do the task, I will give you gold-level equipment, millions of supplies, intermediate arms, and potions. Medicine? When it comes to medicine, Qin Feng is interested. He nodded and said, what medicine? Zhao Zioxiu was stunned again. This man. Has the attitude changed too fast? He had ignored her before. Now take the initiative to ask the properties of the medicine. Is it her charm of Zhao Zioxiu? How about a bottle of medicine? Chapter 49. If you know the question in Zhao Zioxiu's little head, Qin Feng will give her an answer soon. What's the point of asking? The potion can extract the aura, and it can also trigger the amplification system. Very powerful, okay? Even the most rubbish potions can have terrifying effects here. What can you do, please? Thinking of this, Qin Feng also thought about it carefully. Zhao Zioxiu. It seems that apart from being pretty, it's really useless. It's just a vase. With her, I'm really afraid that she will be dragged back. Forget it, the vase is just a vase, it is a beautiful vase anyway, very eye-catching. At this time, Zhao Zioxiu also handed out a bottle of medicine with a pretty face and coldness. She said very reluctantly, I received this from other players at a high price of 40W dragon coins. He opened a gold level treasure chest. Qin Feng also nodded and took it directly. This is a strange potion contained in a golden glass bottle. He checked the properties of the potion. Magic potion. Description: the magical potion issued directly by the will of the heavens does not exist in the alchemy system. After use, it can increase the number of loot obtained. Grade: Gold. Grade 1. Effect: within 1 hour, the amount of loot obtained plus 100%, extractable. Oh? Qin Feng's eyes also lit up. Is it this medicine? Magic potion. As the name suggests, the effect is amazing. The description of the potion also made it very clear that this potion can only be issued directly by the will of the heavens, and there is no other way to obtain it. Even the most powerful alchemist in the entire universe could not analyze its composition at all. And this medicine is very popular in the black market. Almost as soon as it appeared, it was swept away by major forces and businessmen. The effect is simple and rude, directly doubling the amount of monster drops. Especially for some teams that specialize in gold mining, as long as they take this medicine, the speed of gold mining can be described as flying. If it was extracted, what would be the effect? At this time, Qin Feng did not hesitate, and immediately started to extract. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill aura extraction, and successfully extracted the low-level harvest halo, LV1, from the magic potion, gold level. Ding Dong Yu have successfully triggered a 2,000-fold increase and obtained the halo advanced harvest halo, LV2000. Advanced harvest halo, LV2000. Description: a halo that is too powerful, even the goddess of wealth will salivate, and if you play like this, it's better to grab it directly. Level: 2000. Effect: when the loot is obtained, the increase is 2000 times. Current status: closed. This. Seeing the effect of this halo, Rao Qin Feng was also shocked. This wave. His luck can only be said to be average, only increased by 2000 times. But the effect is very outrageous. The loot dropped by the monster directly increased by 2000 times. For 1 gold coin, Qin Feng can get 2000. For a bottle of medicine, Qin Feng can get 2000 bottles. For 1 piece of equipment, Qin Feng can get 2000 pieces. The most outrageous is, there are no restrictions. In other words, the boss dropped an artifact. As long as Qin Feng touches the corpse, he can get 2000 pieces directly. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also took a deep breath. It's too strong, isn't it? In the future, Qin Feng will be able to get rich directly by killing a boss. Even if it is gold level equipment, when the trading system goes online, 1 piece can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. 2000 pieces. It is directly hundreds of millions of dragon coins. And war in this game, many equipment and items are unique. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but want to try it. Do not know. Can this halo break the limitations of the system? Closing the panel of the halo, Qin Feng looked at Zhao Zioxiu in front of him. This halo. He was quite satisfied. But this is all due to the halo system, and it has nothing to do with the school flower in front of him. He thought about it for a moment, and then handed the potion to her. Zhao Zioxiu blinked in confusion. Is this going to be returned to her? There was also a burst of joy in her heart. It seems her charm is still there. Tyrant, finally appreciate her charm. At this time, Qin Feng's words also came. How much did you buy it? Just give me more money, I don't need this bottle of medicine. Zhao Zioxiu. Zhao Zioxiu's beautiful cheeks froze instantly under the mask. She didn't respond for a while. And Qin Feng sighed. Naturally, it's a matter of course. Now that he has a halo, this bottle of medicine is of no use to him at all. And didn't Zhao Zioxiu already give him this bottle of medicine? In his opinion, this is the reward for taking her to play. That being the case, it was a good deal to sell it to her at the original price. Now, with the opening of large-scale world events, this potion will be even more valuable. Zhao Zioxiu also stomped her feet angrily. I don't want it. Qin Feng also sighed, that's a pity, if you want to come to other guilds, there will be intentions. You. Zhao Zioxiu was full of anger and fluctuated. If it weren't for the absence of high blood pressure, she really felt that her blood vessels would burst directly. This man. Too shameless, right? This bottle of potion is still very strong, especially when some rare items are exposed. For example, building a gang order, there is not a guild in the current novice map. These big families also have numerous sub-guilds. The competition for guild tokens will still cause a great upsurge. Think of these. She also had a pretty face, and directly threw 40W gold coins over. Qin Feng naturally took it without hesitation. Dragon coins, he naturally doesn't want them at the moment. That will be found by the Human Alliance along the network cable. Gold coin transactions, they don't have the right to trace the source. And the exchange ratio of gold coins and dragon coins is at least 1 to 2. In other words, Qin Feng directly earned 800,000 rich women in this wave. Although he has the advanced harvest halo, it is not too simple for him to earn gold coins. However, it doesn't matter how much money you have, you should not be less than a penny. He waved his hand and said, let's go, let's attack the boss. Humph. Zhao Zioxiu angrily kicked a small pebble, but still followed Qin Feng's troops obediently. At the same time. Report. The tyrant is at the third seal point. Fake. Our people were all killed by him. Be cautious. Countries have suffered heavy losses. Our 7A level geniuses were immediately swept away. It is preliminarily speculated that the tyrant's talent is above the S level. The news of Qin Feng's actions against the coalition forces of various countries immediately appeared on the information network of Beautiful Country. Adam and Eve's eyes were cold. Soon, a series of orders were issued. Everyone, go to the third seal point for me. If you are still alive, give it to me. The tyrant has joined forces with Zongheng. If we don't stop it, this year's Longguo students will take off. A time. Countless players have teamed up one after another, and immediately gave up the task of spawning monsters and came to the number 3 seal point. Kill the tyrant. Dog use tyrant. We were killed by him a lot of troops. At least we can't let the tyrant continue to do the task. Let's go grab the boss. FK, why is the tyrant and Zhao Zioxiu together? Aren't they hostile? Woohoo, Zioxiu, my Zioxiu. Chapter 50. And Qin Feng didn't bother to care about the player's actions. At this time, he had brought Zhao Zioxiu to a place before the seal. Countless crimson fire elements were wandering around. Qin Feng threw it away with a reconnaissance technique. Crimson variation element. Explanation: the fire element from the depths of the plane of fire has been in contact with the core of fire all the year round, and the fire attribute energy in the body has mutated. Grade: 9th grade. Level: 70. Health: 140W. Skills: Elemental Body Crimson Flame Intermediate Physical Immunity Flame Rain. The method of the second stage of the public task is very simple, just need to kill the monster, explode 1,000 pieces of sealing magic stone, and then submit it. Of course, the explosion rate of seal magic stone is naturally extremely low. For $1,000, I am afraid it will take a long time for the entire server to explode. At this time, Zhao Zioxiu also saw the attributes of the monster. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. A 9th order monster at level 70. There are also 2 pieces of equipment in the equipment slot. The number is even more terrifying, densely packed, at least several hundred million. Such a group of monsters, at this stage, it is not easy to deal with. She then said, "The monsters here are too strong, I suggest that you should gather with the Dragon Country's troops before starting." Her words. Qin Feng naturally ignored it. Also the Dragon Kingdom? What rubbish! He was too lazy to pay attention to her at all, and let the troops do it directly. Immediately. Shhhhhhh. Countless arrows burst out of the air, and then suddenly exploded in the monster group. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion suddenly appeared, shaking the entire underground space. At the same time, countless terrifying numbers emerged from the heads of the Crimson Elemental Group. 8.4W, 84,500. 8.4W. 8.4W. The terrifying damage value directly emptied the blood bars of the Crimson Elements, and the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, your troops killed. At this time, Zhao Zioxiu on the side, had opened her pink mouth wide. She is now in a team with Qin Feng, and she can see the damage done by Qin Feng. Nima! What AoE capability is this? Looking at the dense numbers of injuries on the screen, Zhao Zioxiu's scalp was also numb. No wonder it was able to instantly kill hundreds of millions of coalition forces from various countries. This damage ability and the damage numbers are almost filling the screen. But she didn't have a single soldier at this time. Qin Feng killed monsters, and she didn't gain anything at all. And Qin Feng, of course, didn't bother to care about the school girl beside him. At this time, he was picking up the corpse on the ground. Ding dong, you got the loot seal magic stone *2. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest halo, LV2000, and got the loot seal magic stone *4000. Cool. Even Qin Feng felt a sense of relief when he heard the sound of the system in his ear. This 2,000-fold increase is too cool, right? After the increase of the halo, Qin Feng has now directly obtained a full 4,000 yuan, and he can directly crack all 4 seals. In the previous life, he vomited in order to brush quest items. Now, I just felt relieved for a while. On the other hand, Zhao Zioxiu was also silently collecting mission items. Qin Feng at least killed tens of millions of monsters in this wave, but it took a while to pick up corpses. Qin Feng glanced at her and said, "No need to collect." Zhao Zioxiu was very vigilant. Why? She also narrowed her eyes slightly. This quest, but a public quest, requires players from all over the world to collect seal magic stone. In her expectation, each seal could be finished within 24 hours. And the rewards of public tasks will naturally be distributed according to the contribution value. Is it? Is this man so stingy? Don't even let her touch the corpse? Her heart was also filled with grievances. She didn't intend to grab Qin Feng's quest items. But thinking about 2 people picking up things together, the efficiency will be higher. She said angrily, "Don't think too much, I won't grab your quest item, if I touch it, I will give it to you." Qin Feng was also stunned for a while. Don't he think too much? Who the hell thinks about it? This Zhao Zioxiu? Really a brain supplement master? Ah! He didn't say anything, and she made up a lot of plots on her own. He explained, "I mean, enough has been collected." Zhao Zioxiu. She was also taken aback. "Are you all set?" "Just kidding. You know, the explosion rate of quest items is very low." According to her estimation, among the monsters Qin Feng killed in seconds, there were at most 50 monsters. To unlock a seal point, but it takes 1,000. But before she could think about it, Qin Feng had already run to the seal in the blink of an eye, and then the rumbling world announcement sounded. Ding dong, world announcement, with the joint efforts of the players, the 3rd seal node has been successfully broken. Ding dong, world announcement, there has been new progress in the current second phase of public activities, and all players' troops have a plus 5% damage value, please make persistent efforts. Under the world announcement, the players were naturally taken aback. One by one they looked at each other in dismay, and then they became extremely unhappy. I wipe. The third seal node has been unlocked. The tyrant did it. I got the news that the tyrant and Zhao Zioxiu are in that position. Kill it. FK the tyrant, grab the school flower. How did the tyrant complete the mission so quickly? Other countries have also occupied a seal point, and there are not many mission items that can be exploded. On Qin Feng's side, Zhao Zioxiu beside him also widened his eyes. Is it really done? But how did he do that? Qin Feng. Naturally, he didn't bother to explain to her. He was looking at the seal that was being undone in front of him, and as the seal was broken, an extremely terrifying hot breath was immediately released. Next moment, a slender flame figure with a fiery red body suddenly appeared. Qin Feng lost a reconnaissance technique. High Priest of Fire. Explanation: once a member of the Royal Mage Corps of the Arcane Empire, he was later spotted by the Fire Goddess and became her priest, proficient in all kinds of fire magic. Level: 100. Rank: Epic. Attack. Life value. Defense. Skills: Advanced Fire Resistance, Advanced Fire Knowledge, Pyroblast, Flame Gate, Vacuum Fire C. Chapter 51. Epic Level Boss. The level is not low, it can be said to be quite powerful. At this time, the Priest of Fire was also staring at Qin Feng, angrily saying, "Human, why did you kill the goddess envoy?" The words fall. Zhao Zioxiu was also surprised. I was in a hurry to complete public tasks before, how could I forget about this? Divine Profound level is always a level that Blue Star cannot reach. Offending one person may bring Blue Star to death, and it will never be recovered. And this time, Qin Feng scratched his ears. He said directly, "The reason is very simple, who made it so arrogant? A rubbish angel, without strength, why does he look aloof?" After some words, even the Priest of Fire was stunned. This human, so arrogant. The Priest of Fire was completely angry. "Human, I thank you for breaking the seal and saving me, but the act of blasphemy against the goddess is absolutely intolerable. It seems that you must be shown the power of the goddess." The sound fell. She also gave a coquettish shout, and suddenly, a tall, slender, fiery red figure appeared behind her. At the same time, a series of system voices rang in Qin Feng's ears. "Ding dong, your behavior has completely angered the fire priest, and she is about to attack your troops. Ding dong, your actions have been regarded as declaring war on Goddess of Flame." The system sound fell. The most ignorant is naturally Zhao Zioxiu. In her ear, the same voice sounded. In her heart, 10,000 grass and mud horses crashed through. "Nima! Why are you declaring war with the fire goddess? What are you taking me for?" And this time, the Priest of Fire has already started to do it in an instant. The endless flames are like a raging sea of fire, instantly filling the entire space. Ding dong, the Priestess of Fire released the skill Divine Art, Vacuum Sea of Fire. "This skill is extremely dangerous, please be careful." The system sound fell. A slow progress bar appeared on her head. Obviously reading the article. Qin Feng's eyes also lit up. The Priestess of Fire is a royal mage who used to be an arcane empire, he naturally won't only be able to use fire magic. He was ready to hang back. "Anyway, I have too many things on my body, so I just went back and counted it. And by the way, I recruited some super arms. But didn't expect. Are these girls so stupid? Did you start reading? And it's still a fire-based skill?" He also sneered, and countless troops immediately started. Next moment. SHHHHHH. The arrow slid through the air and landed accurately on the flame priest's head. Her movements also stopped, as if she was startled by the jumped damage number. This damage number is indeed a bit ridiculously high. You know, she is wearing a whole set of epic equipment. The defense value is absurdly high, even a 10th level superclass is only able to break the defense. This man. Why does hitting her hurt so much? She also quickly began to read the article. As long as the skills are read, it is completely over. Time passed by minute by minute. The progress bar on her head is indeed advancing, but at the same time, her health bar is slowly decreasing. As if in a race. 10 seconds later. The priestess's health bar was stuck at about 10%, but, the progress bar on her head was finally completed. Ended. Human, pay the price for your arrogance. The words fall. Boom. 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 The terrifying flames instantly swept the entire space, and the originally dark underground space was illuminated as bright as day. Then. Plus 99,999. Plus 99,999. Plus 99,999. Countless green numbers popped up. Qin Feng also took a deep breath and hurriedly asked the troops to focus fire quickly. The arrow still slammed into the forehead of the priest of fire. How is this possible? The eyes of the priest of fire instantly widened. She also couldn't understand, what she launched was a divine technique. Divine arts, even the crowned arms, are irresistible, okay. She hadn't had time to think about it yet. Then. The blood bar has bottomed out gloriously. At the same time. The rumbling world announcement suddenly sounded. Ding dong world announcement, Dragon Country player Tyrant successfully defeated Fire Priest, Epic Boss. Ding dong world announcement, warning. The third seal node has lost all functions, and the current map Scorched Earth buff level has been increased by 3. Ding dong world announcement, Goddess of Flame has withdrawn all tasks, and players who accept the tasks will be forced to terminate. Ding dong world announcement, the current second stage of the public mission Saving the Sealed Priestess has been terminated, players are requested to find a way to continue the activity. Ding dong world announcement, Goddess of Flame has closed the access to the secret realm and the novice map, and all players are temporarily unable to enter and leave the event map. The rumbling world announcement fell, and the players were all stunned. I wipe. Tyrant, too fierce. Is this person sick? Killing such an important NPC. Now all the activity tasks on the server are stuck. Nima. This tyrant is such a fool. It's over, the Scorched Earth level limit has been stacked to level 3, how does Nima play? Why? Lao Tzu's mission is just about to be completed, and now I just interrupt it. It's all in vain, tyrant, you BD thief. The players naturally wailed. Qin Feng's wave of operations directly made the large-scale event stuck. Moreover, not only public tasks, but also countless players have received various tasks. Some are even halfway through and almost done. It was all interrupted instantly, and it was all done in vain. Although this large-scale world event is only open to human beings, it is very shameful that it cannot be completed. In the past, every time a large-scale world event, players would gain something more or less. But now, it's just a Scorched Earth level, and it's a problem for them to survive. And Goddess of Flame just shut down all the teleportation channels. Players going out is a problem. Hard to do. Just die. Chapter 52. And Qin Feng, he didn't bother to care what the players thought. At this moment, he was looking at the priestess of fire lying on the ground, frowning slightly. This priestess. Can't kill it. It seems to have some special equipment. He glanced at her status bar. The priestess of fire, in a coma. The priestess's HP is fixed to 0.1%, and she is already in a coma. It is precisely because he didn't die that he didn't get the kill reward at all, and he didn't get experience points and points. Although she didn't die, all kinds of colorful loot burst out from under her body. Qin Feng naturally picked them all up. Immediately. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest aura, LV2000, and got the crimson mask, epic, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest aura, LV2000, and obtained the fire origin fruit *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest halo, LV2000, and got the flaming stone *2000. This wave of picking up corpses directly triggered the advanced harvest halo, LV2000. All the spoils are 2000 pieces. Qin Feng felt a sense of relief in his heart. He opened the backpack to check. The first is a fiery red mask, the whole body is fiery red, and the intricate and exquisite patterns are carved on it. He is also checking the attributes of this mask. Crimson Mask. Description: the mask from the Church of Flames, which contains part of the divine power of the Goddess of Flame, is rumored to be directly made of flames. Only high-level members of the Church are eligible to equip it. Rank: Epic. Grade 1. Type: Arms Equipment. Attributes: 1 Fire damage plus 20%. 2 Flame of Domination, each attack will reduce the enemy's fire resistance by 1%, stacking up to -300%. 3 Fire Source Devouring, this equipment is made of flames, and it is said that it can grow infinitely. After swallowing another piece of crimson equipment, the attributes may be improved. Oh! This epic military equipment is still good. It directly increases the fire damage by 20%. Of course, for Qin Feng, this factor is not enough. And the effect of Flame of Domination is still good. You know, arms equipment is valid for all arms units. When a unit attacks, the opponent's fire resistance will decrease by 1%. If 300 units attack at the same time, the effect will be directly full, and the opponent's fire resistance will directly drop to -300%. -300% fire resistance. It means that in addition to the original damage, the opponent also takes 300% of the fire damage. In other words, the original 10 points of damage will directly become 40 points. This improvement is great. And what Qin Feng cares about most is naturally the last skill. This equipment. Can it devour evolution? As long as you devour another piece of crimson equipment, you can increase the attribute. And the crimson equipment, only the Church of Flames can drop out, and it is completely made of special flames. Such equipment is quite rare, at least not many in the market. Even if ordinary people get it, there is no way to swallow many pieces. Not to mention the so-called infinite growth. But for Qin Feng, it is not a problem. He now has a full 2000 pieces in his backpack. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't say much nonsense and started to swallow it directly. Ding dong, your crimson mask, epic, is about to devour crimson mask, epic, are you sure? Ding dong tip, crimson mask, epic, is relatively rare, please confirm your operation. Confirm. With the press of the confirmation button, a dazzling fire suddenly erupted from the crimson mask in Qin Feng's hand. The next moment, he devoured another crimson mask. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded. Ding dong, devouring success. Your crimson mask, epic, has a new change. Qin Feng also opened the attribute bar of the equipment to check. After a second. Nima. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. After swallowing a robe that is also epic, there is not much improvement in attributes at all, and it only increases the damage of fire attribute by 0.1%. It's so stupid, the epic level swallows the epic level, and it grows just like this. But Qin Feng is not at all distressed. Anyway, he has 2000 pieces, and the rest are useless for the time being. He also murmured, 1 piece doesn't work, then, what about 100 pieces? 1,000 pieces? Even 10,000 pieces? Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes also flashed a sharp light, and he started to devour frantically. The whole map of the dazzling firelight is a burst of brightness. Ding dong, your crimson mask, epic, successfully swallowed crimson mask, epic, and the attributes have a new change. Ding dong, your crimson mask, epic, successfully swallowed crimson mask, epic, and the attributes have a new change. Ding dong. Ding dong, your crimson mask rank has increased, and it is currently the first rank of legend. Finally, after swallowing a full 100 pieces, the rank of the crimson mask finally broke through to the legendary rank. But Qin Feng was too lazy to check the new attributes, and continued to devour. Ding dong, your crimson mask, legend level 1, successfully swallowed crimson mask, epic, and the attributes have changed. Ding dong, your crimson mask rank has increased, and it is currently the second rank legend. Ding dong, your crimson mask rank has increased, and it is currently the third rank of legend. Ding dong, devouring success. Your crimson mask rank has been raised to the rank of God Xian Yi. Hint: if your crimson mask continues to devour epic equipment, it will not be able to improve any attributes. If you want to continue to evolve, please devour higher grade crimson equipment. Chapter 53. After swallowing a full 1,800 epic crimson masks, Qin Feng's movements finally stopped. Devouring has reached the end, and if you want to go further, you need to devour higher grade equipment. The remaining 200 pieces, although a few legendary pieces can be combined, but the number is too small, the effect is not great. But divine level equipment. Qin Feng's heart was also hot. The inflammation core that I got before is really too stupid, but this piece of equipment can be used after all, right? He also quickly opened the backpack. In the backpack, lying quietly was a mask that released a terrifying and hot breath. Qin Feng is also checking its properties. Crimson Mask, Shen Xian Grade. Description: it was originally an epic mask made by the goddess of flame, but after swallowing a lot of crimson equipment, it successfully evolved into Shengxuan level equipment. Rank: God Xian Yi. Grade 1. Type: Arms Equipment. Requirements for use: Arms fire resistance greater than 80%. Attributes: 1 Arms fire damage plus 300%. 2 Flame of domination, each attack will reduce the enemy's fire resistance by 3%, stacking up to -2000%. 3 Gaze of Flames, Divine Skill, Active Skill. Inflicts fire damage equal to ATK *2000 to up to 100 enemies, and applies burning, LV100, to each enemy until death. This buff can only be dispelled by divine spells. Consumption: 1000 troops/1 divine power. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Tip: this skill is a divine skill, ignoring any non-divine skills, props, and states. For fire source devouring, this equipment is made of flames, and it is said that it can grow infinitely. After swallowing another piece of crimson equipment, the attributes may be improved. As expected of a god-level equipment, Qin Feng's eyelids were also beating. The attributes of this piece of equipment are absolutely exaggerated. The first is the bonus to the damage value of the troops, which is directly increased by 300%. This value is already exaggerated, not to mention, there is a second skill. Directly reduce the enemy's fire resistance to -2000%. This means that the fire attribute damage value of the opponent is much more painful than the real damage, which is directly increased by 20 times. And the third skill, that shocked Qin Feng. Divine Skill. As the name suggests, it takes divine power to release. And divine power, simply not too expensive. In the market of the universe, things like divine power are usually not open to ordinary races, if you insist on buying it. 1 unit of divine power would probably require hundreds of billions of gold coins. When this skill is released against 1000 troops, it will consume 1 divine power. If it is to release a 100,000 scale army, it will require a full 100 divine power at once. This is probably an astronomical figure for the human race. And the effect of the skill is also worthy of this consumption. Persistent burning buff. Rao is Qin Feng, and he also sucked in a breath of cold air. This skill, powerful, but also extremely disgusting. Burning, the effect of the buff is very simple, it takes a certain amount of fire damage per second. Level 1 burning can burn about 20 points per second. And level 100. Qin Feng has not seen it before. But the initial estimate is also 5 figures. The damage may not be particularly high, but the duration is permanent. This means that the troops will lose blood permanently until they die. Even if there is a healing unit that can restore blood, even if there is any skill to avoid damage, it is useless. What's even more outrageous is that this buff is a divine power skill. To dispel it, it must be a skill of the same divine power level. For human beings, that would be a fantasy. It is a pity that Qin Feng has no divine power now, so naturally he cannot release it. At this time, Qin Feng also instantly put this equipment into the equipment slot of the wind speed shooter. Suddenly, a flaming red mask appeared on the heads of all the wind speed shooters. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then looked at another trophy. Fire Source Fruit. Description: the Fire Goddess is a unique item issued by senior priests. It is connected to her natal fire. After using it, you can share life with the Fire Goddess. Grade 1. Rank: God Xian Yi. Effect: after use, share up to 0.01% HP with Goddess of Fire, can be stacked. Seeing this item, Qin Feng's eyelids also jumped. The special consumables of the Shen Xian level are unfortunately not medicines, so Qin Feng cannot extract the aura. And the attributes are also extremely special. Can you share health directly with the Goddess of Fire? This mechanism is very special. Originally, if there was only one piece, it would only share 0.01% of the HP with the Fire Goddess. But Qin Feng has 2000 yuan. Directly shared 20% of life value. As a Shangxuan level powerhouse, although the Goddess of Flame is a weak chicken in the Shangxuan level, how terrifying her health is. Qin Feng is also unimaginable. At least, there is 0.01% shared life value, which is absolutely invincible in the current secret realm. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also took a deep breath. Killing a priest will cost 2000 yuan. This priest is still relatively weak. If it is the strongest priest, can it burst out more? If he can scrape together 10,000. Directly share all health with Fire Goddess. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's breath was also stagnant, and his eyes flashed with extremely dangerous light. Chapter 54. Qin Feng did not use Fire Origin Fruit for the time being, but threw it into his backpack. In the end, in the backpack lay countless round stones emitting flaming flames. Qin Feng is also checking their properties. Fire Stone. Description: high-level materials, only rare materials that can be produced by the burning heart of flames in the plane of fire all the year round, are necessary to create high-level fire attribute equipment. Grade 1. Rank: Epic. Looking at the pile of stones stacked in the backpack, Qin Feng also thought it was pretty good. Epic level materials are still very rare. Generally speaking, one piece can be sold for more than 100,000 dragon coins. 2,000 yuan, it's more than 200 million directly. However, Qin Feng has no deputy position now, so these materials are still useless. He closed the backpack and pondered. He also made up his mind quickly. It's better to kill the remaining priestesses first. If you can explode more flame equipment, you can devour a few more artifacts. Then, completely break the seal. The public task of the second stage is to break the 4 seal nodes. Among these seals are the priests of the Church of Flames. The purpose of rescuing these priests is precisely for the third stage of the public task, strengthening the seal. But Qin Feng has completely torn his face with the fire goddess, and now he is in a proper hostile state. Then, of course, he will come in the opposite direction. Strengthen the seal? Haha! I will destroy it directly. He was also curious as to what kind of monster this monarch of flames actually required the goddess of flame to seal. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate, waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the next seal point." Chill. Naturally, there is no response in the space. Qin Feng also blinked. What about this little girl, Zhao Zioxiu? He looked around, and where she was, suddenly turned into a cross with a grave forehead. Qin Feng scratched his face. The attack of the priestess before was completely a map cannon. The flame is like a raging tide, and it is impossible to escape. With Zhao Zioxiu's current trash attributes, naturally, he couldn't die any longer. But next moment, brush! A wholly pure white light descended from the sky. Zhao Zioxiu's slender and perfect body suddenly appeared in front of the tomb. In her slender hands, she was holding a cross that had lost its light. At this time, Zhao Zioxiu's face flushed with anger. In her hand, is an epic prop. After death, it can be resurrected with full blood and blue in place. Of course, it's also a one-time thing. Such a life-saving item. She naturally received it from the players at a high price. But being used like this, she was also very angry. She stared at Qin Feng angrily. This man! Isn't there a gentleman's degree? And he actually took her to declare war with the goddess of flames. This is to make the Zongheng Guild fall into one of the 8 major guilds of the Dragon Country. She was about to greet Qin Feng, but Qin Feng took out a red mask from her backpack. He threw a crimson mask to her. Zhao Zioxiu hurriedly took it, and then checked the attributes. Her eyes widened. Give it to me. Epic gear. For players who have opened the server for less than 3 days, it is still very rare. At least, when the leaderboard function is activated soon, it will definitely be able to be on the equipment leaderboard. What's more, it's still ARM equipment, which can directly improve the attributes of the entire ARM. There will be huge improvements in the following arenas: offensive and defensive battles, and wasteland reclamation. Thinking of this, Zhao Zioxiu's heart was also slightly calm. It seems Qin Feng is still pretty good, at least he knows how to give his teammates some benefits. Although she died once and lost an epic level item, it was not a loss compared to epic level arms and equipment. At this time, Qin Feng's voice suddenly came, "Cross, is there any more?" Zhao Zioxiu was stunned for a moment, and shook her head pitifully, "No more." Qin Feng also frowned slightly. Qin Feng still wanted the epic resurrection rack she used before. After all, it is a very strong means of life-saving, and it is very difficult to reveal such a resurrection item. He shook his head regretfully and said, "Forget it, return my equipment." Zhao Zioxiu. Zhao Zioxiu was naturally full of question marks. This tyrant, what do you mean? Didn't he give her this equipment? The equipment that was sent out, do you still have to go back? And Qin Feng frowned slightly when he looked at Zhao Zioxiu. This woman, isn't she trying to hack his equipment? He threw her the crimson mask, just to change a cross. It is him who suffers by exchanging a piece of epic equipment for a cross. At this stage, she is still making a lot of money. He has already taken good care of her. But, since it's gone, isn't it normal to come back? As for giving her, what are you kidding? Why? Just because she looks good? At this time, Zhao Zioxiu also had a pretty face, gritted his teeth and said, "When you get out of the secret realm, I will give you a cross." Fine. Qin Feng thought about it carefully, and nodded. At this stage, the trading system has not been opened. Whether it is currency exchange or acquisition of equipment and items, it can only be done face to face. If it is a loose person, on the one hand, it is difficult to find a seller, on the other hand, it is a waste of time. But Zhao Zioxiu obviously has his own network, which can save Qin Feng a lot of time. He didn't say much, and started to move towards the next seal point. Chapter 55. The impact of Qin Feng's killing of the Priest of Fire has only just begun. The impact of the scorched earth buff on the students instantly increased several times. The blood of the troops should not drop too fast. Those with a lower troop level didn't even dare to step out of the Templar Legion's position, and immediately died as soon as they went out. Even Zhao Zioxiu, her level has reached level 9, but her health is not slow. Qin Feng was also speechless for a while, but fortunately, this little girl has enough blood medicine on her body, and she is also a priest, so she can restore blood by herself. Otherwise, it will also hang up in minutes. After a few minutes, Qin Feng led the troops all the way to attack. Suddenly, I wipe. This person is a tyrant, kill everyone. Baga. This is the person who raised the level of the scorched earth. If we kill him, the goddess of flames will surely forgive us. If you kill the tyrant, this person is definitely a genius of the Dragon Kingdom. If you don't kill it, you will have endless troubles. Kill it. Everyone looks at the standings, it's absolutely dead, killing him will earn hundreds of billions of points. The distance between the two seal points is not close to each other. Qin Feng naturally encountered a large number of players. Seeing Qin Feng's blood-red name, they immediately surrounded him with the troops. Then, boom! Boom! Behind Qin Feng, Zhao Zioxiu also opened her mouth slightly. Although she had seen it before, she still felt a tingling in her scalp when she saw the dense number of injuries. And why are the damage numbers so high? This man is getting stronger too fast, right? She also photographed her well-developed hills, but fortunately, she did not become an enemy with him. The large group of students did not affect Qin Feng's pace at all. Soon, he came to the second seal point. Outside the seal point, countless students are looking at the seal point blankly. Qin Feng knocked out the Priest of Fire, which caused the public quest to break directly, making it impossible to continue the quest at all. Up to now, quest items don't drop at all. Even if I get it all together, there is nowhere to submit it. How to play this? Qin Feng also narrowed his eyes slightly. Before the seal point, it was very noisy. Looking at their IDs, there are at least the country of sticks, the country of cherry blossoms, the country of Turkey, the country of beauty. Such a public task, each country will naturally go all out. Outside the seal point, Qin Feng saw a group of Dragon Kingdom players. The troops were quite large, but it was obvious that the Dragon Kingdom students were excluded from the seal point by other countries. Among the crowded heads, a blue figure stood out. Her ID was written in 2 big characters Mu. Qin Feng also blinked. This ID, he is still very familiar. Zhao Zioxiu also exclaimed, Lin Lianjiu. Qin Feng nodded. Although wearing a mask, this ID has long been an open secret. The little princess of the Lin family is also one of the 8 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. The Lin family, the older generation of the family, used to have a good relationship with the goddess of moonlight, and the family could use the power of moonlight for generations. It's quite powerful. And Lin Lianjiu. In Qin Feng's memory, he was also an S-level talent, and later he was favored by the daughter of the god of war. Under the blessing of the power of the 2 goddesses, her strength also skyrocketed. Later, in the Longguo freshman list, the ranking was very high. It even steadily pressed Zhao Zioxiu's head. Certainly. Now, in front of Qin Feng, she is as weak as an ant. And Lin Lianjiu, as one of the 8 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, naturally serves as the commander of the Dragon Kingdom at this seal point. The appearance of Qin Feng quickly attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Lianjiu was also slightly surprised. Tyrant? Zhao Zioxiu. She frowned suddenly. The current Qin Feng, but has committed a major taboo, and is the target of the entire human alliance. As one of the 8 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, the Lin family also hated Qin Feng at this time. He alone has put the entire Dragon Kingdom in a very dangerous situation, and may even be attacked by the Human Federation. And Lin Lianjiu also had a sense of justice. Her tone was extremely cold. Tyrant, why did you anger the goddess of flames? This is forbidden by the Alliance civilization. She snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Zioxiu again. And you, Zioxiu, why are you fooling around with him? The air became quiet. Qin Feng was naturally too lazy to pay attention to her. Who do you think you are? Why answer you? Zhao Zioxiu and Lin Lianjiu, as the direct line of the 2 families, naturally know each other, and their relationship is not bad. She was about to say something. Immediately, countless arrows burst out. Shhhhhhh. The students were still in a state of bewilderment, and Qin Feng immediately started an indiscriminate attack. The first to bear the brunt is naturally Lin Lianjiu. She also widened her eyes, unable to believe that Qin Feng dared to attack her directly. This man. Too crazy, right? She also snorted, and the long sword in her hand burst out with a cold light, like the coolest moonlight in the dark night. Immediately, the cool moonlight fell from the sky, and the hot temperature in the secret realm seemed to drop a little because of this. A complacent smile appeared on Lin Lianjiu's beautiful face under the mask. This is her innate talent, she can use the power of moonlight. And this skill, using the moonlight as a shield, applied a shield of extremely thick blood to all troops. She also sneered. Tyrant! It's so arrogant. Just teach him a lesson by yourself. While she was still immersed in her own fantasy, a violent explosion had enveloped all her troops. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion fell. Along with bursts of white light, Lin Lianjiu's figure slowly revived in the territory. At the same time, the sound of the system also sounded in the ear. Ding dong, you have been killed by the player Tyrant, the level is -1, and the activity points are cleared. Lin Lianjiu also blinked her eyes in confusion. What's the situation? What happened? Myself, is this being killed in seconds? Chapter 56. Qin Feng's ears were still buzzing with various system prompts. Another large amount of killing value and activity points were recorded. Lin Lianjiu may feel good about herself, but in front of Qin Feng, she is no different from those ordinary students. Anyway, it's a direct kill. S-class talent? Godly girl? Haha. You are a scumbag. A wave of explosion AoE came down, and the whole world was much cleaner. Qin Feng quickly cleared out the Long Kingdom student troops who were watching the play. Those who survived by luck also quickly took the troops to hide away, and did not dare to approach at all. Seeing this scene, the coalition forces of various countries not far away were also taken aback. But soon, they were also mocking. Ha ha ha, is this the Dragon Kingdom? Sure enough, it only engages in internal strife. Longguo is still the same, with 100 points of strength. After the internal consumption is over, it is not bad to be able to exert 10 points of strength. Tyrant, we have issued an ultimatum to you. There are hundreds of billions of troops here. If you know each other, you will feel surrender. Yes, as long as you surrender, we can also consider letting you live. Listening to their words, Qin Feng also blinked. He really didn't know, how could this group of people be so stupid? Hundreds of billions of troops? Haha. But they are all here to give him points. He was too lazy to have more BBS with them, and directly let the troops start attacking. Shhhhhhh. Countless arrows shot out of the sky. The human shield arms of the coalition forces of various countries quickly rose to the top, and many of the students also applied various skills to the arms. The defense is directly full. Then, boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion instantly enveloped the entire space. Various sounds of the system suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you killed player Adam's troops Western Elite Shield Guard, Tier 5, *600, and gained 3000 killing points. Ding dong, you killed the player's Sakura 5 km troop Dongying Wuwei, Tier 2, *300, and gained 600 killing points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Integral Halo, LV8000, and you got 3200W killing points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Points Halo, LV8000, and you got 12W event points. Various sounds of the system kept ringing. Qin Feng was also relieved for a while. These people really sent a lot of warmth. His kill value and points skyrocketed like a rocket. But there seems to be some amazing name mixed into it. Adam, Eve? Qin Feng also scratched his face. These two people seem to be talented students from the beautiful country. In the previous life, every time there was a large-scale event, they would lead the students of the United States to dominate the list. But now, in front of Qin Feng, they can only be ants that were instantly killed. The killing continued. Just when he cleared all the troops, a prompt from the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, your kill value is extremely high, exceeding 5 trillion points, and the title Killing in the World, Epic, has evolved into Murderous Spirit, Legend. Oh? Qin Feng was also slightly surprised. Can this title still grow? He also opened the title book to check. Murderous Aura, Legend. Explanation: the name of your killing has spread throughout the universe. Grade 1. Rank, Legend. Type, Title. Effect, for player troops, damage plus 100%. The increased damage value can only be said to be OK, PK artifact. But Qin Feng is not in a hurry. How many players did he kill? His kill value is now more than 5 trillion. As time goes by, his kill value will definitely be more terrifying. The one-sided killing lasted less than 10 minutes. The entire ceiling node became extremely empty, and all kinds of bloody corpses were crowded on the ground in piles. Beautiful country. Garden of Eden. Accompanied by bursts of white light, Adam revived in his own territory with a dazed expression. Yourself, is this being smashed? For a while, he was also somewhat unacceptable. In order to deal with Qin Feng, he overdrawn his appeal, contacted countless countries, and formed an army of hundreds of billions. At the same time, he also bought epic props at a high price, just to entrap Qin Feng. Result: he didn't even have the chance to use it. Could it be that the gap between their strengths is so big? For the first time in history, Adam questioned his own strength. At this time, Qin Feng was also waiting for the troops to come to the seal point. The fire goddess temporarily closed all sealing node missions. In other words, there is no way to submit quest items right now. But Qin Feng looked at the crystal clear red crystal stone pillar in front of him, sneered, waved his hand directly, and the troops suddenly started to attack. 8.4W 8.4W 8.4W. Countless arrows slammed into the crystal column. Qin Feng's eyes also brightened. Really? After the arrow was shot, countless terrifying numbers appeared directly. He also smiled. You know, his damage in the event map is real damage. And this seal? No matter what the principle of action is, in the face of real damage, it can still be attacked. Qin Feng no longer hesitated, and directly let the troops start to focus fire. Under the skill effect of Crimson Mask, the fire resistance of the seal kept decreasing, and Qin Feng's damage was getting higher and higher. 5 minutes later. Shhhhhh. Countless arrows are still bounced off by the crystal, however. Click. A glass-shattering sound suddenly came, and then, a long crack appeared in the crystal column in front of him. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of falling to the ground, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong world announcement, second seal node has been forcibly broken, and the seal node is damaged. The system sound fell, and all the students were dumbfounded again. Can you still play like that? The players at the remaining 2 seal nodes were all bright, and quickly began to command the troops to attack the crystal pillars beside them. Then, miss. 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 Numerous misses appeared, and the students' troops were pitifully low in attack power, and naturally they could not break the defense. In fact, the seal of the Lord of Flame is enough to resist the attack of the legendary powerhouse. But in the face of real damage, it's useless. At this time, with the breaking of the seal, the priestess of fire in the crystal column fell to the ground instantly. -800 billion. Being forced to break the seal, she was also greatly injured, and her blood bar dropped directly to the bottom. Qin Feng was also too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he let all the troops start focusing on fire. Countless damage numbers popped up on the head of the priestess. Under the pain, she was also stunned for a while. What happened? Haven't you been saved? She couldn't even see Qin Feng's face, and was enveloped by a dazzling explosion of light. As her health bar bottomed out, the rumbling sound of the system sounded again. Ding dong world announcement, Dragon Country player Tyrant successfully defeated Fire Priest, epic boss. Ding dong world announcement, warning. The second seal node has lost all functions, and the current map Scorched Earth buff level has been increased by 3. Chapter 57. The rumbling system sound fell. The students all over the world were shocked again. Nima. This tyrant, directly destroyed another seal node. WDNMD. This tyrant is really a thief, the Scorched Earth level has risen again. I've also taken it. What is this person thinking? The Scorched Earth level is stacked up, can you be comfortable yourself? I beg someone to punish him. I don't want to play this bullshit anymore, who can tell me how to get out? And Zhao Zioxia behind Qin Feng was even a little numb. This man. Did it really not hang? Why don't all monsters kill his troops? Even back to the blood. Excuse me, is this not a wall hanging? And Qin Feng, of course, didn't bother to care about Zhao Zioxia's mood, and he was picking up the spoils of war from the priestess. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Aura, LV2000, and got the Crimson Mask, Epic, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Aura, LV2000, and obtained the Fire Origin Fruit *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got the Flaming Stone *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Aura, LV2000, and obtained the Flame Abyss Spell Scroll, Epic, *2000. Still the same equipment. But this time, there is an extra spell scroll. The so-called spell scroll is a prop with a certain spell sealed inside. As long as the conditions are met, even if the spell cannot be released, it can be released. Still quite useful. Qin Feng looked at the backpack, and suddenly there were countless fiery red scrolls that released a hot breath. Flame Abyss Spell Scroll, Epic. Explanation, made by the Church of Flames, there are only 100 scrolls of horror that contain flames in the depths of the plane of fire. After use, the surrounding will become a sea of fire. Grade 1. Rank, Epic. Effect, after use, gain Scorched Earth buff, LV5, within 5,000 yards for 1 hour. This scroll. Qin Feng feels pretty good, very practical. It was made just for him. Level 5 Scorched Earth buff, the damage value is not very scary. However, you must know that the buff of Scorched Earth will be superimposed. And Qin Feng. After triggering the halo, a full 2000 volumes were released at one time. In other words, if you use it all at once, you can stack the Scorched Earth buff up to 10,000 layers. What is this concept? Qin Feng just calculated a little and felt that his brain was not enough. The damage value increases exponentially. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also took a deep breath. At that time, whoever is not pleasing to the eye, throws 10 scrolls in the other party's territory, and the other party explodes instantly. I don't know. Can the two priestesses in the back still explode this spell scroll? With the release of the second seal point, the Scorched Earth level of the entire map rose again. At this level, as long as it shows up, the blood volume of the students' troops will drop like a large artery has been cut off. Those with a lower level died instantly, with a dazed look on their faces, not knowing how they died. And next to Zhao Zioxiu. At this time, the blood bar is also a drop in the brush. Thanks to her drinking a bottle of epic level fire resistance potion before entering the secret realm, she increased a lot of fire resistance, otherwise she would have died long ago. Qin Feng said, "Go to the stronghold of the Templar Legion yourself." Zhao Zioxiu was taken aback. "Is this to drive yourself away?" She also stomped her feet in anger, but before she had time to say anything, Qin Feng ran away with the troops. Qin Feng started running. "Don't go too fast." She clenched her silver teeth. "Damn tyrant, you always abandon me. This man. Too rude, isn't it?" Qin Feng also looked back at Zhao Zioxiu, who was furious on the spot. "This woman is too unreasonable, isn't it? Always give up?" The current Scorched Earth level, as long as it is in the event map, is above the 6th floor. Moreover, Qin Feng will then move on to the remaining 2 seals. The level of Scorched Earth will continue to rise. If she doesn't go to the Templar stronghold to purify it, is she waiting to die? Qin Feng also felt that he couldn't understand the woman's brain circuit, so he shook his head and hurried towards the coordinates of the remaining 2 priestesses. After half an hour. Boom! Boom! With the arrival of the last priest of fire, he fell to the ground. The sound of the system also sounded. Ding dong world announcement, the 4th seal point has been completely destroyed, the seal of flame has been completely destroyed, and the level of the event map Scorched Earth has been increased by 10. The rumbling system sound fell. The players in the whole world were stunned. "I'm rubbing it. The Scorched Earth level has been directly pulled to level 19, and no one is allowed to live. Yet, I can't get out of the stronghold of the Templar Legion at all. MD is now full of people, squeezed to death. The buffs in you will come out after you clear the buff, let me in. It's over, I am far from the stronghold of the Templar Legion, what should I do? What else can I do? The level 19 Scorched Earth buff, just wait to die. This tyrant is too ruthless." Level 19 Scorched Earth buff, the damage value jumping out per second has reached more than 5 million. Not to mention the students, even the paladins in the Templar Legion were trembling with fear. Without the special purification device bestowed by the Goddess of Light, they would have died directly. Of course, this has no effect on Qin Feng. He wished that the Scorched Earth buff could be stacked higher. At this time, he also opened his backpack and counted his gains. Defeated 3 priestesses and gained a lot. Deep Fire Mask, Epic, * 6000. Fire Source Fruit * 12,000. Firestone * 6000. Flame Abyss Spell Scroll, Epic, * 6000. All other loot is 6,000 pieces. The last female priestess is obviously stronger, and the number of fire origin fruit that burst out is more. As long as he eats it all. Qin Feng can already fully share the life value with her old man, the Goddess of Flames. And the number of Flaming Abyss spell scrolls, epic, has also reached a terrifying level, if you use it all at once. Scorched earth buff stack up to 30,000 layers in minutes. With this number, even Qin Feng took a deep breath. At this time, with the 4 female priestesses in a coma, the sealing node has no effect. The rumbling sound of the system also sounded. Ding dong world announcement, warning. All the current seal nodes have become ineffective, and the flame prison seal is about to be broken. Ding dong world notice, warning. The system sound fell. Qin Feng also rushed over with the troops. He wants to see, what kind of creature is it that needs the 4 senior priests of the fire goddess to seal. Chapter 58. As it approached the seal, a fierce hot breath instantly spread to the entire space. Even the air became extremely viscous and hot, as if it was being burned. Next moment, the ground shook for a while, and the rumbling world announcement sounded again. Ding dong world announcement, warning. The Lord of Flame, Shen Xian, has broken the seal. It has a deep hatred for human beings, and is about to launch a 10th level forbidden technique, detonating the entire novice map. Please players, family in time block. 99. Ada. The system sound fell, and a huge skull appeared in the center of everyone's map. And all the students were stunned. Damn it! Divine profound boss! Let alone us, if such a boss appears, even the entire human race will not be easy to deal with. 35. Last time our blue star appeared a god-level boss, the Federation lost 2 10th level lords, and finally they were defeated by the Goddess of Light. Hey! Stop it! Are you a fool for the will of the heavens? How could we newbies be able to beat such a boss? It's over. After 3 days of development, it's time to completely return to before liberation. What a tyrant! It's the seal he broke. 9. 66. The students were naturally a burst of despair, and even if they developed for another 100 years, they would definitely not be the opponents of the Shangxuan level boss. Now they are shrunk in the positions of the Templar Legion and dare not come out, and they still go to crusade the boss? Dreaming. And Qin Feng also looked at the map in surprise. Divine profound level boss, even if it's him, it's rare. At this time, Qin Feng has come to the coordinates of the blood-red skull on the map. The first thing that caught my eye was an extremely large and terrifying creature. It is hundreds of meters high, with 2 strange horns growing on its head, and its body emits a terrifyingly hot breath, and even the air around it is deformed by the high temperature. Qin Feng threw it away with an investigative technique. The Lord of Flames. Explanation: the terrifying creatures born from the flames are extremely powerful. They have competed with the Goddess of Flame for the dominion of the Plane of Fire for thousands of years, and have always had the upper hand. Thousands of years ago, he attacked the Samsara continent, and was sealed here by the Goddess of Flame and many god-level powerhouses. Level: 350. Grade: Shen Xian 7th grade. Attack? Defense? Life value? Skill? Divine Profound 7th rank. Qin Feng also shrank his eyes. This rank is already absurdly high. Divine Profound level: each level is different. The 7th order Shen Xian, even among the powerhouses of the Shen Xian level, is an extremely powerful existence. And its level is an extremely exaggerated 350 level. In war, the maximum level of characters and heroes is 200. If you want to upgrade again, you need special materials and opportunities. This Monarch of Flames has obviously broken through countless times. At this time, just stepping a few hundred yards away, the sound of the system rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you are too close to the Lord of Flame, Shen Xian. Your scorched earth level will increase by 1 level every second, please evacuate in time. 35. Ding dong world announcement: the Lord of Flames, Shen Xian, is preparing to release the 10th order forbidden art divine art, Doomsday. The countdown, 24 minutes. 66.99. To this, Qin Feng just felt that this was too slow, right? 24 minutes? Are you constipated here? Qin Feng continued to move forward with the troops. Soon, he arrived in front of the boss. The ground had already cracked open, and the fiery red monarch of flames had already emerged from the ground. The surrounding space is filled with extremely rich terrifying energy, and it is obvious that someone has already fought here. Around the Lord of Flames, there was a slender figure in a fiery red dress. It is obviously a curvaceous lineman, wonderful female elf. Her image in the human world is an elf clan. Her whole body releases a vast and mysterious atmosphere, and her skin is fair. He has a delicate appearance and two pointed ears. Qin Feng threw it away with an investigative technique. Goddess of Flame. Explanation: the spirit of fire, born from the flames, is extremely powerful. It has competed with the Lord of Flames for the dominion of the plane of fire for thousands of years, and has always been at a disadvantage. After the Lord of Flame was sealed, his strength increased. Level: 200. Rank: Shenzhen Second Order. Attack, Defense, Life Value, Skill. Seeing the attributes of the Goddess of Flame, Qin Feng also rolled his eyes. No wonder he couldn't beat the Lord of Flames. This attribute is not a little bit worse. Even if the rank is lower than 5 ranks, the rank only stays at 200. It's a ghost after it's been beaten. At this time, the red eyes of the Goddess of Flames were also staring at Qin Feng. Her pink fists clacked. It was Qin Feng, who killed her envoy, stunned 4 priestesses, and released the Lord of Flames. If she could, she would like to tear this man to pieces. But she still took a deep breath. Against the monarch of Shenzhen, she is definitely at a disadvantage. And Qin Feng, who easily defeated her 4 female priestesses, still has some strength. She said, "Human, you have made a big mistake, and the reappearance of the Lord of Flames will bring extremely terrifying consequences." 39. Now, I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you help me seal it again, I can ignore your previous actions. And grant you supreme power. 6695. Her voice fell, and the system's voice sounded instantly. Ding dong, Goddess of Flame has initiated the only hidden task, seal the Lord of Flame, SSS, to you. Do you accept it? Seal the Lord of Flame. Mission description: the Goddess of Flame invites you to seal the Lord of Flame together, and she promises to grant you supreme power. Task difficulty: 4000W. Mission nature: unique hidden. Quest content: seal the Monarch of Flames. Mission reward: unknown. Qin Feng was also taken aback when he saw the prompt popped up by the system. The Flame Goddess. Where does the confidence come from? Still in the past? Does Lao Tzu need your forgiveness? So, he said decisively, I refuse. 99. Qin Feng's answer fell, and everyone in the space was dumbfounded. The most ignorant is naturally the Goddess of Flames. A dignified goddess of the mysterious level, was rejected by a level 10 human. But the Lord of Flame suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Haha, Goddess of Flame, you sealed me here for thousands of years, and today I finally suffered. Boy, your choice is correct. Come on, beg for strength from the mighty Lord of Flame." It fell with a rumbling sound. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, the Lord of Flame has launched the only hidden task, kill the Goddess of Flame, SSS, to you. Do you accept it? 9. Seal the Lord of Flame. Mission description: the Lord of Flame invites you to kill the Goddess of Flame together. It promises that you will be allowed to join the Legion of Flame and serve it. Mission difficulty: 1700W. Mission nature: unique hidden. Mission content: kill the Goddess of Flame. Mission reward: unknown. Seeing the situation of the task, Qin Feng was also stunned. The Lord of Flames. Are you also a jerk? Where does it come from, its confidence and qualifications, and a look of aloofness? Qin Feng pointed his middle finger directly at the monarch of Yanji, silly critic. Lord refuses. 35 Dry. Chapter 59. Qin Feng's words fell. The space is quiet again. It was terribly silent. Both the goddess of flame and the lord of flame are a little confused. This mere 10th level human. You actually refused the invitation of two Shangxuan level powerhouses. For a while, they couldn't figure out what Qin Feng was doing. Is it looking for death? And Qin Feng, of course he wasn't courting death. Whether it is the goddess of flames or the monarch of flames, they are all fire-type powerhouses. They have been fighting each other for sovereignty over the plane of fire for a long time. Although the flame goddess has the upper hand now, the die-hard loyalists of the monarch of flames have been looking for an opportunity to come back, and the flame goddess has not completely unified the plane of fire until now. This is why, there is a saying in the universe, elemental god, a powerful symbol, don't mess with it. Unless, the other party is playing with fire. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also sneered. Could he just rely on one side? Of course not. He has to choose the third way, which is to kill them both. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate, and directly took out countless fruit-like objects containing hot energy from his backpack. The beautiful eyes of the flame goddess also shrank. Nima. Isn't this the source of her fire? She was also so angry that she gnawed her silver teeth into pieces. If Qin Feng swallowed the fire origin fruit, she would be thrown at him, and there was no way she could do anything to him. In that case, hitting Qin Feng would be hitting herself. The issue is, how does he have so many? In her widened beautiful eyes, Qin Feng kept taking out the origin of fire fruit that released a hot breath from his backpack. One bite is a lot. Let's eat and eat. The goddess of flames was also stunned for a while. Nima, what's going on? She is very sure that she has never produced so many fire origin fruits. At this time, the sound of the system in Qin Feng's ears kept ringing. Ding dong, you ate the fire origin fruit and shared 0.01% health with the goddess of flame. Ding dong, you ate the fire origin fruit and shared 0.01% HP with the goddess of flame. 5. Ding dong. As he swallowed the fire origin fruit one by one, the faint sense of connection between him and the fire goddess also became stronger. Their lives seemed to be completely fused together. And the flame goddess on the side. It was directly broken. Hey, human, where did you get so many fire origin fruits? You stop me. I said stop, didn't you hear? 66.99. In the scolding voice of the flame goddess, Qin Feng's fire source fruit was almost eaten. Ding dong, you ate the fire origin fruit and shared 0.01% health with the goddess of flame. Ding dong, you have already swallowed 10,000 fire origin fruit, sharing 100% health with flame goddess, taking more fire origin fruit will have no effect. 66.99. Share 100% health. At this time, Qin Feng also let out a long breath. He and the goddess of flames have been integrated into one. That is to say, if either of them is damaged, the other will lose blood. The flame goddess is also a god-level powerhouse, with at least tens of trillions of health. Although she is a weak chicken, but Qin Feng will definitely not suffer before he becomes a god. When the time comes to become a god, just find a way to untie the connection of life. For Qin Feng, it was too simple, just die once. When the player dies, at most experience and level will be lost. But for the goddess of flame, it is a complete death. At this time, there was a flash of ecstasy in the eyes of the monarch of Yanji who had been watching the play. As a creature also born from the flames, he is the same as the flame goddess, and has extremely high flame resistance. This is why they have fought for so many years, but they have nothing to do with each other. But Qin Feng is different. Qin Feng, a rubbish human who was only level 10, the Lord of Flame had no idea how strong he could be. Now that they've fully shared health. So, as long as Qin Feng is attacked, isn't it the goddess of flame who loses blood? Thinking of this, the Lord of Fire also laughed loudly. It's God who helped me, goddess of flame. It seems that today is the day of your fall. The Lord of Flame is also a ruthless character. He made up his mind and without hesitation, started a violent attack directly at Qin Feng. Its huge palm suddenly gathered hot terrifying energy. The next moment, the energy condensed into a sphere, whistling towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally didn't care at all. Anyway, it was fire attribute damage, so it couldn't do any damage to him at all. But the flame goddess's eyelids jumped, and her little face became pale. When the Lord of Flame came up, he made a big move, clearly not giving people a way to survive. With Qin Feng's small body, if he gets hit, just don't lose too much blood. Thinking of this, she also panicked and waved her hand directly. Ding dong, goddess of flame released divine art flame god armor on you. The dazzling fire red light fell instantly. Qin Feng's body instantly appeared a huge and exquisite armor that was completely made of flames. Next moment. Boom! Boom! The terrifying explosion shook the entire space. 10 seconds later, the dust from the explosion slowly dissipated. Qin Feng is naturally intact. The Lord of Flame naturally snorted coldly and looked at the fire goddess unhappily. The goddess of flames also sighed in relief. But Qin Feng just glanced at the goddess of flames. He said directly, "Are you sick?" The beautiful face of the goddess of flames is a moment of confusion. He spent so much divine power to block the skills for him. How could he still be polite to himself? The flame goddess also clenched her pink fist, her thin lips were slightly opened, and she was about to line up with Qin Feng. Qin Feng was also speechless and said, "Look at your health bar." The flame goddess blinked and checked. Then, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. On her head, countless plus 999,999 green numbers kept jumping. This is... Even the flame goddess was slightly surprised. Under the terrifying recovery ability, her wounds from the previous battle with the Lord of Flames also healed slowly. This recovery ability, even if the goddess of life, her old man, is just like that, right? Thinking of this, the flame goddess's gaze towards Qin Feng also changed. This human. Still quite useful. She then said, "Humans, let's join hands and reseal the Monarch of Flames together." Hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback. "This goddess? Are your ears bad? Didn't you refuse once?" He continued, "I refuse." 99. 6699. The goddess of flames was also speechless. What the hell does this human mean? If you don't want to join forces, then why help her restore blood? She also grabbed her hair for a while, a little crazy. 693. The space became eerily quiet. The Lord of Flame tried to launch a few attacks, but Qin Feng didn't move at all, he just took it hard. Blood strips don't move. Even directly let the goddess of flames drop a small amount of blood and recover a lot. For a time, the monarch of flames was also a little messy. His own attack, not to mention destroying the sky and destroying the earth, even the goddess of light, the old man, would not dare to take it hard. This human. Is it off? The goddess of flames also launched a counterattack, although she didn't understand what happened to Qin Feng, but now she is confident. Stand up directly with the Lord of Flames. But well, her attack is really too low, and it's all fire attributes. If she hits the Lord of Flame, she can only deal 6-digit damage. Qin Feng also twitched the corner of his mouth. Isn't that just scraping? No wonder for thousands of years, the two of them couldn't tell the winner. Time passed minute by minute. And the flame goddess, the delicate mouth corners are also slightly lifted. The Lord of Flame is about to release the 10th order forbidden technique. She couldn't believe it, Qin Feng really wouldn't take the initiative against the Lord of Yan. She simply stopped scraping and stopped the attack in her hands. Then, 20 minutes passed in an instant. The magical energy around the Lord of Flame became more and more terrifying. As if it were about to collapse at any moment. The entire space has become extremely depressed because of the energy. There was also a dignified look in the eyes of the flame goddess. At the same time, she also panicked. She looked at Qin Feng and reminded, humans, if the forbidden technique of the Lord of Flame is released successfully, the territory of your human students will be destroyed. Qin Feng nodded, that's great. Fire Goddess. VIP point. Valid until October 18, 2022. Chapter 60. Countless question marks instantly appeared on the little head of the Fire Goddess. What's the situation? Doesn't this man think about his race? Qin Feng also sneered. Are you still thinking about your race? He will indeed fight for the Terran, but not this group of rubbish. Qin Feng has always been brooding about being voluntarily abandoned by the school and entering the game on the third day. It is impossible for nature to become a savior. At this time, the countdown is finally coming to an end. The terrifying energy has gathered on the Lord of Flame, as if to tear the surrounding space apart. It is also frantically shouting, ha ha ha, human beings, destroy it. 66.99. Next moment. Boom. 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 Countless students who have already posted event maps and have been resurrected in the territory are all dumbfounded. Earthquake? Next moment. Countless terrifying fire pillars with a diameter of more than tens of meters suddenly erupted from the ground. The students could not react at all, and were completely swallowed by the flames. Nima. What the hell? Help! Wow! Lao Tzu's territory is gone. I rub it. Is this the power of the 10th order forbidden technique? It's too scary, isn't it? It's too late, our human territory has been destroyed. 66.99. The power of the 10th order forbidden technique, not to mention the students, even if it broke out in the main world, it would be catastrophic. Not many people survived at all. At this time, there was also a series of screen refreshes in the system news. Ding Dong World Notice, player Pippi Pig's territory has been destroyed. Ding Dong World Announcement, the territory of the player Chicken Eater has been destroyed. Ding Dong World Announcement, player Baiun Tao's territory has been destroyed. A series of system messages directly swiped the screen. Immediately afterwards, the rumbling world announcement suddenly rang in the ears of everyone at Blue Star. Ding Dong World Announcement, the Monarch of Flames successfully released the Forbidden Art Divine Art, Doomsday, and all territories on the novice map received 2,000 billion damage. Ding Dong World Announcement, the Lord of Flame has successfully released the Forbidden Art Divine Art, Doomsday, and all areas of the novice map are subject to Scorched Earth buff, LV100, and the Goddess of Light will purify the buff one day later. Ding Dong World Announcement, 95% of monsters and indigenous NPCs in the novice map have been detected to be dead. After the Goddess of Light purifies the area, new monsters will be generated and new NPCs will be settled. Ding Dong, the Goddess of Light has strengthened the seal on the Purgatory of Flames, please players to crusade the Lord of Flames in time. The message falls. The entire Blue Star became silent. Even the old monsters who were in the main world of the War Continent and lived for decades, their jaws widened in shock. The novice continent has been wiped out. It's unheard of, damn it. In the past, even if the activities on the novice map were difficult, even if the human race could not complete the public tasks of the secret realm, it would not be completely wiped out. In Qin Feng's ears, a different system sounded. Ding Dong, your hero territory steward Eliza has released the skill Dream City of Unreachable, the territory has entered a one-day invincibility period, and is immune to this damage. 99. Ding dong, only your territory is left on the current novice map, and you have won the title Disaster Survivor, Shen Xian. Ah, this! Hearing the sound of the system in his ear, Qin Feng was stunned for a while. He did not expect that the power of the forbidden technique of the Monarch of Flames would be so great. Good guy, with a single skill, the entire novice map was detonated directly. The result is, all territories in the novice map are directly destroyed. And this forbidden technique ignores the novice protection period of the territory. But Qin Feng did not expect that his SSS level hero would be so powerful. The skill was activated directly, and the territory entered an invincible state. This kind of skill is still rare, at least Qin Feng has never seen it before. What's more, it was an invincible buff that lasted for a whole day. As a result, his domain was the only one that survived. War in this game, generally speaking, personal strength has little effect. But only in general. When it is powerful to a certain extent, it will destroy the sky and the earth in a gesture, and the impact will naturally be great. Qin Feng also murmured, it seems that the ability of this SSS level hero is stronger than expected, so I have to take a good look after returning to the territory. It is very important to have a good relationship with the hero, but there is a setting of loyalty value in war. Qin Feng naturally found a way to deal with the relationship with his hero. In addition, Qin Feng also won a title of Shen Xian level. Qin Feng's heart was also hot. He had never seen the title of Divine Profound Grade. At this time, he also opened the title book to check. The only survivor. Description: a title that can only be obtained by the sole survivor of an epic disaster event. Grade 1. Grade: Shen Xian. Type: title. Effect: every time a building or unit in the territory is attacked, there is a 50% chance to ignore the damage. Hiss. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This title is truly worthy of the divine level. The effect is also simple and rude, it is simply a magic skill of defending the city. Every time buildings and units in the territory are damaged, there is a half chance to ignore the attack. This effect is very perverted. You know, there are no restrictions on the description of the title. That is to say, no matter what the strength of the attack, there is a half probability of being directly invalid. For example, the 10th order forbidden technique released by the Lord of Flame this time, after Qin Feng has the title, the territory has a half probability of being directly immune. How else would anyone attack the city? At this time, the Lord of Flame also burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, human, your race is finished. Looking at its smug expression, Qin Feng was also speechless. Isn't it just destroying a novice map? Wang Niu is good, you have the ability to destroy the main world. 6699. The Monarch of Flames also broke the defense instantly. If it has the ability to destroy the war continent, how could it be sealed here? At this time, now that the forbidden technique of the Lord of Flames was finished, Qin Feng did not waste any more time. He also rubbed a ring on his hand, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. The eyelids of the goddess of flames on the side jumped, and suddenly felt something bad. Qin Feng took a deep breath and heard the sound of the system in his ears. Ding dong, you used the skill Flame Burning Delete. 66. The burning flame is exactly the skill of Flaming Stone Ring. The effect is to burn the HP to 1 point, causing damage to the target that is multiplied by the lost HP. And Qin Feng is now, but he shares his health with the fire goddess. When he saw fire origin fruit, Qin Feng had already thought about everything. He wants to weaken 2 Shangxuan level powerhouses at once. Chapter 61. With the release of skills, a fiery red flame suddenly spread out from Qin Feng. With terrifying power, the surrounding space is torn apart. Boom! 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 The sound of an explosion that was so violent that the sky and the earth paled came again. The entire event map trembled violently. The students who were huddled in the stronghold of the Holy Flare Legion were stunned again. Damn it! What happened? An explosion of this scale, could it be that a supernatural powerhouse self-destructed? Hey, what a powerful energy this is! I wiped, this world activity is too crazy, is this really a beginner map activity? Yeah. I beg you guys to end the event soon, I'm going home. Go back home, now the whole novice map Scorched Earth level has been stacked to level 100, go back and die. 35. After a minute, Qin Feng also slowly opened his eyes. He also took a deep breath. So tragic. Within sight, the gigantic body of the Monarch of Flames made of raging flames was already shattered, and only the left half of the hill-like body remained. And the Goddess of Flames is even more direct, and has already fainted and lay there without image. 693. A one-time loss of 99% of your health. Even the Goddess of Flames can't stand it, and she is directly in a state of serious injury. The body of the Lord of Flames fell to the ground piece by piece. Its voice was full of rage. Damn, human, you will pay the price. 35. Qin Feng laughed. The blood strips are so bottomed out, why are they still here to pretend to be Nima? The damage dealt by Qin Feng was definitely beyond the standard, and the Lord of Flame also had life-saving equipment on his body, so he was able to survive. But its blood volume is only maintained at about 0.01%. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and waved his hand directly. Immediately, countless pale green arrows burst out of the sky. SHHHHH. 8.4W. 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 Qin Feng's damage numbers are not high. But its blood bar is still slowly descending. The Monarch of Flames is obviously also anxious. Although the seal has been broken, but, the Goddess of Light, she just sealed the entire event map. That is to say, it can't escape at all. It also hurriedly said, Human, as long as you swear allegiance to the Great Lord of Flame, BDCF, I will give you a crowned unit. I will give you a hidden occupation. Give you a beauty, Goddess of Flame, be your slave. Noisy. Qin Feng also picked out his ears, naturally he was too lazy to pay attention to it. The Lord of Flame also waved his arms desperately and launched a frantic attack. Then it didn't work, and it was even returning blood for Qin Feng and the Goddess of Flames. 30 minutes later. Boom! In the unwilling roar of the Lord of Flame, the huge body also exploded with a bang. Immediately, the rumbling sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the Lord of Flame, Shen Xian level boss, and gained 700 billion experience points and 700 billion activity points. 9. Ding dong, you triggered the highest experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 7,000 trillion experience points. 35. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Points Halo, IV8000, and you got 5,600 trillion activity points. Ding dong, it is detected that all your units have reached the full level, the current experience value has been converted into proficiency, the current proficiency, 4,202 trillion/10 trillion. Ding dong, it is detected that your proficiency is full, your proficiency pool has been upgraded, and the efficiency has increased to 70%. The current proficiency, 4,202 trillion/100 trillion. Ding dong, it is detected that your proficiency is full, and your proficiency pool has been upgraded. Ding dong, it is detected that your proficiency is full, your proficiency pool has been upgraded, and the efficiency has increased to 90%. The current proficiency, 4,202 trillion/10,000 trillion. 99. 66.99. Ding dong, announcement from the universe, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom Tyrant successfully killed the Lord of Flame, Shengxuan level boss, as the first human player to kill the Shangxuan level boss, hereby reward, dazzling boss bright treasure chest, Shen Xian grade, reputation value plus 1 billion, 5. Ding dong, your reputation value is already the highest among human beings, and you have plundered the title of the player Light Snow Wohen King of Human Race, limited only. Ding dong, your reputation value has been listed on the personal reputation ranking, and you will unlock attribute bonuses after entering the main world. 66.99. The rumbling sound of the system sounded, and the entire universe was silent. One by one, like seeing a ghost. I'm rubbing it, this is killing a Shangxuan level powerhouse. Hey! It was more than 10 years ago that the last time a divine profound level powerhouse was killed in the universe. This tyrant is still a rookie? How did he do it? Is it a special novice boss? Impossible. The Monarch of Flames, recorded in our clan, is definitely a very powerful god-level boss. I say. 66.99. Blue Star made a mess in an instant. Killing a god-level boss is different from a legendary level. Must go down in history. Although Qin Feng had offended many countries before, in general, most people in the human race were still very excited. In the past, any Shangxuan level powerhouse could coerce Blue Star. But today, the human race also has a god level first kill. But other races have other thoughts. This tyrant, in less than a day, he actually won all the first kills of Gold, Purple Gold, Epic, Legend, and Shangxuan level bosses. Hey! Our universe has a history of millions of years, and countless races have replaced the past, but no matter which race it is, there has never been such a genius. Even the gods, demons, and dragons on the dominant side. 99. This tyrant must die. Otherwise, the rise of the human race is inevitable. 35. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was silent. They know best what a peerless powerhouse will bring to a race. In the past, the human race was just a low-level race, and there were not many strong people at all, and they never put Blue Star in their eyes. But now, they all felt threatened. At this time, a demon suddenly said, "Everyone, the monarch of the elemental race was killed for no reason, the human race must give an explanation." That's right. Yet, the Lord of Flames, but the leader of the fire element, if it dies, the entire plane of fire will be in chaos. The tyrant disregards the safety of the entire universe for his own benefit. Human, you must give an explanation. 35. For a time, countless races were filled with righteous indignation. Other races also chose to remain silent. Qin Feng is really too strong, and they don't want to have such terror. Very quickly, almost less than a minute, hundreds of races issued a so-called ultimatum to the Human Federation, demanding the execution of the tyrant. Otherwise, the coalition forces of hundreds of races will attack the Blue Star. I want an explanation. Chapter 62. And Qin Feng. Naturally, he doesn't care about what the outside world thinks. Qin Feng also took a deep breath. This wave, the harvest can be said to be quite rich. The system stopped after a dozen beeps. First of all, plundered the title of the Emperor of Light Snow Wohen. It can be said that the title that can only be obtained by the person with the highest prestige value is very rare. And light blood without traces. Qin Feng also twitched the corner of his mouth. How did you provoke this old witch? Light Snow Wohen, he is the #1 expert of the Dragon Kingdom. He is already detached from other things on weekdays, and he doesn't have much contact with the common things on Blue Star. Qin Feng did not expect that her prestige value is actually the highest among human beings. At this time, he also opened the title book and looked at it. King of Human Race. Description: a title that only the king of a race can have, as long as it is of the same race, you will be convinced. Grade 1. Grade, Shen Xian, only limited. Effect. 1. The attack and defense value of all ethnic units is plus 500%. 2. The damage dealt to human troops is plus 500%, which is fixed as true damage. 3. Human Emperor's prestige. After use, the morale of all enemy Terran troops within 20,000 yards will return to 0 for 1 hour. Cooling, 7 days. Tips: when there is a human player with a higher reputation than you, the title will be taken away. This title is too outrageous. Seeing the effect of the title, Qin Feng also murmured slightly. The attribute value is definitely seriously exceeded. 2 attributes. 1 increases the strength of one's own Terran troops. The other is to increase the damage value to other ethnic troops. Combining the two is a world apart. You must know that when humans enter war, the arms in the basic barracks are only human troops. This is also the nature of this game. Moreover, the race of troops and lords will directly affect morale and loyalty. Human troops and human players naturally have the highest degree of fit. And elves, dwarves are also doable. However, if it cooperates with some demons and undead, it is very easy to mutiny. Ordinary lords are extremely difficult to control. Therefore, ordinary human players should give priority to cultivating human troops. In this way, the role of this title is very large. And the third attribute, even made Qin Feng call him a pervert. Destroyed morale. The troops collapsed directly, and they didn't care about anything at all, they just ran away. It can be said that in order to deal with Qin Feng in the future, other races must be used. The only downside is that the CD is a bit long. As for what was taken away by others, Qin Feng also laughed. Just by killing a Shangxuan level boss, his reputation value will get a full 1 billion. Even if Qin Feng hangs up and doesn't move, other people can't surpass it for decades. At this time, he also took a deep breath, and a huge hole had appeared in the place where the Lord of Flame was originally. The Lord of Flame is himself a creature born from the hottest flames. After death, it turned into a spark of sparks and completely dissipated. But Qin Feng also rubbed his hands. Below the Lord of Flames, there were countless glittering trophies. He also took a deep breath, the first kill of the Shangxuan level boss. What can burst out? Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and suddenly took it out. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and obtained the Curse of the Lord of Flames, Shen Xian level, *2000. 35. 3. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and obtained the Flaming Cloak, Shen Xian level, *2000, 5. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Aura, LV2000, and obtained the Large Divine Power Crystal, Fire, *12,000, 5. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Aura, LV2000, and obtained the Fire Godhead Fragment *8000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Aura, LV2000, and obtained the Fire Plane Teleportation Scroll *20,000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and obtained the Wall of Flame, Shen Xian Grade, *40,000, 5. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got the Most Advanced City Relocation Token *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and obtained the Proof of Divine Profound *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got gold coins *98 billion. This wave can be said to be a big explosion. Rao is Qin Feng, and he can't help but take a breath. This time, it was not an ordinary world announcement that was triggered. It is the world's first kill for the entire human race. The rewards are still very powerful, and countless Shangxuan-level equipment and props have been directly exposed. However, Qin Feng didn't check the backpack for the first time. His gaze fell on the goddess of flame beside him. The goddess of flames lay on the ground in a very shapeless manner, her pale cheeks lost all blood and became as pale as paper. Lost 99% of your health in one go. She was clearly not feeling well. But she still shares her health with Qin Feng, and countless green numbers of plus 999,999 are also on her head. Within seconds, she woke up. The bright eyes of the goddess of flame stared at Qin Feng, and said angrily, "Human, you actually treat me like this?" Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and looked at the flaming firestone ring on his finger. The limited time equipment in the event is directly issued by the will of the heavens. Only this kind of equipment can execute completely according to the data and carry terrifying energy that exceeds the divine level. This kind of equipment can deal as much damage as theoretically. Otherwise, a small epic equipment could not bear such terrifying energy at all, and it would have shattered long ago. Qin Feng is also a reincarnated person who knows so many secrets in order to accomplish today's feat. Ingenuity, opportunity, and courage are all three indispensable. He smiled and said, "Don't be so irritable, I helped you kill the Lord of Flame, you have no enemies in the entire plane of fire." Puff! The flame goddess was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. This man! Too shameless! She is not a human player, and she can fully restore her blood by drinking medicine. She is seriously injured now. It takes a long time to heal. Moreover, she initially estimated that even if her strength was restored, it could only be restored to the legendary 9th rank at most. It can be said that in this wave, she really lost to her grandmother's house. Forward! Qin Feng scratched his face and looked at the blood spurting from the goddess of flames. Can this thing be called blood? He was too lazy to talk to her, and said directly, "I'll give you two choices now, the first one." He paused, his expression full of murderous intent, "I will make up for the knife, and then, die." 35. The awe-inspiring murderous aura made the goddess of flames breathless. This man! I really want to kill her. Moreover, she also had to believe that Qin Feng had this ability. Her life is not much stronger than that of the Lord of Flames. Of course, our lives are still connected, and I don't want to kill myself. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, put away his murderous aura, raised two fingers, and said, "Second, surrender to me, we can cooperate and win-win." Hearing this, a question mark instantly appeared on the little head of the flame goddess. This man! Are you a fool? He actually wanted to submit to a Shangxuan-level powerhouse. She really wanted to ask him, "Do you know what it means to be a Shangxuan-level powerhouse? Don't say anything else." He thought he could limit a divine profound-level powerhouse? Don't rush to refuse, I promise to help you conquer the entire plane of fire, and Qin Feng also paused slightly and said, "Help you get the goddess of water." Hearing this, the flame goddess also had an earthquake in her pupils, and her expression changed drastically. She looked at Qin Feng stubbornly, "What do you know?" "I know a lot." Qin Feng looked at her faintly, and said no more. The goddess of flames is really a weak chicken, the existence at the bottom of the Shenxian level. In her previous life, she died miserably. Certainly. Qin Feng just gave it a try, even if she didn't agree. Adding another god-level boss, although it is not as rich as the first kill, and you will die together, but only the reputation and luck you can get, it is very fragrant. Go. Chapter 63. At this time, the flame goddess was fighting between heaven and man, and her expression was extremely hesitant. In the end, just when Qin Feng's patience was about to run out, she bit her lip and spit out 4 words, Chapter 3. Qin Feng's eyes lit up and said, "You say it." The flame goddess said, "First, I can leave at any time. Want to fart?" 66:39. In this regard, Qin Feng naturally refused directly. "What are you kidding? Leave any time?" Then he took her for a fart. Hearing this, the cheeks of the goddess of flames were instantly stunned. Nima. The first condition is frozen. Qin Feng also sneered and raised a finger. 100 years, you have served me for at least 100 years. The expression of the flame goddess changed again. Serving a human being for 100 years. This is too humiliating. Then she gave in. The flame goddess is naturally unwilling to die. Among the gods and mysterious powerhouses, she is already the youngest group. 693. And the Lord of Flame just died. Isn't the plane of fire her world? The sovereignty of the plane of fire, which has been fought for thousands of years, is now in front of her eyes. How could she die like this? What's more, 100 years, for her, was just a flick of a finger. Certainly. Having said so much, she was just making an excuse for herself. With her face full of humiliation, she reluctantly stretched out her white fingers. Next moment, the hot energy slowly floated out. Ding Dong Fire Goddess wants to sign a contract with you. She will serve you for 100 years, but the contract stipulates that you cannot take any LSP behavior against her. Do you agree? 6699. Agree. Qin Feng naturally agreed. LSP behavior? Haha. What do you take him for? Cough cough. He admitted that he just thought about it for a while. And as the flame goddess handed over part of her soul, the rumbling world announcement suddenly sounded. Ding Dong World Announcement, the large-scale world event Flame Doomsday has ended, and the system is being liquidated. Thank you for everything you have done to the war continent. Ding Dong World Announcement, after the liquidation is over, all players can consume points and exchange rewards through the fire element merchant in the territory. Ding Dong World Announcement, all players will be forced to teleport out of the event map. Please count your items. Countdown, 4min59s. 6.99. The rumbling world announcement fell, and all the senior high school students were a little stunned. What happened? They had already died in the previous explosion, and at this time, before they had time to think about it, extremely terrifying numbers appeared on the top of their heads. I said. The scorched earth level of the entire novice map has been superimposed to level 100, which is a piece of shit. 35. Nima. I will die as soon as I live. I can't live for 2 seconds at all. It doesn't matter if the troops are dead, but the building actually takes damage. How does Nima play? Ah, are you so sick with the will of the heavens? This world event is specifically for playing with us, right? Hehe, that is, there was a tyrant hanging on the wall first, and then there was an inexplicable explosion, and now everyone has no points at all. This event store has a bullshit. 39. The students are naturally a gentle and easygoing. I have to say, their trip to this big event was a very poor experience. Simply no gaming experience. First, I met Qin Feng, who was hanging on the wall. I was robbed of various game rewards, and then I was inexplicably killed by an unknown AoE. If you die, but you don't have any points, that's fine. The entire novice map was a sea of fire, and the troops died instantly. But some students are secretly glad that this result is very good. Level 100 Scorched Earth buff. The blood loss every second has reached an extremely terrifying level. It doesn't matter if you're a genius or trash, it's a seckle. That is to say, all the students have returned to the same starting line again. At this time, Qin Feng also looked at the goddess of flames who was still full of humiliation in front of him with satisfaction. Part of her soul was mastered by Qin Feng. Even if she wanted to die, she would be a bit out of luck. Once Qin Feng crushed her soul, even if she didn't die, her strength would at least drop to epic level. For a strong man who has been immersed in the gods and profound levels for thousands of years, it is countless times more uncomfortable than death. And this time, the flame goddess also did not hesitate, and directly stretched out her hand. What about the Godhead fragment that the Lord of Flames exploded? It is the commander of the fire element, and with its Godhead, I can better rule the fire element family. 66.99. Qin Feng also rolled his eyes. Then, randomly lost 1,000 in the past. The eyes of the flame goddess also widened instantly. 1,000 Godhead fragments. Real or fake? She was also quick-witted and hurried over. With these Godhead fragments, she can master the fire element family in minutes. At this time, she was already Qin Feng's unit. In an instant, he enjoyed Qin Feng's several halos. With the degree of control she has over the power of the fire element, she can naturally feel. Her fire resistance actually exceeds 100%. This is too incredible. You know, whether it is she or the Lord of Flames, they are already creatures born from the hottest flames. The fire resistance has been full, but it is only about 99%. Going up, it will be restricted by the rules of the world, which is absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, she looked at Qin Feng with a hint of fear in her bright eyes. This man! What the hell is going on? At this time, Qin Feng also smiled slightly and threw 1,000 pieces of large-scale flame power to the goddess of flame. Looking at the fiery red crystal in the jade's hand, the flame goddess was shocked again. Divine power is difficult to accumulate, and ordinary gods rely on the prayers of believers day and night to obtain divine power. For elemental gods like the fire goddess, as long as someone in the universe uses fire magic, her divine power will automatically increase. But even for her, 1,000 pieces of divine power would have to be accumulated over several years. Countless thoughts flashed in my heart, but the body of the flame goddess was still very honest. The white jade hand swept away in an instant, and in an instant, countless divine powers were taken away. What a joke! With this 1,000 pieces of divine power, she can fully recover from this injury. After obtaining the divine power, the flame goddess was also in a good mood. After obtaining Qin Feng's approval, she also left in a daze. As long as Qin Feng calls, she will appear in Qin Feng's territory in minutes. At this time, Qin Feng was also exhaling. The goddess of fire is also on a whim. There is a Shangxuan-level powerhouse as a wage earner, which is much more powerful than the equipment that burst out after killing her. 100 years? Haha! Qin Feng is confident that it will not take long before he ascends the throne. 2.5. At that time, the flame goddess still wants to run away? At the same time, the countdown on the screen also ended. The rumbling sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you have been forcibly teleported out of purgatory of flames. Ding dong, world announcement, the liquidation is over, and the ranking rewards have been issued according to the ranking, please check it in time for all players. Ding dong, national announcement, in this event, Longguo ranked first in the country ranking, and all Longguo players will receive the following rewards, within 7 days. The offensive and defensive value of all Longguo Senior 3 players' troops plus 20%. Ding dong, congratulations, you ranked first in the personal ranking in this event, and you will receive the following rewards, within 7 days, the unit's attack and defense value plus 100%. Ding dong, it was detected that your contribution in the event is extremely high, and you have unlocked a new title, One Person's War, Legendary. The title has been collected in the title book, please check it in time. 99. Ding dong, your title book has been upgraded, it is currently at the gold level, and the effect of all titles is increased by 20%. Chapter 64. At this time, with a burst of bright teleportation light, Qin Feng had already left the event map and returned to his own territory. Qin Feng was also slightly surprised. The entire novice map is red. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire continent, and hot flames gushing out from the ground could be seen everywhere. The Lord Hall of the students was immediately destroyed, and they could only choose to rebuild the territory. The situation that they were not rich in the first place was made worse. At the same time, The entire novice map, the scorched earth level is directly covered to level 100. That is to say, every second, everyone's troops will be subject to extremely high damage values. This value, even if it is a meat shield type crowned unit, if the fire attribute resistance is not high, it will be instantly killed. And, even more terrifying, this buff will last for a whole day. How does this make other people live? And when I got to Qin Feng's side, it was very comfortable. Every second, extremely dark green numbers jumped out on the heads of all the troops. But the monsters in the entire novice map are now all dead, and even those super fire elements with extremely high fire resistance are now too dead to die. At this time, Qin Feng also glanced at the system prompt. As the first place in the 2 leaderboards, the system also issued corresponding rewards. Under the country leaderboard, all Dragon Kingdom players' troops will increase their attack and defense value by 20%. The value is not particularly high, but 13 is very terrifying in terms of the number of players in the Dragon Kingdom. In the personal rankings, Qin Feng once again got a 100% attack and defense bonus. Under the superposition of the two, within 7 days, the offensive and defensive values of all his troops will increase by 120%. Qin Feng felt very good about this value. At this time, he opened his backpack and looked at the explosive equipment from the Lord of Flames. The Curse of the Lord of Flame. Explanation: the ring condensed by the fire of the soul of the Monarch of Flames contains the resentment generated when it dies, and can directly cast a curse on the opponent's soul. Level: 200. Grade: Shenzhen 7th grade. Type: Hero Equipment, Ring. Attribute: Brave of Flame, Divine Skill, curses a player, causing all troops to receive 2000 fire damage per second. This buff will exist forever, death cannot be lifted, and units above the 7th rank of Shenzhen can try to resolve it. Consumption: 200 Divine Power. Restriction: after use, the equipment will disappear permanently. Hiss. Even Qin Feng took a deep breath when he saw the effect of this ring. Is this the divine weapon of the 7th rank of Shenzhen? This attribute, love love love. The properties of this ring are simply rude, without any bells and whistles. Directly inflict 2000 fire damage per second to all units of a person. This number may not be high, but the buff lasts forever. What is outrageous is that the skill directly acts on the soul of the player. Even if it dies, the buff cannot be lifted. If you want to resolve the buff, you must have a master who is above the 7th rank of Shenzhen. But the problem is, in the entire universe, there are not many powerhouses above the 7th rank of Shenzhen. What's more, to resolve such divine power skills also consumes divine power. Who is so lazy and willing to resolve skills for you? It can be said that as long as Qin Feng exerts this curse skill, it can be said that he can directly quit the game. If it is an ordinary online game, you can also choose to delete the account and replay it. But War did not delete the account. Once you are recruited, you can only admit that you are unlucky. Moreover, some players who have been deeply integrated with the game, such as players above the 5th rank, have won this skill, but it will directly spread to reality. That is to say, little life is hard to protect. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also felt that this ring was a little too perverted. The skill is very strong, and it naturally consumes a lot of divine power. 200 units of divine power, I am afraid that not many people in the entire human race can come up with it. But that is for ordinary people. Qin Feng here, there is simply not too much divine power. At the same time, this piece of equipment is clearly a one-time item. But the problem is, Qin Feng triggered the Harvest Halo and got 2000 pieces directly. It's gone, no pain at all. The only pity is, this ring is level 200, Qin Feng can't use it now. Shaking his head, Qin Feng had no choice but to put the ring away temporarily, and instead looked at the other trophies. Next, is a very rare cloak equipment. The cloak was hot, smooth, and delicate, and there was a faint scorching flame on the surface. Qin Feng is also checking its properties. Fire cloak. Explanation: a cloak made of the hottest primordial flame on the plane of fire. In order to make this cloak, the monarch of flames had been weakened for hundreds of years due to overdrawn divine power. Level: 200. Grade: Shenxian 7th grade. Type: Hero equipment. Defense: 4.3 W. Attributes: 1 Physical strength plus 7000, Spirit plus 7000. 2 Can fly, move speed *5 when flying, consume 1000 mana points per second. 3 God Flame Bodyguard, divine power skill. Immune to magical damage released by individuals below the divine level and units below the divine class. 4 Flame Shield, divine skill. Forms a fire attribute shield with a maximum health value of 100, which will be consumed first when attacked. Regenerates 1% per second when the shield is damaged. After it is completely broken, it will regenerate after 3 minutes, and each time the shield is generated, it will consume 10 divine power. Qin Feng felt that this divine level cloak was a bit outrageous. The first is the high and terrible defense value. More than 40,000 defense points. This number, even if it is the crowned arms, if there is no special equipment and skill blessing, it will not be able to break the defense at all. The 4 attributes are also very powerful. The first one directly increases physical strength and spirit by 7,000 points. What does that mean? This means that even if the average person is at full level, there is absolutely not so much physical strength or spirit. This is too scary. The 2 attributes of physical strength and spirit are naturally still very important. Especially the attributes of war will affect the reality, these 2 attributes. It can be said that Qin Feng can come to Qin Feng 99 times a night. The second is that you can fly. There are not many such equipment. Generally speaking, if players want to fly, they still have to rely on mounts. There is naturally a mount system in war, and some mounts can be combined with arms to form new arms. Of course, assembling arms is a very late game. As for the mana consumed per second of flying, Qin Feng naturally ignored it. With Supreme Magic Recovery Aura, are you still afraid of this magic power consumption? After that, the 2 divine power skills became very terrifying. The first skill is directly immune to the magic damage of individuals below the divine level and troops below the divine class. The so-called divine arms are the high-level arms that are generated by divine power above the crowned arms, and are generally only possessed by the extremely powerful divine profound level powerhouses. In other words, Qin Feng can completely ignore all the magical attacks of the race. The second skill is to directly add a shield that can regenerate infinitely. The health bar of the shield can only be said not to be too thick. You must know that Qin Feng is still connected to the flame goddess. If this skill takes effect, he will produce tens of trillions of blood in minutes. It's still a pity, it's still level 200 equipment. Such terrifying equipment, think about it, it is full level. Qin Feng could only throw it into his backpack first. He also sighed. It seems that he has to find a way to find the Master's Potion. The so-called Master Potion can reduce the requirements for the use of equipment. Qin 693 Feng believes that after a wave of halo extraction, it is possible to equip these 2 artifacts. Immediately after that, there were countless tokens that released mysterious rays of light. The highest level relocation token. Explanation: the relocation token from the will of the heavens is more advanced than the relocation order created by any force, and can relocate the territory under any number of conditions. Grade 1. Grade Max. Effect: relocate the territory to the current coordinates. Rao is Qin Feng, and his eyes widened when he saw the effect of the most advanced city relocation token. In war, the importance of territory is self-evident. In the war continent, the distribution of resources is naturally not balanced. Some places are extremely rich, various resource points are constantly available, and there are also good camp strongholds as bodyguards around. In some places, the resources are extremely poor, and there are evil forces that patronize them all year round. Therefore, moving is very important. Especially in Novice Continent, students naturally found some resource-rich locations. But at this stage, no one has released the relocation order at all. At the same time, the general relocation order also has various restrictions. The level needs to be at least 20, and has a very long CD. However, Qin Feng's highest level relocation order does not have any CD, and there is no level requirement. That is to say, where can Qin Feng go and move his territory to? And it can be directly airborne on the Blue Star. Originally, when the Lord's territory came to Blue Star, it must be approved by the Human Race Federation. This is the privilege given to the Federation of Human Races by the will of the heavens, and no matter how powerful the powerhouse is, it cannot be changed. However, the moving order of the highest level obviously does not have such restrictions. When it comes to the second order lord, it is already possible to bring game equipment and props into reality. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes also flashed a dangerous light. Some people dance very well. Chapter 65. Immediately after that, there were countless dark red city walls that released a scorching aura. Wall of Fire. Description: it is made of high-grade rock from the plane of fire. It has been soaked in hot flames for thousands of years without breaking, and its defensibility is extremely amazing. Grade 1. Grade, Shenxian. Durability, 8,000 trillion. Defense, 120W. Attributes: 1 physical damage reduction by 50%, immunity to fire damage, magic resistance plus 50% for all departments. 2. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to release a round of rain of fire on the enemy. 3. All the surrounding land with 3W yards will get scorched earth, LV20, 30W yards will get scorched earth, LV10, and 300W will get scorched earth, LV5. Upgrade required: Basic Resources 100W, Magic Crystal 100W, Flaming Rock * 1000, Advanced Architecture. Seeing the properties of the city wall, Qin Feng also took a deep breath. That's what it's called, a city wall. City walls, defense towers, and various defense facilities have always been sought after items in the market. On the one hand, it is very important, on the other hand, the explosion rate is too low. And this wall of flames, it just shouldn't be too strong. Just the basic attributes, it is seriously supermodel, and the defense value has reached a terrifying 120W point. This is so special, anyway, in Qin Feng's perception, even if the full-level crowned arms of the strongest human race comes, they will definitely not break the defense. And the durability value is a full 8,000 trillion points. With this value, even Qin Feng took a deep breath. As for the 3 skills, none of them are fancy. The first skill directly reduces half of the damage value, whether it is physical damage or magic damage. It can be said that the flesh is directly doubled. The second skill is a very strong counterattack skill. The Wall of Flames is obviously not purely fleshy. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to directly trigger a round of rain of fire. This skill is a level 40 mage skill, with a strong range of AoE. Skills don't have any consumption value and CD yet, it's like a bug. At last, it is the unique buff Scorched Earth of the Plane of Fire. The closer you get to these walls, the higher the level of the Scorched Earth buff. The most central area directly reached level 20. At this level, the damage per second has reached tens of millions. Even if an ordinary boss comes, they will die. The most terrifying thing is that this is still a level 1 attribute. The buildings in war also have grades. When Qin Feng collects all the upgrade materials for the buildings, the properties of the city walls will be even more terrifying. In the end, there are countless fragments of Godhead, crystals of divine power, and proofs of divine profoundness. The first two, of course, can never be too much. Godhead fragments, in addition to condensing complete gods, can also be used to create artifacts. And divine power is like the blue bar of ordinary mortals, and it is necessary to release many divine power skills, or to ascend to the divine position. But the final proof of the profound, still has no attributes. Qin Feng is also speechless. He has already won the first kills at the purple gold, epic, legendary, and divine profound levels, but he still doesn't have any use for it. Could it be that, have to let him get the first kill of the holy glory again? Thinking of this, he is also speechless. The human race doesn't even have a god-level powerhouse, and is it still holy? At this time, Qin Feng also temporarily closed the backpack. In his backpack there was still a great gift bag of the mysterious level, but he remembered that the first person who submitted the quest for the Second Order Lord would be rewarded with lucky points. Luck value is closely related to the probability of shipment. Qin Feng is also looking at his territory. There is not much change in the territory, only the Lord Hall stands alone, but it is enveloped by a layer of strange tranquil energy. At this moment, a slender figure slowly came to Qin Feng. A faint scent of fragrance hit. Qin Feng also looked over. In front of him was a slender girl wearing a simple dress. Her golden hair reached her waist, but her skin was dazzlingly white. Obviously, this is the SSS level hero he recruited before, Territory Steward Eliza. But Qin Feng also raised his eyebrows. The girl's two eyes glowed with a heart-warming golden light. Soon, Eliza's two bright eyes completed the crescent moon, and said to Qin Feng with a smile, Lord, I'm Eliza. Qin Feng asked tentatively, God race. Blonde hair, golden eyes, and delicate to perfect cheeks are the symbols of Protoss women. Eliza was slightly taken aback. What Protoss? 6699. Looking at the girl's confused expression, Qin Feng also let out a long breath. It's easy to do if it's not the Protoss. Protoss is really arrogant, and it's a bit difficult to get along with. Qin Feng decided not to think about it for the time being, and he opened her attribute panel. Elisa. Description: a mysterious girl from an unknown civilization, who has a very deep understanding of internal affairs, logistics, and architectural knowledge. Grade 1. Grade, SSS. Physical/magic attack power, 890. Defense, 403. Health, 45,000. Skill. 1 Architect, LV1, all buildings in the territory have a durability value of plus 50%. 2 Logistics Master, LV1, food consumption of all troops minus 50%, and basic resource consumption of all buildings minus 50%. 3 The Unreachable City of Dreams, LV-Max, the territory enters a 1-day invincibility time. This skill comes from the ancient god of dreams, and it is most immune to attacks by units below the 9th rank. Consumption, Dream Bell *1, 2 Eliza remain. Cooldown, 30 days. Loyalty, 200. Morale, 200. Food consumption, 2000/day. Seeing Eliza's attributes, Qin Feng couldn't help but shrink his eyes. This heroine. Too unreasonable, right? Her attribute value is very low. Although she is an SSS level hero, her attack, defense, and health values are definitely not as high as ordinary SS level heroes. Of the 3 skills, none of them are fighting. But her auxiliary ability is directly full. The first skill directly increases the durability of all buildings by half. The scary thing about this skill is that there are no restrictions. In other words, buildings such as city walls and city gates that are specially designed to resist damage will also increase their HP. This is very terrifying. Wang Niu is good, like Qin Feng's Wall of Flames, which directly increases the blood volume of 4,000 trillion. The second skill is also very powerful, directly saving half of the resources. This skill also has no restrictions, whether it is basic resources, or later magic crystals, cosmic natural gas, rare ores, etc., it can take effect. This skill can undoubtedly save Qin Feng a lot of money. And the third skill is the skill that Eliza released before. This is the first time Qin Feng has seen a skill that directly puts the territory into an invincible state. It is precisely because of this that his territory was not destroyed and deleted by the 10th order forbidden technique of the Monarch of Flames. At this moment, Qin Feng frowned slightly. Every time you release Unreachable Dream City, you need to consume one dream bell. Eliza seems to have only 2 there. And what is this god of dreams? It can be directly immune to attacks under the 9th order of Shenjiao. You must know that the entire universe, to the holy glory level, is counted with one hand. Chapter 66. At this time, Qin Feng didn't think much about it and closed the hero panel. Eliza, who was in front of her, was smiling slightly and asked, "Is the Lord still satisfied with my abilities?" Qin Feng nodded and said, "Very good." Eliza's expression did not change. She looked at the territory and said, Lord, can you give me the right to build the territory?" "No problem." Qin Feng naturally would not refuse. If Eliza has a talent for managing territories, he doesn't mind delegating power to her. In that case, it will save him a lot of time. And her title is Territory Steward, and her management ability should not be bad. Thinking of this, Qin Feng gave her all the construction rights of the territory. Ding dong, your hero Eliza can freely use the build function. This operation is highly sensitive, please be vigilant. 39. The more power, the greater the risk, and the system also carefully reminded it. But Qin Feng's character is that he is not suspicious when he is employed, but not when he is suspicious. Now that you've decided, don't think about it. Qin Feng casually stuffed the flame wall and flame gate design drawings in the backpack to her. Don't be stingy with these defensive buildings and facilities, there are a lot of resources, please encircle the territory. Superscript 1, 99. Eliza's mouth was also wide open. This. Forget the epic level defense facilities, it is actually a Shangxuan level city wall. And how many thousands of city walls are there? Even she was a little shocked. Tens of thousands of Shangxuan level city walls. It is already possible to enclose a large area. She also took a deep breath and said with a smile, Lord, Eliza's choice is indeed right. 99. Choose? Qin Feng also frowned slightly, and he couldn't understand what she was saying. He also shook his head and didn't think about it anymore, as long as she didn't have any disagreements. At this time, he also directly began to extract proficiency. Ding dong, you have extracted the proficiency *1500W, the hero territory steward Eliza has been upgraded, and it is currently level 25. Ding dong, your hero territory steward Eliza has reached the upper limit, please complete the breakthrough mission. 66.99. One after another bright golden light fell, and Eliza was a little stunned, and she also reached level 20 in an instant. Heroes need to perform breakthrough missions every 20 levels. Qin Feng is also checking. Breakthrough Mission 1, Eliza. Required for breakthrough, Tears of the Protoss, 0/10, Proof of Heroes, 100/100. The first order hero breakthrough task is usually relatively easy to complete. But Eliza is an SSS level hero, and there are not many in the entire universe. The required materials are also directly filled. The hero's certificate, Qin Feng had given it to the system when he summoned the hero before, but Protoss Tears, listening to the name, it's not an ordinary material. Qin Feng had to temporarily lower her level. And Eliza went to plan the construction of the territory contentedly. For a territory to develop rapidly, the location of various buildings is very particular, not only beautiful, but also practical. With Eliza, Qin Feng also saved a lot of effort. Then came the Lord quest that had already been completed. If nothing else, just a wave of flaming burning killed countless bosses. Qin Feng is also looking at the task panel. Lord Quest Tier 2. Mission Description: your territory has reached a bottleneck. If you want to go further, you need to be approved by the will of the heavens. Mission Content: kill Black Iron level and above boss, 1285/10. The flames released through the flaming stone ring previously burned, but spread to the entire event map. Countless bosses, big and small, all died directly. However, Qin Feng did not expect that he would kill more than 1,000 bosses directly. He didn't hesitate to start submitting tasks directly. Ding dong, you are about to submit the Lord Quest Tier 2, do you want to confirm? Confirm. Brush. With a bright light falling, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, congratulations, you have become a Tier 2 Lord, you have unlocked the following buildings: Basic Training Ground, Basic Research Institute, Basic Human Race Battle Center, Basic Logging Field, Basic Quarry, Basic Hunting Field, Basic Mining Field. Ding dong, your integration with the game war has improved, and you can already bring items, props, and equipment to Blue Star. Ding dong, world announcement: Dragon Country player Tyrant has completed the task of Tier 2 Lord, officially becoming Tier 2 Lord, and the territory level is open to level 20. As the first Tier 2 Lord among the current students, hereby reward: Prestige Points plus 1000, Luck Value plus 10, Gold Coin Trial Challenge Coupon *10. Ding dong, since you have overcompleted the Lord Mission 2, hereby reward: Flame Rocket Formation, SSS Level Legion Combat Skill. 66/35. The world announcement fell. People were shocked again. Hasn't the novice map been destroyed? Why are there still people active? How did the tyrant survive? Impossible, I saw it, with a level 100 Scorched Earth buff, who can survive? It's actually a gold coin trial challenge ticket. It's sour. At this time, Qin Feng, BDCF, did not expect that this wave of rewards would be so generous. The attribute of luck value is still very rare. 10 o'clock, although not particularly high, is enough for an African chief to transition to a normal person. And gold coin trial challenge coupon. It is a very rare challenge ticket. After using it, it can be teleported to a place similar to a gold coin room. Not to mention the monsters inside, there are not too many gold coins that burst out. This challenge ticket is still issued only by the will of the heavens. What's more, Qin Feng has the advanced harvest halo, and the effect of the challenge ticket will only be multiplied countless times. At the same time, as Qin Feng became a Tier 2 Lord, many new buildings were naturally unlocked. Basic Training Ground: naturally, it is the place where troops are trained. Whether it is a player or a hero, they all need to rest. As for this building, you can throw soldiers into it when you are resting, and then you can automatically gain experience points. It can be said to be a strong hang-up artifact. Of course, the effect of basic buildings is extremely limited, and Qin Feng's proficiency is about to explode, and there is no shortage of experience points at all. The Basic Research Institute is the place to improve the skill level of the troops. As long as the hero is placed in it, the skill level of the unit will be improved according to the scientific research ability of the hero. The Basic Human Race Center is a technology building. Here, you can spend resources to research technology to gain bonuses for human units. However, the bonuses that can be researched for basic buildings are simply pitiful. Qin Feng remembers that the maximum attack and defense is plus 20%, which can be said to be mosquito legs. As for the remaining mining farms, logging farms, hunting grounds, naturally, they are the corresponding farming buildings. However, Qin Feng is naturally too lazy to build, and the reason is very simple. His resources have already been depleted. At the same time, the level cap of the territory was directly unlocked to level 20. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and immediately started consuming resources to upgrade. Suddenly, the sound of the system sounded. Ding dong, you spent basic resources *1W to successfully upgrade the level of Lord Hall, and it is currently level 11. Ding dong, you spent basic resources *2W to successfully upgrade the Lord Hall level, and it is currently level 12. Ding dong, you spent basic resources *10W to successfully upgrade the level of Lord Hall, and it is currently level 20. Ding dong, your Lord Hall level has reached the upper limit, and the Tier 3 Lord quest is about to be issued. Ding dong, it is detected that your territory has a lot of resources, and the Tier 3 Lord task has been forcibly replaced with a disaster event, please be vigilant. 35. After a series of operations, his territory instantly reached level 20. Qin Feng was also taken aback. Overlord missions replaced with disaster events? And this kind of operation? He opened the territory page to check. Magic domain. Level, 20. Total population, 10W humans, 1000 beasts. Job transferable population, 9.9W humans, 1000 beasts. Combat unit, 1000 human archers, Tier 5. Territory area, 2000 square kilometers. Buildings, Lord's Hall, LV20, Beast's Nest, LV1. Guild affiliation, none. Belonging to the city wall, Wall of Fire, Shen level. Defensive building, Fire Gate, Epic. Territory props, Flame Shell, Legendary. Hero, Territory Steward Eliza, SSS. Resources, 300 billion wood, 300 billion stone, 300 billion iron ore, 300 billion stone, 300 billion magic crystal. Each output, none. Chapter 67. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but jump when he saw the situation in the territory. As early as when he returned to the territory, he knew that there were definitely a lot of resources, the warehouse had long been unable to hold it. But I didn't expect that there would be so many. Direct 3 to 100 billion basic resources. You must know that this number, even those extremely terrifying big families, will definitely be moved. And Qin Feng, in his previous life until his fall, did not have so many resources. In the face of the mountains of resources, Qin Feng has no good solution for the time being. Eliza also had a bitter face, and there seemed to be no good way to do it. Secondly, after being promoted to Tier 2 Lord, his territory panel became more detailed, with a few more data. The territorial area can only be said to be not small. If he doesn't consider farming, Qin Feng can now completely enclose his territory with a city wall. Immediately afterwards, it was the excess reward for completing the Second Order Lord quest. The system is also extraordinarily generous, directly rewarding an SSS-level Legion combat skill. The so-called Legion combat skills are considered to be a relatively high-end gameplay in war. Only limited types of arms can be released if their attributes meet the standard and conditions are met. However, relatively speaking, the effect is also very powerful. A powerful army combat skill that often becomes a terrifying skill that turns the tide of battle. And the SSS level. Qin Feng also said that he had never seen it. He opened his skill bar to check. Flame Rocket Array. Explanation: combat skills from the ancient civilization terrorist army, each release, the Sea of Fire, can easily kill thousands of times the enemy. Grade 1. Grade, SSS. Requirements for use: long-range archer arms above 10th order, the number of arms is 10W. Effect: to the enemy within 30W yards in front of up to the number of arms *1000, inflict 10 damages within ones, each damage is all arms fire attribute damage *50. Cooling, 24 hours. Hiss. This combat skill is also a bit outrageous, isn't it? Seeing the effect of flaming rocket formation, Qin Feng also sucked in a breath of cold air. All he can say is, as expected of an SSS class. In ones, it directly causes 10 damages, but this attack frequency is a bit outrageous. What's more, the damage has a bonus. The only pity is, the number of arms needs a full 10W to release. Qin Feng put it down temporarily and began to check his Tier 3 Lord quest. Lord Mission Tier 3, Disaster Event. Mission Description: your territory has already been issued, but it is obviously impossible to hold so many resources. Countless forces have been eyeing you and are ready to plunder. Type of mission: Lord Mission, Disaster Event. Mission difficulty: 300W. Task content: defend the territory for 2 days, 0/3. Mission reward: unlock the territory level cap. Hint: after the disaster event fails, your territory will be completely destroyed and all resources will be lost. Oh? Qin Feng was also taken aback. In his memory, the third order quest obtained in the previous life seemed to be killing 10 silver level bosses with a force of 100,000. And because of his too many resources, it turned into a city defense mission. The task of defending the city is naturally the most difficult category, and the enemy who comes to attack will naturally be stronger. But the problem is, before Qin Feng thought about it, the system's voice sounded directly. Ding dong warning. Planar Raiders *100,000 is about to attack your territory, please get ready. Ding dong warning. 6699. As soon as the system sound fell, there seemed to be several screams around the territory. Ding dong, Planar Raiders *100,000 have all died. 6699. Qin Feng. Qin Feng is also full of black lines. This is what he just wanted to say. This group of plane robbers, the brain is not easy to use, right? Now the entire novice map is covered with level 100 scorched earth to attack his territory. If he can live for 1 second, he will lose. In other words, this task has no difficulty at all, it is just to send warmth. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng also took out a big gift bag with a mysterious light from his backpack. Supreme Bright Gift Package, Shen Xian Level. Explanation: the high-level gift package issued by the will of the heavens, I don't know what to open? God Class Gift Package. Qin Feng also rubbed his hands, which has never appeared in human records. He took a deep breath and opened it directly. Immediately, the dazzling rays of light bloomed, almost shining the entire sky. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, you have opened the Supreme Bright Gift Pack, Shen Xian Grade, and obtained the Well of Life, Miracle Building. Ding dong, you have opened the Supreme Bright Gift Pack, Shen Xian Grade, and got the Hero Limit Trial Ticket *2. Ding dong, you have opened the Supreme Bright Gift Pack, Shen Xian Grade, and obtained the Badland Challenge Scroll, Unique. Ding dong, you have opened the Supreme Bright Gift Pack, Shen Xian Rank, and obtained the Army Broken Rank Scroll *2. 6699. Qin Feng also offered a lot of good things in this wave. First off, it's a miracle building. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also opened his backpack to check. Well of Life. Explanation: the well water that contains the source of life is rumored to be kept by the goddess of life all the time. I don't know why it appears here. Grade 1. Rank: Miracle Building. Effect: all units are revived with full blood and blue after death. When inside the territory, it can be triggered 7 times a day, and when outside the territory, it can be triggered 3 times a day. Durability: 1500 trillion/1500 trillion, Eliza Skill Builder Bonus. Ah, this! Rao was Qin Feng, and his eyes widened instantly. A miracle building. The only miracle building, as the name suggests, is no longer an ordinary building. Only one can be built in the entire universe, and generally speaking, it is very laborious to build. There are very few direct reports like Qin Feng. And after one player builds, other people can't build anymore. As for the attributes, Qin Feng can only sigh with emotion, it really deserves to be a miracle building. All units in the territory can be resurrected 7 times with full blood and blue on the spot, and even if they are outside the territory, they can be resurrected 3 times. What does this mean? In other words, Qin Feng's troops have at least 4 lives. There are still exaggerated 8 lives in the territory. How does anyone else fight? Double the troops, can be used as 8 times to fight. But under the blessing of Qin Feng's various halos, the attributes of his troops are also ridiculously high. The possibility of being killed in battle is inherently low, and this skill is at best used as an insurance. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also threw the well of life to Eliza. The beautiful girl also blinked in shock. A territory that has developed in less than 2 days. Have a miracle building. If you say it out, I am afraid no one will believe it, thinking it is a fantasy. Chapter 68. Qin Feng was naturally too lazy to pay attention to Eliza, who was already a little dumbfounded. He still opened his backpack to check. In the backpack, a quaint scroll exuding a barren atmosphere suddenly appeared. Badlands Challenge Scroll. Explanation: in the reincarnation continent, there is an ancient barren land. For thousands of years, strong men have been going to challenge, but they are all dead and alive. What secrets are hidden here? Grade 1. Grade: Unknown. Effect: Teleport to Badlands. Tip: Badlands are extremely dangerous, please choose carefully. Badlands. Seeing these 4 words, Qin Feng's eyelids also jumped. As a rebirth, his impression is too deep. Badlands, a place where opportunity and crisis coexist. In fact, it is an extremely dangerous area, where many secrets of the ancient gods are hidden. The so-called ancient gods are the ancient gods and profound-level powerhouses who are full-time in the reincarnation continent. They are countless times stronger than the current divine profound-level powerhouses. Shaking his head, Qin Feng didn't think much about it, although as a rebirth player, he knew many secrets of the barren land. But this area has one of the most special rules: death, permanent death. It is precisely because of this that the barren land has become the most unwilling place to challenge in the universe. Qin Feng also shook his head, the current strength is not enough, let's develop for a while. 35. Immediately after that, there was a dark scroll. Hero's Ultimate Trial Scroll. Explanation: only the scrolls that can be opened from the splendid gift package above the Shen level can be sent to the Heroic Limit Trial Hall after use. Grade 1. Effect: trials will drop props that increase the hero's rank. This. Qin Feng also shrank his eyes. Hero's Ultimate Trial Scroll. He had never heard of it before. Didn't know there was such a place. And the effect of the trial is also simple and rude: the hero upgrades. This is the first time Qin Feng knows that heroes can still be upgraded. Rank is something that is directly related to a hero's potential and growth. If it succeeds, can SS level heroes be promoted to SSS level? Thinking of this, Qin Feng also temporarily threw it into his backpack. It may be possible to mass-produce SSS level heroes in the future. The last one is what Qin Feng is most concerned about. Troop breakdown? Troops, can they break the rank too? Qin Feng also hurriedly opened his backpack to check, and took out 2 small papers exuding mysterious light. Army Broken Scroll. Explanation: unique items from the will of the heavens can only be issued in gift packs above the Shen level, and are extremely rare. Grade 1. Effect: arms rank +1, up to rank 13. In the universe, there is such an item. 35. Qin Feng couldn't help but scream in shock. Can you directly increase the rank of the troops? It was the first time he had seen such a prop, even if he had lived in 2 lifetimes. At this time, he also thought of the ancient elf archer he had obtained before. This unit, which happens to be the archer type, can use flaming arrow formation in the future. At the same time, the grade is also 11. If you use both of the broken order scrolls, isn't it directly to the 13th order? Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate to start using it. Ding dong, you have successfully used the army breaking scroll, and the ancient elf archer's rank has been improved, and it is currently rank 12. 55. Ding dong, you have successfully used the army breaking scroll, and the ancient elf archer's rank has been improved, and it is currently rank 13. 99. Ding dong, the quality of ancient elf archer has been upgraded to the top class, and it has been changed to ancient elf royal archer. Ding dong, you have unlocked a new recruiting building, the ancient elf tree of life. 66.99. Crown troops. As the name suggests, the crowned arms are already the most advanced arms in the entire universe. Although the crowned arms itself is divided into several ranks, even the most rubbish crowned arms are several times stronger than the super arms. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also put the building down instantly. Immediately. There is a delicate and gorgeous old tree in the territory. When Qin Feng saw the ancient tree, the corner of his mouth twitched. Is this Nema too big? The diameter is at least a few hundred meters, and it almost occupies more than half of the territory. Qin Feng is also checking the properties of the ancient tree. Ancient elf tree of life. Explanation: the tree of life cultivated by the ancient elf empire already has wisdom and life, and when the ancient elf is in it, it can also train extremely elite ancient elf shooters. Grade 1. Durability, 7,500 trillion, Eliza's skill builder bonus. Attack power, 15.6 W. Production unit, ancient elf royal archer, tier 13. Daily transferable population, 0/100 W. Production and consumption, 3000 basic resources/piece. Production time, 1 minute/piece. Required for upgrade, Soul of Ancient Tree 1, Crystal of Wisdom 100. Qin Feng's eyelids jumped when he saw the properties of the ancient tree. This property is a bit too buggy. If nothing else, just the durability and attack power, it is obviously supermodel. Obviously, the ancient elf tree of life is not only a production unit, but can also be used as a defensive building, which can be said to be very practical. At this time, Qin Feng did not hesitate, and instantly transformed the 500 elf population into ancient royal elf shooter. Then I used the Lightspeed recruiting card. Next moment, 500 slender figures slowly walked out of the ancient tree. They carried a simple longbow like an ancient branch behind them, and the leather jackets on their bodies were also very simple, only the gold medal on their chests showed their status as royal guards. But in their star-like eyes, they released awe-inspiring murderous aura, their whole body was full of awe-inspiring fighting spirit, and their aura was extremely high. Qin Feng is also checking the attributes. Ancient Elf Royal Archer. Description: marksmen from the ancient elf empire, they have experienced hundreds of battles, and their archery skills have approached the limit. After serving for the royal family, he also possesses extremely high concealment skills and extremely high combat discipline. Grade, 13th. Grade 1. Physical/magic damage, 1570. Defense, 890. Health, 48,000. Skill. 1 Supreme Skills, LV1, the shooting skills of the ancient elf royal archers have reached their limit: split shooting, penetration design. For them, it is just a piece of cake. Effect: the ancient elf royal archer can hit 10 enemies at the same time with a maximum attack of 2.5, and each attack can penetrate 10 enemies. 2 Supreme Insight, LV1, the ancient elf royal archer has experienced hundreds of battles. No matter what kind of enemy he is, he can find the opponent's weakness. Effect: attacks must be critical, and have a high probability of causing disability effect to the enemy. 3 Royal Glory, LV1, the ancient elf royal archers serve the royal family, not only bringing glory, but also training them with extremely high fighting discipline. Effect: never run away, the minimum morale is 100, when the royal archer of the Legion medieval elf is greater than 10W, attack plus 100%. 4. Of Max, the ancient elf royal archer is proficient in stealth skills and can complete various surprise missions. Effect: when not attacking, it will automatically become invisible after once, and will not fail when moving. Morale, 200. Loyalty points, 200. Food consumption, 3000/day. Chapter 69. Hiss. Is this the crown troop? Love. Rao is Qin Feng, who was also shocked by the attributes of ancient elf royal archer. Just like their names and outfits, they are unpretentious. The first is the explosive attack power. In human textbooks, the average attack power of the crowned arms is 1400 points. However, the attack power of the ancient elf archers was 1576 points, which was quite high. This is still a level 1 attribute. When Qin Feng reaches the full level, their attributes will skyrocket in an instant. The positioning of the ancient elf shooter is very clear: physical AoE thugs. The 3 skills are all linked to physical damage, and with the combination, the attack ability is also directly full. The first skill is undoubtedly the core skill. Each attack can split 10 arrows, and each arrow can penetrate 10 enemies. That is, at most 100 enemies can be killed with one attack. However, it is not very useful to Qin Feng. His split halo is 13 more powerful than this effect. The second skill is to increase a lot of damage. In particular, the crit rate is directly full. In this case, as long as Qin Feng finds a way to increase the crit damage, the damage value will increase. Disability buff is a very useful buff, which can slow down the enemy and increase the crit damage received by the opponent. And the third skill is also very good. The units in war are strange, and there is a very rogue way of playing, that is, to form a unit specially designed to weaken the morale of the enemy. Once the morale is 0, the troops will flee directly. But the ancient elf shooters obviously don't have such a problem. At the same time, the larger the number of people, the more attack bonuses will be obtained. However, what Qin Feng cared about most was the last skill. This skill has been fully leveled and obviously cannot be upgraded. 18. The effect is still a bit outrageous. As long as you don't attack the enemy, you won't show up. This stealth effect is effective when moving. That is to say, if Qin Feng goes out with a large group of ancient elf shooters, the other party will definitely think that Qin Feng is alone. At that time, countless troops suddenly appeared from all directions, and the tactical choices were very diverse. Fright can scare the opponent to death. Overall, Qin Feng was very satisfied with the attributes of the ancient elves archers. Seeing the new elf army, Eliza also opened her pale pink mouth and said in surprise, "It's actually an army of the ancient elf empire." Qin Feng asked, "You know the ancient elf empire very well?" As a rebirth, Qin Feng has some understanding of elves. This ancient elf empire, that is, the elf empire that existed in the ancient times, is 108,000 miles away from the current elf empire, and it has long been unknown how many years it has perished. But their powerful deeds are still recorded in some ancient books. Anything that comes close to them can give the universe no small surprise. Eliza shook her head and said, "I don't know much, I only know that the elves back then were countless times stronger than they are now." Qin Feng was too lazy to ask. Then, there are countless activity points. With the end of the event, there is a special NPC named Fire Element Merchant in everyone's territory. These NPCs are protected by the will of the heavens and are immune to the damage of the scorched earth buff, otherwise they would have died long ago. But, first of all, the students have no points at all, and secondly, the territory has been destroyed, and there is no chance to shop at all. At this time, Qin Feng also came to the front of the NPC. Hello, esteemed human lord, do you have anything to exchange? Seeing Qin Feng, the fire element merchant was at a loss for words. This person killed the Lord of Flames. Qin Feng's eyes frightened fire element merchant half to death. Qin Feng was too lazy to talk to it, and said directly, "Open the store interface." "Okay, esteemed Terran Lord." The fire element merchant also quickly bowed his head. Qin Feng opened the store interface and browsed. Event shop. 1 equipment. 2 arms. 3 consumables. 4 materials. 5 lucky draw. Qin Feng also raised his eyebrows. Lucky draw? What? The fire element merchant quickly replied. This is a new form of reward issued by the will of the heavens. The more points you put in, the more rewards you get. However, each person can only draw once. Jing jing. Oh? And this kind of thing? This is the first time Qin Feng has seen such a reward form. Sure enough, the memory of the previous life can only play an auxiliary role. As his butterfly effect becomes stronger and stronger, the will of the heavens will naturally have a different trajectory. For example, now the novice map is completely destroyed, and if he regenerates after a day, the advantage of his rebirth will be much smaller. At this time, Qin Feng also pondered slightly. In the arms page, Qin Feng did not buy ready-made arms. As a large-scale task for a novice map, the goods in it are also quite disappointing. Most of them are some intermediate and low-level arms. But the transfer certificate, he naturally will not miss it. He immediately started to exchange. Ding dong, you have successfully spent activity points *3000W, and exchanged for Crimson Fire Element 693 elements, Tier 7, Transfer Certificate. Ding dong, you have successfully spent activity points *2500W to exchange for the Flame Fire Element, Tier 6, Job Transfer Certificate. Ding dong, you have successfully spent activity points *3000W, and exchanged for Furious Fire Element, Tier 7, Transfer Certificate, 5. 66.99. In this wave, Qin Feng directly bought all the arms transfer certificates. He was also relieved for a while, but he directly bought thousands of career transfer certificates in one breath. Compared with the arms, the transfer certificate is naturally much more expensive. A 5th order arm is only a few hundred points. But if you want to buy a transfer certificate, you need millions. If you are an ordinary student, you can't afford it at all. Even if it is the top 10 in the personal rankings, you can buy 1 or 2 at most. Qin Feng directly consumed nearly 21 billion activity points in this wave. Certainly. This point is really a drop in the bucket for Qin Feng. And these arms? Of course, they are useless. The highest is only the 9th order arms. But maybe he can't be strong, but he can't be without. After purchasing the last transfer certificate, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding dong, it was detected that you have a lot of fire element troops, and the only hidden mission master of fire elements has been triggered. Chapter 70. Oh? Does this work too? Qin Feng also blinked, he had never encountered such a thing before. At this time, he also opened the taskbar to check. The Lord of Fire Elements. Mission description: after the death of the Flame Monarch, the Fire Element group has no leader, and a new monarch is urgently needed. You already have 70% of the Fire Element class transfer certificate, and you are qualified to compete for the throne. Mission nature: unique hidden. Mission difficulty: 90 billion. Mission content: defeat other possible fire elemental lords. Mission rewards: all fire elemental population commands, all fire elemental troops. Tip: this quest is a competitive quest, and the opponents currently competing for Master of Fire Elements are Goddess of Flame, God of Earth and Rock, God of Water, god of wind, god of thunderstorm. Qin Feng. Rao was Qin Feng, and was a little surprised. To trigger this quest, it is actually necessary to have 70% of the fire element class transfer certificate. It can be said to be a little too difficult. The fire element arms were originally relatively closed, and there were very few outflows in the market. Even if it flows out, there are not many at all. At least in the human monster map, there are not even the above 5% species. But competing for the candidates for the Lord of Fire Elements is still quite tricky. The 5 elemental gods are actually competing. The other 4 are not as weak as the fire goddess. He directly said in his heart, "Your Highness Goddess, can you hear me?" "What?" The goddess of flames returned angrily. With the flame magic lamp, Qin Feng can naturally communicate with the flame goddess at any time. Qin Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense with her, and asked directly, "Are you competing for the Lord of Fire Elements?" The flame goddess was shocked. Qin Feng is a human, how did he know about this? She asked cautiously, "So what?" Qin Feng said directly, "Give it up." 35. Fire Goddess. The flame goddess was stunned, her head full of question marks. Then, directly fried hair, why? What a joke! She competed with the Lord of Fire for thousands of years of sovereignty over the plane of fire. And the fire element, in the plane of fire, is naturally an extremely terrifying force. The population is at least 70%. Qin Feng actually asked her to give up? In a word, just let her give up thousands of years of hard work. Qin Feng said indifferently, "Because, from today, I am the Lord of Fire Elements." The goddess of flames was also stunned. Immediately, she suddenly burst into laughter like a silver bell. "Ha ha ha, little guy, you are really big-hearted. You know, if you want to become the Lord of Fire Elements, who are you facing? 5. If you can defeat them, this Master of Fire Elements, my sister will give it to you." Qin Feng also smiled, "Isn't it just a few elemental gods, are they much stronger than you?" The goddess of flames almost didn't come up in one breath, and coughed dryly, how is it possible, compared to this goddess, they are all a group of weak chickens." 66, 99. Qin Feng also twitched the corner of his mouth. "Whether it's a goddess or a woman, why are you so thick-skinned?" For the other 4 elemental gods, the lowest rank is also the 6th rank of Shen Qian. The most powerful ones have even reached the 9th rank of Shen Qian. If the goddess of flames confronted them, I'm afraid they would be rubbed to death without a single finger. She is also huddled in the plane of fire, holding part of the original fire, and the other 4 dare not attack her old nest. Shaking his head, Qin Feng didn't bother to talk to her anymore. Immediately after, are all equipment, consumables, and materials. Qin Feng was also unceremonious and evacuated directly. "Ding dong, you have successfully spent activity points *20 billion, and exchanged for obsidian, silver, *1000 W. Ding dong, you have successfully spent activity points *130 billion, and exchanged for deep sea saltpeter, gold, *1000 W. Ding dong, you have successfully spent activity points *530 billion, and exchanged for soul of the ancient tree, Shen Qian, *1 W. Ding dong, you have successfully spent activity points *90 billion, and exchanged for fire foxtail, epic, *10 W. 66. Materials, before the trading function of the novice map is turned on, will always be in short supply. In this wave of Qin Feng, all kinds of materials were directly evacuated. Fire Element Merchant was also shocked when he saw it. This Nima bought it all. If you buy so much at one time, are you not afraid of warehouse bursting? At this time, Qin Feng also clapped his hands with satisfaction. Qin Feng is too lazy to care about whether the position is liquidated or not. Anyway, let Eliza have a headache. At this time, his eyes were also focused on the consumables column. This is what he wants the most. He started large-scale events in order to be able to exchange various potions. Even the most rubbish potion, with the halo system in it, would turn into a terrifying halo in minutes. At this time, Qin Feng also opened the consumables column. Then, just evacuate. Home ding dong, you have successfully spent event points *30W to exchange for advanced magic potion, legend. Ding dong, you have successfully spent event points *30W to exchange for advanced life potion, legend. Ding dong, you have successfully spent event points *30W to exchange for advanced serious injury potion, legend. Superscript 36, 99. After a wave of exchange, Qin Feng also checked the extra potions in the backpack. Advanced life potion, legendary level. Advanced magic potion, legendary. Advanced serious injury potion, legendary. Advanced dispelling potion, legendary. Advanced cat's eye potion, legendary. Advanced spell crit pharmacy, legendary. Hiss. Rao was Qin Feng, who was also shocked by the newly obtained potion. This wave can only be said to be Wang Niu Hao, earning blood. Even if it is more crowned arms, it is not as good as these potions to improve Qin Feng. The medicines are roughly divided into the above 6 categories. But it also includes ordinary, black iron, silver, gold, purple gold and epic, and the number is even more. The same kind of potions, as long as they are of different grades, can be extracted by card, and then the halo can be upgraded. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate to start extracting it. Ding dong, you triggered a 3,000-fold increase, and extracted the highest serious injury aura, LV3000, from the lowest serious injury potion, normal, 5. Ding dong, you triggered a 9,000-fold increase, and extracted the supreme detection aura, LV9000, from the lowest cat's eye potion, normal. Ding dong, you triggered a 4,000-fold increase, and extracted the highest dispelling aura, LV4000, from the lowest swiftness potion, normal. Chapter 71. After a wave of extraction, Qin Feng also directly obtained countless halos. He also quickly opened the skill bar to check. The first is the 2 recovery auras that have been upgraded again. In this wave, Qin Feng directly exchanged for the legendary potion, and the 2 halos were upgraded again. The number recovered per second was so high that Qin Feng couldn't understand it. The only pity is that it is not considered invincible. If the enemy can kill him in seconds, his life will still be threatened. Then, there are some new halos. Highest severe injury aura, LV36000, when all friendly units attack the enemy, severe wounds, IV36000, will be added. Highest dispelling aura, IV45000, when all friendly units attack the enemy, all buffs/debuffs, optional, will be dispelled from the enemy. For each dispelling state, the enemy will receive dispelling state number level 45,000 damage value. Supreme Detection Aura, 4MAX, ignore any hidden skills, props, status, and effects of the enemy. Highest Spell Crit Aura, LV Max, all units must crit when they release their skills. The effect of serious injury naturally means that the opponent cannot recover their health. By the middle of the game, students will have a variety of healing units. Some 693 healing units are extremely perverted. If your output ability is not enough, it can easily become a tug-of-war. And this halo. Qin Feng was also a little stunned. Level 36,000 serious injury buff. How could he remember that everyone's serious injury buff is only level 100? I don't know, what effect will this 30,000 level serious injury buff have? And the dispelling halo, it is easy to understand. In war, there are naturally various buffs or debuffs. The former is beneficial, while the latter is a negative buff. At the end of the game, if someone's troops don't have more than a dozen buffs, they'll be embarrassed to come out and fight. As for the dispelling halo, Qin Feng can dispel all the enemy's buffs as long as he attacks. Of course, if you choose, you can also dispel the opponent's debuff. However, who would go to dispel the enemy's debuff? The dispel buff can also cause a lot of damage. But, BDCF, can be said to be a very practical buff. The last two are two very useful buffs. The first is for MAX, and in war, there are various types of assassins. Assassin troops, the most famous skills are various stealth skills. And this group of assassins, often inexplicably touched their back row, which can be said to be very annoying. But Qin Feng has no such problem. No matter how powerful the concealment skills are, even the old man, the god of assassins, has no effect in front of Qin Feng. And seeing the highest spell critical aura, of max, Qin Feng's eyes shrank suddenly. Spell crit is much more terrifying than physical crit, but it is not as simple as doubling the damage. You know, some spells have special effects. If these special effects are doubled, it will be terrifying. For example, when smashing armor, if we say that the ordinary skill of breaking armor, it can reduce the armor of the enemy by 30%. Then, after the crit, it is directly reduced by 60%. And this halo has no restrictions, that is to say, it can even break through the restrictions of the will of the heavens. After counting the effects of each halo, Qin Feng felt relieved. In this wave, his strength has definitely improved exponentially. In addition to pharmaceuticals, there are many other types of consumables, such as low-level city relocation orders, boomerangs, necromantic skeleton summoning books, thunder hammer. It can be said that there are all kinds of things. Although there is not much use for eggs, Qin Feng still directly exchanged 10 million for each. If it wasn't for the fear that the warehouse would not fit, I would really like to empty it directly. In addition, Qin Feng was surprised that there was a population gift package in it. Population gift pack, of course, also comes from the will of the heavens, and each gift bag can get 1,000 people of the chosen race. Qin Feng was also rude and exchanged all of them directly, but unfortunately, there were only 1,000 in total. That is 100W population. This population is definitely not enough to watch in the late game, but Qin Feng is now lacking population. Especially the elf population. He casually threw all the population gift bags to Eliza. Qin Feng also checked his points. Remaining points, 556 trillion. Qin Feng also twitched the corner of his mouth. Before killing the Lord of Flames, he got too many points, and he didn't check it carefully. He didn't expect that there would be so many. After some consumption, not even a fraction was spent. At this point, he took a closer look. The event store, it seems, was almost emptied by him. There's just some trash left. He then said, "Okay, the remaining 556 trillion points will be put into the lottery pool." The fire element merchant is also a little messy. It wondered if something was wrong with its ears. Qin Feng repeated, 556 trillion. The fire element merchant's voice trembled, "Okay, okay. 35. It also operates in a hurry." Next moment, an illusory crystal turntable suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's line of sight. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded. "Ding dong, you are about to consume activity points *556 trillion for the lucky draw, do you want to confirm?" "Confirm." 35. Accompanied by the press of the confirm key. Wow! 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 On the crystal turntable, multicolored dazzling rays of light suddenly released. Even Eliza narrowed her eyes slightly and looked over. Next moment. Ding dong, announcement from the universe, Dragon Country player Tyrant has an explosion of European energy, and he has won the Shenjao level equipment in the lucky draw. Chapter 72. The system sound fell, and the entire universe was quiet. In an instant, the lively cosmos channel surprisingly disappeared. After a few seconds, I'm rubbing it. Shenjao class equipment. I read that right. If I remember correctly, this is the first time for a human being with Holy Glory equipment. Gigi, the large-scale quests on the novice map can actually be exchanged for Shenjao level equipment. Nima. The tyrant is possessed by the European Emperor, right? 35. Lucky draw? This is the first time I heard about it, is it just luck? Brothers, who knows if this holy grade equipment can explode after killing a tyrant? 66, 99. A time. The whole universe is restless. Ordinary Shangxuan level equipment will attract the covetousness of other races. Holy class? It can already be used as a bargaining chip to start a race war, okay. Naturally, they were envious, jealous, and hated, eager to attack Qin Feng's territory now and see if they could explode. 1. They're also a pain in the A, they can't get into the novice map. At this time, Qin Feng was also a little shocked. Holy Glory equipment. He also did not expect that after he invested all the points, he could actually draw out Shenjao grade equipment. But after thinking about it, his points can be said to be on the table. I am afraid that this number is also the first time that the will of the heavens has encountered. Also, elemental heart? Isn't that the Holy Glory level item that Core of Fire requires? This is so coincidental too. He also opened the backpack, and inside was lying quietly a delicate bracelet exuding multicolored light. There were 5 grooves in the bracelet. He looked at its properties. Heart of Elements. Explanation: it is rumored that when the heavens and the earth first opened, there was a powerful god of elements. She once ruled all the elemental planes, but then she died for unknown reasons. And the Heart of Elements is her holy weapon of fame. Level, 200. Grade, Saint Yao 9th grade. Type, Bracelet, Open Special Equipment Slot. Attributes. 1 Element 5 Cores. Core of Fire, all fire attribute damage plus 500%, all fire skills range plus 500%. 2 All fire seals are increased by 3 ranks. 3 All fire attribute damage must apply a layer of burning, LV3, and the burning state can be infinitely stacked. Ice Core, unlocked. Water Core, unlocked. Thunder Core, unlocked. Wind Core, unlocked. 2 5 Elements of Elements. Effect: it can be switched between all elemental powers, and all units can have 5 elemental damages at the same time. However, when the corresponding elemental core is missing, the damage bonus cannot be enjoyed. 3 Core Release: release part of the energy of an elemental core, causing a devastating blow to the enemy. Effect: deals elemental cores 3000 W self-intelligence point damage to all enemies within the range of 30,000 * elemental cores, and will cause corresponding negative elemental effects. After the skill is released, the corresponding element core loses all attributes for 7 days. 4 Core Fragmentation: permanently smash the core of the element, causing a devastating blow. Effect: deal damage to all enemies within the range of 3 million element cores 50 billion * own intelligence points. After the skill is released, the corresponding element core is permanently shattered. 5 Unknown. 6 Unknown. Durability value, 999,999 trillion/99999 trillion. Hiss. At this time, Qin Feng also finished reading the attributes of Heart of Elements. Rao was him, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Is this the holy light equipment? Love. If nothing else, it's just a inflammation core, and the attributes are terrifyingly strong. All fire attribute damage and range have been increased by 500%. The bonus of this value is very rare, not to mention This increases the range of fire-type skills. You must know that fire-type skills are already known for their violence. When a flame storm goes down, thousands of people are often killed in an instant. If the range is increased by 5 times, think about it, it is very powerful. What's more, Qin Feng also has the effect of equipment, and all fire skills are directly free of consumption. Working together, wouldn't it be directly against the sky? The remaining few skills are also extremely terrifying. The second skill, all units can use the power of 5 elements, that is to say, with a slap, they will have 5 attacks of fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth at the same time. You must know that elements are usually mutually exclusive and restrained, and it is difficult to use them at the same time. What's even more outrageous is that, you can enjoy the bonus of 5 elemental cores at the same time. If an elemental core has a 500% bonus. If all 5 are collected, wouldn't you be able to enjoy the 2500% damage bonus directly? And the next 2 skills. Qin Feng's eyes widened when he saw it. It can be said to be very terrifying, and the damage ability is directly full. The damage of core release is so high that Qin Feng can't understand it. And fracture is beyond Qin Feng's cognition. When his intelligence value is higher, if the 5 elemental cores shatter at the same time, I am afraid that the war continent will not be blown up directly. The only pity is, Qin Feng's level is not enough. Thinking of this, he was also a little crazy. He also took a deep breath and said, it seems that the master medicine has to be put on the agenda. At this time, Qin Feng finally counted everything. He began to look at the situation of the territory with Eliza. The security of the territory is naturally the first. If the territory is breached, so many resources will be gone. At this time, he also frowned slightly. There is not much problem with the defense of the territory. The Shangsuan level city wall, let alone on the novice map, can be defended for a long time even in the main world. The issue is no towers. Now, the only defensive building he can get is an epic trap fire gate. Trap buildings are naturally very passive, and can only wait for the enemy to step on them. The attributes of the flame gate can only be said to be average, but with various bonuses to the fire attribute, the damage is no less than that of a legendary trap. At this time, Qin Feng also said, beyond the city gate, build a circle of flame gates. 66-99. Eliza also blinked her eyes. Is so much necessary? Although the second-order territory is not very large, it is not small. If you make a circle, I'm afraid there will be thousands. Qin Feng nodded and said, just build it, don't worry about resources. 699. Eliza didn't say more, but nodded. After doing everything, he glanced at the time, it was past 3 o'clock in the morning. In a few days, the arena will open and the focus of the students will shift. But well, now that the player territory of the entire novice continent has been broken, how far can it develop? At that time, the students may have to stage a pecking at each other. If I meet other races, I'm afraid I will be tortured very badly. Chapter 73. After taking off the game helmet, Qin Feng simply filled his stomach. He casually turned on the TV, which was playing a picture of his troops massacring the coalition forces of various countries. This picture is a precious picture recorded by our student reporters. You can see that the tyrant's troops killed hundreds of millions of troops in just one round of fire. We have no way of knowing the exact damage numbers, but according to foreign forum news, the 6th Order meat shield troops were also killed in seconds. I'm afraid, only the Zhonghen Pyoxia who has teamed up with him knows the exact number, but unfortunately, Miss Zhao refused our interview invitation. Next, another picture. 6695. As soon as the picture changed, it became a picture of Qin Feng standing directly with the Priest of Fire. As we all know, the Priest of Fire is an epic boss, not to mention the students in the novice area, even in the main world, it is extremely difficult to deal with. 693 All her attacks do not deal any damage to the tyrant's troops. 35. It's simply incredible. Speaking of which, the host also paused. What exactly is the tyrant's talent? We can no longer guess, but our expert evaluation team firmly believes that it is probably SS grade. 6699. Pat. Qin Feng casually turned off the TV show. Haha. Still an SS level genius? Sorry, the Halo system is definitely many times more powerful than the SSS level talent. This group of so-called experts is really a group of rice buckets. He also waved his hand, and the computer screen suddenly appeared on the TV screen. Blue Star's technology has also been developed. Qin Feng opened the official forum, and he directly entered the Longguo block. Immediately, countless posts came into view. Top 10 evidences of tyrant opening. This is definitely a wall. The tyrant is the most outrageous person I have ever seen. Even the strongest genius of the demon race and the god race cannot have such strength. One person takes the first kill of all boss above the gold level of the novice map, the entire universe is unique. I am a high-level leader of the domineering guild, and now there is a high reward for the clues of the tyrant, any valid clues, 1 million dragon coins. After providing the real identity, it is confirmed, 100 million dragon coins. The relationship between the tyrant and Zhao Zioxiu has been exposed, and the two have been dating for 8 years. I am a post-00 little fairy, 160 cm 160 kg, now I am talking to a tyrant, do you want to deal with someone? 90% of the posts in the Longguo block are discussing Qin Feng. I have to say, what he did was really outrageous. Certainly. Qin Feng just glanced at these posts and didn't care at all. But some posts are really out of the world. Still dating Zhao Zioxiu for 8 years? Why not start dating from the womb? As for the posts that domineering guild spends money on top. A dangerous light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. It seems that the domineering guild has not suffered enough. Qin Feng also had a plan in his heart in an instant, but he ignored it for the time being and pulled the page down. Oh! Soon, a post caught Qin Feng's attention. I am Xia Moyu, and now I sincerely invite all the geniuses of Longguo to join us to jointly conquer the secret realm and win the first kill of the whole server. Xia Moyu. Qin Feng was all too familiar with this name. The Xia family is also one of the 8 major families in the Dragon Country, but this family, on the surface, is a human army, but in fact, it is in collusion with the evil forces. Xia Moyu later became a powerful Death Lord. As for the Xia family, when several major natural disasters attacked Blue Star in the future, they also fiercely backstabbed a wave of Dragon Nation. This also directly led to the collapse of Longguo's line of defense, and he could only retreat to the second line of defense. Because of this, there are countless people who died, and I am afraid it must be 9 figures. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also sneered. He is not a virgin, and he has no idea of being a savior. But he holds revenge. In the previous life, they were played by the Xia family as monkeys, and in this life, they would naturally have to repay their debts. Qin Feng pondered for a while, then murmured, the secret realm. It is indeed necessary to attack a wave, the world's first kill is still there, and the reward is still good. 35. War in this game, the secret realm plays an extremely important role. The so-called secret realm is the copy that players understand. A plane independent of the main world. As long as you pass the customs, you can get very rich rewards. The secret realm itself is also divided into many levels, which are roughly divided into 5 levels, ordinary, difficult, elite, hero, and doomsday. The higher the difficulty, the higher the reward. And winning the world's first pass with the highest difficulty will obtain the ownership of the secret realm and become the master of the secret realm. After that, the secret realm produces a certain amount of resources every week. In some large-scale secret realms, the resources produced every week are enough for a small guild to squander for a long time. Therefore, the secret realm in war has become a must for military strategists. The number of secret realms you have has also become a symbol of a person's strength. Thoughts flowed, Qin Feng swallowed the last piece of bread, and then fell into a deep sleep. When Qin Feng woke up again, it was already 9 in the morning. He is also checking his phone. Female teacher at everyone, classmates, take a break first, review your homework more, the Federation is preparing for a personal competition in the afternoon, everyone get ready. Individual competition? Qin Feng also took out his ears. What stinky fish and rotten shrimp competition? But the choice of the Human Federation is also quite wise. Now the novice map is completely covered by scorched earth, and the students are not talking about online development. If you go up, you will die, and you will not be able to stand even for a second. The timing is just right for an offline individual competition. Shaking his head, Qin Feng didn't think much about it, there was still some time left. After simply filling his stomach, he put on the helmet and entered the game. The sound of the system sounded instantly. Ding dong, welcome back to war, I wish you a happy game. Ding dong, during your offline period, the level of Beast's Nest has been upgraded, and it is currently level 10. Ding dong, during your offline period, the level of Ancient Elf Tree of Life has been upgraded, and it is currently level 10. 66. Ding dong, during your offline period, the basic training ground has been constructed. Ada. Ding dong, during your offline period, the construction of Fire Gate *3508 has been completed. Ding dong, during your offline period, the basic training ground generated a total of 3,500 experience points, you triggered the Supreme Experience Aura, LV 8002.50, and gained 2,800 W experience points. Ding dong, one of your Ancient Elf Royal Archers has been upgraded, and it is currently level 2. Ding dong. 66, 99. Ding dong, during your offline period, your Hero Territory Steward Eliza used Popularity Pack 100 and trained Ancient Elf Royal Archer 10W. Ding dong, during your offline period, your Hero Territory Steward Eliza led the troops to repel a total of 13W enemies. 39. A series of sounds from the system fell, and Qin Feng was also relieved. This is the benefit of support heroes. During his offline period, Eliza not only built and upgraded all the buildings, but also recruited the 10W troops. Qin Feng also nodded with satisfaction, this heroine, a bit capable. Chapter 74. At this time, Qin Feng was also looking at the territory. The territory has changed a lot, and there are countless buildings, the largest of which is the big warehouse. In order to store resources, Eliza has built almost tens of thousands of large warehouses. Of course, it still doesn't fit. But some of the rarer materials have already been installed. What Qin Feng didn't expect was, the effect of the training ground can actually trigger the experience aura. After hanging up for a few hours, I gained tens of millions of experience points. It can be said that Qin Feng's experience points obtained by hanging up every day are enough to make other students feel ashamed. Certainly. The Ancient Elf Royal Archers are all crowned arms, with tens of millions of experience points, but they are not allowed to reach full level. At this time, Qin Feng also directly summoned all the Ancient Elf shooters. Immediately, a huge square appeared in front of him. In war, 10W people can already maximize the original square of the system. The elves' breathing was barely detectable, and in Qin Feng's sight, their bodies faded a little. Has entered a state of invisibility. Qin Feng also took a deep breath. 13. This is the army. Although the scale is only 100,000 people, it is nothing in the game war. However, on the novice map, it is absolutely invincible. Qin Feng is confident that with his current combat power, with only 100,000 troops, he can single out the entire world. Immediately afterwards, he began to extract proficiency. Ding dong, you have successfully extracted proficiency *94 billion, and all ancient elf royal archers have reached full level. 6699. The system sound fell. Countless golden brilliance suddenly flashed from the elven archers. And Eliza in the territory also blinked brightly, slightly surprised. The 100,000 crowned arms have reached their full level in an instant. You must know that to upgrade the crowned arms, the experience value required is extremely high. Generally speaking, it would take at least several months for a crowned unit with a scale of 10,000 people to reach full level, even with countless experience potions. How terrifying is the mastery pool of your own lord! And Qin Feng smiled at the girl, also looking at the attributes of the elves. Ancient Elf Royal Archer. Description: marksmen from the ancient elf empire, they have experienced hundreds of battles, and their archery skills have approached the limit. After serving for the royal family, he also possesses extremely high concealment skills and extremely high combat discipline. Grade: 13th. Level: 300. Physical/magic damage: 59,800 to 61,170. Defense: 24,400. Health: 303.8 W. Skill: Hiss. At this time, Qin Feng also saw the attributes of the ancient elf archers after they reached full level. He also felt that it was a little too strong. Qin Feng was only an ordinary player in his previous life, and until his fall, the most powerful arms were only super arms. And it's extremely difficult to improve. The full-level crowned arms are so terrifying. The attack power of each elf shooter directly reached about 60,000. With this value, even Qin Feng took a deep breath. If 20,000 ancient elf archers fire in a salvo, even a whiteboard can deal more than 1.2 billion damage in 1 second. Of course, Qin Feng naturally has various auras, equipment, and buff bonuses, and the damage dealt is even more than tens of times. And the life value has also been directly pulled to more than 3 million. This value, even if it is a legendary boss, if the level is low, it is not necessarily killable. Qin Feng also instantly threw all the top quality equipment into their equipment slot. So far, the equipment slots of the ancient elf shooters are 4 Crimson Masks, Shen Xian, A&D. 4 Legendary 9th rank Crimson Masks, Legendary. War does not stipulate that only one piece of the same equipment can be equipped. However, for the same equipment, the special attributes cannot be superimposed, only the offensive and defensive values can be superimposed. Just like the Crimson Mask, the Shen Xian level will increase the fire damage by 300%, and this attribute can be superimposed perfectly. However, reducing the enemy's fire resistance and the active skill behind it, Flame Gaze, cannot be superimposed. After Qin Feng triggered the Advanced Harvest Aura, the number of Crimson Masks was not too much. He successfully swallowed 4 mystical grades and 18 legendary grades. After the equipment slot is full, the fire damage of the elf shooters is directly full. At this time, Qin Feng also calmed down and carefully calculated the bonus that his current troops enjoyed. Then, he quickly calculated a number, 9,530%. This is still an undifferentiated bonus. If you face the enemy of the evil camp, you will also get an additional 2,400% light attribute damage bonus. If you are in the territory, you will also receive bonuses from territory items. Simply outrageous. In addition, there are at least 3 full blood and blue resurrection, 20% evasion brought by wind speed, immunity to dark magic below the 8th order. Hiss. Rao is Qin Feng, and he was completely shocked when he thought of this. It turned out that, without realizing it, was he already so powerful? At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, national announcement, the emergency rescue mission Swaying Starlight appears, Starlight Knights is being attacked by evil creatures, all players can go to the rescue through the portal in the map. Ding dong national announcement. Oh? Qin Feng was also slightly taken aback. Emergency rescue mission. It is a rare event in the game. Generally speaking, the probability of triggering is very low. Correspondingly, the reward will naturally be very rich. In war, there are also many indigenous forces, such as dwarves and elves. In addition to their lords, there are also some indigenous people who came to the war continent a long time ago. And this Starlight Knights. Qin Feng remembered that it was an extremely powerful organization with a sphere of influence spanning the entire universe. They often go in and out of various extremely dangerous areas, and they are in the tens of billions at every turn. Moreover, they also opened the military merit system to everyone in the universe. As long as they complete the tasks issued by them, they can exchange for military positions. With a military position, firstly, the territory will be protected by the Starlight Knights, and secondly, they will be able to command their troops. In a previous life, there was a powerhouse from a cosmic country who once took the position of the captain of the soldier. As a result, the entire cosmic country benefited from it and almost took off. Thinking of this, Qin Feng opened the map and looked at it. The portal was not too far away from him. He pondered a little, and finally decided to take a look. After all, the students who are new to the new map are offline collectively, and no one can grab it. Qin Feng was about to set off with the troops. This time, he brought 90,000 ancient elf archers and left 10,000 for Eliza, just in case. The girl's skills are obviously not suitable for fighting, and now she is still facing the task of the Third Order Lord of the Disaster. If there is something in the territory, it will be funny. Chapter 75. A simple temporary base. Boom. 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 The blue light beam ripped apart the sky suddenly, illuminating the originally dim space. The terrifying energy beam instantly penetrated the ground, and at the same time, there was the screaming screams of the monsters. But the monsters did not fade away, but in the blink of an eye, the vacancies that had been created before were filled by a tide of monsters. A girl also frowned. She was wearing a close-fitting battle armor with azure blue as the keynote, and her pretty face full of war smoke was full of sadness. Seeing this scene, she also clenched the long spear in her hand. At this moment, several women wearing high-tech armor came to her. Knight Commander Aaron, our energy can still be teleported to another plane, you should leave quickly. That's right, the Knight Commander retreat quickly. As long as the Knight Commander is here, he can avenge us. This time we were ambushed by the Underworld, we recognized it, but the Knight Commander must avenge us. 66.99. Hearing the request of her subordinates, the charming and heroic girl also snorted softly, everyone, whoever wants to retreat will be cut. The words fell, and she waved it casually. Brush. A azure blue sword light flashed past, and a rock in front of him collapsed. Everyone's eyes are pierced. Irene stared at the tidal group of monsters, and shouted, stand on the line of defense and fight until the last moment. At this time, Qin Feng also took the troops and walked towards the mark on the map. The markers are not too close. But with the 1800% movement speed bonus of the marching halo, it took less than half an hour to arrive. A forest ravaged by scorching flames. The sword of raging fire, there is a bright beam of light that penetrates the sky. Qin Feng was also an investigative technique and threw it away. Spooky teleportation array. Explanation: the teleportation array from the will of the heavens does not know where the other end is connected. Grade 1. Grade: unknown. No wonder. Qin Feng also pondered, the teleportation formation that could survive on level 100 scorched earth could only come from the will of the heavens. At this time, he did not hesitate and walked in with the troops. Ding dong, your troops are about to be teleported to unknown coordinates through the weird teleportation array, do you want to confirm? confirm. 35. Ding dong, you have entered the special map Netherworld Corridor. This map is extremely dangerous, please be vigilant. 66, 99. As soon as the teleportation radiance fell, Qin Feng smelled an extremely pungent rancid odor. The next moment, countless terrifying reptiles covered in lavender appeared around him. Shhhhh. There is no need for Qin Feng to say more, the ancient elves have already launched an attack. Boom! 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 The violent explosion instantly tore the monster in front of him to pieces. The sound of the system also rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, your troops killed the Underworld Netherworld, Tier 6, * 2000. The voice fell. Qin Feng frowned slightly when he looked at the monster corpse on the ground. The monsters they encountered were a group of underworld ghost beasts, Tier 6 troops, and their level was actually level 40. Such a monster, I am afraid that in half a month, the students will have the strength to fight. And what Qin Feng cares about is Underworld? As a rebirth, he was also brought back some memories. War in the continent, there are souls. However, the underworld here is not a place where the so-called dead live, but inhabited by countless powerful soul bodies. They have gone beyond the physical category, and have extremely high reductions to physical damage, almost to the level of immunity. For the underworld, even Qin Feng only knew so much. The underworld in the previous life was quite mysterious, and human beings did not have much interaction with them. It actually involves the underworld. It seems that things are not simple. His eyes were also condensed, and he waved, full speed ahead. The scale of Qin Feng's troops is not large, but the creatures in the underworld seem to have strong sensing ability, and soon rushed towards Qin Feng like a madman. The ancient elf archers quickly took up bows and shot arrows. Shhhhh. The arrows burst out of the air, like a conjuration, and quickly split into 10 identical arrows in the air. Then, boom! 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 A violent explosion quickly enveloped the entire space. 571W 582W 576W. Qin Feng also scratched his face. With the explosion aura, the terrifying AoE abilities of the elves could not be reflected. But the damage dealt also surprised Qin Feng. It's so scary. With so many bonuses, a single elf shooter can deal 570W damage. If 90,000 elf shooters shoot a salvo, the second injury is more than 500 billion. Under such high damage, the monster in front of him had no resistance at all, and fell in pieces. At this time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, warning! You have killed too many underworld creatures in a short period of time, which has attracted the attention of the underworld monarch, and he is about to send an underworld battle to crusade against you. 66. The rumbling sound of the system fell, and a grey teleportation formation suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. The teleportation radiance fell, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by a few points. Qin Feng squinted and looked over. In the teleportation array, there is a strange figure floating in the air. Its whole body was shrouded in a light grey mist, holding a terrifying sickle that was more than 5 meters long in its hand, and its 2 blood-red eyes stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng lost her reconnaissance technique. Underworld warrior. Description: elite officers in the underworld. They are responsible for capturing and imprisoning powerful soul bodies in other planes, and are good at soul attacks. Level: 50. Grade: purple gold. Attack: 6.8W. Defense: 4.3W. Health: 4100W. Skills: Nether Body, Unknown Aura, Death Hook, Scythe, Soul Tremor. Purple gold level boss. The level is very high, the attributes are still very good. Attack value is more serious supermodel, and several skills are also very powerful. The nether body is one of the most buggy skills, with a 99% reduction in physical damage, and there is no limit to any showdown skills. That is to say, even if the crowned arms come, as long as it is physical damage, it is difficult to kill the opponent. And other skills, is quite satisfactory. But with its attack power, if any skill is thrown out, the students at this stage must be destroyed in an instant. Certainly. That's for the students. In front of Qin Feng, he was just an experienced baby and cold. Immediately, countless attacks landed on its face. The Underworld warlord has not made any action, and the blood bar is instantly cleared. 6-6 Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the Underworld warlord, purple gold boss, and gained 50W experience points and 5000 Star War points. Ding dong, you triggered the highest EXP aura, IV10000, and your troops gained 5 billion EXP points. 66-99. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Integral Halo, LV8000, and you got 4000W Star Wars points. Chapter 76. Hearing the sound of the system in his ear, Qin Feng also shrank his eyes. This is too outrageous, the Halo system is so terrifying. He also didn't expect that Supreme Point's Halo was actually effective on Starlight Battle Point. You must know that the Starlight Knight's battle points are still very difficult to accumulate, and a purple gold level boss is only 5000 points. Not to mention high-ranking officers, Qin Feng remembered that until his death and rebirth, the lowest ranking military rank in the Knights of Starlight among humans was only 3 digits. But with Supreme Point's Halo. But it's too easy. It's just a purple gold level boss, and his battle point has reached 4000W points. If he kills some more bosses, wouldn't it be possible to exchange for a senior military position? Thinking of this, Qin Feng also made up his mind to make a high-level military exploit. With the protection of the Starlight Knights, his safety will undoubtedly have another layer of protection. At this time, Qin Feng's eyes also fell on the body of the Underworld general. Its body had disintegrated, leaving only a cloud of grey dust. Qin Feng took it out, and suddenly, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. You triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got the Loot Underworld Battle Axe, Purple Gold, *2000, 9. You triggered the Advanced Harvest Aura, LV2000, and got the Loot Underworld Battle Axe *2000. You triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got Gold Coins *2000. 35. Underworld Battle Axe, Purple Gold. Description: the battle axe used by the Underworld warriors exudes the light of the nether. Grade: Purple Gold. 710. Attributes: 1 arms attack plus 20%. 2 troops have a chance to cause fear, LV5, to the enemy. The properties of Zygen level equipment are not bad, but Qin Feng just glanced at it. Up to now, he really didn't bother to care about the equipment below the legendary level. He threw it into the backpack at will. Then, there are some special light grey crystal beads. Pearl of the Underworld. Description: special props produced by the Underworld to deal with the soul body, beads containing the original power of the Underworld, worn on the body, can improve the damage and resistance to the soul body. Grade 1. Grade: Purple Gold. Type: Special Equipment. Effect: 1. All units reduce the damage received from soul units by 20%. 2. 20% of the damage of all units to the soul body is converted into real damage. Tip: the effect of the Underworld Orb is the only effect and cannot be superimposed on each other. This small bead attribute is quite useful. As long as it exists in the backpack, all Qin Feng's units will be able to gain buffs. On the one hand, it is damage reduction, which directly reduces the damage received by 20%. On the other hand, it converts damage into real damage. At this time, Qin Feng also understood no wonder the underworld can capture the soul body all over the universe, they really have an extremely terrifying suppressive force on the soul body. At this time, the system pops up a message. Ding dong tip, it has been detected that you have a large amount of pearl of the underworld, purple gold grade. You can try to synthesize more advanced materials. Are you sure? Qin Feng also blinked. Can it be synthesized? He didn't think too much, just pressed the confirm button. Suddenly, the sound of the system jumped out again. Ding dong, you are about to consume pearl of the underworld, purple gold, 100 to synthesize pearl of the underworld, epic, 1, do you want to confirm? Confirm. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Qin Feng also raised his eyebrows. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he started synthesizing directly. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Atta. Ding dong, the synthesis is successful. You have obtained the pearl of the underworld, epic. After spending a full 800 small beads of purple gold level, the synthesis was finally successful. There was an irregular fluctuation of gray energy, and a more crystal clear gray bead appeared in Qin Feng's hand. He is also checking the properties. Pearl of the Underworld. Explanation: the beads containing the power of the underworld can only be equipped by senior personnel of the underworld. Wearing it on the body can increase the damage and resistance to the soul body. Grade 1. Rank: Epic. Type: Special Equipment. Effect: 1. All units reduce the damage received from soul units by 30%. 2. 30% of the damage of all units to the soul body is converted into real damage. Qin Feng also frowned slightly when he saw the attributes of the epic pearl of the underworld. This success rate is simply ridiculous. But since he can synthesize towards the advanced level, then, with the advanced harvest aura, he naturally wants to try to synthesize the most advanced one. Divine level? Even. Holy glory! Thinking of this, Qin Feng also glanced at it, and continued to direct the troops to walk towards the coordinates marked on the map. Boom boom boom. 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 The azure blue artillery fire kept roaring, and the whole sky was illuminated extremely brightly. Irene panted lightly, her sapphire bright eyes staring at the battlefield. No change, BDCF. The monsters seemed to be endless, and there was no sign of retreating at all. At this time, the subordinates also reported. Knight Commander Aaron, our ammo is about to run out. Knight Commander Aaron, Bard has fallen. Knight Commander Aaron, avenge us. Gritting her silver teeth, Irene sighed softly. Only here? They can persist until now, relying on a legendary defense tower. Running out of ammo now. Soldiers have fallen one by one. She also clenched the long spear in her hand and clenched her silver teeth. Everyone, prepare to charge with me. The subordinates responded. I swear to follow the Knight Commander to the death. Protect the Knight Commander. Knight Commander, we must escort you out. Right now. Boom. 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 A violent explosion resounded through the sky, and dazzling flames illuminated the entire horizon. Aaron was also taken aback. Reinforcements arrive. Knight Commander, it must be the army of the elves. That's right, the scale of this explosion can only be sent by tens of millions of troops. In this continent, apart from the elves, there is no second possibility. 6,699. All the subordinates were overjoyed. But Aaron frowned slightly. Elf tribe? Do they use fire? It's really a big joke. The elves live in the forest, so why don't they burn down their hometown in minutes? So, which force is it? Thinking of this, there was also a flash of decisiveness in her eyes. Everyone, use all your firepower, cooperate with the opponent to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Yes. SHHHHH. Countless arrows formed an extremely dense arrow rain. The monsters of the underworld also fell in pieces. As he moved forward, Qin Feng's ears were also ringing with various kill prompts from the system. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the underworld warlord, purple gold boss, and gained 50W experience points and 5000 Star War points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Points Halo, LV8000, and you got 4000W Star Wars points. Ding dong. The monsters here are obviously not weak, and more than 30 purple gold bosses have been killed. Qin Feng's heart was also relieved. The creatures of the underworld almost have no resistance in the face of fire damage. They have extremely high physical reduction, but correspondingly, the magic resistance of fire and light is negative. Coupled with Qin Feng's several pieces of equipment, the fire damage they received almost doubled. At the same time, this is all Star Wars points. Along the way, he has already earned nearly 2 billion. Suddenly, boom boom boom, boom, boom. The azure blue artillery fire fell from the sky, and the raging energy tore apart a large number of monsters in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng was also taken aback. Nima. Is this a head-scratcher? He also followed the line of sight and looked over. Not far away, there was a small stronghold. The city wall of the stronghold was only less than 5 meters high, and at this time, under the siege of countless monsters, it was already crumbling. And above the city wall, a slender girl in full body armor was standing against the wind. Qin Feng lost her reconnaissance technique. Star Knight Commander Aaron. Description: the Knight Commander of the Starlight Knights, the rising star of the Knights, is extremely talented. Level: 70. Rank: Epic. 9. Seeing this name, Qin Feng's eyes shrank suddenly. Chapter 77. Qin Feng also sucked in a breath of cold air. Unexpectedly, she was the one to be rescued in this urgent mission. Starlight Knight Commander Irene. This ID is still very familiar to him. She played a very important role in the novice map of her previous life. At that time, high school students of all races in the entire universe would be involved in a war against the evil god. And Irene, as the commander-in-chief of the battle. The troops responsible for coordination and command are at least in the hundreds of trillions. Regardless of the quality, just this scale, just thinking about it is scalp-tingling. However, Irene, with her excellent commanding skills, successfully smashed the conspiracy of several evil gods and slapped them hard. Later, she was still active in various large-scale battles, and her strength became stronger and stronger. Before Qin Feng fell, she seemed to have stepped into the divine level. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh, this Irene is definitely a genius among geniuses. But well, even geniuses need time to grow. The current Irene, in front of him, is simply weak and pitiful. Just a level 70 epic boss. I am afraid that it will hang up if it is not a round of fire. Qin Feng also no longer hesitated, and directly directed the troops to the stronghold of the Star Knights. Boom boom boom. 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 Dazzling fire from far to near. The raging flames devoured the monsters in pieces with ease. Starlight Knights on the wall. One by one, their eyes widened in an instant, their faces full of incredulity. What kind of army is this? How terrifying! You know, these monsters are the troops of the underworld. One of the characteristics of monsters in the underworld is that they are extremely difficult to deal with extremely high physical reductions, and they will escape back to the underworld on their own when they run out of blood. To be killed by this man as a pig? The monsters were also a little stunned by the sudden appearance of the enemy. They all temporarily gave up the attack on the Starlight Knights' stronghold and began to besiege Qin Feng's troops instead. And Qin Feng? Naturally, it's cool. In this wave, there are simply not too many Star Wars points. The violent explosion kept ringing, and the underworld troops were like pieces of straw, easily harvested by Qin Feng. 10 minutes later, the last underworld monster fell weakly to the ground, setting off a puff of dust. Qin Feng simply counted. Well, the harvest is not bad, and Starlight Wars earned 15.8 billion directly. At this time, he also brought his troops to the stronghold of the Starlight Knights. Ding dong, you have the temporary base of the Starlight Knights. This area is protected by special laws, please strictly abide by it, otherwise it will anger the other party. 66:99. The system sound fell, and the city gate behind Qin Feng also slowly closed. He looked at Aaron in front of him. The close-fitting armor outlines a perfect curve, and the girl's cheeks are stained with a lot of mud, but it is still difficult to conceal her heroic spirit and beauty, and her beautiful eyes are shining with determination. At this time, Irene was already a little embarrassed, and her dazzling blue hair was messy. And her expression is also a little sluggish, which is the most common manifestation of fighting with underworld creatures. In addition to the flesh, they also attack the soul of the enemy. At this time, everyone in the Starlight Knights was also surprised. It's actually a human? With this scale of attack, I thought it was a large army of elves. This is an attack by his own troops? It's too fierce, isn't it? Even our most elite troops are impossible. 5. Yet, I saw that the number of his troops was definitely no more than 100,000, and I thought it was an army of tens of thousands. Irene also looked at Qin Feng. A human lord less than level 20? An attack of this scale was actually caused by one person's troops. Qin Feng's troops can't see the attributes. What kind of crown troops are you thinking? But I didn't expect that those who play with fire are really elf troops. She then greeted the authentic humans of another world. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The Knights of Starlight will remember this kindness. 5. The words fall. Qin Feng's ears did not hear any sound from the system. It seems that the mission is not over yet. He also shook his head and asked, "What's the situation?" Irene sighed softly and said, "I was sent to investigate the strange teleportation formation that appeared in the Novice continent, but I didn't expect that the Monarch of Flames actually launched the 10th Order Forbidden Technique 5. In order to avoid the big explosion, I took my team to this plane to take refuge." Speaking of this, she also paused, and a trace of pain appeared on her face. "This place is actually connected to the underworld. They quickly surrounded our stronghold, and my people suffered heavy casualties." Qin Feng nodded. It seems to be self-inflicted butterfly effect. After a super forbidden technique by the Lord of Flame, the entire novice map was detonated. Under the level 100 Scorched Earth buff, Irene, a level 70 epic boss, naturally couldn't stand it. In desperation, she also led the troops directly into this unknown portal. And this place is a plane independent from the Novice continent. It seems to be connected to the underworld. Qin Feng didn't say more, but checked the situation at the base. Star Knight Temporary Base. Description: a temporary stronghold built by the 7th Knights of the Starlight Knights, with certain defensive capabilities. Grade 1. Building: Wall of Starlight Knights, Epic, Tower of Starlight, Legendary, *1. Stationed soldiers: Knight Commander Aaron, Ribbon Knight 7, Soldier 13W. Forward. I have to say, the Knights of Starlight are still rich. Just a temporary stronghold, the city walls are actually epic. No wonder it survived for so long under the siege of the Underworld army. Not to mention, there is also a legendary defense tower. Right now. GG, Starlight Knight, today is your doom. 39. I didn't expect that. I just used some garbage troops to draw out your reinforcements. Accompanied by a piercing and strange cry, the temperature of the entire air suddenly dropped by a few points. Around the base, countless light grey portals appeared in an instant. In the portal, the black troops poured out like a tide again. At the same time, as the troops approached, an extremely gloomy pale grey figure was floating strangely in the air. Qin Feng is also a detective lost in the past. High-level warriors in the Underworld. Description: a high-ranking warrior in the Underworld, powerful enough to easily destroy a team of millions. Level: 50. Grade: Legendary Grade 1. Attack: 35W. Defense: 26W. Health: 350 billion. Skills: Soul Tremor High Order Nether Body High Order Unknown Halo Death Hook Scythe. Level 50 Legendary Boss. Seeing the attributes of the high-level warlord of the Underworld, everyone in the Starlight Knights turned pale. It's actually a legendary boss, it's over. The legendary high-ranking warrior in the Underworld, an extremely terrifying existence in the Underworld, countless of our knights died in his hands. This wave is really bad, sigh, it seems that we can only go here. Lord of another world, break through the siege with your troops and protect Knight Commander Irene out. The members of the knights were instantly disheartened. 0. The legendary boss. Except for a few powerful Legion commanders, I am afraid that no one can deal with it. Even Irene's complexion changed drastically, and a trace of despair quickly flashed on her pretty face. But Qin Feng just glanced at it and closed its panel. He doesn't understand either. Just a legendary boss. As for being scared like that? Isn't it just here to send battle points? He waved his hand directly, and immediately, countless arrows burst out of the sky. 1140W. 575W. 593W. Countless arrows slammed into the head of the Underworld warrior. Next moment, its blood bar also disappeared instantly. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the advanced Underworld warlord, legendary boss, and gained 5000W points of experience and 50W points of Star Wars. 35. Ding dong, you triggered the highest EXP aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 500 billion express points. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Points Halo, LV8000, and you got 4 billion Star Wars points. 6699. Ding dong, world announcement, the secret realm Underworld Fisher has appeared. This secret realm is the only secret realm for a limited time, and it will disappear permanently after being cleared by the player. 66.99. The system sound fell. The entire Starlight Knights became extremely silent. Everyone looked at the boss corpse lying on the ground, which had been turned into countless pieces, with a dumbfounded expression. What's the situation? So what about a big legendary boss? Got smashed. Even Irene's eyes widened. She also took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feng carefully again. She already knew that Qin Feng's troops were strong, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. This is a level 50 legendary boss from the Underworld. Qin Feng was killed with just one wave of fire? Even she had to go through meticulous planning, and then rely on crowd tactics to kill when the 7th Night Order was full. This man is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Chapter 78. Qin Feng naturally ignored the knights. Isn't that just killing a legendary boss? What's all the fuss about? At this time, all kinds of colorful loot also exploded on the corpse of the senior general in the Underworld, and he scooped it up. Suddenly, the sound of the system also popped up. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got the loot Underworld Chains, Legendary, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got the loot the Pearl of the Underworld, Legendary, *2000. The rewards obtained by killing legendary bosses are still very good, but there are a full 4 billion points in the Astral Battle points. The second is the loot obtained. It's not the first kill, so there are naturally a lot less equipment, only 2 kinds. The first is a piece of equipment. Qin Feng is also checking it. Underworld Chain. Description: a special chain from the royal blacksmith shop in the underworld. The material 710 is special, and it has a very high penetration effect on armor. Grade 1. Grade, Legendary Grade 1. Type, Arms Equipment. Requirements for use, Tier 7 troops and above. Attributes, 1. When troops attack the enemy, 50% armor value is ignored. 2. Troops have a chance to apply fear, LV3, to the enemy when they attack. The probability is related to the level difference between the arms. 3. Nether Lock, active skill, each unit can bind up to 3 enemies for 5 seconds, and the continuous effect on boss is halved. Cooling time, 5 minutes. The attributes of this legendary equipment are still very good. The first attribute directly ignores 50% of the opponent's armor, even if it is dealing with general arms, the damage value is greatly increased. What's more, there are various meat shield units in war, and their defense value is extremely high. The second skill is also very practical. Fear buff is still very rare in the game. Generally speaking, it is only possible for giant beasts to have it. In this buff, the enemy will stop all activities and run around all over the place. In addition to the control effect, it can also disrupt the formation of the enemy. And the third skill is a good control skill that can control 3 times as many enemies for 5 seconds at most. Thinking of this, Qin Feng put the Underworld chain into the equipment slot of Ancient Elf Royal Archer, and replaced a legendary Crimson Mask. Immediately after that, there are 2000 legendary Pearl of the Underworld. Pearl of the Underworld. Description: special props produced in the Underworld to deal with the soul body, beads containing the power of the Underworld, worn on the body, can improve the damage and resistance to the soul body. Grade 1. Grade, Legendary Grade 1. Effect: 1. All units reduce the damage received from soul units by 50%. 2. 50% of the damage of all units to the soul body is converted into real damage. Tip: the effect of the Underworld Orb is the only effect and cannot be superimposed on each other. The legendary Underworld Pearl, the damage reduction to the soul body has reached 50%. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and started synthesizing directly. Ding dong, you are about to consume Pearl of the Underworld, Legend Level 1, 10 to synthesize Pearl of the Underworld, Legend Level 2, 1, are you sure? 99. Confirm. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. 39. Ding dong. Ding dong, the synthesis is successful. You have obtained the Pearl of the Underworld, Legend Level 2. At the legendary level, each level requires only 10 pieces to synthesize the next level. Coupled with the high failure rate, it can be said that it is very cheating. Even though Qin Feng had 2000 pieces, in the end only one legendary 5th order Underworld Pearl was synthesized. And every level up, the damage reduction and true damage to the soul body will increase by 2%. At the 5th level of the legend, the reduction rate has actually reached 58%. This number. Qin Feng's eyes were also shrunk when he saw it. If you continue to synthesize at the divine profound level, what will the value be? After counting everything, Qin Feng looked at Irene and asked, "Can you exchange for a military position?" 35. Exchange for military service. Irene was still in a state of shock, and she was stunned for a while. A level 20 human player actually wants to exchange for a military position in the Starlight Knights? In her impression, even the most strenuous soldier leader, in their internal records, the most trashy is a 6th order city lord. She hurriedly said, "I am the Knight Commander of the 7th Knights, and I can exchange the position of Knight Commander for you at the highest. A soldier needs 1 million points, a soldier commander needs 10 million, a knight with a ribbon needs 100 million, and a knight commander needs 1 billion. 6,699. Qin Feng frowned slightly, his points could be 19.8 billion. Can only be exchanged for knight commanders now? He could only nod his head. Well, then the Knight Commander. 55. Not only Irene, but all the Star Knights behind her are full of question marks. What is just the Knight Commander? They also wanted to ask Qin Feng, do you think the Knight Commander is Huxia Cabbage? 1 billion points, but extremely difficult to earn. In the entire Starlight Knights, the number of Knight Commanders is only a few thousand. Which one is not the illustrious military exploits that have been exchanged for years of fighting and bloodshed? Even Irene was a little unhappy in her heart, and her face changed slightly. She said solemnly, the Lord of another world, exchange for the military position of the Starlight Knights, if the points are not enough, we will be permanently blocked by us. Hearing her words, Qin Feng also frowned slightly. Isn't it just exchange for a military position? Why are you talking so much nonsense? He nodded and said, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. His top priority now is to find the expert medicine. What's more, a limited time secret realm has been triggered. How can I have time to play with them? Hearing this, Irene didn't say much. Okay, I'll exchange the Knight Commander for you. The words fall. She also raised her arms slightly. The azure blue brilliance fell from the sky in an instant. Ding dong, Starlight Knight Commander Irene is opening the awarding ceremony for you. If the military rank cannot be successfully exchanged, the favorability of the faction Starlight Knights will be 200. Ding dong, you are about to consume Star Wars points * 1 billion to exchange for the military rank Knight Commander, do you want to confirm? Qin Feng said, confirm. Next moment. Ding dong, world announcement, human player Tyrant successfully exchanged for the Starlight Knights military rank Knight Commander. As the first human player in the world to exchange this military rank, hereby reward, prestige plus 3000. 66, 99. The rumbling world announcement fell, and the entire human world was once again stunned. This world announcement has touched the sensitive nerves of the entire world. The Knights of Starlight are still very famous in the universe. Especially the top Legion commanders, all of them are genuine gods and mysterious rank. Knight Commander. Humans are the first. Hey! The Knight Commander of the Starlight Knights. There are more than 3000 in the entire universe. Impossible, it's definitely a mistake. The strong men of our Bangsa country have been doing missions for decades, and now they are only soldiers of 2.5 soldiers. 99. I am a student of this class, and I hereby declare, the tyrant is a wall, so don't make a fuss about any announcement. Wow, it's so uncomfortable, it's definitely related to the emergency rescue mission in Novice Mainland. If there wasn't this disgusting scorched earth buff, this emergency mission would be mine, and so would the military position. Stop dreaming upstairs. At this time, a cold light descended from the sky. A lot of beautiful blue stars appeared on Qin Feng's head. All the Star Knights are staring at the boss. Like seeing a ghost, even Irene's pretty face full of heroic spirit was full of incredible. This man. Really redeemed for the Knight Commander. She also took a deep breath, her eyes changed when she looked at Qin Feng. Now, although Qin Feng is a rookie, the ranking is at the bottom. But anyway, it's a Knight Commander. Like her military rank, it is now possible to talk to her on an equal footing. Chapter 79. At this time, the sound of the system in Qin Feng's ears was still ringing. Ding dong, dear Knight Commander of the Starlight Knights, you will enjoy the following privileges. 1. Power of Starlight. All troops will attack with 20% additional star magic damage. 2. Have the right to be permanently stationed in the city of the Starlight Knights. 3. You can receive mid-level strategic resource supplies every month. 4. All chambers of commerce that have signed an agreement enjoy a 30% discount. 5. Enjoy the command of the army, with the highest command of 100 million troops, and the highest command of the 9th tier troops. As a Knight Commander, a few privileges are quite powerful. The first is the power of Starlight. It directly increased the magic damage value of stars by 20% of all arms. This one also surprised Qin Feng. Star magic. But it is extremely rare. The mages in the war continent have studied for thousands of years, and they still know very little about the power of stars. And star magic is a special magic that is infinitely close to real damage. Because few people have researched on star magic, naturally few troops have the corresponding resistance. It seems that the Starlight Knights have also mastered a certain amount of star power. Qin Feng also shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The second privilege is currently useless. Beginner's map. Qin Feng remembered that it was a city without the Knights of Starlight at all. Even the war continent is poor. Their city is more in the vast universe. 13. The third privilege is material related. The military rank of the Starlight Knights is naturally rewarded with various resources. You can receive a certain amount of supplements every month. It hurts, the novice map currently does not have a stronghold of the Starlight Knights, and it is impossible to obtain it. You can only wait a day for the novice map to reset. The fourth article reflects the strength of the Starlight Knights. The entire plane, almost all stores in the universe can enjoy 30% discount. This is an agreement signed by the Starlight Knights and many forces. Of course, the agreement is also limited. Evil forces such as some Abyss Demon Kings and the Underworld naturally would not have any friendly exchanges with the Astral Knights. But, for example, major chambers of commerce, major churches, all can enjoy discounts. This is very useful. You must know that most of the large-scale events are led by major churches. This privilege can undoubtedly save Qin Feng a lot of money. The fifth item is to obtain a certain amount of troops from the Starlight Knights. Of course, with Qin Feng's current military position, it is impossible to obtain any powerful arms. Still useless. Closing the panel, Qin Feng also let out a long breath. The privileges of the Starlight Knights are second, and the exchange of military positions is mainly to persuade some people who want to do something to him. The price of angering the Starlight Knights is not something everyone can afford. He looked at the Starlight Knights who were still a little confused and asked, "Are you enough supplies?" The scorched earth buff of the novice map will exist for a day, and they obviously cannot get out. It is the most sensible to stay in this independent plane. A knight immediately reported, "Report to the Tyrant Knight Commander, there is no problem with our supplies, but the ammunition is lacking, and the legendary defense tower is no longer in use." 35. Qin Feng also pondered a little. The task is not over yet, indicating that there may be monsters attacking. But the problem is, he has no time to watch over them. At this time, a Star Knight walked slowly over. Said, "The two Knight Commanders have already investigated clearly, this is a Doomsday Secret Realm." 5. Apocalyptic Secret Realm. Irene's eyes also lit up, with a gleam of light. "I can feel that this secret realm hides the secrets of the underworld." She looked at Qin Feng with a burning gaze. "Knight Commander Tyrant, let's go explore together." 35. 66, 99. The words fell, and the sound of the system also popped up. "Ding dong, Knight Commander Aaron has sent you the only hidden task, explore the secret realm, SSS, do you accept it?" Explore the secret realm, SSS. Mission description: Knight Commander Irene invites you to explore the hidden secret realm that appears. She can perceive that there seems to be a secret of the underworld hidden in it. Mission difficulty: unknown. Mission nature: unique, hidden. Mission content: explore the secrets in the secret realm. Mission reward: unknown. Qin Feng also blinked. SSS level tasks are still very rare. What's more, it is the only hidden quest of unknown difficulty, and the reward will probably be extremely high. But Qin Feng still wanted to go by himself. Irene is just an epic power now, and Qin Feng has to be responsible for her safety. Totally a tow bottle. And the difficulty of this secret realm is actually unknown, and I don't know what terrifying existence is hidden. Qin Feng still wanted to find some potions first, and further improve his strength. Anyway, with the scorched earth buff, I am not afraid that the first pass will be robbed by others. Seeing Qin Feng's embarrassed look, Irene also sighed softly. Sure enough, did this man despise himself for being too weak? She then said directly, Knight Commander Tyrant, I will not hold you back, the big deal is to let me die in battle. 95. Qin Feng also coughed and said, No, I need to find a few bottles of potions now, and the secret realm may be delayed. Potion. Irene also blinked. What potion does the Tyrant Knight Commander need? Talent potion. Hearing this, Irene also blinked her bright eyes. Expert potion. The function is very simple, reducing the strong equipment requirements of the equipment. Could it be that Qin Feng still has some powerful equipment that he has not used? How strong is his strength? She also took a deep breath, and then took a hand out of her backpack. I have it here, but it's only gold, 535. Ah, this. Qin Feng's eyes are also bright. This Irene, is really going to happen. He also took it directly. Immediately, there was a bottle of potion exuding blue light in his hand. Intermediate Master Potion. Description: after drinking, you can adapt to the power that you can't have temporarily. Grade: Gold. Grade 1. Effect: you can wear equipment that is level 15 higher than yourself for one day. Extractable. It takes no effort to get it. Qin Feng also started to extract directly. Ding dong, you used the SSS level skill aura extraction, triggered a 6,000-fold increase, and obtained the aura 4max. Aura of Supreme Adaptation, 4max. Description: the aura that is too powerful to exist is enveloped by the aura, and you can use all equipment. Level max. Effect: all units ignore all equipment requirements and level restrictions. Current status: closed. Done. In Qin Feng's heart, the 710 was also very comfortable, and the halo system was still as powerful as ever. Originally, the Master Potion only took effect on a single target, either a player or a hero. But now, after a wave of increase, it is directly effective for all units. This means that Qin Feng's heroes and units can ignore the requirements for the use of equipment. Qin Feng directly put several pieces of Shengxuan level equipment in the backpack into the equipment slot. Immediately, a fiery red slender cloak appeared behind Qin Feng, and invisible flames kept beating on it. In his fingers, there was also a fiery red ring that released a strong hatred. Irene on the side also widened her eyes. This feeling is clearly the fluctuation of the divine weapon. And her gaze also fell on Qin Feng's wrist. How did she feel that this bracelet, which released colorful rays of light, had an extremely terrifying aura? At this time, Qin Feng felt relieved. Cool. In this wave, the two artifacts and one holy grade equipment that could not be equipped before were all equipped. His strength has reached an extremely terrifying level, and he even thinks that he can go solo to a legendary boss. At this time, Qin Feng scratched his face and asked, do you still have the medicine? Aaron was also taken aback. Qin Feng is a peerless powerhouse. Why are you so thirsty for medicine? She also turned over her backpack and said, yes. Qin Feng took a few small crystal bottles from her hand, and then checked their properties. Intermediate Life Potion. Intermediate Magic Potion. Starlight Purification Potion. Intermediate Secret Realm Reward Potion. Chapter 80. As the Knight Commander of the Starlight Knights, Irene still carries quite a lot of potions. But after a hard fight, many of the potions had already been consumed. The rest are mostly some common red medicine and blue medicine. Only the last two bottles caught Qin Feng's attention. Qin Feng's eyes also lit up. It was actually the Purification Potion and Secret Reward Potion of the Astral Knights. As a super large force spanning the entire universe, the Starlight Knights naturally have their own alchemy system. Many of these recipes, they are strictly confidential, not at all. Purifying Potion, as the name suggests, can free troops from all control states and skills. War in this game, there are naturally all kinds of debuffs, such as burning, freezing, weakness, dizziness. And some arms are known for their ability to control. Various arms and equipment may also have control skills. The effect of this bottle of medicine is also very simple. After use, it can remove the control effect on itself. Of course, there are restrictions, and only the state below level 10 can be lifted. Like the 100 level burn imposed by Qin Feng, the intermediate level potion naturally cannot be lifted. And intermediate secret realm reward potion. The effect is very simple and rude, directly increasing the rewards when clearing the secret realm. This potion is extremely rare, and is often used at the same time as harvest potion, but it is the most favored by various gold mining teams. At this time, Qin Feng also started to extract directly. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill aura extraction, which triggered a 4,000-fold increase, and obtained the aura the highest purification aura, 4 max. Ding Dong Yu used the SSS level skill intermediate rift reward potion, which triggered a 7,000-fold increase, and obtained the Halo Supreme Rift Reward Halo, IV7000. Aura of Supreme Purification, 4 max. Explanation: the halo that is too powerful and should not exist, no matter how strong the negative effect, will be purified. Level Max. Effect: all units trigger Purge, of Max, every second. Current status: closed. Supreme Rift Reward Halo, IV7000. Description: the halo that is too powerful and should not exist, as long as you clear the secret realm, the reward will be extremely rich. Level: 7000. Effect: when you clear the secret realm, you will get 7000 times the reward. Current status: closed. Hiss. Seeing the effect of the two halos, Rao was Qin Feng, and his eyes widened. The most advanced purification skills. This wave can only be said to be a bit outrageous. In the game War, the control effect is naturally graded. The higher the level, the longer the duration will generally be, and the less effect will be reduced. But Qin Feng's purification is directly at full level. This means that even those terrifying powerhouses of the 9th rank of Shenzhen have a control skill on Qin Feng. In the next second, it is still directly unlocked. This is extremely terrifying. As for the second halo, it's even more out of the world. 7000 times the reward of the secret realm. You must know that the rewards of the secret realm are already extremely rich, and some guilds can even earn a lot of money by only clearing the difficult secret realm once a week. And Qin Feng. Clearing a level once is equivalent to 7000 clearances by others. How does anyone else play? Qin Feng also closed the skill panel satisfactorily. He also pondered for a while, and then left the 10,000-year-old elf shooter to assist the defense. After all, half of the urgent task has been completed, and it is a pity to give up now. And this Eternity elf shooter, the impact on the combat power is not too big. They have already reached full level, and even if they are out of Qin Feng's halo range, their fighting ability is extremely strong. You can completely defend this stronghold. Qin Feng and Irene came to the secret realm. This is a non-stop spinning, foggy portal. Irene also looked at the grey portal with a solemn expression, and said, "I can feel that it is filled with a very strong aura of death." Qin Feng also nodded and checked the situation of the secret realm. Underworld Fissure. Description of the secret realm: the fissure that appears here for some unknown reason seems to be connected to somewhere in the underworld. Rift level, 50. Rift difficulty, Doom, fixed difficulty. The nature of the secret, the only hidden, disappears after customs clearance. Restrictions on the secret realm: at the same time, a maximum of 1W players are allowed to attack together, and each player can bring in a maximum of 100W troops. Tip: Underworld Rift may also be connected to other planes, please be vigilant. Level 50 Doomsday Secret Realm. Seeing the information about the Secret Realm, Qin Feng also took a deep breath. It has to be said that the difficulty of the Doomsday Secret Realm is still relatively high. It is possible to allow 10,000 players at the same time to share the strategy. This is of course prepared for various big guilds. If everyone's team is full, it will directly be 10 billion troops to attack at the same time. The difficulty can be imagined. If you want to pass the customs alone, it's just like a fool's dream. However, Qin Feng didn't hesitate to enter the secret realm directly. Ding dong, you are about to enter the Underworld Rift, Doomsday level secret realm. This secret realm is extremely difficult, do you want to confirm it? Confirm. Ding dong, you have entered the secret realm Underworld Fisher, time limit, 23 hours and 59 minutes, if you die or withdraw voluntarily, it will be regarded as a failure of the strategy. Ding dong, you are entering a Doomsday level secret realm, all troops attribute -50%, monster attributes plus 50%, and the reward is fixed at 5 times when the secret realm is cleared. Ding dong, you have triggered the Supreme Rift Reward Halo, IV7000, the current rift is 35,000 times the reward when you clear the customs. 66.99. Ding dong, you have triggered the highest purification aura, of max, and all the debuffs in the current secret realm have been cleared. 35. Ding dong, the current secret realm task has been issued, kill monsters, 0/3 billion. A series of voices from the system fell, and Qin Feng was also a little confused. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Doomsday level secret realm, the difficulty is naturally directly full, and the attributes of monsters are enhanced, and the attributes of all players' troops will be greatly weakened. Besides Qin Feng, this debuff can actually be purified by max. This is a bit too much. And 35,000 times the customs clearance reward. Is it so scary? This meant that, with just one piece of equipment, Qin Feng obtained 35,000 pieces in minutes. One gold coin is 35,000. This income ratio is indeed a bit against the sky. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also took a deep breath. If there is a chance in the future, he must explore more secret realms. At this time, Qin Feng also knew his secret mission. It's not complicated, you need to kill a certain number of monsters. But this task condition: need to kill 3 billion monsters. Qin Feng can only sigh with emotion, no wonder it is a Doomsday level secret realm that requires 10,000 people to conquer, and the mission conditions are enough to scare ordinary people away. At this time, Qin Feng had already led his troops into the depths of the secret realm. Just as the troops moved, countless monsters suddenly appeared in the dark shadows. Qin Feng threw it away with an investigative technique. Underworld Four-Clawed Beast, 8th Order, 50 level. Double-Headed Wolf in the Underworld, level 8, level 60. Zhao does. Underworld Soul Wizard, 9th Order, level 65. Advanced Arms. Rao is Qin Feng, and frowns slightly. As a limited-time secret realm at this stage, Qin Feng has infinite doubts that even if a novice player from All Blue Star came, he would not be able to defeat these mobs at all. The average rank of the monsters is around the 8th rank, and the rank is not low, and the equipment bar is also filled with a lot of equipment. Of course, they are all stepping on the bonus buff of the secret realm. Monsters with these attributes, even Irene, have solemn expressions in their eyes. Qin Feng also snorted coldly, waved his hand directly, and let the troops attack directly. Immediately. Cold. Countless arrows flew out, accompanied by a dazzling explosion of fire, but the monsters fell like straws. Looking at Qin Feng's speed of clearing monsters, Irene also opened her mouth slightly. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Although I have seen it before, how do I feel now? This man is even more terrifying. On Qin Feng's side, he also blinked. Is this really an advanced unit in the secret realm? Is it too weak? It's no different from the mid-level arms I've encountered before. Chapter 81. With the death of the monster group, Qin Feng's various data kept skyrocketing. Advanced units can't pose any threat to Qin Feng at all. He directly led the troops on a rampage. After an hour. Boom! Under the dazzling explosion, countless monsters from the underworld were instantly torn to pieces. Qin Feng let out a long breath. 3 billion monsters, even him, it took a full hour. Now, the first phase of the task is finally to be completed. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, your secret realm mission has been completed. The second stage mission, destruction of the magic circle, has been issued. Ding dong, your appearance has attracted the attention of some monsters, and they have jointly opened a certain magic circle. Before it is destroyed, you will always be affected by soul corrosion, LV10. The voice fell, and a skull mark appeared on Qin Feng's map. At the same time, the status bar of all Qin Feng troops also has a debuff of soul corrosion. Soul erosion. Explanation: the underworld is not the land of the living, where the souls of all living will be corroded. Level 10. Effect: all units' health is reduced by 1% health per minute. Hiss. This buff. It is a bit unreasonable, but the blood is reduced according to the percentage. If he has a high HP of 710, even if he has a high-level recovery potion, he will not be able to recover at all. But brush. Ding dong, you triggered the supreme purification aura, LV max, and cleared the soul erosion, LV10. 6699. The system sound fell, and the debuff instantly disappeared from the status bar of Qin Feng's troops. Purify the halo, so terrifying. At this moment, Irene frowned and said, Knight Commander Tyrant, I can feel that my vitality is draining, let's hurry up and destroy the magic circle. 39. Qin Feng also blinked, and the thoughts flashed in his mind. Aaron, but a rare genius. And still looking pretty. What is the difference between a lord and a salted fish if he doesn't try to recruit wild NPCs? He pretended to be hesitant and said, Knight Commander Irene, I have a way to clear this state, but... What? Irene's beautiful eyes lit up, and she didn't want her vitality to be lost all the time. Although I can barely recover from taking medicine now, but I have been coughing medicine all the time, which is indeed a waste of supplies. Seeing Qin Feng's embarrassed look, she also understood somewhat. If you can understand such a powerful buff, it must be a superb item. Qin Feng doesn't want to share, and it makes sense. At this time, BDCF, Qin Feng sighed, forget it, for the glory of the Knights of Starlight and the peace of the universe, I don't care so much. Heard. Aaron was immediately moved. This man, while strong, has a very good character. All of a sudden, Qin Feng's image in her heart instantly grew taller. Qin Feng also spoke at this time, Knight Commander Aaron, join my territory. In an instant, Irene's little head was filled with question marks. Join his domain. As the Knight Commander of the Starlight Knights, Irene has naturally come into contact with many lords of other worlds. The number of times of being recruited is not a few thousand but also hundreds of times. Without exception, she refused. At this time, she had infinite doubts, she was being played by Qin Feng, and the previous emotion disappeared instantly. She said, I'm sorry, the Tyrant Knight Commander, the Knights have regulations, I can't join the player's territory. Qin Feng heard the words, but he looked righteous and awe-inspiring. Now is a special moment, Knight Commander Irene, do you want to watch the evil creatures from the underworld spread to the war continent? Oh, it's a pity, I even shared such a powerful thing, but I was still rejected. If this goes on, the evil camp will definitely make a comeback. 66-99. The words fall. Qin Feng's face was also full of pain and struggle. Aaron's heart was moved again. It seems, you blame him wrong. She then said, I join your territory, so I won't be affected by soul corrosion? 99. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Done. He nodded and said, of course. Well, you can't lie to me. Aaron finally nodded her head. Next moment. Ding dong, Star Knight Commander Irene, SS level hero, request to join your territory, do you want to confirm? Confirm. Accompanied by the press of the confirm key. The ID on Aaron's little head instantly turned green. At the same time, brush. The cool radiance of the purifying aura descended from the sky. Irene's soul corrosion effect was instantly purified. Aaron also blinked her eyes in confusion. How does she feel? She has become more than 10 times stronger. The slender body is filled with unprecedented terrifying power. Could it be said that when it becomes green, it also becomes stronger? She hurriedly checked her status bar, and then... Nima! What the hell are these halos? Her eyes widened instantly. No wonder, Qin Feng's troops can be so perverted. These auras are blessed, if they are not strong, there will be ghosts. Qin Feng said quietly, these are my secrets, Irene Knight Commander, I hope you can keep them secret. Irene's face was serious, and she said solemnly, don't worry, even if I bet my life, I won't say it. Qin Feng smiled brilliantly, don't risk our lives, aren't we all one family? 99. Aaron was full of question marks again. How does she feel, that she has a feeling of being tricked? 18. Irene also suddenly entered into a tangle. Originally, she thought that she would temporarily join Qin Feng's territory. After clearing the secret realm, she intends to leave and return to the Knights. But she didn't expect that Qin Feng would even tell herself such a secret. Now, I'm embarrassed to leave his territory. Leave when you're done. Isn't she like a scumbag? At this point, Qin Feng stopped talking. As a rebirth, one of his advantages is that he can be unpredictable. He still knew something about Aaron's character. This female knight commander, while hating evil, attaches great importance to promises. As long as she doesn't do anything excessive and draw a few more big cakes, she will be tied to her side by Qin Feng. That's how I got a SS level hero, so beautiful. At this time, he opened the hero panel and looked at Irene's attributes. Irene, temporary hero. Description: a commoner girl from the Kara Empire joined the Starlight Knights by chance, and her powerful talent was revealed. The current captain of the 7th Knights of the Starlight Knights is responsible for all matters in the Novice continent. Level: 70. Grade: SS grade. Physical/magic attack power: 13.8 W. Defense: 7.2 W. Health: 29 billion. Magic value: 3000 W. Skill: 1-star charge, LV7, launch a star-like charge. Inflict leading troops *7000 star magic damage to all enemies in front. Cooling: 30 minutes. 2 Peerless Cavalry, LV6, in the lead troops, all cavalry attack and defense value plus 60%, movement speed plus 60%. 3 Evidence of Starlight, LV8, summon the stars, forcibly change the current environment to the Night of Stars. The lead troops have plus 200% star magic attack power, plus 50% dodge, and plus 50% movement speed for 24 hours. Cavalry units are doubled. After the skill effect ends, Aaron loses all skills for 3 days. Loyalty. Morale, 200. Food consumption, 2000/day. Chapter 82. At this time, Qin Feng saw Irene's attributes, and he thought it was still very good. He also didn't expect that Irene's rank could have SS rank. The player's hero system and the boss system of the Will of the Heavens have different evaluation standards for each other. The Will of the Heavens will comprehensively consider the strength of the unit. The player's rank is only based on talent. The higher the talent, the higher the grade. Irene's rank can reach SS rank, which is enough to show how defiant her talent is. And Irene's several skills, the strength is very online. The first skill, obviously an attack skill. Large-scale Legion-type attack skills, the more troops you lead, the higher the damage. Qin Feng couldn't help but murmured, no wonder she was so fierce in her previous life, leading the knights into a no-man's land, who can resist this skill? Of course, the damage is definitely not unlimited. There is definitely an upper limit for the troops led by Irene, but with her potential, it is very easy to command a trillion-level troops in the future. The second skill is Irene's own characteristics. Clearly, she was very suitable for commanding cavalry units. All cavalry under her command will get a very good attribute bonus. Of course, the numerical value was absolutely crushed in front of Qin Feng's halo. The third skill is the explosive skill. After using it, you can directly change the current environment and force you to enter the Night of Stars. All troops will get very good bonuses, and the effect of cavalry will be doubled, which can be said to be very good. However, after using it, Irene will obviously enter a period of weakness for 3 days, her attributes will drop by 50%, and she will lose all skills. Overall, Irene's attributes are quite good. Seeing the column of Irene's loyalty value, Qin Feng blinked. 3 question marks? It is also easy to understand that Aaron is now in a tangle. Qin Feng was overjoyed in this regard. Tangled, there is drama. With his means, can he still let her escape? At this time, Qin Feng directly took out a piece of equipment from his backpack and threw it to her. Irene blinked and took it with some doubts. Equip her? Although she thought it was a little funny, she was still very moved. The equipment on her body is the epic equipment issued by the knights, which is very powerful. Qin Feng, what can I give her? She glanced at it, and then, her eyes widened instantly. Nima. Divine class equipment? She sucked in a sharp breath. Shen Xian level equipment, even in the knights, it is very rare. At least at her level, it is impossible to get it. And Qin Feng threw her a fire cloak directly. The equipment in this part of the cloak has a very low explosion rate, and the price has always been high in the market. She hesitated and said, "This, isn't it?" 35. Qin Feng waved his hand very generously, "It's all my own family, you're welcome." 99. After speaking, Qin Feng set off with the troops without looking back. Irene's pale pink lips parted, and in the end she swallowed what she was about to say. She looked at the fire cloak in her hand, and her eyes flashed with brilliance. I have to say that Qin Feng, as a lord, is still pretty good. Even such a powerful artifact was given to the self who met for the first time. Qin Feng's level has just reached level 20. Presumably, getting this Shangxuan level equipment is a life and death experience, right? How many such lords are there in the entire universe? Qin Feng opened up monsters all the way, and after becoming Qin Feng's unit, Irene also saw Qin Feng's damage value for the first time. Her eyes widened again. No wonder, the previous legendary bosses were also instantly killed in an instant. This damage is a bit outrageous, right? Soon, Qin Feng reached the center of the map. A very magnificent and huge altar, the faint purple light exudes a strange light, it seems to be from the magic circle. Outside the altar, countless taller underworld creatures are wandering aimlessly. The monsters here are obviously denser, and the level is significantly higher. Qin Feng rushed in with the troops directly. Altar center. 3 extremely tall underworld creatures are standing in the sky, their body is wearing a worn black robe, and the staff with a purple gem in its hand exudes a strong ominous aura. Qin Feng lost her reconnaissance technique. Mage of the Underworld. Explanation: a powerful mage from the underworld, proficient in immortality and soul magic. What secret mission is he undertaking here? Level, 50. Rank, Epic. Attack, 13W. Defense, 12W. Health, 58 billion. Skills, Soul Tremor High Order Nether Body High Order Unknown Halo Death Hook Scythe. These epic bosses. It's too stretched, isn't it? Qin Feng also scratched his face, thinking that he would meet some powerful boss. The result is just 3 pieces of junk. At this time, the underworld mages saw Qin Feng, and the purple flames burning in their empty eyes also swayed. Humble human being, how dare you break into this place? If you destroy this place, you will have no good fruit to eat. I advise you not to destroy our magic circle, otherwise, we will all die here. 6699. Oh? Qin Feng also blinked. These 3 bosses, how do you say something special? It seems that this magic circle is hiding something. Qin Feng directly threw it away with a reconnaissance technique. Pluto formation. Explanation: the magic circle jointly produced by Hades and countless god-level powerhouses has been opened for some reason, and the underworld mages are trying to reseal it. Grade, 10th grade. A 10th order array. Qin Feng was also a little surprised when he saw the information about this magic circle. 10th order. But it is a super large forbidden technique that surpasses ordinary forbidden techniques. Point 0. The 10th order forbidden technique released by the Lord of Flames destroyed the entire novice map. And this 10th order array was actually made by Hades in cooperation with several Shangxuan level powerhouses. What exactly is hiding? At this time, Qin Feng also smiled. Since the people of the underworld want to maintain the magic circle, reseal something. Of course he's about to break. Thinking of this, he directly let the troops start attacking. Shhhhh. Countless arrows burst out of the sky in an instant, with fierce scorching flames, hitting the 3 underworld mages. The eyes of the 3 underworld mages shrank sharply and said angrily, "Human, you are courting death. When the things sealed here come out, your human race will be destroyed." 66. Next moment, the 3 underworld mages could not make any resistance at all, and the blood bar was emptied directly. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the underworld mage, epic boss, and gained 500W points of experience and 5W points of Star Wars. Ding dong, you triggered the highest EXP aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 50 billion EXP points. 99. Ding dong, you triggered the Supreme Points Halo, LV8000, and you got 400 million Star Wars points. 66, 99. A large number of proficiency and starlight battle points were recorded, and a wave of corpses was touched, as well as countless epic level beats of the underworld. But Qin Feng didn't care much, and instead focused his attention on the magic circle. Ding dong, you have occupied the Pluto formation. You currently have 2 choices. 1. Continue to strengthen the magic circle, and the magic value recovered every second will be replenished to the magic circle's durability. 2. Destroy the circle. 35. 66 Dry. Chapter 83. At this point, the magic circle was completely owned by Qin Feng. He also laughed when he heard the sound of the system popping up. Reinforce the array? Is he sick? He simply chose to destroy. As the options fell, there was a sudden burst of violent fluctuations in the magic circle. Ding dong, you have successfully destroyed the Pluto formation. 35. Ding dong, you have triggered the hidden event Immortal Hatred in the Secret Realm. This event is extremely difficult and dangerous, so please choose carefully. Oh? Hidden event triggered. Qin Feng has never encountered the hidden events in the Secret Realm. But since it was triggered, he naturally went to check it out. He is also checking the information of the event. Immortal Hatred. Explanation: it is rumored that thousands of years ago, something happened in the underworld that caused the entire war continent to collapse. Countless gods and profound experts joined forces to solve the matter. Now, perhaps it is time to solve the mystery. The events that led to the collapse of the entire war continent? Rao was Qin Feng, and he was a little dumbfounded. Such a crisis July 10th is rare in Qin Feng's memory. At this time, Qin Feng's map also marked a huge skull. He quickly went with the troops. At the same time, in another plane, several unknown powerhouses hidden in the shadows are watching everything in the crack of the underworld. Haha, this human really made me laugh to death, actually going to that place. Tisk tisk, I really don't know how high the sky is. We have been attacking for thousands of years, but we can't capture him. He is a stubborn boy, I'm afraid he won't die instantly. There is something wrong with this kid, he seems to be very strong, but his brain is not good. Haha. Let's just wait to collect the body for him. It seems that he has a few artifacts on him, which is good. 66.99. Qin Feng naturally did not know that he was being followed by several powerhouses in other planes. At this time, he had already brought the troops to his destination. A huge city that emits an ominous aura and is shrouded in pitch-black energy. The city is extremely strange, it is completely dark, and it is impossible to see the internal situation at all. But Qin Feng could feel a very deep hatred and evil thoughts. He also took a deep breath and walked in with the troops. Immediately. Ding dong, you have entered an extremely dangerous area, you will not be able to log off in this area, and you will not be able to get in touch with the outside world, please evacuate in time. Ding dong, for unknown reasons, you have obtained chaos, LV1000. Ding dong, for unknown reasons, you have obtained fear, LV1000. Ding dong, you triggered the highest purification aura, of max, and successfully removed the chaos, LV1000. Ding dong, you triggered the highest purification aura, of max, and successfully lifted the fear, LV1000. 6695. The sound of the system kept ringing, and Qin Feng was also a little shocked. Can't get offline. This situation is extremely rare. You must know that he is only a second-order lord now, and his integration with the game is still very low. This means, what terrifying creatures are hidden here that can directly hurt his soul? The soul is gone, and the flesh body has no effect on Blue Star. But just stepping here, Qin Feng's status bar actually has a lot of buffs. He also twitched the corners of his mouth. What chaos, fear, frost, cowardly, shrinking. Moreover, the buff is still level 1000, which is almost the same as asking for no money. Not to mention fighting monsters here, living is a big problem. Of course, it still took less than a second to be removed by the purification halo. At this time, Irene also sucked in a breath of cold air. She has never seen such a strong negative influence. Even if several powerful Legion commanders came, I am afraid they should be more careful. However, under the influence of Qin Feng, she could completely ignore it. This man. Really too strong. At this time, Qin Feng was also looking at the situation in the city. Among the ruins, there are all kinds of mottled and strange figures that look like dark bloodstains. Countless twisted and ugly figures squirmed irregularly on the ground. They look like humanoids, but they are on all fours, and they can make all kinds of exaggerated and twisted weird movements. Qin Feng is also a detective lost in the past. Insect of Hate, Gold Rank Boss. Explanation: originally just ordinary underworld creatures, under the influence of thousands of years of negative buffs, they turned into twisted evil creatures. Level: 80. Grade: Gold. Attack: 0. Defense: 4.9 W. Health: 69 billion. Skills: Evil Parasite, Think of Hatred, Advanced Physical Reduction, Evil Aura. Seeing the ID of the monster in the city, Qin Feng also raised his eyebrows. No wonder the underworld has not occupied this place, this city is simply a place of death. Who will die? It is densely packed, and at a glance, all are gold level boss. The level is still 80, and for the gold level boss, it is already a supermodel. Qin Feng simply counted it, and there are probably billions. The boss in war has a special mechanism, at least, the blood volume is much higher. They are more difficult to deal with than the crowned arms of the same level. And these worms of hatred also attack in a special way. They do not have any attack power of their own, and rely entirely on a few skills for output. The think of hatred skill is undoubtedly the core skill, which can stimulate the dark side of people's hearts and take percentage damage. Evil parasite skill is very rogue. As long as the unit is killed, it can become a new worm of hatred. No wonder there are so many monsters here, I think they are all the troops of the previous intruders. Percent blood loss. Even if the powerhouses of the underworld come, I am afraid they will feel the scalp tingling. But Qin Feng was really addicted to watching it. Is there such a good thing? Several skills of insect of hate. All in the form of debuff. With the aura of purification, it is completely ineffective for him. They are all here to send battle points. Such a boss, please add hundreds of millions more. Thinking of this, Qin Feng put on a face of justice. Irene, the monsters here are too evil, let's clean them up. Just to my liking. Aaron nodded in appreciation. The monsters here are too weird, especially the evil parasite skill, which is really abnormal. If it circulates to the war continent, the consequences are unimaginable. She also took a deep breath and started the attack directly with the troops. Shhhhhh. The elves wielded bows and arrows. Numerous arrows quickly hit their twisted bodies. Immediately, numerous damage figures are also emerging. 193W. 206W. 202W. Not to mention the insect of hatred, the blood volume and resistance are still extremely high. Although it is only a gold level boss, the boss in the secret realm cannot be treated with common sense. The blood volume directly came to a terrifying 69 billion, and the defense and magic resistance were also high. Even Qin Feng, the damage dealt has been reduced a lot. Mainly they do not belong to the soul body, and the true damage bonus brought by Netherworld Orb is invalid for them. However, the insects of hatred did not pose any threat to Qin Feng, so he just didn't bother to take his place and let Irene stand up with them. After a few seconds, under the sputtering effect of the halo, the worm of hatred has fallen down a large area, and the 2.5 burst into a puddle of stench and pitch-black liquid. The sound of the system kept ringing in his ears. Ding dong, your troops successfully killed the beast of hatred, gold boss, and gained 80,000 experience points. Ding dong, you triggered the supreme experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 800 million experience points. 99. A series of system sounds rang out. Qin Feng rubbed his ears and didn't pay attention to the system's prompts for the time being. Instead, he looked at their corpses, and a lot of things exploded on them. He also took it easy. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest aura, LV2000, and got the loot fruit of hatred, gold level, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest aura, LV2000, and got the loot stand of hatred, gold, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest halo, LV2000, and got the loot gold coins *780W, 99. Chapter 84. The loot that burst out can only be said to be okay. For equipment or something, Qin Feng just glanced at it and threw it into his backpack. Gold level, really nothing to see. At this time, his attention was also focused on fruit of hatred. This is a kind of strange fruit that is completely dark and shrouded in a sticky mist. The kind that jumps and jumps in the hand. Qin Feng is also checking the attributes. Fruit of hatred. Explanation: the fruit condensed from the original hatred, and the unstable creatures will be affected by the emotions and lose their senses. Grade 1. Grade, Gold. Effect: intermediate units and below will be transformed into hatred monsters, which will last forever. Effective for 100W units at most. This fruit of hatred. It's outrageous. The effect is simple and rude, directly turning your troops into hate monsters. The so-called hate monster. Just like these worms of hatred in front of them, their hearts are completely eroded by hatred, without any reason, they will attack all creatures around them. When the troops become such monsters, it will naturally become a mess. Although this thing has limitations, at least at this stage, 13 is still very powerful. More importantly, a lot. If one can explode 2000, and kill the hundreds of millions of hateful insects in front of you. Isn't it hundreds of billions? This Nima. In the future, we will go to war and wash our face directly with the ugly fruit. The opposing troops turned into evil monsters in minutes. How does this play? Moreover, these hateful insects are not without high grades. I just don't know, will a higher grade fruit of hatred burst out? Thinking of this, Qin Feng also started to clear the monsters. After an hour, countless arrows burst out again, and at the same time, the last worm of hatred also slowly fell. Qin Feng is also out of breath. But it's finally over. Clearing monsters for a long time. Qin Feng's past life has long been a common practice, but this is the first time in this life. He also counted his gains. Among the worms of hatred that were killed, the highest level was epic, killing nearly 100,000 worms. Millions of purple gold. The rest are all gold. At this time, he also continued to pick up the equipment on the ground. Before, I had a lot of corpses, and I was too lazy to pick them up. Anyway, the corpses of the boss will stay for 24 hours, and they are not afraid to refresh and disappear. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest aura, LV2000, and got the loot fruit of hatred, gold level, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest aura, LV2000, and got the loot evil mask, gold level, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the advanced harvest aura, LV2000, and got the booty frost boots, gold level, *2000. Ding dong, you have triggered 99. Aya. Ding dong, universe announcement, the human player Tyrant has successfully collected all the gold level equipment. As the first player in the universe to light up the gold level equipment map, hereby reward, Prestige plus 1000W, Title Equipment Master, Gold, Class. The rumbling cosmic announcement rang 5 times before it landed. The entire universe was stunned. What's the situation? Someone got all the gold gear. This is really unheard of. Who is so lazy? I'm rubbing it, I have this effect after collecting all the equipment. 1000W reputation value, jerk. Why does this ID look familiar? It's a student in the human novice zone. Nima. A rookie has collected all the gold level equipment. Are you kidding me? It turns out that there will be rewards for collecting all equipment of the same rank. Everyone, I'm welcome to collect the rewards of artifacts. It's stupid upstairs. 66-99. For a time, the universe is also lively. You must know that all the gold level equipment, just think about it, it is an extremely terrifying number. It takes so much effort to collect them all. Moreover, it is not just as simple as collecting them. Also have to be in the backpack at the same time. What a huge backpack! At the same time, this is the first time in the universe to collect all of them. No one knew before that there would be a reward for collecting all the equipment of a rank. Many bigwigs also suddenly became interested. If you collect all the purple gold rank, epic rank, Is there a reward too? Novice Zone. Protoss region. Boom. With a painful roar, a huge green Tauren also fell to the ground. But the girl who succeeded in defeating the boss did not have any joy. The girl's exquisite face was full of unwillingness. She also clenched her pink fist. He killed a purple gold level boss by himself, he had exhausted his strength, and the troops suffered heavy casualties. The tyrant actually gathered all the gold level equipment. The gap, but it's too big. Tyrant, I'll catch up with you. The first race in the universe is still our Protoss. 39. And Qin Feng was also a little confused. He didn't expect that this wave would actually gather all the gold level equipment. But hundreds of millions of gold level bosses came down. He did burst out countless gold level equipment. He is also checking his new title. Equipment Master. Description: your equipment is already staggering. Grade: Gold. Grade 1. Effect: all equipment effect plus 20%. This title, the attribute is quite good. The effect is simple and rude, directly increasing the equipment effect by 20%. In other words, the original increase of 100 points of intelligence has become an increase of 120 points. 710. Originally a skill hit 100 points of damage, became 120 points. It can be said that the improvement is not small. Especially the higher grade equipment, the improvement is even greater. If nothing else, it's just Qin Feng's Heart of Elements, which can now increase the damage of fire attribute by 100%, directly to 600%. This is delicious. At this moment, the rumbling sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong warning. Pluto has paid attention to the situation here, he is about to send a clone to come, please prepare for battle. Ding dong warning. Qin Feng was also surprised when the system sound fell. Nima. Pluto is coming. Even Irene looked pale with fright. Pluto. You can tell how powerful he is from the name. It is rumored that he is a terrifying powerhouse who has been famous for tens of thousands of years. Although he is also at the divine profound level, he is not comparable to a rubbish like the fire goddess. I am afraid that the goddess of flames has returned to its heyday, and she was still stabbed to death by a finger of Hades. How could such a terrifying character come here? What is this secret place hiding? And Hades specializes in soul magic. If he was killed, it was really dead. The soul cannot return to Blue Star at all. However, Qin Feng is not in despair either, what Hades sent was just a clone. Another battle. Chapter 85. Less than a few minutes. Boom. Invisible terrifying fluctuations instantly enveloped the entire space. Suddenly, an extremely tall and terrifying figure with a height of dozens of meters appeared above the secret realm. His body released an extremely violent coercion. An extremely rich ominous light was released from the purple-black armor. Qin Feng lost her reconnaissance technique. Pluto, clone. Explanation: a terrifying powerhouse from ancient times, who holds the strongest soul magic in the world, suffered a loss with the Angel King thousands of years ago, and is still recovering. Level: 500. Rank: Shenzhen First Order, Ontology Shenzhen Ninth Order. Attack? Defense? Life value? Skill? Pluto's attributes are also simple and rude. Although there is only a clone in front of me, but the level has reached level 500. You must know that the accepted common sense of the universe is, the full level is 200. Of course, everyone also knows that there are props and methods to break through the level cap. But level 500? Still a little scary. For other attributes, Qin Feng's level is too low, so naturally he can't view it. At this time, Pluto also snorted softly. Immediately. Ding dong, you have obtained trembling, LV300. Ding dong, you triggered the highest purification aura, of max, and released the trembling, LV300, state. As soon as Hades appeared, all Qin Feng's troops received a level 300 tremor buff. Hit this buff. Movement speed minus 100%, attack speed minus 100%, it can be said that all resistance is lost. However, the cool brilliance fell, and it was still instantly purified. Pluto also opened his eyes slightly. It seems that this human still has some means. He then said coldly, humans, allegiance to me, or, after you die, are forced to serve me. 66.99. Qin Feng was taken aback. Nima. Does this make any difference? What? Pluto suddenly screamed in surprise. His eyes were also interestingly looking at the heart of elements on Qin Feng's wrist. Judging from the fluctuations, it is stronger than a divine weapon. Is it? Is it a holy weapon? Thinking of this, his heart was also a little hot. The holy glory tool, even if it is him, is a little longing. But he hasn't had time to speak yet. A hot and terrifying fiery red flame suddenly appeared out of thin air, sweeping the entire space. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, and cracks like spider webs appeared in the burned space. Then, boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded so violently that the sky and the earth paled instantly. The ground of the entire secret realm shook violently. The rumbling cosmic announcement suddenly sounded again. Ding dong, announcement from the universe. The human player tyrant severely damaged Pluto and dropped to the 8th level of Shenzhen. He has closed all the passages to the Underworld, and players cannot go to the Underworld for the time being. Ding dong. The cosmic announcement falls. The entire universe became extremely silent again. As if someone pressed the mute button. After a few seconds, the chat channel resumed the liveliness. Pluto. I read that right? WDNMD. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Someone can hit Pluto. Pluto is the 9th rank of Shenzhen, and was severely injured by a human being. I'll go, you say, is this tyrant a trumpet of the will of the heavens? 99. 66, 99. This time, it completely shocked the entire universe. Pluto's name is still too terrifying, even if it is stronger than the gods and demons, seeing Pluto is still a headache. He was hit hard by a human novice. This is incredible. But, as the enemy of the entire war continent, the Underworld has offended many people on weekdays. Countless good camps, and even the powerhouses who have always maintained neutrality, are in a good mood. Ha ha ha, the grandson of Hades also has today? He attacked my believers last time, and now I have a fight with you, do you dare? I'm dying of laughter, no way, I can laugh for 100 years in the hands of a human being. Hee, I'm going to put today into my teachings. Today is our church's carnival day. This little guy is a bit interesting, even the Hades was injured, I don't know what method he used. Hee, a tyrant, are you willing to join my sister's church? It's fun for you. 66.99. In the Underworld. Puff. On the throne that was burning with invisible flames, Hades spit out a mouthful of blood. It was said to be blood, but what spit out was a rich purple-black energy. His breath shriveled in an instant. Nima. This human, will he play a big move as soon as you come up? Even if it was him, suddenly, although he used the life-saving skills, the clone was directly destroyed. This clone, but it cost him a lot of divine power. Sudden death, even he lost a lot of power. The realm has dropped directly to the 8th level of Shenzhen. You must know that in the battle with the Angel King, he did not drop any rank. Moreover, the other party is actually a level 20 human. What a shame. He also said coldly, Tyrant. Human, I remember you. In Qin Feng's ear, the system was still ringing. Ding dong, you used the skill core release of Elemental Heart, and Fire Core has lost all effects for 7 days. Ding dong, you killed Pluto, Zhao does, triggered Supreme Experience Aura, LV10000, and gained 100 billion experience points. 39. Ding dong, you triggered the highest experience aura, LV10000, and your troops gained 1000 trillion experience points. Ding dong, it is detected that all your units have reached full level, the current experience value has been converted into proficiency, the current proficiency, 5013 trillion/10,000 trillion, cold. 35. Ding dong, you and the Force Underworld will have a permanent -200 favorability, and they will launch endless attacks on your territory, please pay attention. Ding dong, Angel King is very interested in you, maybe there is a hidden mission. Ding dong, Goddess of Dawn is very interested in you, maybe there is a hidden mission. Ding dong, Goddess of Light is very interested in you, maybe there is a hidden mission. Ding dong. Chapter 86. A series of sounds from the system in his ears fell, and Qin Feng let out a long breath. Killed. He looked at the corpse of Pluto that had been burned to ashes on the ground, and his heart was also relieved. Haha. What about Hades, wasn't he killed in seconds? Core release, so terrifying. Facing the terrifying Pluto, Qin Feng was too lazy to talk to him, and directly released the highest explosive skill of Elemental Heart at this stage. Fire Core will lose its functionality for a few days, but it is definitely worth it compared to receiving it. However, being able to succeed this time, the Underworld Orb has done a great job. Otherwise, Hades had already activated the life-saving skills before, and once Qin Feng used his skills, Hades might not have taken any blood away. True damage, YYDS. At this time, Qin Feng didn't think much about it and just grabbed it. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got the Loot Underworld Mystery, Shen Xian level, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got the Loot the Highest Magical Knowledge Book, Shen Xian level, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo 710, LV2000, and got the Loot Underworld Alchemy Tool, Shen Xian grade, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got the Loot Netherfire Cultivation Field, Shen Xian grade, *2000. Ding dong, you triggered the Advanced Harvest Halo, LV2000, and got the Loot Underworld Orb, Shen Xian grade, *2000. Countless artifacts entered into the account. Qin Feng was in a good mood. Divine Profound level equipment. It is really rare, anyone can be snapped up by the entire universe. Qin Feng opened the backpack to check. First of all, it is a strange prop shrouded in dark purple mist, without any entity at all, more like an ethereal mist. Maze of the Underworld. Explanation: from the terrifying and mysterious realm in the depths of the Underworld, it is rumored that Pluto obtained it by accident when he traveled in the outer universe 10,000 years ago, and the source of power is the same as that of the Palace of Pluto. Grade 1. Rank: Shen Xian First Order. Type: Territory Props. Requirements for use: territory level is greater than or equal to level 20. Uncharted range: 30W yards. Mana consumption per second: 30W. Attributes: 1. The Mystery of the Underworld. Effect: within the range of the mysterious realm, the 5 senses of individual units below the first rank of Shen Xian, and the arms below the crown rank are confused, and any information on the territory cannot be viewed. Randomly get Chaos, Weakness, Fear, Shock, Escape buffs every second. 2. Erosion of the Underworld. Effect: within the range of the maze, all enemies receive damage equal to 1% of their maximum health per second. The highest is valid for Shen Xian First Order units. 3. Spirit of the Underworld. Effect: when all enemy units within the range of the maze are killed, they will not be able to be resurrected and will be transformed into corresponding soul bodies to assist in the battle. The soul body has 20% of the attack of the body, has the characteristics of the soul body, and has a permanent survival time. Durability: 99,999 trillion/99999 trillion. Divine Profound Territory items. Compared with ordinary props, territory props are obviously more rare. Qin Feng remembered that the entire human race seemed to have only one Chengsuan-level territorial item. This item was naturally regarded as a treasure by the entire Terran, and was placed in the city where the Terran Federation headquarters was located. But on Qin Feng's side, he got a full 2,000 pieces directly. And this underworld mystery, the attributes are equally strong and outrageous. The first skill is a defensive skill, but the mechanism is very special. As long as they invade Qin Feng's territory, they will receive various debuffs. This skill is most effective for individuals below the first rank of Shenxian and arms below the crown rank. Not to mention the novice continent, even in the main world, there are very few people who can ignore this skill, BDCF. The second skill is the damage skill. If activated, all enemies within 30 yards around Qin Feng's territory will lose 1% of their health per second. % blood loss. If it is combined with the first skill, it is simply unreasonable. What's more, after the enemy's troops die, they will be permanently transformed into a soul body. This is the first time Qin Feng has seen such outrageous skills. While annihilating the enemy troops, you can also replenish your own troops, so that the enemy is still playing a fart. Immediately after, a lilac quaint magic book. The most advanced magic knowledge book, Shenxian level. Description: the highest level of magical knowledge from the Royal Mage Association of the Underworld, which can only be read by those with the highest authority. It records all the known knowledge in the Underworld. Grade 1. Grade: Shenxian 9th grade. Effect: learn all the known magic of the Underworld below the 9th level. Requirements for use: Mage profession above level 150, intelligence greater than 15W. This. Seeing the information of this magic book, Qin Feng's eyes widened. Magic books, in the game war, are already very rare. Generally speaking, only books that integrate multiple skills can be called magic books. 18. This magic book records all magic below the 9th order. This is beyond Qin Feng's understanding. Although it is only the magic known to the underworld, the accumulation of the underworld, at least compared to the human skill map, it is still countless times more perfect. And the use of this magic book is still very demanding. Level 150. I'm afraid there aren't many in the entire Blue Star. Moreover, it actually requires a full 150,000 intelligence points. Rao is Qin Feng, and now even a fraction is not enough. 18. For Qin Feng, it was another matter. With the Supreme Master Halo, he directly ignores all usage requirements, whether it is equipment or props. He used it directly. Ding dong, you have used the highest level of soul magic knowledge, Shenxian level. Ding dong, you have learned the skill Frost Prison. Ding dong, you have learned the skill Frost Art. Ding dong, you have learned the skill Blessing of the Breeze. 99. Ding dong. The sound of the system kept ringing. Qin Feng directly turned off the sound of the system. His skill bar suddenly had countless more skills. After a few minutes, the sound of the system finally stopped. Qin Feng hurriedly checked the skill bar. Hiss. Nima. In this wave, more than 500 skills have been added to Qin Feng's skill column. This is a bit too scary.